Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We are Payne and Pendergast. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, nothing much.
We're in
Sports.
Reed Shepherdland. Everything's a Lind from now on.
Sports and other things. Yeah, Reed Shepherdland. Yes.
Sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed and frazzled this morning because
Why?
I've got there's just all these different things. With nothing really going on in the world of sports, it feels like there's 8 million things going on in the world of
That's
sports.
good. It's good. It would make for a boring 4 hours if we didn't have stuff. Now, the text page isn't working right now. That's a little frustrating.
Maybe that's the thing that's screwing me all up.
Maybe. The base power text line is not working right now. So
The big thing, you yesterday had a big excursion out to Bridgeland.
I did. Yeah, I went out to it was a big ceremony they had out there yesterday.
Yeah.
Big tent, catered affair.
Saw there was a band.
There was a high school band there. The Texans cheerleaders were there. Yeah, Mark Vandermeer was doing the MC thing that he's so good at.
Have anybody out there like selling acid or anything?
Not that
like
I
at
saw.
a Dead concert. It was okay.
Not that I saw, but I didn't stay for most of the aftermath. You know, the longer it
had
goes,
a little feel of the beginnings of a music festival.
It looked like it.
I thought I was going to see you in the background with music with glow sticks over your head.
Well,
dressed in a big Dr. Seuss, the Cat in the Hat.
The big hat. Yeah. I was tempted. But yeah, it was one of those things. And for those that don't know what Seth is talking about, the Texans had their big ceremony to celebrate their new headquarters out in Bridgeland yesterday, and it was really interesting. Okay, I have a few takeaways from it. First of all, the renderings of it. I don't know if you've seen, Seth. The Texans posted the renderings of what it's going to look like on social media. It looks incredible. There's going to be 3 big football fields out there. There's going to be a huge indoor practice facility that will double as a facility where they can have 3 flag football fields, 21 volleyball courts.
Yeah.
Not exaggerating. It's 150,000 square feet.
That part of it's interesting just because it's going to be much more multi-use than what they have right now.
Definitely.
So for doing a lot of the youth sports stuff and then everything that they do with Love B, they're going to be able to, it's on their own schedule. They'll be able to say, oh, okay, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about managing the radio or World Cup soccer coming in or anything like that.
Nope, 16,000 people it'll hold if they want to hold events in there and whatnot.
For in the facility?
In the facility, yeah.
16,000?
If they want to put it that way.
Concerts there and everything?
I suppose, yeah. They called it the Field House.
They might be able to contain one of our remote broadcasts.
Perhaps.
If you and I mean, 16,000 might get a little dicey. We might have to talk to the fire marshal.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, maybe we get 17,000 here, okay, buddy? Just
see what we
turn
can
the
do.
other way.
Always try to break a record with each remote. That would be great. The headquarters itself is going to be 175,000 square feet. If you haven't seen it yet, if you're on social media or you have access to social media, go find the Texans social media account and look at the pictures of it, and you can see, man, it is going to be something else. My biggest takeaway in driving up there, because it is out there. I mean, it was a 40-minute drive out there, so there's no getting around that. But I totally understand the placement of it out there. They had the county commissioners that were very involved in this, spoke at the event. You can see how excited they are about it and to have this out there, and there's certainly the space for it and the community for it out there. My big takeaway is there will no longer be Texans players, starting in 2029 at least, living in Pearland and Missouri, maybe Missouri City because you can hop that Grand Parkway, I suppose.
Yeah.
But there's going to be, if you live in Bridgeland, get ready. In a few years, there's going to be a lot of Houston Texans players, staffers, employees living out that way.
There for a whole bunch of immigrants, Bridgeland.
Yeah.
Immigrants from
Brazoria County.
Brazoria County.
Brazoria County. Yeah, Fort Bend County. Yeah. Just.
Is Pearland part of Pearland's in Galveston County?
No, Brazoria County.
Weird? Brazoria
County, yeah.
I thought Galveston County had a weird deal. Okay.
No.
I'm way off.
Yep.
Now that I'm thinking about it, wow, am I way off?
You're way off.
All right, Sean, let it go.
So this thing's going to be amazing, and it was cool, man. The Texans are super excited about it, and the community out there seems very excited about it, and lots gone into it, and we're 3 years away. But it was cool. A lot of your fellow former Texans were at the event yesterday too. A lot of people there.
I think that I was kind of thinking of this from the fans' perspective. Okay, what does this mean for me? And I do think if you think about the training camp experience alone, that I would imagine training camp tickets were kind of hard to come by over these last few years, or they really always have been, because there's limited seating there.
Yeah.
And it's not always the most comfortable environment out there in terms of airflow and everything. They do the best they can, but it's temporary.
They didn't put the canopies up until a few years ago out there.
Yeah.
I mean, there were people sitting in the sun.
I think this is this, especially because they have. Now, D'Amico likes to practice outside as much as possible.
Yeah.
But because they do have indoor seating, and no matter how much all that looks like, I think the training camp experience is going to be a whole lot different. You're going to, you want to go to draft night, things like that.
Yeah.
They're going to have a potential to have all these permanent facilities in place and make all of those extra events that much cooler. So not everybody will partake in those, but a lot of hardcore Texans fans are really going to like that.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a chance for them to reimagine everything. It's a chance for them to take a look at how they've been doing it, and now they can whatever it is they want, they can do. There's nothing. You look at the facilities they're in now, and some of the things you just talked about. Like you can't have watch parties out at NRG Stadium. Like, you can't have the draft party. I suppose you have the draft party in the stadium. They've done that before. But draft time, people like to be outside, having a good time. It's a big party. They've done a nice job with what they can down near the convention center there.
Yeah.
But now they've got a chance to reimagine that whole outdoor area. I'd imagine there's going to be a big, huge screen where they can have watch parties out there for games.
You think about it was really cool when they've had the draft party at Herman Park. But the one huge variable in all of that is they got lucky with the rain situation.
They did.
And it's a time of year when you tend to get some rain.
Yep.
So that, they can't necessarily plan everything that they'd want to do for situations like that. I'm getting excited about it just thinking about it. From a lot of the stuff that we go to, either as fans or as just people covering the team,
Yeah.
it's just going to be a more seamless experience, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the travel is going to be different for some people. It'll be different for me. I know that going out there, but I'm up for it, man. It looks like it's going to be incredible. It was a cool day yesterday. I mean, it was being hailed and celebrated by the Texans as the second biggest day non-football game in the history of the franchise, aside from the announcement that the Houston Texans were born.
Really? Well, I mean, if you look at the whole entire complex, once the various retail and hotel and were there apartments planned or anything like that? No housing necessarily,
I didn't see any of that in the press release or in the renderings, but there's medical, there's an entertainment district, there's all kinds of restaurants and everything like that.
I mean, so the whole you talk about having a walkable community and what you're doing.
Yeah.
Before games, after games, all of that. That part's going to be really cool.
Yeah, it'll be really cool.
Not games, excuse me, but just before events.
Well, I think like road games, I think they should have watch parties up there. It would not shock me if you and I were doing the pregame for road games up in Bridgeland before a big watch party, especially if the team's good.
Yeah.
That would not surprise me, because I would imagine they're going to have studios up there. I've already been told that the media area of it is going to be world class. I mean, we had Mike Toman on, and we asked him about that. And Mike spoke yesterday at the whole thing. The county people, Seth, are over the moon about this thing, and they were to the point where they were calling it like this is the new epicenter of Harris County. This is the new nerve center of Harris County. When you look at a map of Harris County, you go, that's an interesting place to put the nerve center of Harris County. But then you see the renderings of it, and you're like, wow, this is really impressive.
Well, and when it comes to that side of it, the public money part of it, I'm always skeptical whenever any public money goes towards a sports team or whatever. This actually, I feel way better about this than I do with various stadium projects necessarily, because it's very easy to see where the tax revenue is going to come and that the county's paying for the infrastructure,
right?
That's something they do for lots of businesses. It's not necessarily it's like, without getting into all of the details. And I'm sure I'm a schmuck in some regard anytime I talk about this stuff, but like that is. They're paying for infrastructure. The Texans are going to take the vast majority of the expenses on this project, but the county's paying for infrastructure. And you can see in a project like this where all that sales tax revenue is going to come back to them over time.
Yeah,
so that I don't look at as side-eyed at the $42 billion in revenue for the county as much, because it's a classic retail / commercial investment or development.
Yeah, there's all kinds of businesses that are going to be generating revenue and creating jobs in there, and a ton of them. I think they said $34 billion in revenue generated over the next several years, 17,000 jobs. I know that was part of the press release that came out a few weeks ago. To your point about infrastructure, that was one of the things that the county folks were saying yesterday. Is like part and parcel of this project. We're going to finally be able to put this bridge over this part of Bridgeland and a bridge over that part. We can finally get from point A to point B within this community.
We're sitting here. We're talking all high and fancy Bridgeland.
Yeah.
We only got 27 bridges.
We need more bridges in this place. We have to take a boat right now across this river to get to the other part.
Venice is laughing at us. We gotta get up in here and be the. Did anybody say that? Did anybody get up there in like a big old, boss hog hat or anything?
No.
Play up the Texas Oil Man role or anything like that?
No, but one of the county and I forget I've apologized. I forget the last names of the two county people. There's one woman and one man from the county who got up there and spoke to commissioners, and the male definitely had a southern vibe to him. And I say that in a complimentary way. He was not a shyster like Boss Hogg, but he had that Texas vibe to him,
Yeah,
like,
and no,
where we
Boss
think big
Hogg,
down here.
Boss Hogg, obviously not a Texan. Don't anybody get mad at me or
That's
blow
right.
up the Texan.
Hazard County, North Carolina. Where did that take place?
North Carolina, I think, wasn't it?
I think so too. Yeah, I think so. I think North Carolina. So that was cool yesterday.
Definitely wasn't Connecticut.
Definitely was not Connecticut. No.
Yeah, so I'm excited about that. Did you scout out any spots for me to do my stealth camping that I keep claiming?
There's a lot of open space right now. It's hard to say because they haven't broken ground yet.
I didn't see a lot of cover for my stealth camping setup.
No, it is interesting, because this is Howard Hughes is that's the private investment company behind that community
the
up
pilot,
there.
Yes.
And
still alive.
And right, and they were behind the Woodlands as well. This community just aesthetically looks totally different than the Woodlands. Mm-hmm. When you're on the Grand Parkway there, you can just see the sprawl. The Woodlands, it's a lot harder.
The Woodlands also has a lot more. It's mature now.
Yeah.
It's had 50 years of tree growth and all that.
Right. It's got legit forest up there.
Yeah, and they did. Yeah, I guess they had. They had more forest. They had actual forest
to begin with. Yeah. This is. You and I were talking before the show. This Bridgeland, because there may be some of you listening right now who live inside the loop. I haven't been out there to see it. They're beautiful homes. You can see where they're going with the whole thing and the community, and obviously you can see where they're going with this big project with the Texans. But it reminds me of when I lived in Denver. I know you've been to Denver before, Seth, and kind of seen like when you get off I-20 there and you're going either to Highland to Parker or Littleton or any of the communities off of the freeway. You can see the whole thing, like the sprawl of just houses on houses on houses. That's more what
feels like you're on a wagon train.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Crossing the prairie with Laura and whoever the hell the other.
Right, and several. And a bunch of 5,000 square foot houses. Yeah.
So. It's my brother lives in one of those communities outside of Denver where it's all on the old airport. Mm-hmm. So it's just wide open and flat.
Yep.
And from the air, because I can see it when I fly in sometimes. I'm like, that looks just flat and boring. And then you get down on the ground, they've done incredible things with it. It's an awesome little community. That's
what this is. So yeah, it was a cool day yesterday, man. Really cool. Really cool night last night. The Rockets won, and I didn't get angry at them.
One thing about these renderings that I want to point out, they're pretty ambitious with the number of cars parked on the roof of this one parking garage.
Oh, really?
That hints at a sold-out event somewhere. Hard to find a lot of cars. I love parking on the roof in Houston.
Oh.
I feel like I could pull off a drug deal or something. When you're in the movies, and you always see these, like, people are pulling off drug deals or, like, actually assassinating people, acting like they're like nobody can see them.
Right.
And you're looking off in the distance. There's buildings everywhere.
No.
I've never understood this about Hollywood.
No.
Why do they act like the roof of a parking garage is completely and totally clandestine?
How about in The Sopranos when Tony shoots people like sitting in a boat in the river, like right underneath the George Washington Bridge?
Right,
Like
right.
he's shooting him. I'm like, there's people in their cars watching you right now.
Nobody's ever just going to see this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on, Hollywood, get it together.
I park on the roof a lot because then I won't forget what floor I'm on in the garage. That's what I do.
You've exposed me. That's exactly it.
That's my cheat code. I'm like, I know what floor the roof is. It's the roof. Rockets won last night, Seth, and I didn't get angry during the game.
Yeah.
11 turnovers, and Reed Sheppard was a delight to watch last night.
Reed Sheppard and Şengün paired up, tearing apart one of the more formidable foes in the NBA.
The zombie skeleton of the Sacramento Kings.
One team, hey, they couldn't be impressive versus Utah, but they sure as hell were impressive versus a team that's one above them in the standings.
I'll take it. I'm so tired of being angry at a team that's actually winning some games.
Well, it was more pleasing.
Yeah.
It was more of the beautiful game.
11
that you
turnovers. I can deal with 11 turnovers.
Wasn't like that clown Doncic, trying to dish it off to LeBron at the last moment.
Got a lot of attention the other night.
That inelegant basketball.
That was weird that he didn't take that shot right.
Doncic's getting a lot of heat in L.A. I mean, it's starting to look more and more like, okay, we see why Dallas wanted to move on from him in the long term.
I hope that's how it turns out, man. I don't like when the Lakers...
For those of you who didn't see it, Doncic did what LeBron has done forever, which is, in the 2 seconds left on the shot clock, I'm going to dish it to LeBron. But the difference is that he genuinely... Like, he had the shot.
Yeah, and there was 2 seconds left in the game in that case.
Yeah. And it was weird. It was weird, but I also had no appetite for LeBron criticizing Doncic for it.
No.
It was just like two people you don't like having an argument, and you can't root for either one.
I don't want either to win. But that was fun last night, the Rockets. You mentioned Şengün. He had a triple-double.
Listener experience for our listeners, but yeah.
He had a I don't think so. Şengün triple-double last night. Yeah, Reed Sheppard looked good. Like, hopefully this is one of those games because there was no Amen Thompson last night. So Reed Sheppard was going to get – I mean, he started, so he was going to get starters minutes last night. Man, my hope is that – I'm not saying that Reed Sheppard should take Amen – obviously, I'm not saying he should take Amen Thompson's place in the starting lineup. But, man, stop giving Dorian Finney-Smith, who didn't play last night, he was getting load managed last night. Stop giving him 23 minutes a night and Reed Sheppard the same amount of minutes, and let's keep Reed Sheppard. Let's keep rolling with Reed Sheppard in the game a little bit more.
Let's just get him some minutes. And also the notable thing about this was that Kevin Durant got to take the fourth quarter off for the most part. And
they were up by 30.
With a back-to-back tonight in Orlando, right?
Orlando, yeah, at Orlando too. So they had to travel last night. They had to jump on a plane right after the game. So. Yeah, that was good too. No, Durant getting a little bit of rest was really, really good. All right, we got a lot to get to. Even though the only game going on was the Rockets last night, we got the Combine going on. So we are gonna hear from Nick Caserio. We have more Nick Caserio. This is actually with Ian Rappaport that we'll get to in the next segment. We got some Astros we got to get to as well. There's a ton of stuff. So some
shade at the Astros.
Yeah,
kind of.
We need to hit that.
Shaded dearly departed Astros.
Well, but is that that's I wonder, is something that a Toronto coach did inbounds for Major League Baseball, sports in general, just throwing shade at another team's coaching staff. We'll get to that.
But it did also make me more optimistic in some respects.
That those people are gone. Yeah. All right, so we'll get to that. Base Power text line currently not working. So if you're texting us, keep texting us your thoughts. Just know that if we're not reading them, it's because there's an issue with the text page right now.
Or text Sean personally at 713.
Actually, no. You hit us on social media. You can at Sean T. Pendergast. Hit us on social media if you want to share thoughts with us, things that you're hearing on the show. That we can do. So we'll do that, and we'll hit Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio with a warning to Ian Rappaport yesterday at the Combine. We'll have that for you coming up next. A warning for you: if you don't get your testosterone level addressed, your life is just going to
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was Nick Caserio a couple of days ago at the Combine as we welcome you back in here on a Thursday. He had a little sit-down with Ian Rappaport, and Ian Rappaport at the very end of the interview, it was about a 5-minute interview. At the end of the interview, he said, hey, can you give me a little preview here? How closely should I be looking at my phone in the next couple of weeks when March 9th rolls around and all that legal tampering begins?
Free agent window, tampering window is in a little more than a week.
It's probably already started.
It's probably already started, sure. How busy am I going to be for Texans-related news?
We'll see. We always keep everybody on their toes, so I'm sure there'll be something we're not talking about that's going to happen. So just stay tuned.
Pray for me. Thanks, Nick.
Okay.
Thanks, Ian.
So there you go. Pray for me. I'm sure there'll be something. I saw this the other day. I didn't realize this. And it feels this way. I mean, it matches what I'm about to tell you matches how it feels. But since 2020, there is no team that has been more active in free agency than the Houston Texans. And when they're defining free agency, Seth, they're not talking about once you roll around to the summer and you're picking up Nick Chubb in June. It's that fire hose period of March and April between the beginning of the league year and the draft. Minimum of $2 million salary, so not all the little, not the chum in the water of reserve contracts or whatever. We're talking like legitimate free agents, and they had to be new to the team as well. This over the cap put this together. This analysis. The Texans have made 59 signings in that time frame over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Just for some context, the Carolina Panthers are the next closest at 47. This is the one that really matches the eye test or the feel. 33 of the 59 contracts, 1-year deals, which is why you're doing so many signings. You got to backfill the guys that you lose every year. But Nick Caserio he keeps things jumping in free agency.
I think that, and that's not a huge shock, the numbers. I mean, the numbers are pretty impressive when you stack them all up like that, but we've known for a long time that he's one of the more active GMs out there. It could be cause for concern or cause for encouragement, depending on which way you look at it. When it comes to defensive tackles, I'm done worrying about how Nick fills in the gaps at defensive tackle, for instance. It feels like every offseason people are nervous and wringing their hands over the loss of some free agent that the previous year they were disgusted that Nick had signed him. Tim Settle, why would you bring in Tim Settle? No way. And then 2 years later, how are you going to replace Tim Settle?
Right.
Sheldon Rankins. What, am I supposed to get excited about Sheldon Rankins?
Yeah.
A year later, how are they going to replace Sheldon Rankins? Then last year, oh, good, they got Sheldon Rankins back.
Yeah,
now this year, how are they going to replace Sheldon Rankins? Yeah. Tommy Togiai was not even a figment of anybody's imagination, and now he's one of your better players. So that strategy with the defensive tackles, I think, combined with Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, and all of the rest of it, they're able to just find these bargain defensive linemen and get the absolute best out of them.
Yeah.
The counterpart would be, okay, let's talk about offensive line and running back.
Yeah.
That strategy hasn't necessarily given us everything that we want and desire at those positions.
That's right. And maybe they hope that Cole Popovich becomes to the offensive line what Rod Wright has become to the defensive line, that he can take guys that are, average and develop them and turn them into something that is a formidable offensive line. Here was Nick Caserio with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer when they asked him, what does the starting line look like here with free agency on the horizon?
No, you're balancing a lot of information and a lot of data. And look, the agents are here. They're going to probably talk to every team and just try to get a gauge of what potentially I think the market is going to be. So we start, okay, here's our group of players. All right, let's make sure we communicate with them, whatever our decision is going to be. Okay, got it. All right, and then once we transition, so we've gone through the pro scouting department. I mean, DJ, Steve Cargile, Nate, Lipford, Chris Blanco have spent time kind of building the free agent board. All right, so certain positions, okay, here's who's available, here's the supply, here's the demand, here's our grade. And then it's taking a group of those players, giving them to the coaches. What's your evaluation? What's your vision? Is it similar to what we see? So that's what we've taken the last, call it, 3 to 4 weeks doing so that we're prepared. And it's going to move quick. Players are going to come off the board. So maybe you have a group of 5 or 6. We say, look, what would be comfortable with any one of these 5? Okay, got it. Maybe one player's mark's a little bit more than you thought it was going to be. Okay, this player actually falls into a more favorable contractual situation. Okay, then maybe we can jump in and capitalize. So it's going to happen pretty quick. I mean, there's going to get deals that are basically done. So at 12:01, like they're going to be announced, Joe Smith signed with so-and-so. So and you got to be ready. Okay, that player's off the board. All right, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, that part is funny. The very end there, Seth, where he's referring to the 12:01 p.m. people, because the legal tampering period hits at noon that first day. And it's funny that he refers to those people in the third person, because I don't think Nick's ever going to be that guy.
No. And I think that's this is what I like about Nick's approach. And it's why I also was frustrated early on with Nick when people would claim that he had this huge ego and that he was arrogant, because I really feel like his process is the exact opposite of that. I like the GMs who understand that you got to be really careful about falling in love with one single player, because that's ego, usually, with exceptions. There's certain guys, like I think they felt like Danielle Hunter was a special opportunity, for instance. But by and large, people are way worse at figuring out exactly which player is going to fit their system the best, and we got to get that guy. So they end up overspending for specific individuals instead of just putting them into buckets of like, all right, look, we're going to do something that makes sense financially, and any one of these 5 guys would make sense. I'm not going to pretend that I'm so smart that I know that, no, this player is actually 1.5% better than that one.
Right.
And I think it allows him to kind of treat players like commodities. And the danger in that is if you swing too far to the side of, oh, yeah, we can slap any running back there. Now, and again, though, they did with Joe Mixon. Okay, he was in that bucket of running backs that that year they would have loved to have had Saquon Barkley. They would have loved to have had Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I don't know if Joe Mixon was in that same bucket or not, but he was definitely in a higher level bucket than guys like Agumbawale would be.
Sure.
Obviously.
Sure. So Nick is he's always active. He needs to be active in free agency this year, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, yeah, and I think this is the most I think he's ever hinted at. Basically, we're going to sign some offensive linemen. Yeah. He said there's going to be new faces in there.
He's been a little bit more open this year, it feels like, about what the plans are.
And I think the other thing about, without getting into the whole draft for need versus draft for best player available, the general strategy for most people, I think, is you want to go into the draft where you don't feel like you have extreme needs. Because that's when you start making stupid decisions, too.
You're not pigeonholed. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, what did you think of these quotes from Blue Jays hitting coach David Popkins to MLB.com's Keegan Matheson about the Astros' handling of Jesus Sanchez when they picked him up at the trade deadline last year? And I'll read the quotes here for those of you who haven't seen these. But Jesus Sanchez, of course, traded to the Blue Jays a few days back for Joey Loperfido. It did not go well for Jesus Sanchez after coming to Houston at the trade deadline last year. He was a guy who had some pop when he was with the Marlins, but he was just a liability in the field, and certainly at the plate he did not make up for it. This is what Popkins said. Sanchez went over to Houston, and they had some ideas for him to change some things, and I think they didn't quite resonate with his personality and who he is as a hitter. It kind of went more towards weakness prevention than his strengths, so we're shifting him back more towards we want you to do what you do well. We're just trying to see him have rhythm again and get his swing off. We're excited, end quote.
I would have been super flummoxed by this or annoyed if the Astros hadn't gotten rid of their hitting coaches, Alex Cintron and Troy Snitker. I actually started feeling bad for Cintron and Snitker just because they've taken a beating in the last 9 months or so.
They have.
There was an article about Alex Bregman arriving in Boston and hitting coaches showing him some things that he hadn't realized, some flaws that he had to fix, and Bregman just gushed about how much of a help they've been to him. If Snitker and Cintron were still there, I'd be like, what? Okay, here we go. So you guys are still just going to roll with this. I have to give credit to the Astros for moving on, and we'll see exactly how much of a difference perhaps that the new hitting coaches can make.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no, you're right. That part makes me feel better that the people taking the criticism aren't in the building at least.
Yeah.
It would have been a much more interesting quote from Popkins if they were in the building still. That would.
Well, I guess you could, if you want to get agitated about it, you could say, okay, how come it took you guys this long to realize that something had fallen off on the hitting coaching side of things?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. Sometimes guys just either there's stagnancy or they kind of get in a rut, or maybe they have blind spots they didn't realize. Those guys were also part of creating some of the best offenses in baseball.
Yeah.
But it helped that they had some really good hitters too.
Yeah. I look at George Springer and Carlos Correa and Alex Bregman. I'm like, man, Snitker made those guys, man. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some. There's always
Snitker.
that coach that like tries to jump in and claim that they. It'd be like if Bruce Arians tried to take credit for Tom Brady.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I'll tell you what. That really taught him a bunch of stuff that he hadn't realized, and finally we got a good effort out of him.
I thought the headline for that story was a little more sensational than what the actual story was. In the end, like what Popkins said there, I'm like, okay, yeah, like he's just giving an assessment of a guy they just got in a trade, more or less.
I don't know, and I mean, it is still something you wouldn't necessarily hear from. He is taking shots at other coaches.
That is true.
Even though they're not currently with the Astros, he is taking a shot at other individual coaches, which you don't usually see.
No, and I don't know. Have those guys
Baseball needs more of this.
Have those guys landed jobs? Do we know? Snitker and Cintron?
They did.
That would make it a little worse if they were actually still unemployed and he's throwing shots at them. Be like, hey, man, come on. I'm trying to feed my kids here.
Yeah, Snickers with the Mets.
Okay. Cintron?
I always have to respell his name because I spell it wrong.
Yeah.
He's currently with the Rangers.
Okay, so they got jobs.
Yeah.
All right. Hopkins is not. I'm going to say I determine not out of bounds with what he said right there. They're employed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. We'll get to the Rockets in headlines. We got some Texans news from yesterday. We got a little NFL news that we'll get to as well. All kinds of stuff. We've got more Combine. Top of the hour, Seth has procured more quotes from the Combine. These coaches and GMs speaking at the Combine this year are awesome.
Some emerging superstars.
Yeah,
as well.
Combine's new Radio Row, man. We'll get to the good stuff at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Hey, get to the good stuff with your retirement plans by calling.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, I've got the base power text line up and running now. Thank you to our producer, Ben Gary, for giving me a workaround to my current solution. Thank you, Ben, for that. Appreciate it.
Ben's so smart.
Ben's basically our help desk. Right. He's our help desk. He's our movie consultant.
Hey, also, Ben, I'll just do this on
He's our dear friend.
We've had requests from Brandy and other listeners to find the clip of Larry and Stafford explaining how to pronounce Bridgeland. I can do it. I can do it if it's not easy for you. I'll go back and find it. Larry and I having a discussion about how to pronounce Bridgeland.
I can tell you the date that it happened. I can tell you the segment it happened. Larry called in the last segment of the show on the Friday that Mike Toman joined us, whatever day that was. So it was a recent Friday. It was that was when that happened.
That'll be my project, and unless it's super easy.
When he explained how to pronounce Bridgeland, as if he were pronouncing it differently than we were. I'm like, dude, you said it the exact same.
No, he said Bridgeland. He said Bridgeland, L-A-N-D, and then I said, how do you pronounce the Woodlands?
Yeah.
And he said Woodlands, L-A-N-D.
That's what it was.
And he was dunking on me.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. I knew there was something where, like, you just pronounced it the same way we do. What are you talking about?
And I credit you for bringing up you and I had been discussing, like, well, how do you think they pronounce it? And I said, well, Pearland, Sugarland, and you brought up, well, what about the Woodlands?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me on that one.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
This all-important argument.
I used it then I turned the tables on Larry.
It's good. You can have it. That's fine. Yeah, I didn't put a patent on that argument.
Most people from Bridgeland have been saying whatever the hell you want.
Right. And that's what I liked about the community. That's a good segue into headlines, too, Seth. That's what I felt when I drove up to Bridgeland yesterday. This
place is not going to judge me. They're not going to say, tell you're not from around here.
Right.
Boy. Get out of here, Pendy.
As I pulled off on that Bridgeland Expressway exit off the Grand Parkway, I said, this is a place I can get with because they don't care how I pronounce Bridgeland, or Bridgeland. It don't matter. So anyways, the Toro District reveal was yesterday, and it was quite the ceremony, man. The Texans did it first class, as they always do with stuff like this. If you haven't looked at the renderings yet of what the new Texans headquarters in the surrounding area are going to look like, I would say go out of your way to find them. They're pretty cool. And it gets me pretty juiced up for when 2029 gets here for the actual opening of that part of Harris County. 175,000 square foot headquarters, which will include practice facilities, locker rooms, business ops, football ops, everything. They're going to have a 150,000 square foot field house, which has the capability of holding 3 flag football fields, 21 volleyball courts. They can do events in there that hold up to 16,000 people. 3 big outdoor football fields that are very evident on the overhead renderings that they've done of the area. It looks amazing. It's going to look amazing. It's going to be amazing. It was a really cool ceremony yesterday. And there's going to be a lot of people that work for the Texans, I would imagine, that are moving out that way because it is a haul from where I would imagine a lot of folks live right now.
It's a bit of a haul, yeah. And a lot of guys now already live in places where it's kind of a haul even into NRG, and then it's going to be a longer haul up that way.
Yep.
How does they have look, the players and coaches, they make good coin, no big deal.
Yeah.
There's probably some. It's nice that some of the actual employees, office employees, have a 3-year lead on this.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, maybe you got kids in school or whatever. Yeah. You got to try to make a decision on when to move up there.
We can talk more about that later on in the show, but I did think about something you say a lot when we talk about how big Houston is, which is just like everything is at least 20 or 25 minutes away, right? And so the Houston is one of the rare cities that your parents could get a job change that technically is still in Houston.
Yeah.
And you literally have to think about moving because of the commute.
That's weird.
Right?
But also the one thing that changes, it just warps your perception of time and commutes in Houston is where I grew up, if we went into the city, that was like a big deal.
You went into the city.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. I don't know. We're going to go all the way into the city.
Yeah.
And then now every time I go home and I go from my mom's house and make that huge 15-minute journey into the city.
Yeah.
I'm like, I still think of it that way.
You do?
I got to go all the way into the city.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I might have to drive. In Houston, I might have to drive a half hour to go two miles to get to the store.
It's true.
And it's no big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
That's what you're used to. Yeah, that's what you're used to. Let's get to the other headlines real quick. Rockets beat the Kings last night like a drum. Beat them by 31, 128-97. The big story in this game is that Reed Sheppard got the start in place of Amen Thompson and hopefully gave Ime Udoka plenty to think about in terms of what Reed Sheppard's minutes look like when the Rockets are at full strength, because he was outstanding last night. Shot 7 of 16 from 3. Was the floor general out there at times. Did a nice job out there last night. Alperen Şengün, that was good to see. He had a triple-double last night. They beat up on a bad team. But Seth, they beat up on a bad team in a way that doesn't have me coming away angry. They didn't turn the ball over 26 times.
The Utah game was frustrating because you saw exactly what we've seen all season. It's okay, you've got better players. You can play horrible basketball and you're gonna beat those bad teams. But this is exactly the kind of game that if you had played it against one of the better teams in the league, this is the Utah game we're talking about. Right. You would have fallen apart. Last night felt more like, oh, okay, yeah. Now just do that against a tougher level of competition, and maybe we got something here.
That's right. So they have a back-to-back. They're in Orlando tonight. Game tips off at 6:30. It's an Amazon game. Tips off at 6:30 in Orlando. They're on a little mini 3-game road trip now. The Rockets. Astros yesterday beat the Marlins 4-1. The good news here is that Hunter Brown looked like Hunter Brown. Pitched a couple shutout innings. We get our first look at Tatsuya Imai in a game situation today, Seth.
What time?
Probably at noon, I would guess. That's when the game, that's typically when the games start. And equally interesting to me, Lance McCullers tomorrow. Lance McCullers' first start with a full, normal offseason to be a major league pitcher, not rehabbing an injury like he's been the last few years.
You and I are on different ends of the spectrum when it comes to reading into spring training results. You like to live and die by them. Okay. I try to be like a nerdy baseball dude. It's like whatever, these guys aren't game planning for him, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I'm going to allow myself to get excited about a really good Lance McCullers performance.
Okay. Yeah, I will too. Well, here's the thing about that is that the part that I do buy into, and this I know this probably stems from my Jason Alexander take from a day or two ago.
It stems from a long-standing dynamic that we have here.
No, but I understand the dynamic of spring training where guys are working on things. Like I give guys a pass sometimes that they're working on things. I just feel like when you're a guy who's battling for a roster spot, and you go out there and you get shelled, you were Jason Alexander's out there throwing his best stuff.
And you're facing a lot of single-A guys and college kids and all that. Yeah.
You're absolutely right about if we had to pick between the two of us who takes it more or less seriously, it's probably me that buys into it more.
Yeah, but I'm the annoying one, though. I am the one. There's nobody more annoying than the baseball people that try to act like nothing ever matters ever.
That's true.
Casual. Well, you're casual. Broke his ankle. That's no big deal. It's easy to play left field with a broken ankle. Everybody knows that.
Hey, one other thing just to touch on real quick. The Commanders, it was announced yesterday, Seth, are going to be hosting a game in London at Tottenham Hotspur next season.
Tottenham Hotspur.
The Texans have a road game on the schedule against the Commanders.
And they did a little teaser that shows that their opponent is going to have red, white, and blue jerseys.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I believe I saw that from an official account somewhere.
Okay.
So immediately you wonder, so it'll be one of their home opponents, right?
Washington's home opponents,
And the red, white, and blue teams could really just it would be the Texans.
Yep.
They don't play the Bills. Oh, the Giants.
Okay.
They do play the Giants.
Boy, would they send an NFC East game over to London?
Because they sent aren't the 49ers playing in NFC West?
Yeah, they are, but the NFC East hits different. Like a Washington, like a Commanders Giants. It's one thing for a Rams home game to get sent over there. Yeah. I mean, even Puka Nacua even said in an interview, it's not a big deal that we're getting a home game. So we'll have more people rooting for us in Australia than we will in L.A.
If that graphic was correct, then the Giants and the Texans would be the two options there.
I think there's zero chance they're sending a Giants-Commanders game over there, but I may be wrong. That feels like those NFC East games feel like those are ones that are going to stay here.
Well, yeah, and that's one that would upset the
Commander fans would be pissed.
Yeah, it would upset the Commander fans. Yeah, especially when they got a chance to beat up on the Giants.
That's right.
So we're saying maybe a really good chance that it's the Texans.
Hey, we need to go. We need to go.
If what I saw was an accurate and not a fraudulent account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, hey, quick reminder that we're going to be giving away rodeo tickets again today to Creed. More Creed tickets today, baby. March 11th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Cook-off starts tonight, man. Rodeo season is here. Your shot at 4 tickets coming up in the next hour. Best audio of the Combine from yesterday, including some hilarious Robert Saleh, some Mike Vrabel. We'll weave our Texans angles into all this stuff, but there's some good stuff, man, coming out of Indianapolis over the last couple days. Stay there.
Hey, there's some good stuff going on at Underdog.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message, base power text line. Toro District will become the Astrodome 2.0 if the Texans don't win anything. Disagree. It's going to be a huge commercial district up in a very affluent neighborhood. It's going to do plenty of business, I promise you. Yeah.
I don't understand exactly how any of that is. That's not even apples to oranges. It's
right.
like apples to kumquats.
Exactly. That person needs to be exposed. You're lucky I don't give your phone number out over the air, sir or ma'am.
I don't. No, I'll tell you one thing. Where the Falcons have their facility up in Flowery Branch, Georgia, I'm just thinking of these far-flung. No. That's a horrible comparison.
Yeah.
Even if the Texans go 0-17 for the next 5 years, that doesn't change anything about the fact that that's where their headquarters will be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it doesn't change the fact that there's other. The Astrodome 2.0 means it's just going to turn into this just decaying thing up there, and it's an entire business community that's going to be right in the heart of a neighborhood that's got a lot of money up there.
Right. No, and I'm saying like the Astrodome is vacant. That's okay.
This is a generally negative person who's like, well, they lose.
No. But
everything
they
sucks.
They need to understand how stupid it is because it doesn't. Are the Bengals now? Do the Bengals not have a facility that they work out of anymore? They do have a facility that they work out of, even though they haven't had a whole lot of success as a franchise.
Right.
The Buffalo Bills, for the 20 years that they didn't make the playoffs, they still had a facility that they had. They weren't homeless. Yeah. So it won't be vacant as long as they're actually in the NFL, where nobody struggles financially.
It's right. So let's get to the audio from the Combine here. Let's get to this. And this is stuff that you pulled from yesterday.
Oh yeah. So this is so the audio is from. It's not just audio from yesterday. It's over from however long they've been here.
Yeah.
This is all stuff that's happened over the last couple days.
And some of it's podium, and some of it's sit-down interviews, and all kinds of good stuff.
But this was on the Pat McAfee show. This is just simply Robert Saleh talking about the influences 8 kids have on his life.
How many kids again?
8. 8 blessings. Man.
Jeez. Still going?
Holy. She gets me when I'm sleeping. Not a bad deal.
Oh. So
we got some personality in the AFC South.
So his inhibitions are down a little bit? Like, is that what he's saying? Like,
No, he's thinking, I don't want to get graphic here. No, when he's the joke is that she just not as in when he's sleeping. She
just hops aboard. Yeah. I got you. You know how sometimes when you wake up you're a little groggy and your judgment's not all there. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I know how it works, Seth. All right.
Sometimes there's
I know
an
what
ambient effect or something.
Yeah. I just mean like you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, all right, let's go. All right.
Yeah. At some point, I don't know if you're. Is he going to stop, you think? They might have gone on longer on it. Is
he going to stop at 8 kids?
How many kids does Rivers have?
10.
Is he done?
Who knows, man? He's got some young ones. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, a legitimate follow-up question is, have you gotten fixed? Are you going to get a vasectomy?
It's always interested me just with coaches. That people talk all the time about how much time they miss with their family and everything. I almost feel like the more kids you have, the more you're helping out by just keeping the kids entertained and everything. And they'll have dad might not be around as much as you'd like, but at least you're around a whole bunch of family all the time.
Dude, if I had 8 kids, I would be spending 20 hours a day at the office.
Well, that's where
this Saleh is the hardest worker I've ever seen.
That is one thing that makes it such a rare situation with D'Amico. It's that not only is it rare for a player to go back and be the head coach of the team he played for, but also that his wife is from Houston.
Yeah.
So when he comes here, it's not – a lot of times his coaches, their families are nomads, and you're moving around, and, okay, maybe some of the other coaches' wives will make friends with your wife and everything, but that might only last 2 or 3 years, where as a head coach that has to spend a lot of time at the office, it's nice when you actually have the grandparents and everybody here and all of that. That's a thing that a lot of head coaches don't have.
D'Amico's wife and family have plenty of other people that can entertain them other than D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
It is. You're right. That's a nice dynamic. All right, so there's multiple Vrabels here. I'm excited about this.
Do you remember in the Broncos game, I think it was, when Vrabel was trying to drain clock and he had a couple of defensive linemen come onto the field real slowly?
Yeah.
Because they are allowed that extra time to get onto the field.
If the offense makes a sub, then they get time to make a sub.
So Chris Sims pointed that out.
Yep.
I'm amazed by your game management.
Okay.
Right, and we talk about that a lot. During the AFC Championship game, and I think one of the most underrated plays of all of the playoffs is you with the slow substitution.
Well, that's not slow. That's not deemed slow.
Okay. I know it's not.
That's in a timely manner.
Right. Okay.
That's
okay.
Well, they're defensive linemen. Like how fast you want them to run out there. The field's snowy. They could slip. They could injure themselves. So they want to make sure that the footing was accurate.
That's the first time I've heard him speak full of crap. This is the first time I've ever heard you speak full of crap.
Hey, man.
That's the first time you've ever heard Vrabel say something sarcastic.
Where have you been?
What are you talking about?
Where have you been? That's a hilarious answer, by the way.
Vrabel, and I think, so when Vrabel is talking about that, I think about the Texans' game management issues, and some of that comes back to, man, Vrabel has been a head coach for a long time now, and for a few years longer than D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if Vrabel would have had the presence of mind to be doing that early in his career, and it doesn't sound like the most ingenious thing ever. But Vrabel's done a lot of really impressive. game management
Vrabel's been doing it. Remember there was the game, might have even been against Belichick, I think, where he was just letting the clock. He was taking penalties intentionally because the clock kept starting after the penalties. To drain clock.
That's one of the little areas that hopefully this year, I mean, remember, D'Amico came in that first year. We were actually really impressed with how good the game management was in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it wasn't an issue.
These last couple of years, it felt like things have frayed a little bit, and there's just way more curious things happening.
Especially end of half.
This one, have you listened to this next one yet?
I haven't listened to any of these.
Okay, so Vrabel was asked about spending in free agency, and he went full Carlos Correa.
If I shop at Neiman Marcus or Nordstrom or something, I've gotten to the point now in my life where if I want something, I can usually buy it.
Yeah. If I want to shop at Neiman Marcus or Nordstrom.
The Dior store?
Yeah.
He made it.
Play it again. You were still talking.
Sorry about that.
If I shop at Neiman Marcus or Nordstrom or something, I've gotten to the point now in my life where if I want something, I can usually buy it.
Yeah.
I go to the mall and I go to the Dior store and I want something, I get it.
Yeah. And that's what Carlos was talking about, free agency.
Mm-hmm, he was.
And likewise, Vrabel was talking about free agency.
Yeah.
And I got to think that somehow that either consciously or subconsciously that was inspired by Carlos Correa.
That was full Carlos right there, man. He went with Neiman Marcus and Nordstrom's was the other one?
Nordstrom, yeah.
I mean, those are nice stores too. Carlos in the Dior store. When I was in Chicago like a month ago, I'm walking around downtown Chicago, and I walked past a Dior store, and I just chuckled. Thought about Carlos. I'm like, it's Carlos' store right there.
Is Dior's more high-end than Neiman Marcus?
I think it is, yeah.
Well, Neiman Marcus is more just like a high-end department store,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Whereas Dior is specifically Dior stuff. Okay.
Right.
Just tell how.
Neither of us. You and I were praising Target the other day.
There's a fashionistas right here.
You and I were like, the T-shirts at Target are really cool.
The one more from Vrabel. This is Vrabel on his good friend Arthur Smith coaching at Ohio State, where Vrabel, of course, is an alum and also coached for a spell.
Well, Arthur's a friend, so I talk to him, often. Got a lot of respect for him as a coach, but not only that, as a person and as a friend. So for all the Ohio State fans, I guess we have somebody to complain to if they don't score 50 points a game like every other Buckeye fan does. So,
shots fired.
Shots at Buckeye fans.
Yeah, no kidding.
We got to listen in on Columbus radio today and see if they're taking that in good spirits or if they're feeling put out.
Hey, you know what? If it's not a topic, I might need to call in and act like an Ohio State fan. Just say, did you all hear what Vrabel said?
Yeah.
I should do that today.
What does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
Columbus.
Never won a national championship with us as a player. Come in, gloms on to Urban Meyer, tries to take credit for those. Yeah.
And then says we're being too picky because we want 50 points a game.
Yeah. Wait,
right.
did they win? Vrabel didn't win a championship as a player,
I don't remember. I don't even remember when he was there.
That
I think
would have been 97,
he was there. That was like John Cooper.
It was like 96, 97,
He
98.
definitely didn't win one because John Cooper took all sorts of heat for not winning national championships. Yeah.
Okay, this has been one of the most unexpected surprises. I've listened to Todd Monken before in interviews and been impressed by him. Todd Monken, new coach of the Browns.
Yeah.
And I always thought, I've seen interviews where I was really impressed with his philosophy and his thought processes and everything, but he showed a lot of personality. And this is Todd Monken on a gift that he got from one Shedeur Sanders.
In fact, for my birthday, I got this package. I thought it was for my wife. It's like this package, and opens it up. It's like this porcelain, like horse head. And it's from Shedeur. He sent me a gift on my birthday. And I asked him, I said, what was the meaning? He said, well, I just really liked it. He said, I got myself one. I said, well, great.
Okay, what is our takeaway on that? I mean, it's hilarious.
My immediate thought was, man, I feel like people from our generation hear you got a horse head as a gift, and it's a warning from the mob.
Feels like a message. Yeah.
Did he wake up with it in his bed?
Right. With ketchup poured on it to simulate the blood. Yeah. The other part of it, and
I was impressed by Shedeur.
Yeah.
If Shedeur is one of these people that's just a prodigious gift giver and is just always giving people birthday gifts, if he doesn't give gifts out a bunch and he's just kissing up to his coach, then I'm let down by him.
Yeah.
But I feel like Shedeur, this might be one of those things about Shedeur that people don't want to believe or wouldn't know, is that, oh yeah, he's actually like very thoughtful and writes handwritten letters to people. Who knows?
Right. Like, the general reports on Shedeur is that he's a very positive energy person behind the scenes.
Yeah. You don't hear teammates complaining about him or anything like that.
At all. And so that's what I want to know. That's a question for Shedeur. If anybody's listening who happens to be going to a press conference where Shedeur Sanders is going to be, ask him, are you one of those people that has people's birthdays as part of their contact in your iPhone? Yeah. You know, I the only people I have birthdays for in my iPhone are people who actually put their own birthday into their contact. You know, that gets, because I don't put it in there myself. And they shoot me their contact info. If the birthday's in there, it shows up. But
I might have to send you a porcelain horse head for your birthday. I can get a ceramic one at Home Depot for $38.
Okay.
You might have to. Oh, that's wood. I can get one on Temu for $5.30.
I feel like that's the one that I'm getting, Ben. I'm getting the Temu porcelain head.
I think that you could give a porcelain Temu, a Temu porcelain horse head to somebody, and people would think, like who sends a cheap porcelain horse head to anybody? You're just going to assume this must be, what is it? Is this crystal, actually? I don't know.
I think at the very least we need one for the studio here. We need a porcelain horse head for the Sports Radio 610
We can go ahead
studio.
with our plastic trophy that we got from our listener.
Put it right next to it.
For the best radio show of
Payne and
2026.
Pendergast. Yep, Payne and Pendergast. All right, what else you got here, Jukebox?
Okay. Let's set this up. You guys all remember when we were wondering if Kenneth Walker would get franchise tagged or not? And at the Seahawks Super Bowl parade, John Schneider, the GM, said this.
Ken Walker being the MVP? Let's go! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird.
Anyway, and Kenneth Walker kind of gave a weird look at the time.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker looked very uncomfortable with that.
And since then, it's emerged that Kenneth Walker will likely be a free agent. Here's John Schneider explaining that comment at the parade.
I kind of lost it at the I got nervous at the talking in front of all those people today, and Ken's like, what are you talking about? We weren't, I totally made that up. Like, I just lost it.
He just made it up.
He just... John Schneider has definitely screamed the words, we're going streaking at some point, right?
Yes. Go back and watch his podium appearance. He is like your next door neighbor, like your cool next door neighbor.
Yeah.
You're just like the kind of guy that's like, yeah, go swim in the pool whenever you want. Yeah, just I got a bunch of beer in the cooler.
Right.
Sure, man.
He's one of those guys, like at the Super Bowl when he made it down to the sideline at the end of the game, he was in a sport coat. He's one of those guys that's like, wow, He's got a sport coat in his closet? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, right? He's a T-shirt and he flip-flops with his jeans and everything else.
Just very laid back.
Very laid back.
This is, I put this one in here just because I think it'll annoy you. This is on the Pat McAfee show, Mike McDaniel talking about his enthusiasm level.
I'm invigorated. I'm juiced up. I'm firmly aware that nobody has it better than us, and I'm living that way every day.
Yeah. So, obvious reference to Jim and John Harbaugh's. Who's got it better than us? Nobody.
Yeah.
It is an interesting blending of personalities, like McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh.
Totally interesting. And I think I am less annoyed by Mike McDaniel as an offensive coordinator because I think that's a job that he is probably going to be good at and deserves, whereas I thought from jump that it was going to be dicey as a head coach because he doesn't come across as very presidential. I thought that from the beginning, and when things got really bad with the Dolphins, I thought it exacerbated it. It got worse. His whatever leadership chops he has got worse as the Dolphins got worse. So I feel vindicated with that, but I don't mind Mike McDaniel as an OC. That's fine.
It's also really
call your little
from,
plays and do your
from
thing.
Jim Harbaugh's perspective, because Greg Roman had been the only offensive coordinator he'd had in the NFL.
That's right.
So much different personalities, but that doesn't matter all that much. But different philosophies too.
Yep.
So that part. I guess I think it would be annoying to you because it means something having to do with Justin Herbert.
I hadn't even thought about that. But the three of those guys, Harbaugh, Herbert, and McDaniel together. And the Texans play them this year in L.A.
In L.A. again. Boy, they've been out there a bunch.
Yeah.
They've been to that stadium a bunch in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
All right, this is relevant to the Texans just in that I believe Bill Cowher was talking to Vrabel about being a first-time coordinator. That's what and I didn't see what the actual question was, but this is in the context of this answer. And I don't know if this came up on my timeline yesterday. I don't know if Cowher is doing this interview remotely. This might have been from the playoffs, but whatever.
Who cares?
I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
So here is Vrabel on being a first-time coordinator, and recall that his first time as a coordinator was with the Houston Texans.
I think the first year you think, oh man, we're going to have some great scheme, and it's all about scheme. It's not about scheme. It's about figuring out and making decisions that are best for the team, trying to gain a personal touch. It's about the players, holding each other accountable. Those are things that win, not plays, and it's all about the players.
So
they hardly won at all the year he was a coordinator.
Yeah, and they had a bunch of injuries. But were you doing the post game in 2017?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when Seth on a mobile called in? I did. I called. I remember. I was driving. I remember this so well.
Okay.
Because it was after Mike Vrabel's first game as a defensive coordinator. And
that would have been the Jacksonville season opener that
year.
Yeah.
And I remember driving home, and I'm like, I'm going to call the post game show.
Yep.
So it was Seth on a mobile.
Yep.
Was it you and Cecil, or was it you?
It would have been me and Ted.
You and Ted.
Yeah.
And my big point was. I was surprised because this was a classic first-time coordinator game. He was trying to do all these different looks, different fronts, different personnel packages, guys running in and out.
Yeah.
And I've been a part of those efforts before. I've seen them before. And I was shocked that Vrabel succumbed to it.
Yeah.
Because he'd seen other guys try and mess up and do all of that. But there's something about the allure of being a whiteboard genius. And this is one of those, I rail against it all the time because it's true. And I was excited to hear Vrabel say it.
Yeah.
Because Vrabel knows it.
Yep.
And Vrabel succumbed to it. There's just this allure where you want to be the architect of everything. And you want to put every idea that you've ever had right out there on film. We saw it with Bobby Slowick in the first game versus the Ravens for C.J. Stroud. They're doing all this pre-snap motion and everything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got a rookie quarterback. You got all these guys who their first year in the system, and it's just I don't know what's to be done about it other than I think it's one of those things you just got to go through.
Yeah.
Some guys just they refuse to believe that no, it's all about simplicity and execution, and then we build on that.
For at the time for it to have moved you enough to actually pick up the phone and call the post-game show
Yeah.
And then for you, 9 years later, to hear Vrabel say that had to be pretty wild yesterday.
I felt redemption.
I don't blame you for putting this audio into this segment right here.
I would have to ask.
Combine be damned.
This is not my ego getting involved or anything.
Oh.
Maybe a little bit, but I'm genuinely curious, just because a lot of coaches do listen to the post-game show, and I wonder if Vrabel was listening to the post-game show there. And I would say if he did, I'm guessing that he would have said, "Yep." It's true. Like I feel like because it's something that. Like, obviously he knows it now, and Vrabel's not, as much as he's kind of a cocky swagger dude.
Yep.
I think he's pretty humble about beating himself up too.
Yeah, they got smoked that day. 29-7, if I recall, was the final score.
Yeah.
They replaced their quarterback, Tom Savage, at halftime with Deshaun Watson, you recall.
Do we have time to hear Chris Ballard's
It's a
update
long
on
segment,
Anthony
Seth.
Richardson's
We got time
health?
to do whatever the hell we want for the next 13 minutes.
So the report that we saw this week from somebody, I want to say it was Jordan Schultz, was that Anthony Richardson might be requesting a trade out of Indianapolis.
We definitely saw those reports. I don't remember.
Yeah, there were those reports. Chris Ballard, the GM of the Colts, was asked about, recall that Anthony Richardson had that broken orbital bone. And people were agitated because they felt like they saw him working out and they thought he should have been playing at the end of the season instead of Phillip Rivers. It turned out finally Anthony Richardson got up and said, I can't see so good right now.
Right.
I can basically see directly in front of me and nowhere else. So that part of it was put to rest at least. But we haven't really had an update on his health situation. This is Chris Ballard on Anthony Richardson's status right now.
Yeah, well, he's getting better. He just had I know he met with another specialist. He's getting better. He's been cleared to play football. I'm proud of Anthony, man. I mean, here's a guy that has had to deal with a lot of injury stuff that, happens. Unfortunate accident, with his eye. He doesn't win the job. Daniel wins the job. I think the one thing that I don't know if everybody appreciates about Anthony, I do, and I know some of his teammates do, is like he's a really good teammate. Positive, wants to do the right thing. So it's trending in the right direction. Still got a ways to go, but he's cleared to play, and the eye's getting better. So we'll just work from there.
Do you see a future for him in Indianapolis?
I see a future. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Kind of like with any player, you never know what's going to happen. And things change, but yeah, I mean, we like Anthony.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Anthony Richardson is he comes back from, it wasn't even technically a football injury. An exercise band broke and snapped into the socket, hit him in the eye.
Yeah.
And yet, that one, if that were a standalone incident, you'd say, okay, this guy he had really, really bad luck. He's just been so freakishly, consistently injured over and over again.
Yeah.
Remember, he had to leave a preseason game because he dislocated his finger.
Yep.
It's just there's always something with him, and his performance is degraded over time to the point where, I mean, his completion percentage has actually gone down as he's progressed through. He actually completed 59% of his passes in his rookie season, which is incredible now. Because he ended up having 47.7% in his second season.
Nobody tracks this closer than you, Seth C. Payne. You love tracking.
It's not really fair. He was at 50% this last year, but he only had 2 attempts on the season. So I think if there was ever a situation where, hey, change of scenery makes sense, that you maybe just got to just cut ties with him.
What would the trade market be for Anthony Richardson right now?
I don't know. What
would a team trade for him?
He's been injured every year since high school.
I can't imagine a team trading more than a day 3 pick for him right now.
No, it'd have to be some kind of a swap of some
like
sort. It might be a player for player thing.
Could be
with like a backup long snapper for Anthony Richards. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
But I just even if he had more promising performances and not just some highlight reel throws here and there.
Yeah.
You'd still be really, really concerned about the fact that he's made of glass. He's a porcelain horsehead, Sean.
He is a Shedeur Sanders purchased porcelain Temu horsehead. The best thing for Anthony Richardson might be just to stay in Indianapolis and see how this Daniel Jones injury situation plays out.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones ruptured his Achilles tendon. So I'm guessing he's not going to be back for stuff in the spring. Like Anthony Richardson might be able to get, not a leg up in the competition, because if they bring Daniel Jones back, he's going to get signed to a starter's wage. Daniel Jones isn't going to be the backup for $35 or $40 million. My guess is if they bring him back, it's on a 2 or 3 year deal for like $30 to $40 million a year, like a Sam Darnold kind of deal. So Anthony Richardson probably doesn't displace somebody who's getting paid like that. But if Daniel Jones' health isn't good, maybe Anthony Richardson is able to get in there and impress. And
that's a dicey situation right there. You got to have a third quarterback that you trust on the roster there.
Dicey for the Colts, yeah.
Yeah,
to have
because
those
you just
two
don't.
Guys.
You cannot go into any season
Riley
expecting
Leonard,
Anthony
Seth.
Richardson. What's that?
Riley Leonard.
Right. No, that might be it. He looked pretty damn good versus the Texans.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let's do Todd Monken again on Shedeur Sanders' playmaking ability.
Okay.
I think what you see is elite playmaking ability. That's in him. You've seen it. We've seen it. You saw it in college. You saw it on tape last year. Sure, there's a ways to go, but what rookie isn't? I mean, what first-year player doesn't have a long way to go? So I'm excited to get started with him and all of our quarterbacks and all of our players.
So I listened to this, and I'm trying to I spent too much time trying to get into the heads of Browns fans and thinking, okay, how are Browns fans probably taking all of this right now? And will this placate them the way that Todd Monken's been talking about Shedeur Sanders? And then I remembered if I were a Browns fan, nothing would placate me ever.
No.
It feels like Todd Monken really is at least trying to make it look like he genuinely is looking at this as an open competition at quarterback. Now, I know people that love Shedeur are going to feel like, well, if he's not committing to Shedeur, then he hates him. People that hate Shedeur are going to say, well, the fact that he's even talking about having him on the team make me angry. I really do respect Todd Monken as a coach, and I like his philosophy and everything. I think he's probably really consciously trying to go into this with an open mind and figure it out between now and September.
I think Deshaun Watson is going to be their starting quarterback this year.
I think I think
Deshaun Watson, because I know people are going to say, Sean, he was terrible when he was the starting quarterback for the Browns before he ruptured his Achilles tendon. Not once, but twice. I just think Shedor's not good either.
Well, the same excuses that you would make for Shedeur, you can make for Deshaun.
Yeah.
In terms of, okay, what did he have around him? What were the settings and everything? Now, because Deshaun's a veteran quarterback, should he have managed it and been better at it? Sure. But, yeah, it's just been such a quagmire that makes the most logical sense. But we're in the heads of Browns fans.
No. I get it. And trust me, Seth, I listen to Cleveland radio. I know how they feel about Deshaun. They are dreading. They are so much more excited up there about Shedeur Sanders than they are the notion of Deshaun Watson being their starting quarterback. All I'm saying is that team has a good enough defense to play the whole thing the Texans were trying to do in the playoffs, which is just don't screw it up, quarterback, and we can make it deeper. They have that good a defense up there, and I think even the version of Deshaun that they were getting in Cleveland in those 19 games that he started was probably better statistically and empirically than Shedeur Sanders was in his 7 starts.
Yeah.
And I think there's probably going to be a little bit of Deshaun that's out to prove things to people, maybe has a new lease on life, a new head coach, different voice in his ear, that kind of thing. I just think I'm not saying he's going to be good. I'm just saying I think Deshaun Watson's going to win that quarterback competition, and they're already paying him jillions of dollars. They're going to try to get something out of it.
This is how crazy the discourse around Shedeur is that I have no idea whether this person is trying to make an actual point or if it's sarcastic, because it's perfect sarcasm. But in this thread, and I looked at it, I think this guy is seriously making this case for Shedeur. So Shedeur's playing style, one of the things that he's got to iron out is, man, he will try to extend a play forever.
He'll run backwards to extend plays.
Yeah, it's a lot of rookie quarterbacks do that. Case Keenum used to do that.
Oh yeah.
And he ironed it out.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud would fall into it at times.
Yeah, at times.
So this guy is making the point that Shedeur wants to be a pocket quarterback, and he's working on it, and he knows it because of this. I watched him play in person. I was impressed with his insistence to throw from the pocket, get flushed out, slide back into the pocket, and throw. Sometimes he would return to the pocket 2 or 3 times before throwing. And I'm like, No,
talking about?
Returned? No, but that's what it looks like. There's somebody who would say, like, look at that. He's trying to get back to this pocket that had already broken down or something. That is what it looks like sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm going to run out. Where's the pocket? Over there. I'm going to run over to the pocket.
Sorry, fella. He's just running around.
I think he was making a serious point. He was returning to the pocket, Sean.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Brutal. Hey, be listening here in the next few minutes. We're going to be giving away those next set of Creed tickets for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I just got called. Where is it? Egocentric on the text page on the base power text line. Seth.
Why?
Well, because of the conversation that we were having about the new Toro district earlier in the show, which the Texans unveiled yesterday. Just catching up on the podcast from the first segment. You two like to say how far the Toro district is and say that it's 40 minutes. This seems a little egocentric. 40 minutes from where?
Yeah, that is egocentric.
What if you live in Tomball?
Right.
What if you live in Katy?
Yeah.
What if you live in Cypress? What if you live near Bear Creek Park? Then it's not bad at all, is it? No, it's not.
Right.
Am I being a little egocentric by not caveating that it's 40 minutes from me? Do I need to say that? 40 minutes from me.
Well, yeah, no, because if you make a blanket statement that it's a long way out, then, you're speaking through your lens.
Okay.
Yeah.
I live in Upper Kirby. It's 40 minutes from where I live.
Yeah.
How's that?
I think if it's going to be a lot closer for some people, and it's going to be a lot
point that I've
longer
made,
for
yes.
others.
Yeah,
the problem is, at the very least, when it's at the current location, that's centrally located. It's centrally located within the geography of Houston.
Yeah.
So, but for people that live down in Friendswood or something, or Galveston,
that's a haul.
It's a long, long, long haul. But it's a very, very short haul for people that live out that way in the Northwest.
Yeah, it evens out. And we said that when it got announced. The day it got announced a couple weeks ago, I said, you know what? This is a lot of people who are used to going to training camp, and it's a 10-minute drive. Now it's a 40-minute drive. But now there's a lot of people that go to training camp that live up in Cypress, maybe not go. They're going to go now, right?
We need to be more Cypress-centric now. We'll start talking about everything as Cypress is the – well, no, that doesn't work.
The nerve center?
No, yeah. You know what? I think you weren't being egocentric. You were being Houston-centric.
Yeah.
And which also coincides with you living almost dead center in the greater Houston area.
Well, and I would say, too, this is what this is my first thought when I read this text, is it's actually probably about 40 minutes from where people are used to going right now, which is the stadium. I think it probably takes – you just jump right on the loop. You go up, you get on 290 out to the Grand Parkway. I would bet that it's between 40 and 45 minutes from where the Texans currently are headquartered.
That's what you meant.
That's what
you were being stadium-centric,
That's what I meant,
Sean.
yes. Yeah.
You were being stadium-centric.
I was actually being fan-centric, okay?
Yeah.
Will there be – this is a good idea. I feel like this is a Payne and Pendergast big book of business idea somehow. Will there be a foul weather simulator facility at the Toro District?
Oh, Sean, I feel so stupid because we had that nice long interview with Nick, and I didn't ask him my question about practicing with wet footballs.
Oh, I knew there was something we forgot to ask him.
I feel like such a jerk, honestly, because I want to know. I do feel that this is one of CJ's weaknesses. That is something you can 100% work on, is throwing a wet football.
Yeah.
And how many are they taking conscious measures to handle that? Like, even if you're not anticipating rain, I feel like CJ should be out there throwing a wet football more often. It's not – people get so fixated on cold weather versus warm weather, and sometimes that's relevant. I think for CJ, it's way more about precipitation because we've seen him struggle with wet footballs in non-freezing situations.
Yeah, that would be amazing if in that new field house they're building, a 150,000 square foot field house, they could – just flip a switch and it's raining in there or it's snowing in there.
And make Harris County pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
we can do anything, right?
You know what I looked into the other day? I just wanted to double check. I thought that this was a myth, but the old myth that casinos pump oxygen into the room to keep people awake.
Oh, that's a myth?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay.
For one, highly flammable. Two,
really?
Yes. It makes things flammable, it makes things more combustible. So, no, that would be a big no-no from the fire code. Two, Physiologically, it's not even clear that would make that much of a difference. 3, the economics involved in pumping. Think about how big casinos are.
Oh, yeah.
Into pumping oxygen into something
that's
big.
pricey.
And you have to circulate the air a lot because the one thing they do have really good ventilation systems to keep the cigarette smoke moving through.
Yeah, that's true.
It all started from a book that somebody wrote in the 1970s about a casino where that was like one of the ploys in there because it seemed like it made sense. It just caught fire, became an urban
They do
legend.
keep it really cool in casinos
Yes,
to keep people.
they do that.
That they do. I know that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's give away some tickets to go see Creed at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo right now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to win 4 tickets to see Creed at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 11th. We're going to be giving away Chris Stapleton tickets in the final hour. So this is our last set of Creed tickets. In the 9 o'clock hour, Chris Stapleton tickets. How about that? Keep listening all day to win tickets. Listen to In the Loop. Listen to The Drive. They're going to be giving away tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo as well. Cook-off starts tonight, man. It is here. It is rodeo season in Houston. Mock draft injection time up next. Garrett Podol of CBSSports.com. Who does he have the Texans taking? And should the Texans be keeping an eye on a certain offensive tackle situation? It would definitely be an upgrade for this team. We will tell you what it is coming up next. Now, you want to upgrade your patio furniture or your barbecue.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. The combine is this week. If you're into watching the workouts, you'll have plenty to watch over the weekend out in Indianapolis at the combine. If you're into just the podium and the interviews and things like that, we just gave you a healthy dosage of it earlier in this hour. You can get that on the Rewind feature on the free Odyssey app or download the Payne and Pendergast podcast, which is one of the top 25 podcasts in the company right now, just so you know. All right?
Yeah, nationwide.
Nationwide, yeah.
Top 25 in Houston wouldn't be as impressive.
No, nationwide within the Odyssey family, so we're crushing it, man. Thanks to you, by the way, the listener, for downloading. I mean, we wouldn't be able to do that without people actually downloading the podcast. So,
oh, yeah, and thanks to people who left a review.
Oh, yeah.
After we asked them to a few weeks ago.
Especially the 5-star reviews. Our thanks goes down with each star.
I didn't see any ever since we asked for reviews the one time, I didn't see any non-5-star reviews.
That's good. That's good.
Usually I would have noticed with podcasts is it's a 5-star or it's a 1-star.
Yeah.
People are either
A's
like
or
when
F's.
I look through reviews and
Which
everything.
is what I want. Clarity. Yeah.
People are only moved to review a podcaster if they really like the podcaster or if they despise them.
That's right. I don't want the murkiness of 3 stars. I like either a 5 or a 1, all right?
Yeah.
More 5s, please. All right, let's do the mock draft injection. Garrett Podol of CBSSports.com. He's one of their many NFL writers. He is the latest from CBSSports.com to put out a mock draft. As always, we start with the Texans with the 28th pick in the draft. I think most Texan fans will be happy at least about the position they go with here. The Houston Texans select Blake Miller, offensive tackle from Clemson, who we talked about earlier this week. He's played a lot of football at Clemson. Is this the guy who played the most snaps ever in Clemson football history?
He's played 50. He's had 54 career
That's
starts.
him. Yep.
Yeah.
That's him. That's him.
There are a lot of things about Blake Miller that scream Houston Texans. And most importantly, they scream swarminess.
Yeah.
They scream swarm.
Swarm.
Yeah.
Like what?
And what we've wanted is more offensive players that have that swarm ability that so many of the defensive players do. There was a quote from an anonymous scout that Lance put in his write-up of it, Lance Zerline. This is a quote. Tell me if this sounds like maybe a Will Anderson or Kamari Lassiter.
Okay.
It wasn't surprising that he played in Clemson's bowl game because he doesn't opt out of anything or miss any games, has a team-first mindset.
Oh, man.
Unquote.
Yep. They love this kid.
Also, he's played 54 games. We know Nick has talked about this, and he talked about it again at the Combine the other day, was they like guys who have played a lot of college football.
That's right.
It's, obviously they'll draft guys, based on a couple of years if that's what they have. But as a scout, it's always nice to have a long, solid body of work because A, you get better, and B, maybe you can be sure that it wasn't just a flash in the pan.
Yep. Would you? So he's average. This would be according to the average mock draft on the consensus mock draft pages. This would be overdrafting him a little bit. He's going at number 36 in the average mock draft. Would you like this pick if the Texans pick Blake Miller?
I don't know if I would dislike it. I would be surprised because the way this mock draft lays out, and you had pointed this out, there's still good offensive. There's still other good prospects or highly rated prospects on the board at this point, and that seems like the classic scenario where Nick would trade down.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I like these 3 offensive tackles. Proctor and Lomu are still on the board.
Yep.
And we like Blake Miller. We've got them all in the same bucket. We're going to trade back a few and see what's there with the second pick in the second round.
Yeah, and 28's an interesting spot. I had kind of predicted last year what actually happened. I thought the Texans, when they were sitting at 25, I had said before the draft, like, man, and I think Jackson Dart was the name I brought up. I'm like, man, if he slips there, some team that may have a high grade on Jackson Dart might slide back into the first round, and the Texans might be open for business there because we knew that Nick likes to trade back. He had done it the year before and going back and getting Kamari Lassiter at 42. I think the same thing could be in place this year if, Ty Simpson would probably be that name. Ty Simpson is sort of this year's Jackson Dart, which is, they're not similar playing styles, but they're similar in terms of the grade where they're a borderline first and second round pick. If some team likes Ty Simpson enough, I would imagine that they would view that the teams would view the Texans as a store that is definitely open to move out of 28 and move back into the 30s.
And whenever anybody trades up for a quarterback, you generally get a better haul. Yeah, like they did with Jackson Dart. That ended up working out in terms of Jimmy Johnson draft points and everything.
That's right.
Worked out better for the Texans than the Giants.
Yep. What do you make, as long as we're talking about tackles, what do you make of what's going on in San Francisco right now with the smoke about Trent Williams being a possible cap casualty? He's got a cap hit of $39 million coming up for this season, which is a lot for a left tackle. They're trying to work something out. John Lynch is saying they're hoping to work something out.
I would love to have Trent Williams here for the right price. If they have, it's likely going to be a trade of some sort. Then the question is, okay, what kind of a contract does Trent Williams have?
Right.
Trent Williams, to me, feels like the type of player that would love what Danielle Hunter got from the Texans, which was Danielle Hunter got a 2-year deal that was basically 100% guaranteed.
Yep.
And
then
Trent Williams,
got an extension on top of that.
And then got an extension, same thing, but just tacked on one more year.
Yep.
Where I could see Trent Williams at this point, he's almost 40, he's 37 years old, I believe.
Yeah, he is.
That if he gets guaranteed money, that he doesn't feel any pressure to play any longer than he wants to. So that when he's 39, he can retire if he wants, or maybe he reworks the deal. I think he would probably love that. I think he still lives in Missouri City.
He's got a house here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think he has to worry about traveling up to the Toro District 4
He
years
will probably
from now.
not be a player who's still playing. And in 2020, who knows? Andrew Whitworth could be an Andrew Whitworth situation.
Yeah.
Right? Plays till he's 40.
The only hang up here, I guess, would be, all right, are you moving Ariante Ursery over to right tackle?
Yeah, the churn that it causes.
Yeah, and somebody made a good point. I pointed this out on X yesterday, and somebody said, well, yeah, but Seth, are we overthinking this? You can bring in a really good player, one of the best offensive tackles in the league still at his age.
Absolutely.
Are we overthinking this? And I said maybe a little bit, but he tried to make the comparison to Kevin Durant. Like, hey, you have a chance to get Kevin Durant on your team. That's apples to oranges just because Kevin Durant, as a basketball player, has way more impact on a team than any non-quarterback will have on a football team.
No question.
So you can be aggressive in other ways that also still allow you to keep Ariante Ursery there and developing at left tackle.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't if that was one of the best options, I wouldn't let it be a barrier. I would say, yep, great. You know what? Ariante Ursery can play right tackle. We put Titus Howard at left guard. We got Trent Williams at left tackle. Then, and you're taking a little bit of a flyer on Ariante Ursery at right tackle, but I still very, very much like his upside.
I do too. Yeah, I guess that would be the other question. Would be, what is the method of procurement? Like, are the Niners going to cut him? And if they cut him, then he's a free agent, and then that could get. That there could be a bidding war for him. Or does Nick do that thing where he's talking to teams, hey, we're going to cut this guy. Here's a draft pick instead. Right. Give him to us. And then the Texans are on the hook for about $30 million.
I think Trent Williams is still so good that he ends up getting traded.
Yeah.
I don't think there has to be a big dog and pony show but it's also one of those situations where Trent Williams can make us think about it. And like he's only going to, quote unquote, accept the trade to a team that's also probably going to take care of him financially.
Let's stick with that theme here in the next segment, trade possibilities, because there is a potential one at another position of need for the Texans. And Dan Graziano and Ben Solak have their top 15 trade candidates. The Texans are listed as a possible landing spot for two of these guys, one at a position of need and one at a position that would excite me that's not necessarily a big need. We'll tell you who those players are coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. This is what you need if you're thinking about building a
Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People like the Blake Miller idea, Seth. The texters like the idea of a big hoss of an offensive lineman with this text message says, knee braces, long hair, pale rosy skin. I feel like I should be reading this in my country voice. Kid has the makings of a 7-time Pro Bowler and a 10 to 13-year career.
I think for all the, as much as people want to focus on differences and things these days, one of my favorite things is, like, how many on social media, how many black men really want a big old white country boy offensive lineman? It's like one of the better cross-racial love fests.
Yeah.
So, like, give me a big old white boy with who packs a big dip. Poor hygiene, everything.
Sometimes stereotypes unite people, okay?
Joel, I told you, Arian Foster has an hilarious, I got to go find it, on his podcast. He did a hilarious thing about the different types of offensive linemen, and much of it involving race, but it was all, it's all
in good fun. Yeah, no question. Okay, we've fired around a lot of names for the Texans to target at running back, both in the draft and in free agency, potential trades, I guess we would add to this here. I'm not listening to this yet, but I do know this. The Detroit Lions are a team that is going to be – they're going to have a tough time figuring out the math of how they put this team together. And I know there's a notion that you can do anything with the salary cap. If you want to just push things into future years forever, you can –
and they say that despite every year teams having to make really hard decisions based on the salary cap.
Well, and look,
the fact of the matter is, what, when people say the cap is a myth, I think what they mean is that, like, the notion of a hard cap is a myth,
right?
Which is, of course, it is, because it's not like you can extend, you can maneuver, you can do all of these things. So you're not saying anything all that profound when you say the cap is a myth. Most people know that you can work. You can work around short-term issues by extending out into the future.
Sure. There is an endpoint, though, where if you drafted as well as the Lions have, ironically, a team that didn't make the playoffs this past year, but even Nick pointed this out in that audio we played last week of him talking about the ways. Oh, it was in response to Sarge asking about the window closing, and Nick brought up the Lions, and he said they've got 8 to 10 franchise-level players that they've been able to keep. Now, here's the thing. They've got a quarterback that's in that $50 to $60 million range in Jerrod Goff. They've got Aiden Hutchinson, who is among the most expensive at the next premium position, which the Texans are going to learn a little something about that in the next several weeks probably. That edge rusher when Will Anderson comes time to give an extension to. But they've drafted so well over the last few years. Like, they literally have a draft class that has Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch in it. I mean, those are 4 Pro Bowlers at their position.
And it's ironic because the Lions have been in this situation before, but it was when the team actually still sucked. They had somehow drafted they had Matt Stafford, they had Ndamukong Suh, and they had Calvin Johnson. But they weren't a good football team.
No, they were terrible.
And they had also drafted those guys under the old salary cap or under the old rookie cap.
Yeah.
So where they all had just ridiculously high figures and they couldn't but they weren't a good team. At least the Lions now are a good team
right.
that has this issue.
And those were all guys that were getting picked first or second in the draft. Like this, like Laporta was the 34th pick. You know, like they're doing some. Brian Branch was the 45th pick. Like they're nailing it in the first and second round. So there's going to be hard decisions to make here. You probably can't have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs in your backfield anymore.
Yeah, so there's been talk about David Montgomery potentially being either a cap casualty or more likely a trade piece. This was Brad Holmes, the GM of the Lions, speaking about David Montgomery at the Combine.
Obviously, look, we love David. He's a great player. We love to have him. Kind of want to put last year in the rear view and just move forward. But obviously, a player has to want to be at a certain place as well. So those conversations are still fluid, and then we'll just kind of see how it goes. I've had healthy dialogue with David at the end of the year, and I've had healthy dialogue with his agent.
Okay.
That sounds like somebody who's going to get traded.
Yeah, traded or cut. I would take David Montgomery on this team in a second.
Yeah.
I would take but he is at that level for me where I would take David Montgomery, and I still wouldn't be afraid to draft a running back with one of those 2 second-round picks either.
No, and it feels simple and easy because this is exactly the combination that we talked about when the Texans drafted Woody Marks. We said, oh, wow, Joe Mixon and Woody Marks could be kind of like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
That slightly different body types and running styles and all of that, and it's perfect. And I think, oh, okay, well, let's just take the actual David Montgomery. And then you cut Joe Mixon and then still potentially draft somebody, sure.
Yeah.
But I would feel comfortable with that.
I would too.
I would feel comfortable with that if they get the offensive line right. Because that's, I don't know. I'm not convinced that if Joe Mixon had been on the Texans this year, that the running game still would have been something to feel really, really good about. Because the offensive line wasn't quite there either. Certainly not in the level of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
When you watch the Detroit Lions offensive line, those guys know what the hell they're doing.
Yep.
That is an impressive group. It's well coached. They've got good individual players. The Texans were not nearly as good as the Detroit Lions offensive line.
No, God, no. Not in the same universe. So David Montgomery intrigues me. I'll add him to the list.
We've talked a lot about, by and large, most Texans fans say, okay, we need an offensive line, we need running back. The other part of that dynamic in getting the running game is the offensive line. If you can do what Chicago did last year, and then you have another viable running back next to Woody Marks, I think they could make vast improvements before they even get to the draft.
Yeah.
You can still draft an offensive lineman. But the Bears had 2 trades and a free agency signing and basically changed the entire composition of their offensive line.
Yeah, Andrew Berry talked about that at the Combine this week. The GM for the Cleveland Browns talked because they have an offensive line that they're tearing down to the studs and trying to rebuild. Here was the Cleveland GM on what Seth is talking about with Chicago.
I guess thinking about the offensive line, I actually think what Chicago and what Ryan Poles did last year is a really nice model. If you think about it, they did a combination of internal development, veteran additions, and draft, right? You had Darnell Wright, who he really came into his own at right tackle this past year. They traded for Joe Thuney, they traded for Jonah Jackson, they signed Dahlman in free agency, and then they drafted Azzedine Trapilo in the second round. So it's a nice mixture of youth and experience, and I think that we would look to take a similar approach if the player markets line up for us.
Okay.
Yeah. So you might be in competition. You're gonna look. Last year, the Vikings were aggressive. The Bears were aggressive. Those were the 2 that really stood out.
Yeah.
The problem is, man, in a copycat league, you've got a lot of GMs out there that are probably thinking just like Andrew Berry is there, and that Nick Caserio is likely thinking the same way. And who else might be thinking there? So does the O-line market just really get blown out of the water this year in free agency?
Which is interesting because I'm going to go back to Bill Barnwell's article that we've talked about a couple times this week, is that in his eyes, and I think Barnwell is Barnwell's obviously a heavy football watcher. I think Tyler Linderbaum he had as the one guy that was a franchise level offensive lineman. Forget about interior, he was the one guy, and then he had no guys at that next level, which are Pro Bowl, and then he had a slew of guys that are considered capable starters. This might be one of those free agent markets, Seth, to your point, that you get a bunch of guys that are essentially average football players, but they're getting paid well above average wage at that position.
And that's where I get nervous with Nick, because I think Nick tries to be really careful and not overspend for mediocre talent, and yet they got to fix this offensive line. And you can't do it. You could draft 3 offensive linemen in the first 3 rounds, and they might all be busts. So that's the part where it gets dicey. You got to find some balance there. If the market for offensive linemen is higher than they anticipate or expect, I still feel like you got to get a couple of veterans in the building, and maybe that's where the trades come in. And I would feel way more comfortable giving Trent Williams, if the Texans could trade for Trent Williams, if they gave him a Danielle Hunter type contract where it was just 2 years basically fully guaranteed and it was huge money, I'd feel way better about that than overpaying for a mediocre starter from somewhere else.
Siomolu, the guy from Pittsburgh, the guard from Pittsburgh, and giving him $16 million a year or something like that.
And I should have pointed out when I brought up the Vikings and the Bears that it's not like the Vikings had a great offense or rushing attack this year.
No.
But the Bears were much, much improved.
No, but the Vikings had an offseason last year that got the – I mean, they signed Fries from Indianapolis and they signed Ryan Kelly. And if the Texans made two similar moves like that this offseason, signed a accomplished starting center and an accomplished starting guard, I think Texan fans would be super stoked about that if that happened in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You know? So we'll see what happens. The ESPN, Dan Graziano and Ben Solak had a column that they did with the top 15 NFL trade candidates, and I think it's worth noting that there were no offensive linemen in this article at all. They had the Texans listed as a possible landing spot for two players in here, Seth. The second-rated trade target and another one a little further down the list, the eighth-rated trade target. And here are the names. Tell me what you think about this. And I don't know what – I mean, these are trades, so I don't know. They don't say what it would take to get them. Like, would it take I don't think they do, at least. You know, would it take a first-round pick? They just talk about the percentage chance of these guys actually getting moved. Devon Achane. Miami Dolphins, number 2 on this list. He's under contract for one more year at about $5.9 million. I can't imagine trading for him and his representation not making a stink about trying to get a contract extension while making this.
And realistically, if you're going to give up good trade compensation, you want to lock that guy down too. Anyway, you don't want to, because other teams out there, you're going to be competing with teams that are very willing to trade for a guy while also, extending him and locking him down. So it's almost built into the market.
Yeah, Achane's a game breaker. How would Achane have looked in this offense last year? Do you think?
I think, he's a lot sturdier than his frame would suggest, and I think he would have looked good. Would he have had 5.7 yards per attempt?
No.
I don't think so.
I'm just going to say no.
That's what he had last year.
Yeah.
So it's a hard question because he asked how would Joe Mixon have looked in this offense?
Right.
I think it would have been a lot like what we saw from Joe Mixon 2 years ago, which was there would be games where Joe Mixon would run for 130 yards, but the Texans didn't run the ball well.
Right.
It was because he would get it on two.
It would be on 2 carries,
He'd be on 2 big chunk carries, and the rest of the time he's getting hit in the backfield.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe Achane would have averaged 5.7 yards per attempt, but I don't think it necessarily would have been the kind of winning football production.
No.
Without a better offensive line.
Right, yeah. Is it the type of football that you can close out games with, which the Texans actually were pretty good at last year.
Yeah.
They were not a good running team, but they were actually a pretty decent running team when they needed to get first downs at the end of games. The other name is interesting because I don't think this is a heavy position of need, and yet it's a position I think they do need to probably add at least one guy. Like offensive line is a position where they need to go find starters. Running back is a position where they need to find a starter. Tight end is a position group that I think they need another guy. Mm-hmm. Dalton Schultz. And I don't think Kate Stover is some sort of sacred cow just because the team likes him a lot. He's got to play better and stay healthy. The Texans are listed along with the Chiefs and the Ravens as a possible landing spot for Sam Laporta, who we just mentioned with the Lions. And they mention, Graziano mentions here, the Lions have 4 2023 draft picks they want to extend. Gibbs, Laporta, Campbell, Branch. We just named those guys. There are people around the league who wonder whether they'll be able to get all those deals done or if they'll have to trade someone. Even if the Lions can't extend Laporta, the odds of them trading him are thin, Graziano says. But they also point out that he had back surgery this past season. His numbers were down.
Yeah.
So we don't know what the market would be. Again, they put a 10% chance of him getting traded at all.
I feel like Laporta is to the Lions what Max Crosby is to the Raiders, except the Lions are a good team. I feel like it's the kind of guy that he's homegrown, they love him, they want him to be around forever, and I have a hard time seeing them part ways with him as easily as unless it was just an absolute haul.
I know, and yet I could say the same thing. I feel like about Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell and Brian Branch, and I think Graziano makes a good point. Like at some point, can you sign all these guys?
Right.
Can you sign all of them here? But they love Laporta there. I'm totally with you on that. But as far as I thought that was an interesting one to list the Texans as a potential fit.
That's a tough one, man. If you just talk about the position,
yeah,
because they love Jahmyr Gibbs too, a tight end versus a running back, and everything that Gibbs brings as a running back.
Jahmyr Gibbs is. I mean, if he's getting the full load, he's an offensive player of the year candidate.
Right. Yeah. I know, but he's also a running back.
Right.
That's how I think this all comes down to the way that individual GMs might feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Christian McCaffrey. It made sense for the Panthers to part ways with Christian McCaffrey, but partly because they were a bad team.
That's right.
But he also had a boatload of injury issues and everything. So you can't look at a running back like Christian McCaffrey, especially if you're a struggling team, and say, oh, yeah, we'll have him for the next 5 years for when everything turns around. But the Lions are already a good team. And, they're just he's that good of a running back that you take the running back part of it out of it, if that makes sense.
Should Minkah Fitzpatrick be on the list for the Texans to
I don't
ask
think
about?
so. No, because especially at his price tag, he's not the player he was that got him that contract.
He's got 1 year at $15 million left.
Yeah, no, because listen, the Texans already have 4 really good defensive backs. They have a rookie in Jalen Reed that I think they like. They have other options to fill out that 5th spot, that safety position opposite of Kalen Bullock, and I just it just wouldn't make sense. You're robbing too much potential cap space or spending on other areas of need.
Yeah,
and the secondary is very strong right now. You could point to some specific games that maybe they lost because of whichever safety was playing opposite of Kalen Bullock, but more than anything, they need consistency there. They had horrible. It was a bad decision in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That ends up being a bad decision.
Yeah.
But then after that, they just had injury after injury after injury. If you just find a competent starter at that spot, you've still got a really good secondary.
Yeah, I think they frame it good. Solak frames it. Fitzpatrick has 1 year left on his deal, $15.6 million, and is only attractive as a mercenary option for contending teams. But the floor and ceiling of his play are high enough to demand a solid return. And that's the thing. If you got to pay the $15 million, it's one thing if you're just giving him a 7th-round pick and you're paying the $15 million. It's another thing to give up a more premium pick for the right to pay 29-year-old Minkah Fitzpatrick $15 million.
Yeah, I know. And then a counter argument could be, well, gosh, how much did they pay Christian Kirk last year?
16.
Yeah, but nobody thinks that was a good deal.
Yeah,
like nobody that in hindsight that does not look smart. But Nick is willing to spend that much for a 1 year deal. Nick values the short-term deals.
Yeah,
he values the timeline more than the dollar figure.
That's a great way to put it.
Because it gives you flexibility.
Yeah, I don't know that the $15.6 million would totally scare Nick Caserio away.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100%.
I mean, you might disagree with going and getting him, but I think there's a chance the Texans are kicking tires on that.
I guess the part I always wonder about is baked into it is always, all right, does the guy expect an extension of some sort?
Yeah.
And that's when I would start. If he's cool with just getting traded on a prove-it deal and showing that he's just as good as he ever was, then maybe that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And he's still good. He's still good.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that he's not good. He's just not making as many big impact plays.
Yeah, he's not $15 million good.
If he's right, if he still was making those big impact plays, then you trade for him and you'd give him a 3-year extension. Okay,
dude, and then maybe playing in a secondary with all those other guys too.
Yes.
The pressure would be zero on him compared to what it's been in other places. So
this is the fastest I've flipped on something in a long time.
That wasn't my goal. I can't believe it. All right. Hey, leftovers from the Olympic hockey team, including Nike. What are you doing, man? And also, what's the biggest bar tab you've ever picked up? Because this is one of the biggest ones I've ever heard of right here. We've got that for you coming up next. Hey, if you want to pick up the bar tab, maybe not one as big as the one we're about to talk about,
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the car. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
That was cool, man. That was Sunday morning. Jack Hughes, overtime goal, wins the gold medal for the United States men's Olympic hockey team over Canada, 2-1 in overtime. Article in The Athletic that quotes Darren Ravel. Should we say former friend of the show, or is he still friend of the show, even though we stopped having him on?
I don't know. Yeah, he used to come on where we were kind of surprised that he was coming on every week and we weren't paying him anything.
He's a big name in sports media, and he was coming on. Yeah,
he was entertaining. I always liked. We had our audience was split down the middle. Some hated him. Some found it interesting. I don't know how many people actually loved him, but they found him interesting.
They did.
So yeah, no, he's a friend of the show. I don't know. I didn't realize he was even really doing any sports media anymore.
He owns his own company now. He founded a collectibles media site called Collect Media. Collect is spelled CLLCT. So it's basically collect without the vowels. Collect Media. It's a collectibles media site. And I'd had some private conversations with Darren when he would come on with us back in the day. Mm-hmm. He is huge into the memorabilia stuff. So he's
we talked publicly. He's talked publicly about it a lot. Remember, he told us about one of the things he spent a ridiculous amount of money on.
Dude, and he buys and sells some crazy stories that he probably doesn't want out there publicly. But suffice it to say, he's into this stuff. The article that I'm talking about here, and the news item I'm talking about here, is that if you're looking for Team USA hockey jerseys, which many of you probably did afterwards, there's sort of that buying buzz that comes after, your team or your country wins a big thing. If you're having trouble finding one, you're not alone. Nike, which handles the manufacturing of hockey merchandise for Team USA, didn't produce enough USA hockey sweaters because Canada was expected to win Olympic gold. Nike did not believe in our Olympic hockey team enough to manufacture enough sweaters, jerseys. They call the jerseys sweaters in hockey parlance, people.
Yeah. So I'm supposed to hey man, you were supposed to make more money off of us than you're currently making off of us. What the hell?
What the hell? Yeah.
Where was your sense of national pride when it comes to being a greedy SOB capitalist that would have provided me a hockey jersey at least?
Should we be boycotting Nike because they didn't believe in our U.S. Olympic hockey
they didn't
team?
Make enough money off of our Olympic teams.
So the Olympics are what Ravel calls a hot market. That means Nike hopes to sell all of the gear manufactured and doesn't want to keep any unsold merchandise. So they don't want any leftovers.
Right.
They just want to move it. There's a brief period, 2 weeks, in which Olympic merchandise is trending before the games end. And now, so Nike tries to forecast how much we need to make, and they take into account the odds. They're looking at the odds board like we are.
Plus, it's a tough one because it's on the final day of the Olympics. So that 2-week window is going to start dying down real quickly afterwards. Compared to if it was still going on. Yeah, I see what he's saying.
But if they win, the window gets extended.
Right, obviously.
Yeah. So when Team USA does the unexpected, there's an unexpected spike in interest. In an email, Nike said it was planning to have additional jerseys available on Nike.com and through select partner channels in the coming days. So they're like, we'll get it to you. Get it to you. We're manufacturing them. The lost opportunity here, I find this stuff interesting. The lost opportunity is, and this is kind of how I get, I didn't go to buy a jersey afterwards or anything to that extent. They're pricey. But Ravel talks about a few people he's talked to in here where they're like, right afterwards I went to go buy one, and now a few days have passed, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm good. These $249.99, jerseys.
Plus, and it's not, I saw at least one Eruzione jersey at the hockey games there.
Oh, yeah.
On the television broadcast. There's somebody in the stands wearing Mike Eruzione jersey. It's just a different that's going to last for a long, long time because that was a bunch of kids playing against full-grown Soviet men in the middle of the Cold War, and it was also in a time where there was only so many things being broadcast on television about sports.
Yeah.
This one will be for amongst hardcore hockey fans. It'll still be a big moment and everything, but yeah, it's not going to necessarily have the same nostalgic appeal as
it'll die down.
On Ice.
It'll die down. Yeah. I mean, the Eruzione thing was iconic for sure.
And despite the current tension, the relationship between Canada and the U.S. is not nearly what the Soviet Union versus the U.S. was back in the day.
Despite
what you kids might not realize how rough. You know, Sean, I told you this once before. I'm still annoyed by it. I had some youngster come to me and tell me that, no, you guys actually weren't stressed out about the Cold War when you were growing up because the threat of mutual annihilation meant that there wouldn't be a nuclear war. Like, yeah. We mutually assured destruction. Yeah, we all intellectually understood the concept of mutually assured destruction.
Right.
Here's the thing, all right? Everybody in both countries was convinced that everybody on the other side was a psycho.
Was going to
push the button.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Tell me about your mutually assured destruction helping you sleep at night.
Yeah. No, don't tell us how we felt back in the 80s, all right?
Right.
We were terrified.
And plus, he was like explaining to me mutually assured destruction as if we who grew up in that era didn't know about it. Yeah, that was the fear, you dumbass. It was. We were all but convinced. It was almost taken for granted that at some point there would be a nuclear war. Like, it was just a matter of we can really keep kicking the can down the road as long as possible. But at some point, some leader is going to fire a weapon, and then the other side's going to fire one back, and then boom, we're all done.
Yep. What are the hot spots, and what's the radius? Do I live far away enough from New York City to avoid the nuclear fallout here?
And that is the kind of thing that stokes hockey jersey sales.
Exactly.
We don't have that now.
That's the original. The point of all this is that, hey, did you see also, as long as we're talking about Olympic stuff, Pat McAfee picked up the tab for the Team USA celebration, which was in Miami, I think. I think they all flew back in. I saw some celebrating going on in Miami. I did see the bar where McAfee got pulled onto a big screen. He wasn't there in person, but he they put him on one of the big movie screens in the bar right there, and he basically told Team USA and everybody in the bar, drink whatever you want. Tab's on me, and apparently the final tab in the bar was $150,000.
Yeah, it's it's a nice gesture. Him helping out those young young and hungry NHL
players. I like to think that there were some regular people that benefited from it.
Yeah. No, definitely.
That's true.
No, it's still a nice gesture, even though they're NHL players. Again, going back to the difference between this and Miracle on Ice.
Oh yeah,
was that those were college kids playing against full-grown men.
Yes.
And this
would have been very magnanimous back then.
This is NHL players versus other NHL players.
Yeah. What's the biggest bar tab you've ever picked up? Do you remember?
It was like 478,000, I think.
Okay.
I don't keep track too much of it.
Yeah, no, I'm curious if
mostly there's it was a bunch of they'd won the Ivy League field hockey championship, and I was like, here you go, you guys go ahead. And
I believe that is actually the biggest bar tab you've ever picked up.
No, I remember once when I was a player. We caught a waitress screwing us on the tab. It was a really big bill. And luckily I knew the owner of the bar.
What was she adding things on there that she shouldn't?
Seven Bridges in Jacksonville. Yeah, she was shady.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I came and I was had my wits about me enough that it was like I want to say it was almost $1,000 or something.
Yeah.
And there were like 6 of us in there. And we were buying drinks for people and everything. We were having a good time.
Yeah.
But I knew for damn sure it wasn't whatever she said.
Well, especially if a lot of it's beer. It's really hard to get to $1,000 with just a handful of people drinking draft beer.
But but we weren't drinking like fancy wine or anything.
Mine was probably close to that. It was one of the times I went to a parents' weekend, and you're out with your kids up at college. I'm talking about. You're out at the bar with other parents. You go out with the group of friends that your kids have. Like your sons are in a frat, and all the parents. There's like 10 kids, and they're out with their parents and stuff like that. And I remember picking up a big one there just because I didn't want to look like a simp. I wanted to look like a high roller.
I want to.
So it was I think it was close to like $800 or $900 or $1,000.
No, I definitely have picked up bigger than that just from, I don't know. Like, I've had parties at bars before.
Yeah.
And I don't put that into the same category.
Oh, yeah, like my rehearsal dinner.
When I first got cut by Houston, we had a big, at El Tiempo, we had a big going away party for myself. And at the private room out there at the one up on Washington, out back on the patio.
Yeah.
That was a big bill, and with a lot of big guys drinking and eating and everything.
I would hope somebody else paid it since you were unemployed at that point.
Yeah, that's what I said. I brought around a hat. I brought around my helmet, my Texans helmet.
Is there GoFundMe?
Like, hey guys, I'm unemployed now. Can you give this to me? So yeah, but the funniest one. This also happened at El Tiempo. When we used to live up near the park, that was where we'd hang out. But we were in there with about 10 players. And it got, those damn margaritas.
Oh, yeah.
People don't realize how strong they are. And it was one of my teammates, who's definitely remaining nameless on this one. He's kind of a lightweight, but he's drinking all these margaritas.
Oh.
He's drinking margaritas because he thinks that's like the, safe drink to drink.
Yeah.
And
tequila.
It ended up, at the end of the night, Kylie Wong's wife goes into the women's room, and there's two teenage girls giggling and laughing at something in front of an open stall. She goes over, and it's one of my teammates passed out on the toilet, like with his head between his knees, had slumped over against the wall because he had wandered into the women's room, puked on the floor, and just been slumped over to the side.
Was he just sitting there, or was he sitting there pants around the ankles?
No, he was passed out. Oh, pants around the ankle.
Yeah.
Passed out.
And passed out.
Yeah.
And so
thank God passed out.
No kidding.
Because they're teenage girls.
Yeah.
And Kylie's wife was a champ in the situation.
Oh my God.
She took care of it.
Oh my God.
Kylie just opened up the
shake place out in Katy. Yeah. Monkey something. I forget what it is. Oh boy. And we had it in
telling me about it like a year ago.
Right.
And it sounds really good.
Yes. We'll find the name. We'll find the name of it.
I'm getting a lot of hits
Fresh
for
Monkey.
Monkeys, the band.
Fresh Monkey in Katy. Go. It's Kylie Wong is the owner. Kylie and his wife.
Kylie Wong is the owner, and Kylie's wife, Marisa, was the one who saved a Houston Texans player back in the day from being charged with
These
something.
are people that do the Lord's work.
She ushered the girls out
Yes.
and calmed everything down and everything. And yeah.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast. Oh, we have Texans news on the coaching front. Texans. We'll tell you what it is because you can go look it up on social media. But we'll tell you maybe what it means. Texans and Jerrod Johnson have parted ways, according to Adam Schefter. So we will get to that coming up next. But first, let's get you in a brand new luxury vehicle, courtesy of Ruben.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so this is some big news. The Texans are, according to Adam Schefter, this is the first I've seen the report of it. I'm sure there's others out there who have it now, but the first one that popped on my timeline. Texans and QB coach Jerrod Johnson have parted ways per sources. So Jerrod's been here since D'Amico got here, right? He was the QB coach when Bobby Slowick was the OC. They, like most of the staff, were kept around last year, even after hiring Nick Caley. So the timing is interesting with this, Seth. Jerrod had interviewed for a couple of offensive coordinator jobs. He obviously didn't get those. But Jerrod Johnson, who was, probably still is, a lot of guys get fired and go on to have great coaching careers.
Yeah.
But certainly viewed coming into the coaching community as one of the bright young minds on the offensive side of the ball.
And you could open this up into 29 different directions of speculation. The problem and the tough part is it's always with any position coach, all right, how much of an effect is he having on the quarterback, either positively or negatively? I don't know. Like, what they're parting ways. All right, was he let go? Did he not come to terms on a new contract that he wanted? Who knows? But we do know that CJ has not progressed as rapidly or as much as we would like.
Yeah, you're the quarterback coach, and the quarterback is perceived to be the problem right now.
Right. So, I mean, that's a tough thing with position coaches, though. One of the old philosophies is like, okay, how good is a position coach? Well, how good are the players playing? Right. And I can look at Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, and I know what I'm talking about when it comes to coaching defensive linemen. I've watched him coach, so I've seen it firsthand just how good a coach he is. I told you before, I'm jealous that some of the things that he's teaching these guys are things that I didn't realize coaches were coaching. He's really, really smart in the way he breaks everything down. But also the defensive line consistently has guys playing above their scouting report or above what they've done at different places. So, he's a good D-line coach. Quarterback's a lot trickier because the biggest variable is just flat out what's the natural ability of your quarterback.
Right.
Then your other variable is the defensive coordinator. Then your other variable is the quarterback's coach, and they all intertwine and play off of each other. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be some juicy tidbit later on.
The follow-up to this on the text page from lots of people. The base power text line, 713-572-4610. Again, if you're just tuning in, Jerrod Johnson and the Texans have parted ways, according to Adam Schefter. That's the extent of the detail we have. The one name that is now coming in on the text page, flooding in as to who they want to be the quarterback coach now.
Caserio Keenum.
You got it, buddy. You got it. Now hire Case Keenum to replace him. That is a text. All caps, toss Keenum the bag to coach up CJ. Look, I said this when we did a segment within the last few weeks. It was a segment we did, like our 5-point plan to fix the Texans this offseason, or what the 5 biggest things we would do. And obviously, we had trade up to draft Jeremiah Love. Go get this offensive lineman. Find some. I remember one of them was find some shop in that veteran value aisle in the secondary to build your depth there.
Yeah.
The 5th one that we came to on that list was get Case Keenum back in the building in some shape, form, or fashion.
Are they willing to pay Case Keenum, quarterback coach, $3 million per year? Because that's what Case Keenum can make as the emergency quarterback for the Chicago Bears.
Holding a clipboard.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's one of the things people will bring up, though, is, wow, Case was here CJ's rookie year.
Yep.
Had an incredible rookie season.
Yeah.
Case was gone after that. Oh, Case is with the Bears this year, and he's part of, a resurgent Caleb Williams, or at least I guess maybe a surging Caleb Williams.
Sure.
Or an improved Caleb Williams. I think there definitely could be something to that. Now, if only you're signing him to be your emergency quarterback, but he's in the room and around and everything, I would definitely explore it.
Well, if Case Keenum, I guess the big question would be, does Case Keenum want to coach someday? And
right.
in Case is into a lot of things. He's made a lot of money.
Dad's a coach, though.
Yeah.
He seems like a coach.
He does. No. Yeah, as we've been saying, he was essentially a coach for CJ when he was here, I think, is how
His dad also didn't. His dad didn't make millions of dollars in the NFL.
Right. No. So which can open up a variety of angles to this thing, because Case, I'm sure, is involved in some businesses, some side ventures and things like that. Does he like that? Does he want to coach? Does he want to live a coach's lifestyle? That's a big thing. I would say the $3 million, if I had to guess, probably factors in less than what if he wants to coach. How does he view that opportunity? And we're totally speculating now if he's even in the mix for something like this. Again, the Texans are parting ways with Jerrod Johnson, so they have an opening now at quarterbacks coach. Getting an opportunity to go to a familiar building to coach a quarterback that you're familiar with. There's no burn-in period with C.J. Stroud. He knows the ABCs of coaching C.J. Stroud and what C.J. likes and doesn't like. I think it's a pretty good opportunity as far as an entry-level opportunity goes. It's a, and especially specifically for him, it's in a city he knows, a place he knows, a head coach that he knows, a GM that he knows. It's a very familiar surrounding with a quarterback who, let's face it, Seth, if CJ recaptures that magic, Case Keenum all of a sudden becomes a hot name.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, that's a smart move for him.
Right.
You're right.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for just leapfrogging into being an offensive coordinator or something. Okay. Yeah. Get to that accelerated pace.
If he wants to coach.
Yeah.
If he wants to coach.
Matt Schaub just took a job with Arizona, right?
Correct.
As the quarterback's coach.
Yep. That's right. Do you think we should try to? Should we? Well, is that? What's the etiquette on stealing a quarterback coach from another team that's been there for a week?
Oh,
Matt Schaub.
No, yeah, I'm thinking about Case Keenum. Yeah, that's funny. No, for Case Keenum, I'm putting myself in his shoes. Where being a backup quarterback, as many people will tell you, like it's the best job in the world. When you're an older quarterback, yes, it is. When you're a younger quarterback, it's not so much fun being the guy that's just the fill-in dude, the guy that's just trying to make it.
No, you don't take any punishment. You make a few $1 million.
Oh, no. Brian Hoyer actually had a really good article about the stress of being a backup quarterback as a young player.
Yeah.
Where you're just, that your opportunity could come at any moment, and you just have to be dialed in mentally all the time everything without taking any reps and all that. That's a stressful job.
No doubt.
But veteran backup quarterback, that is a cushy existence, especially when you're in the emergency. You're there as a mentor and as a guy that can also communicate with the receivers, almost be I don't want to say a coach on the field, but it's a very unique spot without taking a whole lot of physical punishment.
Yeah. Boy, this is an interesting one, man. I'm anxious to see. I'm curious. CJ and Jerrod, all reports had a great relationship. Jerrod and CJ both would talk about how at the Elite 11 camp back in the day when Jerrod was one of the either counselors or young coaches there, that's where they forged their relationship. There will be, I would imagine there will be more information that comes out as to how we arrived at this.
I think,
was Jerrod walking away, or was this the Texans saying we're going to move in another direction?
As I spitball in my brain and I'm just thinking about, okay, what are the things you could do to get Case Keenum on the roster as just an actual quarterback? Immediately you think, okay, well, what if he's just your backup and you trade Davis Mills away? You got to remember that Case Keenum has attempted very few passes over the course of the last
that's a non-starter
season,
for
four
me.
Football seasons.
Yeah, that's
over the last 4 seasons. He's got a 3-1 record. But
he won that game in Tennessee.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah. He's He's thrown 142 passes in the last 4 years.
Yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into moving on. Now the question might be, what does the organization think of Graham Mertz?
You know what? He is only 36 though.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah.
Because he played like 10 years of college. It's weird that he's only 36 years old.
He hasn't been in the NFL. I mean, his first year was 2013, right? Yeah, 2013.
First year he played, yeah. He was
first
on
year he played.
Practice squad in 12, yeah.
I guess, because he was in college for so long, it does seem like he should be 42 years old by now.
Feels old.
What do you really feel about Graham Mertz, and do you not want to give up on the upside of him?
Yeah.
Or do you make room by carving him off the roster?
Yep, that's right. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour. We can talk more about this. Text in your thoughts to the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Seems like a lot of people want Case Keenum back in the building, so we can talk about that. The Texans did have what they call their second biggest non-football game day in the history of the franchise yesterday. I was there. I will give you my takeaways from the reveal of the Toro District coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they reveal themselves to you as an option if you've been injured in an accident.
at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, you know, people love your live reads because you do a really good job of transitioning from whatever we're talking about into your live read.
Segue is key.
Segue's key.
I try to dupe all you people into continuing to listen, not even realizing you're in an ad.
That's right. That's right.
You're listening to an ad.
That's why you're a very desirable
You sheep.
endorser. Let's insult the very people we're trying to get to patronize. Well, here's the thing. You did a Mokaram injury lawyer spot.
I assume it went splendidly.
It went splendidly. Well, after the first 8 seconds, I'm assuming it did. Here's what the beginning of it sounded like.
Mokaram injury lawyers, they reveal themselves to you as an option. If you've been injured in an accident, a slip and slide, whatever it might be.
There we go. We're good.
Oh, slip and slide.
Isn't it a slip and fall?
Yes.
Which you do on a slip and slide sometimes, to be fair.
We're taking on Whammo.
We're taking on Big Backyard.
I've had enough. I get so many complaints about you. Actually, I wonder. That's one of those things where, like, you know what you're getting into. A lot of people probably get injured on slip and slides.
Right.
But I don't know. Call Mokaram injury lawyers, I guess.
I know.
don't know.
That would be hilarious if actually they
become known
or like
as
in
the go-to.
That's right. 2 months from now, we're reading about this huge settlement that some family got because their kid got hurt on a slip and slide.
I'm guessing with a slip and slide, if you were to, it would have to be like something defective with the slip and slide.
Right.
If you let your kids out in the backyard on a slip and slide, that's a known hazard.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's all sorts of warnings on the instructions that are in a font that you need a high-power magnifying glass to look at.
Slip and slide has managed to last 50 years through one of the most litigious periods of any in history of any country anywhere.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm guessing they got it figured out.
I wonder if kids even.
But it's worth a call.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See what can happen. Yeah. See what can happen.
They don't even know. Mokaram doesn't even know how much money I've made them already.
That's right.
Well, that was how Tony Busby got his first big case was taking on the oil and gas companies.
Yeah.
And he found I remember watching it in an interview back when you and I were heavy into the Tony Busby and
Rusty Hardin
research.
Oh yeah,
that was his thing. He took on a case that usually was just a standard settlement.
Yep.
And because he did that, he made a name for himself.
Absolutely.
So Mokaram can become the slip and slide.
Slip and slide. Yeah. All of a sudden, all the lawyers at Mokaram are living in these big corner lots on River Oaks because of all the slip and slide.
Ironically, if I got rich taking on big slip and slide, I think one of the first things I would buy at my mansion is a slip and slide.
Gigantic slip and slide.
Yes.
A huge slip and slide.
They're so much fun.
Just to troll them, if nothing else. Like,
what the hell, man? Everybody's ganging up on me now.
What?
Brandy texted me. She said, I almost dropped weights on my head when I heard slip and slide.
I didn't know if I heard it right. I went into Ben and I said, because I was walking out to go to the restroom, and I'm like, did he just say slip and slide? And I walked into Ben, and Ben's got a button in there where he can just hit it, and it plays like the last 10 seconds that just happened. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he said slip and slide, all right.
A slip and slide, whatever it might be.
Or any other backyard wet apparatus.
Or maybe I was saying that I don't even know what a slip and slide is.
Right, whatever that is.
If I were reading, if there were a typo on the copy, then I was just reading verbatim. That was a very Anchorman. That was a very Ron Burgundy moment.
It was a big Ron Burgundy moment. All right, so there's that. The latest news with the Texans, if you haven't heard, is that Jerrod Johnson, quarterback coach, and the Texans are parting ways, according to Adam Schefter. We don't know if it's a firing. We don't know if Jerrod's leaving of his own volition. We certainly don't know for all of you on the text page that want Case Keenum to come take over. We have no idea where Case stands on all this, to be sure.
Right, yeah. There's no reports or anything that Case Keenum is in the. For all we know, if I had to handicap it, I think Case Keenum's probably going to play quarterback somewhere this year. He's been living the life as a backup quarterback for the last few years, making really good money.
It's a bit of that Eric Winston dynamic that you talked about, where Winston's like, I'd love to stop playing, but nobody's going to pay me $4 million to stand on the sidelines on Sunday at an NFL game.
Right, yeah. Like Winston was like, I'm not playing. Yeah. I'm healthy.
Yeah.
And they want to pay me this money. I'm going to keep taking it.
Let's go. So there is that. We should also mention, too, Seth, boy, you and I are getting a little bit of breaking news today during the show. How about that? The The Titans have made a trade that I think you will like from a Texans perspective. They have made a trade with the New York Jets. They are swapping young players. Jermaine Johnson is coming to the Titans, former first-round pick. He was a first-round pick back in 2022, I believe, the year they drafted Sauce and Garrett Wilson. I think he was they drafted 3 first-rounders. He was the third one. He's a defensive end out of Florida State. They're trading him straight up for T'Vondre Sweat.
Oh, nice.
T'Vondre Sweat's out of the division.
Get out of this division.
He's out of it, Seth. Yeah.
You big gargantuan planet of a human being.
Who was rough on the Texans when he played them?
Well, let's see. Is he a big, strong interior defensive lineman?
He is, yes.
Yeah. Yep. Then you can guarantee that he was tough on the Texans.
Yep. Yep. So
when at any given point you're deciding just to not even block Jeffrey Simmons, it's nice to also not have a T'Vondre Sweat to worry about.
The deal can't become official until the start of the league year on March 11th for whatever reason. But as long as both players pass a physical, they will be switching teams. So we say all that to say stay healthy. Both guys, stay healthy. We do not need this trade scuttled by some...
Yeah, don't get in a slip and slide accident or something.
Thank you. No slip and...
Did you get in a slip and fall on a slip and slide?
On a slip and slide. No,
I would love that court case. All of a sudden, I'd been standing, and then I was on the ground.
Yes, right.
Well, isn't that what you expected in a slip and slide? It didn't state so explicitly on the instructions.
Right. In the case of T'Vondre Sweat versus Hasbro.
It would be the slip and slide suing T'Vondre Sweat, if anything.
Yeah. All right, so yesterday was the big Toro District reveal out in Bridgeland. And I will say this, if you haven't seen it, I was there. There were a handful of us from the station that were out there yesterday. There were a ton of people. The place was packed. Huge tent, big event. I mean, the Texans do everything up big like that. Everybody spoke. The McNairs spoke. Janice was there. She didn't speak, but she was there. So it's a big deal. The county people that were involved spoke. The person who spearheaded it from Howard Hughes, which is the private investment portion of this. It's a public-private investment venture. He spoke. Mike Toman, the president, spoke as well. They put some renderings up of what it's going to look like that are all up on the Texans social media if you want to go look. The details, the big details are the headquarters facility is going to be 175,000 square feet. It's going to be big. All the practice stuff, the locker rooms, the treatment centers, everything medical is going to be out there in addition to all the retail and all the entertainment and the hotels and so forth. They're going to have a field house that's 150,000 square feet that's going to be big enough to hold 3 flag football fields, 21 volleyball courts, and hold 16,000 people if they want to hold events in there. And the outdoor football fields are going to be 3 regulation-size outdoor football fields.
Right. And now, Sean, I just want to be sure I'm clear on it. Because the field house will be the practice field, but they can also convert it into They can convert it into volleyball courts?
That's correct.
Cool.
Yep, that's exactly right. So it's going to be big. That part of the city right now, or part of the county, I guess I should say, the Northwest, if the politician representation is any indicator of how the people up there feel about it, people are stoked about this thing coming to Bridgeland. I mean, it's going to be huge.
The Love Bee connection is really cool, too, because just Houston is a hotbed for volleyball talent. Yep. There's just so many really good volleyball players that come out of here, and there's a couple big clubs and everything.
Yeah.
But the events that they can have up there for that, there's a lot of crossover, and I think I just think about some of these teams, some of the MLS soccer teams that do the best are ones that have an affiliation with a local NFL team.
Yeah.
Because you got the email, the mailing list, the marketing, all of that. Yeah. You can kind of have a synergistic effect right there. So for those people who have kids that play volleyball or you're into volleyball, that part of it could really develop into something huge.
Dude, an association with the Texans? Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, because they're owned by the Texans.
Yeah.
So the Love Bee Houston is.
Huge.
It's going to be. I'm really excited about this. It'll be cool to just see it develop, and then also just once you get out there and you can actually spend a day up there training. You and I during training camp will be able to probably gain 15 to 20 pounds.
Oh, the restaurants?
Because immediately after we're done, we'll just go to
I put in the request to make sure there's got to be a good breakfast place up there for me and you.
You know, there's one thing that the Texans should also be proud of, Sean.
What's
We're
that?
talking about Kylie Wong earlier on.
Yeah.
Because he's opened up the Fresh Monkey. They haven't had the grand opening yet, but I'm invited.
Okay.
Kylie told me.
Okay. Well, thanks, Kylie.
Yeah, but that Corey Sears also has this brand. Corey Sears, a former teammate of mine from back in the expansion years.
Mm-hmm.
He's got this brand of frozen lemonade.
Okay.
That you can get at HEB and Fiesta also.
Oh, like the cans, like almost look like soda cans, but it's got like just
no, it's like an ice cream car. It's like an ice cream container.
Oh, frozen. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's certified country lemonade. Well, we are the cradle. The Houston Texans expansion teams were the cradle of frozen desserts.
Frozen delicacies.
Yes.
Yeah. And our show is basically turned into Shark Tank, but for ideas that have already happened.
That have already,
we just
that are
talk
actually
about them,
already successful.
That we haven't, and we're not able to invest in them at all. We're the bizarro Shark Tank is what we are. That's awesome. Good job, Corey Sears. And good job, Kylie Wong.
Corey's one of my teammates that was most impressive because he was a guy that was always, had been out of the league for a couple of years, had to fight to make the team and everything.
Yeah.
He worked his butt off and everything. But he had rental properties while he was a player. When everybody else is, you're trying to talk people out of trying to talk people out of exotic investments and everything.
Yeah.
Corey Sears just had rental units that he maintained himself and everything.
Dude.
And then he's just gone on since then to just do all these business ventures. For a guy that didn't make big-time NFL money, he was very, very careful with his money.
That's awesome.
It's been cool to see how much he's prospered.
Those are great stories, man.
His grandpa was a liquor store owner, so he learned how to run a business from his grandpa.
Yeah, then that's...
worked in the liquor store and just understood everything about operating a business.
Not an easy business to differentiate yourself in either, the liquor store business. So that's
if it was the size of Corey Sears, I'm guessing he didn't have to worry as much about crime as others.
Probably
a lot of people might have come in and be like, it's just, no, I didn't mean to grab that gun. My wallet's in my other pocket here.
Yeah. My shirt's untucked. How did that happen? Do you get a +1 to go to the opening of Fresh Monkey? I thought Kylie and I were friends. It sounds like you're invited. And
he invited me after I texted him that we had talked about it on air.
Okay.
So no, he invited me a long time ago.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no. He would love you.
Oh, I know.
That's implied.
Yeah,
that's implied. That you can come along.
I'm just giving Kylie a hard time.
They're not going to turn you away at the door.
No. And Kylie too. This is how I learned about it.
Yeah.
Was he's got a social media influencer. Basically, I don't even say on the payroll. He's on the family tree.
Yeah,
I saw
Melissa's brother is Mario Lopez.
Mario Lopez tweet is where I saw it. He's got 1.2 million followers.
Yeah.
So there you go. Hey, the other thing I learned yesterday, Seth, is that everybody I talk to pronounces it Bridgeland.
Yeah, that's what
not Bridgeland.
When I've asked, that's pretty much what everybody has said. But they always say, you can pronounce it however you want.
Sure, they're flexible with it. But I'm just saying the people that came up to me and said,
you know who's going to be distraught over this?
Who?
Larry and Stafford.
Yes.
Because Larry insisted that it's Bridgeland.
Yes, he did. He called in, almost corrected us, saying it's
go in the
Bridgeland.
Wayback Machine.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know where Seth is getting this Bridgeland and Bridgeland and all that other stuff. It's Bridgeland. And L-A-N-D has always spelled land as far as I'm concerned. And all my boys that live out there in Bridgeland call it Bridgeland. Now, is it the brothers that call it Bridgeland? Or is it all you silly folks that call it stuff? I don't know, Seth. It's a fun conversation to have, but I'm telling you, I'm excited because the Texans are doing something and bringing something new into this whole city, and that's what we should all be proud of, Seth.
How do you pronounce Woodlands?
I call it the Woodlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's spelled L-A-N-D.
Yeah.
Why do you say Woodlands?
It's spelled A-N-D. Exactly. So when you go look at that Webster's Dictionary and you look up land, it's going to be L-A-N-D. And I'll holler.
Larry failed.
And he ran away.
I would have hollered too, Larry.
He's like if your attorney all of a sudden gets flummoxed in court and just packs up his files and walks out. I'll holler, your attorney. I'll holler, Your Honor.
That's what Slip and Slide's going to be doing. I'll holler, yeah. What? So that.
So it might be a black-white thing. I don't. Or as Larry chooses to frame it, a black or silly folks thing.
Right.
Don't think I didn't hear that, Larry. A little, you silly folk.
He had me so confused. Where he's like, so how do you pronounce the Woodlands? And he says, Woodlands, just like you had said it, you silly fella, you.
Yeah.
And then you said, but that's L-A-N-D. And he's like, exactly. What? What did I just hear?
Silly fella ass silly fella.
Yes. It was Bridgeland with everybody out there yesterday, Larry. So I don't know. I don't want to make it a racial thing or anything like that. But you pronounced Woodlands just like Seth did.
No, it might be. It might just be whichever group you're hanging out with.
Maybe.
I always liked Larry.
He was mirroring our pronunciation on that phone call.
One of my teammates in Jacksonville explained it to me once. Larry Smith, who's from like Southeast Georgia, awesome dude. He said, "It's if you're from the country, it's Sep. Tell me how to pronounce my name, like how black people pronounce my name. If you're from the country, it's Sep. If you're from the city, it's Seth."
Like S-E-P-P?
Sep or Seth, yeah.
Oh, my God.
At least in his, for whatever region of North Florida and South Georgia.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
See,
that's about right, yeah. Because Ronaldo is from Chicago. He called me Seth. Larry
Ronaldo win?
Sep.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then there was Todd Fordham, the white guy from Tifton, Georgia, who I could not understand a damn thing.
Georgia's
He was
tricky,
my
man.
roommate for a couple months.
Oh,
I didn't know what the hell that big old white boy was talking about.
Good guy?
Oh, awesome guy.
Awesome dude, yeah.
His nickname was Big Earl because when he was a freshman at Florida State, he like failed a conditioning test or something and got dehydrated. So they filled him full of fluids. And then Bobby Bowden called him in to talk to him about it. And Big Todd Fordham comes in and sits down at Bobby Bowden's desk and hurls all over the desk. Threw up all over
What a great story.
So his name became Big Earl.
That's a Big Earl.
It was a Big Hurl.
That's beautiful. All right. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets right now.
It took me. You had to tell me that story 10 times before
you understood it. Yeah. Finally, he just threw up, and he's like, "That's what happened right there."
Rural Georgia, black or white, for me has always been. I might as well be like in rural Scotland.
Yes.
Where I don't know what version of English you're speaking here.
Amen. 713-572-4610. You hear who that is. It's Chris Stapleton. You want to go see Chris Stapleton on March 12th? Well, call right now. 713-572-4610. And caller number 5 is going to win 4 tickets to see Chris Stapleton on March 12th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Stoerner and Hughley have Shabuzi tickets as well as more Chris Stapleton tickets. Keep listening to win. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Sports Radio 610. Kamari Lassiter's former teammate said something interesting about Kamari Lassiter at the Combine yesterday. Should we be concerned? That is next.
Ability Trees. Never be concerned about where you're going to go to take care of your trees, because Ability Trees has been here in Houston.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big congrats to Jonathan in Dickinson, who is the winner of the Chris Stapleton tickets. Bet if I were power ranking the tickets that we've been giving away, I bet Chris Stapleton's way up there.
Yeah. Has Ben been just flailing around in there, fielding calls and ignoring calls?
Oh, yeah. No, Ben's been doing his thing.
I'm going nuts.
Yeah, he's going crazy. All right, so let's get to this, Seth. I'm excited to listen to this.
This is by way of Cody Stutz, who's out there at the Combine right now. Cody and Landry are out there doing a lot of their
They're
YouTube
putting good stuff out there, man.
Yeah.
Give those guys credit.
Cody's got HoustonFootball.com. Yep. And he's gotten a lot of good info. Cody framed this as the first time he's ever heard a former teammate of Kamari Lassiter criticize Kamari Lassiter. This is Brett Thorson, former punter with
punter? Opining on a regular player. Okay.
The Georgia Bulldogs on an oddity with Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, Kamari's a dog. I'll sell him out here. He puts whipped cream on ice cream. And that just baffles me. And every time I see him, I question it. But he thinks it's the only way to have ice cream. And I definitely question that. I don't know why you put cream on top of ice cream. But, yeah. So give him crap about that. That's terrible, terrible choice.
Okay, listen, you Aussie weirdo.
Dude.
How long has he been in America? Brett Thorson's Australian.
Long enough to punt for a few games, I guess.
You know what that is? That sounds like an undressed up Sunday. That's right. It's a Sunday. Yes, of course we put. Listen, you're in America now. If there's an opportunity to put something with a lot of fat and sugar on top of something else with a lot of fat and sugar, that's what we do.
Dude.
We'll fry that bitch up.
Oh.
Okay? Which is you think we haven't even gotten started.
Deep fried, whipped cream. Any sort of sugary fruit.
You better up your BMI, son.
That's it, man. That's it. I put whipped cream last night. I did a charity event last week, Seth. We talked about it. I was the bingo caller at Dan Pastorini's Be an Angel charity event, and as a gift, they gave me a gift basket. I think I talked about it with a bunch of cookies in it.
Yeah.
Which I ate several of on the way home that night, and they had a big cookie cake in there, like a heart-shaped cookie cake.
Yeah.
And I ate part of it last night while I was watching Survivor, and I put Cool Whip on top of it. Cool Whip tastes good on almost anything sweet.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to start thinking of anything I won't be putting whipped cream on now.
Whipped cream.
Now that I think about it. Yeah. There's remember at our Christmas party, they had a bunch of flavored whipped cream.
Yes.
There
Yeah.
was,
In the cans.
Whipped cream.
In the cans. Yeah.
And I didn't even know it existed.
Right.
There's peppermint whipped cream. And then for like 2 weeks after the Christmas party, there were a bunch of cans of whipped cream in the fridge. And of course I was putting it directly in my mouth.
You were holding it up like this and spraying it in your mouth?
Yeah.
God, I think I used one of those.
Well, I didn't touch it to my mouth. I'm not like one of these weirdos that puts my mouth on the drinking fountain, you know.
How about that? Back in the day, that was a thing.
Yeah, I just immediately when he said that, I want to talk to this Thorson punter dude. Maybe the Texans draft him because Tommy Townsend's a free agent.
He's a free agent. Yeah.
I wonder.
They like Georgia guys.
Yeah, I wonder how he feels about like whipped cream on an apple pie, or whipped cream on a lot of other things that we put whipped cream on.
Whipped cream on ice cream is weird to you? You're weird. You're
what
weird,
about,
Thorson.
What's it when you get an Irish coffee and you put whipped or no Bailey's? When you put Bailey's in your coffee with whipped cream
on
and everything.
Yeah. No, hey Thorson, welcome to America. We love whipped cream. All right, We'll put it on people sometimes too. We're not afraid.
Do they not have whipped sheep cream or anything there in Australia?
Probably not. Probably.
Do they have
not.
cows in Australia, or is it all a sheep-based
Probably
economy?
not. Probably.
Okay.
I'll tell you where I was disappointed in this cut because I saw it in the rundown and I hadn't listened to it. I'm enjoying listening to these combine cuts that you're getting organically. I like hearing them and reacting to them with you when you've been putting them in here. This is where I was disappointed. I thought we were going to get, because you labeled it Brett Thorson on Kamari Lassiter's food decisions, and I thought we were going to get a Jonathan Joseph situation here.
Oh, where Jonathan struggled with eating healthy his entire career.
Well, he was one of those annoying people who apparently, according to his teammates, and maybe even according to him, could just eat Whataburger every day.
Right.
ice
so,
cream
he
at
didn't
night.
put any attention into it at all.
And he's a Pro Bowl cornerback of all things. So that's I was wondering if we had that sort of thing.
With Jonathan, who I know occasionally listens to the show. I hope he doesn't take offense to this. Jonathan, it's not as big a surprise. Like, it's not like he has he's not one of these chiseled physique guys.
No.
The guy that was always a surprise to me, I told you back in the day, was Corey Bradford, the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Corey could eat whatever the hell he wanted and stay at 3% body fat.
And run a 4.3.
Yeah, he'd come in. It was always annoying on Saturday mornings because they'd always, you bring in, used to be a tradition. I doubt they do it anymore, but you bring in donuts on Saturday. The rookies have to bring in a boatload of donuts on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Maybe they still do it.
Yeah.
But Corey would just be walking around with a tray of Shipley's, just as his own personal dozen donuts and eating them.
That is annoying. That is really annoying. Yeah. Thorson, it's not weird that Lassiter does that. You're weird for pointing it out. And you also talk funny, too. All right. We're getting – people now – okay. That was awesome. Fry that bitch up, Aussie. Fry that bitch up. Need to make it a drop. Ha, ha, ha. What the hell is that Aussie saying? Y'all need a weekly segment called Fry That Bitch Up. I don't know how management...
You know what? I'll do that. That'd be good for social media. I'm going to start once a week. Oh, boy. Roberta Anding, my dietitian from the Texans back in the day, she listens to the show pretty regularly. A lot more than Jonathan Joseph. I'm not going to tell her about what I'm going to do to fried food. I should once a week
awesome.
Fry up something that... I told you I started using ghee to cook my grilled cheese sandwiches.
Yeah. You die on that hill for the ghee, man.
Yeah, well, whenever you fry something, the ghee has lower water content than butter, so it crisps it up a lot better.
Oh, nice, less
when you
greasy.
use butter to fry something, there's the water vapor kind of gets in the way of flash frying everything.
Yeah, it's slimy. It's
so if you use ghee or clarified butter, it gets a lot crispier.
Is ghee more expensive than regular butter?
Yeah,
okay,
it is.
So,
that's the one downside.
So these are bougie grilled
cheese
cheese
sandwiches. It's kind of eating into my pension, actually.
In a way. But
I might delay taking my pension another year or two just so I can account for the extra ghee. Because, when you take it later, you get a higher payout.
Get more money, yeah.
I might just do that just to account for the ghee spending.
The future ghee purchases that you're going to make.
I'm like 4 years away from collecting the pension.
Oh, nice.
But I think I'm going to push it to the limit. Well, I'm going to try to take it to 67.
Well, I was going to say, what are your options? So you'd be 55, right?
Yeah.
What are your?
I could take it at 55, or I could take it when I think 67 is the upper limit.
Yeah, it's not like each year you make a decision. If you don't do it at 55, you're kicking that can like several years down the road.
Yeah, and I also I don't think if I started collecting it, I would do. I might not be all that responsible with it.
Right.
I might just blow all of it which would be fine. Except it's probably not. I'm gonna leave it for my heirs.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I think if I had to guess, I would think that the radio station who values you as a personality and an employee and a person would want you to take your pension early if you're going to be irresponsible with it, because that would necessitate you continuing to have a regular job.
I got to keep working.
You got to keep working. Now, if you don't take it, then you definitely need to keep working too. So
That's why you pay strippers in cash.
That's right.
So they got incentive to work the next day after they spend it.
Same exact thing. Yes,
yeah.
Same exact
it's
thing.
Like if I wait like the 12 years, it ends up being like, even accounting for inflation, because I think even more so than normal pension plans, they expect a lot of us NFL players to die before the age of 67.
Yeah.
So, based on the BMI and all that I think, I don't know, but I'm willing to take that risk.
Can you take it in crypto?
Yeah. I don't know.
Do you think anybody has?
I probably, no, you can't take it in crypto.
Oh, okay. Trevor Lawrence took his signing bonus or whatever it was. He took some money in crypto from the Jags.
Well, I never understood all of that. It's like, yeah, great. You take it in crypto, so you're taking it in a different currency than you can buy crypto with the cash that they give you.
Right. No, trust me, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Someone says ice cream and cereal. Have you ever had that? Have you ever Fruity Pebbles?
Oh yeah, well,
with scoops of ice cream.
No, I've never done it. That sounds delicious.
It sounds delightful.
Right, because if you did it, you wouldn't want to buy it pre-mixed like that.
No.
But no, I feel like at a lot of the frozen yogurt places where you can mix in anything you want.
Yeah, that's true.
Or they'll get a what's the frozen slab one? Marble slab.
Marble
creamery,
slab. Cold
whatever,
Stone also. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll have like fruity pebbles out there. Sometimes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Cap'n Crunch.
What about? See, I'm not a huge cereal eater, and I especially don't like the cereals that are supposed to be good for you, like Life and things like that. But I would imagine I would eat a lot more Life if it were surrounded by 3 scoops of ice cream. That sounds like that might get me.
Sounds like you'd
cereal.
suck more out of Life.
I would literally and figuratively. I would.
Well, I mean, but that's the difference between Corn Flakes and Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it is.
I know.
Yeah, news alert. You add a bunch of sugar to anything, and it tastes better.
It's gonna make it taste better.
You hear that, Aussie punter?
Thorson. Yeah, it all comes back to Thorson.
No, the big thing with the pension is that I'm going to kick it down the road as long as possible because then the payout to my wife is going to be higher.
Bigger, yeah.
Presumably, I've had to promise her that I'll die after she dies. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to be left alone.
Oh, okay.
So she wants to die before I do.
Okay. She's very attractive. I'm sure she'll have plenty of suitors once you're gone.
For me she doesn't want to deal with all that crap. like I don't. And I don't care. Like if she, it's like she can do whatever she wants after I'm gone. Go for it. Okay?
You're trying to get under my skin, Sean. It ain't gonna work.
Live your life.
That's
I don't
exactly
care.
right, man.
But I think that she really, really, really wants to die before I do.
Yeah.
I'm like, it might be a point where I have to take matters into my own hands. If I might have to take the pillow into my own hands.
Seth's just constantly walking around with a pillow. That's what I was gonna say. Like, why does Seth carry a pillow around with him all the time? Because you never know.
I might have a slip and slide accident.
That's right.
And, yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. Final segment coming up. Something I am very, very, very excited for today that I wouldn't normally be this excited for. It's Astros related. We've got that. Chandler Rome also on some concerns, I think, with the Astros in one particular area of the team. We'll hit all that in the final segment. We'll find out what the question of the day is on In the Loop. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I cannot stress this enough. If you sleep like this clown right here,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It doesn't look like, at least according to ChatGPT, that the Astros game today they have a split squad going on, but one of the games is going to involve Tatsuya Imai. It doesn't look like the games are on TV today. That bums me out. I was looking forward to seeing the Astros' newest upper half of the rotation starting pitcher. That's what I'll call it. We don't know if he's the 2 or the 3. We know he's not the 1. That's Hunter Brown. At least, and correct me if I'm wrong, Base Power text line, text page. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm looking at the wrong grid here, it doesn't look like the game is on TV today.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Which I can't fault Space City Network for that. They only do 10 games, and obviously they don't know when Imai's going to be pitching when they set them all up.
No, they can do every game. That's what they can do.
That's
Stop
what they
being
can
lazy.
do, I suppose.
Yeah, that's
I'm sure that's exactly what Julia and Blum and Callis
Todd,
want.
yeah. Step your game up.
There's nothing like broadcasting spring training game after spring training game after spring training game.
Exactly.
What they've signed on for there with those 10 games is doing a sports radio show while a baseball game is going on.
With a baseball game in the background.
Yeah. It is. I enjoy the spring training.
I like it.
Well, no. I mean, I enjoy the actually just being able to watch baseball, but
Sure.
I do enjoy that part of it where a lot of it is more like a sports radio show.
Yeah.
Where they're kind of they're explaining the new pitch, the pitch. Why am I the automatic strike zone?
ABS? Yeah.
Yeah, and all of that. I enjoy that part of it.
I do too. I think Callis and Blum and Julia. I think they've got a good chemistry with them.
Yeah.
If I like listening to talk shows with people who seem to enjoy talking with each other. So yeah, I enjoy that. So do every game. What the hell?
Is that hard talking about sports?
Next,
Sean and I do it on holidays just because we got nothing better to do.
And we like it. If our bosses are listening, yeah.
Genuinely, there's a lot of things in life that are not as much fun. There are a lot of leisure time activities where I find myself thinking, like, I'd rather just be talking to Sean right now.
Me too. Next Astros game on TV is Saturday. Oh, man. So we're not going to see McCullers tomorrow either. I'm getting angrier and angrier.
Hey, one of our listeners who's out there in Florida right now, just go ahead and live stream the whole thing for us.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm sure you won't have any issues with
FaceTime me.
Do you run the risk of being ejected for life from all Astros games? Possibly.
Maybe.
But you got to take no risk and no biscuit.
That's it,
as
man.
They say.
You'd get in the real good graces of Payne and Pendergast. That's worth something. Here was Chandler Rome on his Crush City podcast that he does with Tyler Stafford talking about this is a little harrowing here. Especially one of them is super important arm. But where are we at with Josh Hader and Elia De Los Santos?
It is starting to seem pretty clear that barring both of them just really accelerating their rehab process, it doesn't appear that Josh Hader or Enyel De Los Santos are on track to be ready for opening day. Not ruling it out, certainly not ruling it out, but Enyel De Los Santos is currently not throwing. Josh Hader is currently still just playing catch off of flat ground. Joe Espada has said on numerous occasions that they are going to take it slow with both of these guys. I would be surprised if they rush Josh Hader for no other reason than to ceremoniously put him on the opening day roster.
All right, so Brian Abreu is probably going to be your closer to start the season, which was statistically he had a really good season last year, but boy, there were certain times that it was very hit or miss with him.
Everybody get emotionally sturdy for this, okay?
Good way to put it.
You can't just roll into this season. If Abreu is going to be your closer, you just got to be ready for some high tension at times, okay?
Yes.
And then which makes it that much more fun when he gets himself out of some traffic on the base paths.
That's true. Here's one more from Chandler on the bullpen. Lays out, here's what it's going to look like.
Remember, the Astros are running a 6-man rotation to start the season, so there'll be one guy short in the bullpen. So the 7 relievers that I forecast as of February 24th to make the opening day roster: Brian Abreu, friend of the pod, AJ Bluebaugh, Brian King, Stephen Okert, Bennett Souza, Kai Tang, and friend of the pod, Ryan Weiss. I think the one name that keeps coming up when you talk about guys that are impressing in camp is Kai Tang. Internally, publicly, privately, like they are really, really impressed.
Okay.
Kai Wei Tang.
Kai Wei Tang. He is
Taiwan.
He is our savior for the to eat up some innings in the bullpen. Obviously Abreu's really good. Blue ball.
Yeah.
Look, if it's the same blue ball you got in September, down the stretch last year, 21 scoreless innings last year.
Yeah.
If you get that version of blue ball, King had his moments, Okert had his moments, Souza is whatever.
This is where look, the Astros have the most internationally born players of any team in baseball, and they've had great success in the past, becoming the Cuba of the West.
Yeah.
I want the Astros pitching staff to become the far east of the East.
Well,
yeah.
They're off to a good start.
Because when you look at a map, we're east of there, the map we look at.
Yeah,
Even though
yeah.
we're the West.
That's
we're
right.
far east-west. We'll call it that.
That's a good way to label it. Tang, Tatsuya Imai, even Weiss, who is, I believe, American, but he played over there.
He was in Korea the last couple years. Yeah.
So I'll count him as coming over from over there.
Hey, I'm going to base this on the Olympics. This is probably something that's commonly known, and people are going to think I'm an idiot for asking this.
Yeah.
But are we just calling South Korea Korea now?
Oh,
because North Korea is just not recognized or something?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because the competitors were all just listed as Korea.
Oh, were they?
Not South Korea.
Okay.
Or at least when I was paying attention. It was the first time I've ever noticed this.
Is it a middle finger to Kim Jong-un? Is that what
I guess
this is?
so, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
hey, there's only one Korea. I don't know.
Text in.
Yeah, text in. Let me know how I'm being a dullard on
text
this.
line on all these times where Seth is constantly referring to Korea throughout the day. He just wants to make sure he's doing it correctly.
That people know I'm talking about South Korea.
Right.
And am I even allowed to say South Korea? What the hell's going on?
Right,
okay?
right.
Did I miss? This is what I really fear. I really fear that there was like some earth-shattering news 3 months ago, and that like North Korea and South Korea actually combined. There was a revolution in North Korea, and I didn't know about it.
They came to an agreement.
I've got relatives who fought in that war, and I wasn't even aware that it was.
Oh man! All right,
Is North Korea still a thing?
Yeah. Text in 713-572-4610. Base Power text line. Okay, we talked about this guy earlier. Larry and Stafford, who called in the day after the announcement of the Toro District, said that it's pronounced Bridgeland, L-A-N-D, not Bridgeland.
Called white people silly folks.
He called us silly folks.
Yep.
And then he proceeded to say that Seth said, well, how do you pronounce Woodlands? And Larry says, Woodlands, like Seth had just said it, silly Seth.
Yeah.
And you're like, Seth said, well, it's L-A-N-D. And Larry goes, exactly. And then my head exploded right in the studio. Hello, Larry. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, Sean and Seth, and I haven't stopped laughing since you replayed that entire segment. But I'm going to discuss that with y'all last, man. I'm going to have to call Cal and Hannah and figure out exactly why I didn't get my invitation out to Bridgeland yesterday for that big soiree they had out there, man. I wouldn't have mind driving from Stanford. It's a straight shot for me from 99, so I would have made that trip up there to get some of them that fresh food and to see all the renderings of what is to become of what our new location is going to be and where our probably future stadium is going to be with all that expansion out into Waller County. But I'll deal with Cal and Hannah on that. Look, I would have liked an opportunity to get my hands on Tavondre Sweat, too, to put him in D'Amico Ryan's defense and clog up that middle a little bit and let Hunt and Will Anderson eat a little bit more. I didn't know he was on the block, but, Tennessee known for doing some Bud Adams-type stuff, so that's not surprising that they moved on from him. But I would have liked to see him come right on back to H-Town, man, because I think he's from Huntsville or somewhere up there, so he would have been right at home in Texas. Now, let's fry this bitch up about Bridgeland and the Woodlands.
Wait.
See?
Before we do.
Yeah.
Now, how did you say Stafford?
Stafford.
Okay, just checking. All right. Go ahead.
All right. So, look. So, now, we know that the word "the" is an adverb when you put it in front of a verb, right? So, I don't think there's a "the" in front of Bridgeland. I think there's a "the" in front of the Woodlands. So, therefore, that's why you're enunciating it with the Woodlands versus Bridgeland. But I understand all, because I went through some challenges with some of my friends up in Bridgeland, and they said that you can call it either way you want to call it, Seth. But you and I both know some people say pecans, and some people say pecans. It's one of those things that if you're from the South, you figure out how to put your tongue to the roof of your mouth. But I ain't mad at you, man, because it's going to be one of them things that we're going to all just have to continue to debate. But you know what, son? I knew your ass was going to get back at me because I knew your head exploded that same day when I hung up and I hollered.
I appreciate you, Larry, as always.
I feel like he's gaslighting us again. Do I not understand what an adverb is?
The parts of speech thing, it might have been. Yeah, so his thing, regardless of whether it's labeled an adverb or whatever it is, he's saying that because it's a it's the woodlands.
The woodlands versus the wood. If it was just woodlands.
Yeah, it would have been woodlands.
You know what?
Yeah.
Boy, you might have something there. If you just if it wasn't the woodlands,
right,
and you just saw woodlands, Oh,
okay.
There's something there.
Okay.
If I just see woodlands, no, like a woodland creature. No, yeah, because I thought maybe he was going somewhere with the S after it. People don't say woodland creatures; they say woodland creatures.
Boy,
right?
I thought that we were coming to some degree of racial peace here at some point.
I don't think anybody says woodland creature.
Okay,
it's a woodland creature.
Reggie just walked in as I said racial peace and is shaking his head like, why is this? I'm assuming like, why is this a racial thing? Because Larry made it racial the last time we talked about it 2 weeks ago, Reggie.
And he called white people silly folks.
He called us silly for saying
Actually,
Bridgeland.
no, he called any non-black people silly folks.
For saying Bridgeland instead of Bridgeland.
All of us.
Yeah.
All of us.
Silly folk.
The Latinos, the Caucasians, the Asians.
We had come to some sort of summit meeting piece here, but when Seth said, you know what, Larry's making some good points, but then Seth kind of workshopped it, talked it through, and now we're right back to the same division.
Bridgeland.
Right back to the same divisiveness that we've had in this topic from the get-go.
Yeah.
I might be breaking rank, but I didn't know that we had, maybe I missed some meetings. I didn't know that we had decided as a people that we were saying it one way.
According to Larry.
There are some things that we do end up along cultural lines, kind of say, like, I don't know if any of y'all's people add an S on the end of things that don't need S's. Like, have you ever been to the Kroger's? You know what I mean? My mama loves the Aldis. I have tried to get her, like, no, it's a singular. No, I'm going to the Aldis.
H-E-B's?
H-E-B's. But, I didn't realize that this also fell into one of, what am I supposed to say? According
to you're Bridgeland.
Oh, okay.
Whereas the rest of us here,
silly folk are
white folks and the Hispanic we're Bridgeland.
Oddly enough, I think our Caucasian friends, and I say that with all respect, are more inclined to use the Lind kind of
I think it's more because we're in the South. We're in the Southwest.
Okay.
It's Bridgeland.
Yeah.
It's just the way we say
stuff.
But
Sugarland, Pearland.
But that's two different words.
Well, Pearland
is one word, pal.
So is Bridgeland. If you like, Pearland is one word.
Bridgeland is one word, isn't it?
Well, so is Pearland.
It all goes together. I don't know what to do.
Sugarland is two words.
Sugarland is, I believe it is two words. I've seen it both ways.
Yeah. Also, we're Texans. We just be butchering the way that we say things.
I like the
based
way,
off of how
honestly,
we want to.
I was there yesterday, and what I found was a very welcoming community that allows you to pronounce it however the hell you want to pronounce it.
You know what I'm never going to call it?
What's
and I've seen it already, and it's kind of irritating me? Cyprus. It's not Cyprus.
No, it's definitely not.
But I've seen it on stories.
It's near Cyprus.
I've seen it in a lot of discussions.
You know why? It's because it's in the Cyprus school district.
Paying a lot of money for this.
Yeah. I will tell you why. Because I put it in my GPS yesterday.
Yeah.
You have to put it in your GPS as Cyprus, Texas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's.
Well, I mean, I lived in League City, but had a Kemah mailing address. The post office is going to post office.
I also love how territorial locals end up getting about what is and what is not considered something or another.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I love that, this is Stafford and this is not. Like, this is Cyprus and this is not.
Yeah.
In any metropolitan area, you will find people that are like, that's not considered part of this city.
Right.
It's one of the funniest things that we all do.
There's a ton of areas of Houston that are subject to that debate.
Yes.
Reginald, let me ask you this, to the best of your ability. And when it comes to pronunciation, like, is this a nationwide thing or was it more regional? I had one of my teammates once explain to me how black people would pronounce my name, Seth, based on whether they're from the city or the country. Country was Sep, city was Seth.
With a P?
And
I would have gone Seth with an F. You know what I mean? Like
Seth. That's city?
I don't know which one is which, but I know that there are some people that are not going to fully enunciate the fricative that is the TH at the end of your name.
I think
some people just go to Seth.
It's been pretty consistent, I think, when somebody isn't pronouncing it Seth. If it's a black person that's saying my name, if they say Sep, that's country. And Seth or Seth or whatever, that tends to be more city.
Well, that would track, because I feel like if Shannon Sharp was saying your name, he would say Sep.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how that would go.
true.
I think that's the barometer that we use here.
He definitely would. Couple texts real quick just to follow up on some things you and I were talking about, Sep. Cornbread.
Like you're the least country black person I know.
Cornbread. Just trying to, fit in, man. Cornbread with ice cream. Sweet and savory.
That sounds actually.
I've had it.
Yeah, you had it?
I've had it.
Really good.
It's really good.
Yeah,
yes,
if
really,
you said
really
it was
good.
bad, I'd have slapped you.
No,
like, there's no way that's
good.
bad.
Really good.
There's no way that's bad. And then the other text, Seth, about stuff that we were talking about on Payne and Pendergast. Seth feels a slight twinge in his chest. Brandy, get me the pillow. It's time.
For you guys to catch you up on that.
So what I miss?
Brandy, basically, I'm not allowed to die before Brandy. Brandy she really wants to die before I do. She doesn't want to have to go through. She says she'll miss me. I think she just doesn't want to have to care for me while I'm ailing and sick. But so it creates kind of an awkward situation where I feel like I need to be partly ready to maybe take matters into my own hand at some point.
Yep.
She's dead serious about dying before me.
Oh, yeah. You're dead serious about that pillow you're holding in your right hand at all times.
But I'm also dead serious about putting whipped cream on almost everything.
Hell man.
Hell
yeah. Did you see that punter
Yes,
from
I
Georgia?
did.
Yeah.
Which I found funny because are we going to pretend like whipped cream and ice cream don't go together?
Right, it's a Sunday.
Yeah. Right, I was like, are we going to act like that's not a thing? And maybe that's American culture because we are fatty fats with big backs, right? We do this.
It's everywhere. Throw some peanuts and bananas on there. You got yourself banana split.
Guys living out here with the in the Australian. What do they call it in Australia? The Outback. Yeah, he's living in the Outback.
Like a steakhouse.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here as we wrap up. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. But before we go, question of the day.
What to you are the best sounds in sports? I thought there was a fantastic question, I believe asked by Chris Long, if I remember correctly, of Cam Jordan, and he had great answers. And I'm really interested in what Seth says because I wonder if this is defensive lineman specific where you think about when you played the sounds that you enjoyed the most. So I really want to hear your thought. But what are the best sounds in sports to you?
Boy, that's the first thing I thought of was the squeaking of basketball shoes.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, that's
I love
a good
hearing
one.
player interviews where you hear the squeaks in the background at shoot around and everything.
Yeah.
Sean, you answer and let me think about the football.
I'm actually sending a bit of audio to Figgy right now. That is my answer to the question. But I thought what Seth might say was Matt O'Dwyer screaming like a little bitch after Seth put him on the ground.
I told him I hoped he died.
You hope he died. Yeah, that's my favorite sound is you telling somebody
you lay
to
there
die.
with a torn ligament.
Yes.
Well, that ties in
That's
with
it.
mine. Mine is mic'd up grunts.
Just all the collisions that are going on.
Dude, the sound of the crack of shoulder pads is crazy.
But
You know what?
the mic'd up grunts is better than all that.
Honestly, the most unique feeling and sound that I still am very grateful that I got to experience is just the overpowering noise of being on a goal line stand at home. It just because it does, without getting too foo-foo about it or whatever, it feels like the energy permeates you. There have been times where we've been on goal line stands where I couldn't feel my leg because it's at the end of a 12-play drive and you can't feel your legs. You're just going on automatic. And it just feels there's something about that noise and having all that support right behind you that is just the most incredible feeling ever, and it's just so unique. So that's my favorite sound.
That's a good one. That's a good. I mean, there's there's sound like the a golf ball getting hit off the screws right there. The sound of a home run.
Yeah.
Those are
no doubter off the bat. Just
just pop. This is going to be very specific. I grew up in Hartford, Connecticut, or just outside, a Hartford Whalers season ticket holder.
Yep.
After every Hartford Whalers goal that was scored, that red light would come on and this would play. Brass Bonanza. And the guys are all congratulating each other. And the place is going nuts. Those are the words. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum,
I love this, but for some reason, I am seeing a variety show from 1973.
And then it was after every goal. They'd score a goal, and that would hit, and we'd go crazy. And then they would turn it down. And then the PA guy would come on and say, Hartford Whalers goal scored by number 21, Blaine Stoughton. And we go crazy.
Oh, now you got me
Assist,
thinking.
number 17, Mike Rogers, and number 28, Pat Boutet. Time of the goal, 18 minutes and 42 seconds.
He's giving you the time like DOA?
Stoughton. No, like how much is left in the period.
Yeah. Oh.
Stoughton from Boutet and Rogers, his 21st of the year. Brass Bonanza.
Now you got me thinking about specific things.
This makes me nostalgic.
That makes it even better.
Yeah, this makes me nostalgic.
The Alan Parsons Project.
Oh,
Michael Jordan introduction.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have you seen the folks who when their wedding party is introduced?
Yeah,
they'll play
they do
the,
that.
oh, it's such a fun thing to do.
Yes.
Oh, they played this the other night. Amy and I watched Miracle the other night. I'd never watched Miracle before, but this hockey, never watched
Again.
I watched the old one they made the year after it was made, where Steve Guttenberg played Jim Craig and Carl Malden was Herb Brooks. I watched that one. That was in 1981.
Yeah.
I never watched Miracle with Kurt Russell, so we watched it the other night. It was excellent, obviously. But they did a whole montage afterwards during the credits where they played that song. The name of the song, you guys know the song, because the Rockets used to do a pregame highlight montage before every game to, the sing when I sing for the year.
Oh, yeah.
Aerosmith, I think, sings it. Yeah, like it was.
Dream On.
Dream On. That's what it is. Dream On.
Mm-hmm.
That Rockets pregame montage they used to show on the Jumbotron up there to Dream On was, I mean, you had to be in your seat for it. It was so good. Of
course.
So I like that. I don't know if the count is, I don't know if that's in the spirit of what you guys are
absolutely.
asking.
No,
we are
this is the
absolutely
thing.
doing that.
I think with sports, it's the things that are evocative of emotion.
Right.
And I think that these sounds bring you right to that place.
Pavlovian.
Where you go, oh, man.
Yeah.
Yes, Pavlovian indeed.
Yes.
I kind of weirdly enjoy the one person who screws up a moment of silence before the game.
Like or a moment of silence, or just like a moment where someone's shooting a free throw, like my college roommate who yelled out at a dude who was an opponent who was shooting a free throw, "You should have been aborted."
Oh,
the entire stadium heard it.
I was about to say that's not as bad as disrupting a moment of silence, but then you took it there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
no,
pretty
he
bad.
took it there, and I'm standing right next to him like I don't know this dude.
Oh, my God.
No, the moment of silence, it's always, I imagine every single time that person is so drunk that they're just completely unaware of what's going on, and all the glares they must get at that moment.
I'll tell you one sound that I don't like, and then we'll get out of here because we're about to go another 10 minutes with you guys again here and eat into your show like Pac-Man.
It's fun.
But the sound I don't like, when the Texans fire off the cannon after a failed
goal?
after a field goal that was a failed red zone opportunity.
Yes.
You can't fire the cannon after a 26-yard field goal.
Okay, we're going to have
no
to then...
one's feeling good about the 26-yard field goal.
After running up the middle 3 times in a row.
Yes, even worse. Even worse.
Shorter than an extra point.
Right,
yeah.
All right, so what I think we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do the sounds that you love, and then we're probably going to have to do the sounds that you hate.
I don't mean to open up that can of worms. I'm just telling you.
While you're here.
Well, when Cal and Hannah were in studio, I didn't bring it up on the air, but I brought it up off the air.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to change that policy. I'm pretty sure that cannon's going to still get fired after short field goals.
They should do like the sad trombone or something when that happens.
Or after true failure.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, man. All right, this will be good. So 10:40 today.
10:40.
Sounds. It's basically onomatopoeia is what it is.
Without question.
That's it. All right, boys, we'll have a great show.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and you can rest easy knowing that if you ever go to Australia, Sundays are very popular and widely available.
Yeah, it's this punter.
Okay,
It's the person is the issue. It's him. It's that
you
guy.
You can pick it up at a popular fast food chain like Hungry Jack's.
Oh,
there we go. Hungry Jack's.
Yeah. Hungry Jack's in Australia.
I'm looking at it right now.
That's a good live read for an Australian
got a Nutella sundae.
Place. A minute here for.
Are you a Hungry Jack?
Hungry Jacks. Yeah. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop and they start now.
Also good for Hungry Jills. All right, let's get going here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday's going all right. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us on this Thursday. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line to get involved, where you guys are all already texting in. We appreciate that. Also, we have appreciation for the Mo Karam injury lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. We were having a lot of fun on Sounds of Sports, but the most important thing is some developing news that's happened this morning, broke earlier, maybe an hour or two ago. The Texans and quarterback coach Jerrod Johnson have parted ways. How do you feel? 713-572-4610.
He ain't rolling with us.
There is a lot here, because this is a dude who is at the intersection of two of the biggest stories for the Texans in this offseason. An offense that was, if you look at the numbers, maybe okay, but honestly just not effective enough, did not score enough touchdowns. And then a quarterback who a lot of people have questions on how much they believe in, and who is reportedly, and I say reportedly, we know, who has a strong relationship with Jerrod Johnson, who Jerrod Johnson was supposed to have the ear of very well. And let's be honest, the Jerrod Johnson had not been able to get C.J. Stroud to fully recognize his potential in the way that you wanted to with the Texans. So now he is gone. Where does your mind go immediately, John Lopez, when you hear this news?
Two places. First, on the parting of ways. Not a firing.
Yes.
It makes me think that Jerrod Johnson may have a job here next season, if not
here, like with the Texans.
No, job.
I was about to say, I was like, whoa, okay.
In the NFL, if not here in the next coming weeks, because I'm just feeling that this was a parting of ways. Secondly, on Jerrod, nice timing, fellas. Thanks for giving him a shot.
Okay.
Thanks for giving him a shot, Nick.
To get out there and go look for a job. Yeah, this is the thing.
This is what. When did the season end for the Texans?
I have wiped the date out of my mind. But it was the Sunday before MLK Jr. Day. I remember that for sure.
Yeah, January 19th. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Sean?
that is what Sean Pendergast said.
Yeah, so 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago.
Over a month.
They did him wrong there. First of all, if it was their decision, which also tells me it wasn't just their decision; it was kind of a mutual thing. Maybe, which I know is hard to believe. But
yeah, because typically whenever we see the mutually agreed to part ways, we go, all right, somebody got fired then.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And, it's always more complicated than we know, but a lot of times we go, somebody got fired.
Yeah.
The timing of this one does make it feel like this – well, maybe it doesn't, right? Because this is one of the questions. Is this a panic move or was this planned?
No,
because if this was planned, this is nasty business.
This is what I think happened. Number one, because this timing, and as much as I'm criticizing the Texans for waiting this long to ultimately come to this decision, I think it also reflects, at best, there was a lot of conversation about should we do this? Do you want to stay? Do you want to go? Etc. At worst, there was conflict about whether or not Jerrod Johnson should stay, because even the Texans know that they did him wrong here. If they waited until this week, today, to make this decision, or yesterday, or whatever, that's not the way the NFL should operate. That's number one. So I go to my bigger point, my second, and I think this is the biggest takeaway with Jerrod moving on and them parting ways. C.J. Stroud. This is a C.J. Stroud story. This is absolutely positively a C.J. Stroud story. He is becoming the most frustrating thing you can be in sports. Some might say the worst thing you can be in sports. A coach killer. He's a coach killer. Let's go back and look at this.
That is heavy.
Let's go back and look at this. They're not gonna. I love when Figgy does.
But all that's fitting here, man. Those are heavy words.
He's on fire.
That's a heavy label to put on a dude in a professional.
I know we had
setting.
LeBron here, man.
Well, let me lay it out, and you guys tell me.
All right.
So you have Bobby Slowick coming in, record rookie year when he's a rookie, and he's saying yes sir, no sir, I'll do whatever you want. Then the second year it all falls apart, and so they move on from Bobby Slowick. Where's Bobby Slowick now? Oh, that's right, he's an offensive coordinator. The league respected what he was doing. Then you go back and you bring in Jerry Shaplinski, one of the John Carroll boys. In fact, I think he was Nick Caserio's running back when Nick Caserio was the quarterback, to help with the offense.
Offensive assistant who.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about it, but remember Aaron Wilson had some reporting that if they did make a move, that it felt like Jerry Shaplinski would be that guy.
That he's going to take over as quarterback.
It does feel like he's the leader in the clubhouse. We could talk more about that here in a second.
Now you have Jerrod Johnson. who they go back to when C.J. Stroud was 15, 16 years old. And all of a sudden, they move on from Jerrod Johnson. Let's look at this from what it really is. They're trying to find something that connects with C.J. Stroud. That's it. I mean, this is a C.J. Stroud story, and in a different kind of way, this is a Nick Caserio story. For them to wait this long, there had to be a lot of discussion between Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. There had to have been.
Yeah, those are the two most prominent figures in your team outside of C.J. Stroud on the player level.
Should we? Should we not? Should we? Should we not? They waited damn near 6 weeks. Damn near 6 weeks to ultimately come to the decision. And so Nick Caserio won this argument, it seems. And Nick Caserio is going to this is Nick Caserio's offense, 100%. I've been sort of talking about that here and there. There's no doubt in my mind that Nick Caserio is pulling all the strings on the offense, brings in Nick Caley. By the way, Jerrod Johnson is interviewing for offensive coordinator jobs recently.
Yeah. Is this breaking news?
And they don't, it's out there. It's been reported. He was, interviewing last year, even after the bad season with other teams. And they don't promote him. They bring in who? That's right, another John Carroll guy, Nick Caley, to run the offense. And the passing game becomes what it is. And C.J. Stroud became, what he was in the postseason. Look, the Jerrod Johnson element of this is clearly, part of the story. They had to figure something out with C.J. Stroud. But this is about C.J. Stroud.
Well, but that's interesting because the way you start talking about it, obviously, quarterback coach, he's the quarterback in that room. It's going to be about C.J. Stroud. But the way you're talking about it, I can make the argument that this is more about supporting Nick Caley. It is a fair criticism that has been levied when you bring in an offense coordinator and he don't bring nobody but an offensive assistant with him for his staff.
Yeah.
Now, I
by the way, real quick, who does that point to? Nick Caserio.
Does it?
Yes.
Because if you're like, hey, all the people that are here that were previously helping run a different system, they're going to stay, and you bring in an offensive coordinator, I don't know.
But he's a Caserio guy. Hey, thank you for the opportunity. I'll be your offensive coordinator. Who's on my staff?
I mean, the only thing that I can say with all certainty is that it was one of those things that was always going to be a tough thing to navigate. And it's probably part of why you had such a rough start as you were trying to cobble together and figure out what this Houston offense was. It's one of the things that I go back to where we're asking, like, hey, what is your offense? And like, hey, this isn't a Rams offense, this isn't a Patriots, this is a Houston offense. I'm like, all right, cool. But what is that? Mm-hmm. And it was clear that it took them a while to get there. Maybe this is some level of, can we clarify what we're doing with everybody getting to the right spot? Or maybe you're right. Maybe it is as simple as someone on the 713 said here on the text line, that this was a situation where, you need to get rid of, they use the word enabler, CJ's enabler in Jerrod Johnson, just a different voice. And I don't even know, sometimes it doesn't, a change in a position does not even have to be about better or worse, just different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very intrigued to see what this is, and if you have maybe more of a synergy and alignment overall with this offense.
Yeah.
And if C.J. Stroud sticks to it, because that was one of the things we talked about. Did it feel like he was sticking to the plan in the postseason? It very much felt like he went into business for himself, and that can't happen.
Well, and at minimum, whether you think Jerrod Johnson just didn't connect, he was an enabler. Whether you think that, or you think that the Texans, that this is a C.J. Stroud problem, and Nick Caserio's kind of pulling all the strings over there, puppet master, whatever you want to call it with the offense. Somewhere in between is this. It's still about C.J. Stroud. They still have to figure out whether it's Jerrod's fault or someone else's fault. It's still about, you got to figure something out with C.J. Stroud and making it work in this offense.
How much of the Nick Caley coming into the staff that was previously there might be a sign of a small, maybe insignificant even, but fissure between the brain trust that we have been told is so damn strong? Because you're purporting this, and I think it's fair to point to the connections that are there.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caley and his guys. The other guys are the guys that Bobby Slowick came with that you could probably put as D'Amico's guys that he has a level of loyalty to. How much of that is the friction there between those? Like, hey, if we're bringing in a coordinator, you should be able to build this out. But D'Amico having a loyalty to some of these assistants that didn't do anything wrong, but you still want to find a way to have a place for them, like someone like Jerrod Johnson.
Well, the one good thing about this, from a Texans perspective, from a Caserio perspective, is they are all now on the same page. They are all pulling in the same direction. in terms of philosophically, because Caserio, Patriots and John Carroll, Nick Caley, Patriots and John Carroll, Shaplinski, Patriots and John Carroll, Cole Popovich, Patriots and John Carroll.
Yeah.
So at least now there's not that other guy that, is a quarterback's coach, but from various systems, go back to Kevin O'Connell and, some of the West Coast stuff that Jerrod has really cut his teeth on. So there was one element in that room that was more West Coast, Slowick style, O'Connell style, and all that. Whereas now it's all Patriots. This
is interesting because the secondary, another question that I really want to ask is, are we sure this is a good move or a bad move? Because you're describing like a diversity in that room, and I thought that that Mike Vrabel, who was talked to, I think it was yesterday, he had a quote about diversity in your hiring and your coaching staff and the benefit of that. There is something to be said for having, a staff that is aligned, but they also did have a diversity in their coaching staff.
Right.
And this is one step that pulls you. And I'm not talking about Jerrod Johnson being an African-American male. Obviously, that's something, but a diversity in ideas.
Correct.
As you were describing.
Different trees and stuff
like
that.
And how much does that?
Trees.
How much does that impact that? Is that a good thing? Does that help them?
I think that they do have that going for them. They're all on the same page now.
Yeah.
We'll
talk. I mean, obviously,
does it work?
This is the big story here in the city of Houston because it pertains to, again, the two biggest things: C.J. Stroud and finding a way to put your last ditch attempts to make it sure that he is the type of guy that you want to pay, and then to get this offense right to match a defense that was absolutely Super Bowl worthy. This is the biggest thing that's happening right now. So I find it very, very interesting that this has happened, and I love all the texts that are coming in, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, though, I do want to talk about another thing that's happening in the great city of Houston. The Rockets seemed to play some really good offensive basketball last night, admittedly against the Kings. But with that being the case, did it convince you that this Rockets team could be better? And maybe more importantly, did it convince Ime? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
How good can new starter 62-22.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide. If you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday. Hope your Thursday is going well. Hopefully better than Jerrod Johnson's, is what I saw people talking about. Is Jerrod Johnson, quarterback coach of the Texans, or at least former, they've parted ways. At least that news has come down this morning. Per Adam Schefter and others have verified it. He's parted ways with the Texans, so you have room for another quarterback coach. There's no way that they're going outside the building, right?
No, it's Shaplinski.
I see people talking about bring back Case Keenum, who was this past year in, Chicago's quarterback room?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still wanting to do that, right? Like, I don't know if he's still wanting to do that. Someone went to it better not be no Josh McCown walking through that door.
Mm-hmm.
With all due respect, if there is any job that Josh McCown is qualified for, it is quarterback coach, right?
Yeah, let's just be logical here. Everything that Caserio has been doing in terms of running this offense has been getting his guys in there. Jerry Shaplinski is about as close to him as you could possibly get. He was his running back at John Carroll. He coached with him in New England.
Been a quarterback coach, I believe, with the Giants before as well.
You think Caserio's like, finally got my John Carroll crew back. Only us.
Top to bottom, man.
We all we got, we all we need, baby.
Yeah.
So,
JC, baby.
Well, JCU. Don't forget the U. You got to make sure that's in there.
JCU.
I love how you made that.
They gotta have some type of handshake or something, man.
You think they have steps? You think they step? So. You think they stroll?
Yeah.
JCU.
Let's go, Lobos.
Do you think they shimmy more like the Noops, or that they out here hopping like the Qs? Like if JCU was indeed a fraternity, which of them would they be more
hopping around like the Qs is hilarious. You gotta put on that little bootsy.
Atomic Dog, baby. That's what it is.
They got all those Lobos sweat hoodies on.
Somebody says it's going to be Ben McDaniels. Why would you move the wide receiver coach to the quarterback coach?
Yes.
And then, well, maybe so. I don't know.
You can have them do both, can't you?
Look, I'm not going to go full John McClain here, but there is no way it's going to be anyone but Jerry Shaplinski.
Go ahead and put your clothes on the matter. Which street you going to run down naked if this is okay? If that's actually the case.
I'll run around naked in my kitchen if it's anyone but Jerry Shaplinski.
All right. So that's happening. We'll talk more about that. Jonathan Alexander will join us at noon to chat that and more about the Texans. But last night, the Rockets got a pretty definitive win over, admittedly, the team with the worst record in the NBA. Mm-hmm. But they scored 128 points in this game.
44 in the second quarter.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Reed Shepherd had
20 in the first half.
20 in the first half. This was an offensive game. I mean, they had a frame where they scored 44 points.
Yeah.
This is not the Rockets team that we have been seeing. Mm-hmm. Are you convinced that this now says that this can be an offensive team?
Me convinced?
Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The question is, are they going to allow it? Is Ime going to allow it to flourish a little bit? If you watched that game last night, even if you didn't, let me just tell you, the spacing was about as good. Remember, Show was talking yesterday about the Rockets, about the Texans offense.
It looks difficult.
It just looks hard.
It just feels difficult.
You could have said the same thing about the Rockets. It just looks difficult.
They grind things.
Yes.
It's one I've complained to you a number of times. I bet you're sick of seeing my texts come through about how it's slow and indecisive a lot of times. And some of that is they're trying to get to this offense, so there's a post up, and we got to try and get an entry pass. And then once we get it to Alperen Sengun, now he's pounding the air out of the ball as he's backing somebody down from 26 feet out. Yeah. You know what I mean? And things like that. That was not the case as much in this game. The ball moved a lot. Even Alperen Sengun as a hub, they got it to him, and he was decisive, and he went quick. And that, you're a basketball coach. That's one of the things that you want from a big. And he ended up getting the ball out to a good shooter in Reed Shepherd, who was out there a lot more, and that produced a lot of points.
A lot of times you talk about initiators, and you think pick and roll and penetrate and flaring to the corner and getting the ball to the right spot. I felt like Reed Shepherd was an initiator last night with his shot. Because of that shot, the defense had to rush him a little quicker. The defense had to maybe overplay whenever he gave up the ball. And because of the spacing of that with his shot, Alperen Şengün had work, had room to work inside. What do you have, 11 assists?
Yes, 26 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists.
That would be a triple-double.
In this game. That is what they're called. I believe that that is what they're – only 2 turnovers as well, which is interesting.
Because of the spacing and the availability to hit the open man.
That's such a good point because there's been so many conversations about how KD is not as good of a passer because he's turned the ball over. Alperen Şengün, not as good of a passer. And you can see them moving the ball. I mean, even KD, 5 assists. He still had a couple of turnovers, and not to say that is perfect, but it looks a little different when there's space and there's not guys crowding your passing lanes, or not even just crowding everything, but knowing I don't have to guard one of these guys out here, so I can shoot this passing lane, get the ball, and now we're going to get a free 2 points, a pick 6 of sorts. Does this then mean that some of the issue is Amen Thompson in your mind?
Well, that's an interesting way to phrase it.
Yes, I'm being provocative, I think is the word that they use.
The issue with the offense, yes. The issue with Amen Thompson is where it becomes a quandary, where it becomes like, ooh, we get this with Amen, and we don't want to give that up, but we get that with Reed Sheppard. And what I mean, and I mentioned this to you before the show, Amen Thompson is at his best in the midst of chaos. Reed Sheppard is at his best in the midst of structure. How do you mix structure and chaos with both those dudes? Because flat out, Reed Sheppard needs to have more minutes. And I believe as good as he is, as much as he can contribute, especially when the ball is not in his hands, you got to cut back on Amen Thompson's minutes. He's got the 4th most minutes in the entire NBA. I don't care how you
them things?
Yeah, 37 minutes a game. I'm not saying cut him to 27, but you got to find some time.
How you feel about, remember the conversation I think y'all had a couple weeks ago about him possibly coming off the bench? Kind of replacing that. Remember, I know Ime shut that down immediately.
Yes, and I would too. He's just too good. But there has to be something there. Just not having the ball as much in his hands, especially in the half court or 3/4 court, that type thing.
Well, some of it also is that Reed had a literal career shooting day, 7 of 16 from 3, which is a percentage that you just don't get very often. Shooting the 3 ball at that rate.
Not according to him.
No, well,
he said if I shoot 16 times, I'll make 7.
That's what I was going to get to. This is Reed Sheppard talking about how you know as a shooter that it's going to be your night like it was last night.
Anytime I can get up 16 threes, hopefully I can make at least 7. So just my teammates being able to find me and give me open shots. I got a lot of kickouts, driving kicks. I got a couple off the dribble, but for the most part, it was awesome passes from inside and out. So it was, a lot of that was just from my teammates and trusting me to make a shot.
But that started with the spacing and him getting the ball into the right spots as well.
And it started with the intentionality of we're getting
structure.
I was going to say this in a way that sounds crazy. I'm still going to say it, but I want you to understand. I recognize this when I say it. They go into the game saying we're going to have Reed go off. Like, we're going to get Reed off in this game, right? We're going to get the ball to him and let him knock it down. And that has to come with him being on the floor. He plays 32 minutes, which is a stark uptick from his 23 that he typically averages. That allows him to be on the court to help impact the spacing, to knock down shots. At this point, I don't know if there are any more excuses that you can have. Or are there? Because there are instances of Reed having, bad defensive games, and this is also a bad team in the Kings that are tanking as they go about this. So maybe like someone on the text line, or 2 of them on the text line, it's the Kings. Relax.
We've seen him do it. Hold on. We've seen him do it against better teams. Whenever he has had those minutes, someone's been out or whatever. The game I went to not long ago against the Spurs, who have now won 10 straight and might be the best or second best team in the entire conference. What do you have, I want to say 24 points in that game, something like that? No, this is not, it's the Kings.
The point is he got it in him.
Yes.
He just got to, how can he stay on the floor?
That's the thing.
That's the point.
That's the big point. Fewer on-ball reps for a man would be one thing I think they have to look at. I mean fewer minutes, a few fewer minutes, but I think fewer on-ball reps.
Yeah, and with Jabari Smith Jr. on this heater, having a second dude that is also at least a threat, because this is a fair point. Again, 7 of 16 from 3, damn near 50% is really, really high, and you're not always going to shoot that. I see you. Reed misses those same shots, some of those open shots all the time. Sure, but there's also the idea of how does a defense have to play you with the threat of you knocking down shots? Even if you're kind of off one of these days, J.J. Redick, when he was out there on the floor, even if he was having an off night, you still had to think, yeah, but we still got to get out here because he could turn this around quickly.
Yeah.
Now, Steph Curry is asking a lot to him as a comparison here, but Steph Curry on the floor, he could be having a bad night. We still getting out there to check him.
Of course.
And I think that there's something to that needs to be answered. We'll see how that locks in and how that stays, because tonight they're back in action with one of the sickest back-to-backs. They had a home game. They are going to the East Coast to play Orlando, and they're playing at 6:30 on Amazon Prime Video. So they're playing earlier in the day on a back-to-back traveling.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that sticks, if the legs show up. But, yeah, this feels like it could be something that they need to take notice of.
Biggest question, would Ime do it? Would Ime do all these things that we just talked about?
That is the big question. I mean, again, I hope tonight gives us some level of insight into an answer. We'll see. Maybe this was just a good game where everything came together, or is this maybe a turning point for the Rockets as they've been trying to find particularly offense to help them go? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, out at Super Bowl, Cam Jordan was asked a fantastic question that's elicited an incredible answer. So I wanted to turn it to you. Question of the day: what are the best sounds in sports to you? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio shut down.
2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Time to get to the question of the day. What to you are the best sounds in sports? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line. Let us know what they are for you, because I thought this was one of the best questions that was asked in all of Super Bowl Radio Row week, where Cam Jordan was asked he was asked this question. And from a player perspective, you would imagine that this would be kind of simple, but I loved how specific. So extra points for specificity in your answers. I loved how specific this was, and it was evocative. It took me to that place. This was Cam Jordan answering the question.
What's your favorite sound in sports?
Oh my God, it would be two sounds. Beating an offensive lineman, and all you hear is, oh no, or throw it.
I was the throw it guy.
Yeah. Then it's the sound of a quarterback's breath leaving his body.
That's it.
Hit him like blindside, or he's stepping up. That part right there, ecstasy.
That is ecstasy. That's got to be ecstasy. For
he was post-coital that moment.
Yeah.
Just like,
that's got to be
when
ecstasy.
you get a chance to hit him and you just hear the breath leave.
Yes. And we can be very specific.
I had never thought about what offensive linemen do when they get beat. They're just yelling back to the quarterback, hey, get rid of it. Hey, he coming.
Throw it.
He coming.
Look out.
Yeah. Who was the quarterback that did this? I think it was Geno Smith. They said, oh, bleep. Oh, bleep. It was somebody coming off the edge. Yes. Oh, bleep. It threw
it. I was like, man, I love. That's why when Seth was in, I was like, I wonder what Seth would come up with.
Yes.
And he was talking about the goal line stand and just hearing. That is the loudest that most buildings get, is when it's just, we are getting to the pure essence of football.
Yes.
Can you push me, or can I push you? And everybody just loses their minds in a building.
He was talking about
fourth and goal.
Yes.
Yes.
He's saying it's one where you could actually feel it inside, like your energy.
Oh, yeah.
Getting higher.
I bet it's like vibrating your body in that moment.
Yes. I love, with that in mind, I love the mic'd up grunts you hear from like defensive or offensive line. Really just running back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially running backs are funny because they'll do this even in their drills. Where
that sounds like Nick Chubb mic'd up.
Yes,
that brother,
exactly.
That brother don't be saying nothing. All you hear.
I love those sounds, but you can be very specific. And this one to me came to mind when Sean was talking earlier. It's just like nothing else in basketball history. And there have been so many basketball introductions, but none quite like Chicago Stadium back in the 90s, 80s and 90s.
And now,
number 23.
Are you ready?
From
your Chicago Bulls.
Yes.
That's
from North Carolina, number 23, Michael Jordan. You could not even hear his name.
Because it was already loud.
Yeah, it was already
like,
so
we know
loud.
who you're talking about. Get out the way.
You couldn't
move.
I covered a lot of games there, and
that's right.
By the time, I did so many Jordan games.
This song gave me goosebumps.
Probably 50 or 60 Jordan games.
Alan Parsons
This came on in the car one time.
Yeah.
And I was just getting.
Wait, what were you listening to? Was it just
Classic Rock?
Yeah.
Classic Rock Station.
Yeah,
and
you were like, oh man, it's time.
To the point, I didn't even know it was another part of this song.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, oh, this is a whole nother song.
A lot of people don't know there are lyrics.
Yeah.
To this song.
The lyrics are, and now, starting at goal. Those are the lyrics.
I'm sure he getting paid a lot for this.
Oh, I don't know if he does.
Really?
I don't know if he does. That was a Bulls thing. Yeah,
they robbed him of this song. Man. It's a whole song with lyrics.
But the Alan Parsons
beat
project,
switch up and everything.
Alan Parsons project is banking. That's for dang sure.
Some other answers. The one that came to me, and it says a lot about me as a basketball fan. It's also kind of mic'd out, but it's not when mic'd up. It's when you kind of hear audio from the crowd, or like you hear audio from the court, from like a crowd mic or whatever. I love basketball players who are trying to draw a foul and they give you, hey! And to the point that I started saying it like kind of ironically, and it stuck.
And one.
Yeah, and one. That is one of my favorite things.
And one. I love
Just
that.
like the things that dudes yell as they're trying to, hey!
Yeah.
And one. Yeah, I love that so much. There's that. Also, just in any sport, any variety of doink, whether it's doink of the uprights on a kick.
That's the best.
Doink on a crossbar, like soccer-wise, where you just hit a really strong shot that just hits the crossbar. Or maybe the best one for me, a hockey puck hitting the pipes.
Oh, yes.
Because
That's
those
a
ones
really
hurt.
good one.
Do you remember that one in the third period?
Hit both pipes. I mean, it hit it twice. Yeah. Ding, ding.
It's just like you feel your body, you feel like your spirit leave your body in that moment.
Yes. How about just a baseball in a glove?
Yeah, that just.
Yeah, we heard that at Radio Row with Sean Pendergast.
Are you calling his face leathery? Is
Oh,
that
how
what you're
about
doing right now?
how about the chop to my chest by that beautiful woman that's in the WWE?
Yeah, Harley Cameron.
Harley Cameron, yeah.
Honestly, that's a good sound in wrestling. When they
It
do a
is.
little chop to the chest, everybody, woo! Woo!
Speaking of, one of the ones that that came up here on the text line that's great, in women's tennis, grunts. When you hear them grunting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the high-pitched one.
No, when they both going back and forth.
Yeah. And they're different pitches.
Yep.
Shout out to Monica Seles back in the day bringing that to the game, because that is always a very
Or Serena
funny.
Williams. Come on!
Oh yeah.
When she get that, come on!
Because what was great about the come on is like, okay, now I know she's locked in.
She's locked in.
Yeah.
Right, she might have been playing good tennis to that point, but this is when we hit. It's like Tiger was once he hits that fist pump. You're like, okay, we're in a different era now. We're in a different thing.
He's on fire now.
I bet there's a lot of us, especially those of us who are not great golfers. When you just hit the head of that golf club perfectly,
True.
just hit it true.
Yeah.
That smooth sound, you're like, oh man.
And
that's what brings you back. That's the best. I think
Yes,
that's
it
the
is.
best sound, because golf is a game of pure failure up until that one point where you have the success, and it's like a narcotic. You get the hit and you're like, damn, I got to come back.
The best thing to that sound, and we're all hacks, but every once in a while we'll hit it pure, especially with a driver. You don't even feel the ball.
Yeah.
It's that good. It just goes, whoosh. It's like, oh, baby.
Yeah.
I screwed it. You hit the screws.
Some of my favorite sounds, I like the sounds from the stadiums or arenas. So in football, you got the third down sound. So one of my favorite ones is from the Vikings, that like woo, whenever they get a first down.
Oh yeah, when they
like
get the horn
that
going.
horn, yeah, that horn going. Or Buffalo Bills when it's a third down and you hear the train horn. To me, I don't know why I just get hyped for that. When it's like third down, you just hear that train going, that random train horn.
You mentioned the Vikings. I started thinking about the skull chant.
Yeah.
It's a lot better when you actually get those. I can't remember which of the Scandinavian countries actually does like the skull like that. In it feels great when you get those the claps in like in unison.
Yeah.
Anything where you can get 20,000 plus people to do something in unison.
That's where I was.
Great.
That's what I was thinking of. You reminded me, Figgy, because you can. The shot happens, and then there's a pause, and you can anticipate what's coming when they go, air ball, air ball. There's like a pause in the middle from when they go throw an air ball, and then the crowd starts, especially in college.
Oh man, the classic ones, the snap of a net when it's pure, nothing but cotton, as folks would say. Someone said, obviously, when a perfectly squared up hit, especially like a no doubter, when you just hear, and certain dudes like Shohei Ohtani. Sorry to like glaze, but when he hits it true, you're like, oh god.
Jordan has that.
Yeah, Jordan has that.
Jordan
as well,
has that.
Where you're like, oh, he got that.
And
he got the mess out of that one.
People say it all the time, but it's absolutely true. It just sounds different. You know, like Correa could line a double, and then Jordan, smashes one. It just sounds different.
Yes.
Whack. It's like, oh my god.
Shout out to Vulcan on the text line, taking it to a different place. I appreciate this. When you just hear that, bang!
Yeah.
From Mike Breen.
Mike Breen.
Yeah.
There's certain people, they give you that call, and you're like, oh man.
Put
we're in the
Dagger. You
place.
can put Dagger in there. With the dagger.
Yeah, that's a good one. One of the ones that came for me, and I remembered it because somebody on the text line from the 281, they said, you haven't heard anything until you've heard a liver kick in UFC and like mixed martial arts.
Ooh.
I also I just love the way, like the snap, or maybe more importantly, the sound of boxing gloves cutting through the air. Especially when you get to hear that live, you're like, oh, this is sick.
Yeah.
How do people, like, I would be afraid just hearing, because, and some of that is the dudes making it. Some of that is just the air moving
glove,
around the glove. It is wild to me. It really helps you understand These dudes, like, you talk about, oh, they have fast hands. No.
It's different.
Their hands are crazy fast that they are making sounds moving through the air. That it messes with my brain.
100%. Man, there's some really good ones
There are
coming in
some
here.
great ones on the text line. Pop of the glove, we talked about that. Crack of the bat. Sound of hockey players crashing into the glass.
Yep, because it rattles.
Have you ever heard? Well, I was about to ask you something stupid because you've definitely covered a number of games. The sound. The first time, I vividly remember the first time I heard a real life full speed tackle on the field level.
Oh, the speed is
Because
yeah.
if you hear it on TV, that's one thing, microphones.
Yeah.
When you get to a field level and you see the speed and you hear a real life tackle, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
I would rather not do that.
An NFL level tackle. Obviously, like high school, I've seen an NFL level tackle. You're like, oh,
yeah.
that is crazy.
Fishing is a sport. How about the sound of a trout popping your topwater 3 feet in the air? Yes.
I don't know what that sounds like.
100%.
You're going to have to help me out here.
You hear the little rattle and the splash, and then there's a rattle in those popping cords. Go,
I like the sound of a fast car in NASCAR. And then when they get in the tire change,
the drill.
Oh, that's good. That's the sound of a Saturday afternoon in the summer where you might be falling asleep
where
on
ain't
the couch.
nothing on. And by the way, you ain't got no cable. You watching NBC or something.
You ain't got no cable.
You ain't got no cable.
No, that very much was me and my grandma's
That was
house.
me.
Over in A-Leaf.
On that plastic couch. Sticking to it.
Yes, on the big booty TV.
With no
without
AC.
question. All right, keep those coming in. I'm going to keep those running through the show. The best sounds in sports. 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the Titans make a move that I think is notable, not just to the Texans, but around the league. I'll tell you what that is next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see in prospects? Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, y'all are definitely going to have to keep coming on this text line, 713-572-4610. It's the base power text line, mind you, with your favorite sounds in sports, the best sounds in sports, because there's incredible ones coming in here. Somebody said the piped-in bird noises during the Masters on CBS.
I don't know if those are piped in,
but
to be honest.
The serenity does play,
Yeah,
right? That feeling of you can hear a little bit of the creek, you can hear some wind.
The babbling brook.
Yeah, you can hear a little bit of that. Like there's something to that. It definitely does some of that. How did I miss? Because we talked about it in the crosstalk, but we didn't talk about it in that segment.
Mm-hmm.
Just the sound of shoes squeaking. On a wood floor is a really good one.
That would be probably number one for a lot of people.
Yeah, that would be high up there. Yeah. And this is a great text that came in from the 936. They said, I've only heard this once, but it was awesome. Astros were hosting the Cubs in the Dome. Andre Dawson hit a shot deep into the left bleachers. As it passed over our heads, it sounded like a group of pissed-off bees with a very loud buzz that was burning its way through the air.
and I'm telling you, and we're in spring training right now, and a lot of fans go to West Palm to watch spring training. Go to those back fields and watch the pitchers throwing, and you can just hear on every pitch the ball just whistling through the air.
Literally whistling.
It just blows your mind.
This one might be up there with the doink, but when somebody hit a home run and it hit off the scoreboard or something like that. Or the foul pole or something like that.
That's really good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, keep those coming in, man, because I'm just having so much fun remembering all these sounds. Well, I'll bring those back around when we get into what's popping. Right now, though, let's go around the NFL where the Titans released a couple of players in what is a continued turning over of their roster. But these ones were interesting. Safety, Xavier Woods. I didn't make a lot of this personally. He's a solid safety. But the bigger one that I made something of, John Lopez, was center Lloyd Cushenberry, who I think just recently, maybe a couple years ago, signed like a $50 million deal. The thing for me is that this puts the Titans now in a group of 9 other teams that, at least by my count, that either absolutely need or could use an upgrade at center this year.
Yeah. So for me, when you're talking about a third of the league, basically, looking for a new center or upgrading or whatever.
And mind you, when I did that count, I did not include the Ravens because I think Tyler Linderbaum's staying there.
Yeah, well, it could be more. But either way, when you look at that, to me, it speaks to prioritizing the position. You know, you can say, and every general manager does, you can say all you want, we're just going to get the best player, we're just going to get the best player. It's not true, and we know that because the best player always happens to be where you have a position of need. So we've been saying tackle, we've been saying running back, but at some point, and centers generally do not go in the first round. So, at some point, you're talking about prioritizing that or prioritizing it in free agency.
Yeah, this gets interesting because I think in free agency, I got 2 real centers that at this point, again, thinking that Tyler Linderbaum is off the table, both in that it seems like they want to get a deal done, both parties there, and also the reporting that it could end up being like $22 million average annual value. And I'm like, hey, I don't know, maybe I'm just a broke boy who don't like spending money, but that one.
You think Baltimore going to pay all that?
I think they might.
I think they have to.
I think they might. They're in a way that they need to be significantly better.
He's the best center in the league.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, or at least if he's not, because Creed Humphrey's still in the game, but if he's not, he's top 3 at absolute worst.
Yeah.
And so, it feels like that's the way that they have to go about this. But I go, Connor McGovern from the Bills, and they're one of those teams that I think they need a center. So either they bring him back or they come up with somebody else.
Yeah.
And then Cade Mays. Thank you. Of the Panthers, and the Panthers are another team that if they don't bring back Cade Mays, they're going to need a center. There's some to be had in this draft, but I'm like, is there enough to then feed 9 or 10 teams who are all interested in this?
Well, they're going to have to. Yeah, I mean, you can't play a game without a good starting center, and in some cases we've learned that here. But no, I think it prioritizes not second round, but certainly higher, you got to prioritize the center and then free agency.
I mean, maybe I was missing the forest for the trees. Does Lloyd Cushenberry get at all interesting to you? Because they move off from him after he's had some injury, or rather lack of injury luck relatively recently. He had a failed physical designation with this release. So that is something that is very front of mind. However, before the injury, he gave up 1 sack and had an 89% pass block win rate, according to True Media. These are things that are ultimately good, right? He only had 8 games in 2024 with that torn Achilles. In those 8 games, 1 sack, 89% pass block win rate. Like he is a good center when healthy, but that when healthy is doing a lot here.
That when healthy is big. I also believe that the Texans need to shoot higher than that. Especially when they have a lot of confidence, at least Cole Popovich seems to, in Jake Andrews. So I would say no. It's not going to happen.
Okay. Some other things around the NFL. I thought this was actually very interesting as we're talking about the quarterbacks and what, honestly, them not really being available to teams that need them. Apparently, the Panthers are now open to trading Andy Dalton. Looking for backup competition for teams that are looking. And I know Adam Schefter talked about this as well, that the Panthers have been fielding calls about Andy Dalton. I know that also Ryan Poles was talking about the idea of them probably not being able to hold on to Tyson Bagent, backup quarterback.
Yeah.
These are guys that it seems like teams are looking at as potentially a dude that they might need to go into the season with some level of belief could hold down their job. That's kind of wild to think about, right? And does that at all hit you where you start thinking about Davis Mills?
No, not in the least bit. Older, 100% a backup, and the confidence they have in Davis Mills as a backup, absolutely not. And I still believe that you go into the season now. You've got a new quarterbacks coach. You've got Caserio's guys all in line. If things start to fall apart 4 or 5 games in, I think they need that backup plan. I'm not saying put Davis Mills in. I think in their minds, collectively, they need a guy that's quite familiar with what they're doing.
So if the price is right, you wouldn't be willing to do that?
Not at all.
Because right now, just off of what you have in the building, your backup would then become Graham Mertz.
Yeah.
An inexperienced dude who, again, does not have the same familiarity as I think we appreciate from Davis Mills with kind of the system that is here due to his time under Bill O'Brien.
So is the reason you feel that way is kind of the lack of trust you have with C.J. Stroud? Because I feel like if we knew C.J. Stroud was that guy and, not counting the injuries and all that stuff, you really wouldn't hold on to a backup like the Texans are holding on to this backup.
See, I think they would. I think they have a lot of confidence. I mean, they put a lot of importance on the backup quarterback position for good reason because guys miss games.
But is that is that a lack of trust, though?
I think that
just a little. It don't have to be a lot of trust, but just a little tiny bit.
I think
the back of their mind.
Lack of trust might be one way to put it. The way I would put it is they're covering their bases. They need to. The move with Jerrod Johnson, parting ways, whatever it was, tells you, as I've mentioned a couple of times already, this is a C.J. Stroud issue in that building. Whether you want to characterize it like that or not, at some point when you move on from a quarterback's coach. At 6-7 weeks after the season ends, you've had a lot of discussions. Oh, I did say 6-7, didn't I? How about that?
You could have just kept going. You had to stop.
Are they still doing that?
Yes, they are.
It just occurred.
And if they're not, we're going to force them to by making it uncool.
Simply doing that, Figgy, tells you they've had a lot of discussion about how do we get C.J. Stroud better. And that means also that if C.J. Stroud does not get better, you better damn sure have a backup that you have confidence in.
I mean, you kind of answered my question a little bit with that because when you look at other franchise quarterbacks, it seems like the Texans are really holding on to this backup quarterback. Like they're not even entertaining any offer.
It's not
at
a
all.
mistake.
So
it's not. It's by design.
Yeah, I think that's all very fair. And that's why I brought it up. We're in an era where the reason why people started talking about the possibility of trades for C.J. Stroud is people out here down bad, man. There's desperation for quarterbacks in this league. Again, there are real conversations about Tyson Bagent, the backup quarterback for the Bears, looking like a dude who teams might want. I could easily see us being here in, how many, let me count, 4 or 5 months, with the Arizona Cardinals, like, here, this is our guy, Tyson Bagent.
Yeah.
Like, I could easily see that being the case.
It seems like everybody trying to hold their cards, too, for next year, possibly.
Yes, it's supposed to be a much better quarterback
Ain't nobody
draft.
trying to, take a quarterback in this draft so high and all that stuff. What, it's like 2 quarterbacks that.
Dude, it's one in a possible, and that possible is Ty Simpson that people aren't super sold on. This week will actually be at the Combine, be really telling on what he produces and if that gets people excited at all.
It just seemed like everybody like, hey, I take this guy, I take Andy Dalton for a year, and then we can regroup for next year.
Sure. I think this
is a bridge year for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, does it feel like a situation where you should strike while the iron's hot and get something of some value for Davis Mills? I understand where you're coming from. It does feel like this organization values what we're doing more than the value that we can return.
Exactly.
In
That's
that
where
instance.
I am.
All right, some other things around the NFL. I take you to the corner of around the NFL, which is coaches talking.
Mm-hmm.
But I found that
this is the season.
Being out there at the Combine, there's interesting things being said. And I alluded to this earlier, and I will take you into a segment that I like to call Reading.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vrabel gave a great answer when he was asked about casting a wider net when it comes to diversity. Quote, well, the thing for me that's really critical is the diversity of ideas, of backgrounds, of race, allows us to make sure that every one of the 90 players that we have, or 91 players that we'll take to camp, doesn't fall through the cracks. That if they need something, if they need some extra teaching, if they need something off the field, whoever it is, that one of those players doesn't fall through the cracks. That's really important to me. We want the best coaches and we want the best people, but the diversity of ideas, backgrounds, and race is critical because we're getting players from everywhere across the country, and even we'll add an international player as well. Close quote. I found this to be very insightful, and I'm not going to go so far to be like, this is why he's a good coach.
Yeah.
But this is part of why I think he's a good coach.
I think this is part of why he's a good coach. I think that was a brilliant way to put it. Absolutely brilliant. I've told you guys, I'm not a fan of this is our circle, these are our guys, we're always going to do it this way. I've never been a fan of that. You have to kind of go outside your comfort zone to find those ideas, and maybe you get an aha moment, whether it is just an idea, whether it is a different perspective, or just ability to communicate, the right way with people that you can't communicate with. All those things. I've always been a fan of that.
Dang, so you're not a fan of taking everybody from one school?
No, I'm not. I mean, if you haven't picked up on it, I'm not.
Sound personal to me.
It's not personal. It's just bizarre. Everybody, you're telling me the 4 best coaches that they believe are for I say coaches because he's basically coaching. General manager, offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, and offensive line. The 4 best that they beat the bushes to find are all cronies of Nick Caserio. They're all went to John
cronies
Carroll.
is a hard word, bro. that one's strong there, buddy.
Are you telling me that? Are those the 4 best? They beat the bushes. They went high and low.
That's a football school, man.
I got to find their record.
JCU was good this year.
They were?
They went deep in the playoffs.
Well, they had Tyron Montgomery.
We need to figure out their secret chant.
Future Texan Tyron Montgomery.
We got to find the handshake.
Lobos.
We got to start doing the handshake up here.
Lobos.
No, I found this. And I think this is ultimately, because I know when we start talking diversity, it's a fraught conversation at this point, but I think this is ultimately the idea, especially in a place that's a competitive market like the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not just some of it is a diversity of culture because, again, you're having all these various different people, and you want to be able to know how to talk to them and how to reach them where they are. Hell, that's some of the things that we were talking about with C.J. Stroud, and maybe that's some of the reason why they make a move is to change the way that they try and get to him.
Yeah.
But also the diversity of ideas are so important. How many times have we seen some company put something out where you go, damn, you were missing somebody that could have been, that very easily could have been like, hey, actually, this reads a little bit differently than you think it does to other people. And that ends up helping ultimately what you're doing, the diversity of ideas. And so I hope, with all hopes, that the Texans understand that. And it does feel, if we're looking at this from the outside looking in, that they don't have enough of that.
Yeah.
And because it feels like companies that do this well, teams that do this well, they have that understanding of we're going to find not just great people, because great people is absolutely necessary, but also diverse people so that we can cover all of our bases.
And not diverse as in race necessarily.
If you look at the things like the Rams, Sean McVay, it seemed like everybody he bring in, it'd be like, oh, wait a minute. Like, you bringing this guy in, and you know the rest of the story with Sean McVay and whoever he got under his wing. Yeah. Like, it just ain't like everybody go there and it's just like, okay, now you about to get a job. Same thing with Shanahan.
Sean Payton.
It's one of my favorite things with the Shanahan, the larger tree. is that especially with Kyle, right? I will give him some knocks at times for various different things, but his capability to get all his staff in there, one, develop them because he has them all involved. He forces them to use their brains and not just lean on what the top-down thought is. Yeah, I think that those are the reasons why you see your staff.
He's not
be
just
as good
getting
as they
people under his dad or under a certain he's getting some of everything.
How about Jim Harbaugh?
That's true.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh bringing in Mike McDaniel, that's like oil and water. But you know what? It's that diversity, that other perspective, that other look.
Yeah. One more thing before we go here. I did want to make mention of this just because it's been scratching my head. Brandon Beane, general manager of the Buffalo Bills, apparently he said that, quote, we need Keon Coleman to have an excellent offseason like he did a year ago. He said he's been at this 28 to 29 years. He said he's seen many times in the way of people's opportunities to grow, right? And not only on the field, but expand their net worth off the field, so-and-so. So to say, he said, and so this is a kind of a challenge to Keon. Can you go back and do what you did all offseason in your training camp? And, if you remember, he had a great game 1 against Baltimore. Don't let some of the maturity issues off the field affect the product on the field. He was talking about it. He's like, the preseason and training camp and all of that in the first game, whatever. And I'm just like, what did he do?
Was it that good?
But also, no, but what did he do? Because, again, they're talking about this like he was incredible in the offseason. We got into the season, and they just could not play him. And I'm like, what are these maturity issues?
Must have been something bad. I mean, it had to have been something real bad.
What could it possibly – I'm racking my head because it's not something where they're like, we need to move away from this dude.
It's not about his work.
Right? It's not about his work. It's not about, hey, we need to move away from this dude because he's a bad person.
Yeah.
But maturity issues that get to the point where you refuse to play him, but you're also like, hey, you had a great camp. What is happening
I know.
over there?
What? Yeah, I have no clue. Is he like, I don't know, tickling people in the locker room or something?
Like, what is he doing?
Like, I have no idea.
Is he just a real jerk around the pot?
Or is he pranking players and coaches?
It's got to be something pretty straightforward, like demanding the ball. I'm open every play. Give me the ball.
Okay. Just being diva in a way that you have not earned?
Yeah, it's got to be something like that.
You sure ain't making fart sounds or something in meetings?
Like, hey, man, grow up.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Let me use my armpit.
I'll go with that.
You say that, though, and I'm not going to pretend like I've been in any of these rooms, but just off of the things that I've seen from, like, Hard Knocks, they be doing that kind of farting in the room anyways. They're not the most sophisticated in those rooms anyway. So I'm just like, man, what did he have? Whose cereal did he piss in? In the words of the great Thugnificent, man, what did he do to make them so mad?
Yeah.
That's the question I keep asking myself. All right, you're in the loop here.
Somebody said, Lobos, mount up.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I feel like we have to return to the big news of the day. Is that fair?
Yes.
Jerrod Johnson and the Texans have parted ways. I want to keep asking more questions about this. We talked about, is this a panic move? Is this planned? What does this mean for the offense? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Yeah, let's talk about hoops. How about March Madness? How about right here in our back?
Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through March 8th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us on this Thursday. The big news today that was broken earlier this morning. The Texans have...
Who broke it first?
I believe Adam Schefter.
That's right.
Of ESPN.
Salute to old Adam.
What do they call him on the morning show? Nugget hussies? That always feels weird to me when they say it, but I'm like, all right, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I get what you're saying. It's kind of their job, though. It feels unnecessarily derisive for dudes doing their job. It's like, hey, what do you do?
It's very accurate.
I'm an insider and I'm supposed to break news.
I'm a nugget
look
hussy.
at you, always looking for nuggets. Like, yeah, that's the job. It's kind of what we're supposed to do. But they do look for them.
Yes, they do.
And they kowtow a little bit. But in this instance, they break the news that the Texans have parted ways with quarterback coach Jerrod Johnson. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I kind of want to talk about some of the larger ramifications of this, because I think we feel like this is going to be a thing where clearly they're going to stay within from inside. It very much feels like Jerry Shaplinski, who was an offensive assistant, the only dude who came with Nick Haley when he descended upon the team from the Rams. Now, he's been an offensive assistant. It seems like he could slide very nicely into that quarterback coach position. And C.J. Stroud has mentioned him when he's talked about them working on stuff and building game plans and stuff. Shaplinski has been involved. This feels like he's going to be more involved. What does this mean for the offense?
Well, what it means for the offense is this, and you can't be more clear about it with your watch what they do, not what they say stuff. What they say is C.J. Stroud's our quarterback. It's moronic. He had a great season. If you look at his season in its entirety, that's what they're saying. What they're doing is flipping things around, changing things up with the very people that are closest to him. So what they're saying is, we're good. He's good. You're moronic. What they're doing is we got to find something else.
We got to make sure
we got to find an answer here. And what that tells me is that there are some, or one, there's some type of issue with C.J. Stroud, which we talked about it during the season. Buying into the offense. Is it a good fit? How does he feel about that fit? Is it the best way for him to thrive? I think we all agree. Given his history in other types of offenses, he has really thrived in those types of offenses. And now they're trying to make him buy in to the Patriots offense, to the Caserio offense, and so their words are not jibing with what they're doing,
I could see that. I wonder, because again, we were talking about this and it did feel like this team just generally got better offensively when it seemed like there was a lot of voices involved. Like they kind of we were just talking about Mike Vrabel talking about the diversity of ideas in that building. It did feel like Nick Haley leaned on a lot of that staff. In fact, we were saluting him for that, which felt like a change from what Bobby Slowick had been before. And we were saluting this idea that, okay, you're using all the voices in the room, and I wonder how much Jerrod Johnson added into that with his diversity of experience throughout the league. And whether that shifts at all with Jerry Shaplinski probably taking on more of that role. He's clearly been there, right? Does this switch away from some of the other ideas that we saw kind of pop up that you could easily track to, some of the experiences that probably Jerrod had? Does that change? Does this become a little bit more aligned with, as what you were talking about, what we've seen with Patriots offenses, as opposed to kind of more diversity, which to some degree I think could be good. Having an offensive identity that's more unified than kind of piecemeal is probably a good thing, because you want the fullness of an offense to speak to one another. You want one side to help the other. The only thing that I think about, though, is we've seen very few people be able to practice this at the highest level and do it really well, and that's basically just been Josh McDaniels.
You're right. But the other thing that it tells me is they again, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. what they're saying is, oh, we're bringing in elements of the McVay system, and we're going to do this and that when they changed from Bobby Slowick. Hell, when DeMeco Ryans got the job, he brought in a Shanahan guy.
Yeah.
In Bobby Slowick. Hey, that'll fit C.J. Stroud, and it did for 1 year. What they're saying is we have all these different elements. We're going to be able to throw the ball, have these outside plays, and stretch the field and all that. That's not what they're doing. Watch what they say. Watch what they do, not what they say. What they're doing is firing a head coach, an offensive coordinator that had that system, that West Coast stuff, firing an offensive line coach that was more in Chris Strasser, that was more in tune with that, and parting ways with a quarterbacks coach who is from O'Connell and has done some Shanahan stuff and Kubiak stuff in Jerrod Johnson. So what they're saying is we're going to be diverse. We're going to do all this. What they're doing is the exact opposite. What they're doing is going all in on Patriots, run the ball, safe passes, quick reads, all that stuff, because they got in Cole Popovich for Strasser. They got in Shaplinski now, it seems, for Jerrod. They moved on from Bobby Slowick, brought in Nick Caley, who, he had a cup of coffee with Sean McVay, but that's not what they're doing.
I will say, I do think, though, is if you're going to go with something, go ahead and go all in so we know if it works or not, right? Don't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Mm-hmm. The thing that I wanted to jump to here, because you're talking about this is for C.J. Stroud, does this then mean, because, again, watch what they do, not what they say, does this then mean you have more confidence in the idea that they're absolutely going to make sure this offensive line is together? Because, again, if you're doing all this to, hey, let's make this maximum possible that C.J. Stroud is successful in this unified identity of an offense, does that not then mean that we got to make sure what's in front of him can actually allow him to put his best foot forward as we're making these decisions about him?
100%. What I'm saying is they are all in, and that might be a good thing ultimately, because you do have the offensive line the way you want, the offensive line coach the way you want it, and now you're going to prioritize offensive linemen. You are going to probably bring in a running back that's going to fit in with that style. You do now have the quarterbacks coach that's from Patriots and John Carroll and all that stuff. You do have Nick Caley, who's also cut from that cloth. Ultimately, they are all on the same page. The only intangible, the only question is C.J. Stroud going to fit with that?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Buy in?
I will ask this specifically. Do you think that this is going to benefit C.J. Stroud? Because, again, the undercurrent of this is, well, that's his boy, so to say, right? Mm-hmm. He's worked, Jerrod Johnson, that is, has worked with C.J. Stroud for a long time. And I see you on the text line 832. The quarterback didn't perform well, and position coaches are supposed to help dudes play to their best of their abilities. Okay, if you do that, then do you have belief that, let's assume that it's Jerry Suplinski. We don't have the verification on that, but that has been the speculation and kind of the general reporting to this point that feels like that's going to be it. Jerry Suplinski's there. I think CJ has had some good lip service towards working with Jerry Suplinski. Do you believe that this is going to benefit him, or especially for the conversations that we've had about CJ buying in, do you think that this is going to lead to CJ buy-in?
I think it could benefit him. I think he could buy in. He doesn't have much of a choice. I mean, he's basically playing a contract year, next year. So if he buys in, if it all of a sudden, the light goes off, so to speak, and he has that light bulb moment, and hey, I can thrive in this. Yes, it's still the biggest question in the offseason, and it will be not only into the season and well into the season, but into the playoffs. Because we know after that Patriots game, we sat here saying, boy, he's got to come back a different dude. He's got to come back and get this thing and fit, and make sure that he realizes it's a fit and all that other stuff. Because then, if it doesn't work, suppose we're sitting here a year from now still wondering, oh boy, this and that. Then all of a sudden, and I said this to start the show, and I think it's true. All of a sudden, he's the worst thing you can be in sports, and that's a coach killer. Because these are the coaches that they absolutely want.
Yeah, I'm not going in on the coach killer at this point.
Well, Bobby Slowick, Chris Strasser, Jerrod Johnson, and if it doesn't work next year, you'll probably have some more. What does that describe?
Yeah, but I think you got to get to that if before.
I think it'd really be a conversation if these other coaches that were fired are successful elsewhere.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator, already. No, what I'm saying is trending. Yeah, it's trending that way. If it doesn't, it is a big if. Because maybe he'll thrive. Maybe we'll be celebrating a Super Bowl. All I'm saying is it's a huge, huge year for him.
Shout out to our guy Houston Stressens on Twitter, Garrett. I think he made a very, at least the point that I found to be really interesting with this is, CJ had talked about at one point like some of the mechanics that he wants to get better.
Mm-hmm.
How much of this could also be like this is a different voice that might be able to help him refine some of those things and make sure that at least those smaller portions are right. For me, the mechanics showed up sometimes when the ball would sail at times. The bigger thing was a mental portion of this that I wonder.
100%.
I wonder what a different voice does. But I do wonder if Jerry Shaplinski is able to speak to some of those smaller things and create better around the margins, because those, it matters. It matters with the dude of this magnitude and where you're at.
I think that was the conversation and why it took as long as it did. I'm not going to say 6-7 weeks, but I think that was the conversation that they were trying to figure out and ultimately landed here. They want Shaplinski. Well, if Slowick didn't do it and Jerrod didn't do it, Shaplinski maybe is going to do it, and we're all going to be talking, about great things next year. And maybe his style is such, that it'll finally resonate.
We're gonna see what that looks like. And actually, coming up here in a little bit at the top of the hour, we're gonna welcome in Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. We'll see what he can give us insight-wise into why this was made, what the timeline is, some of these other things with the Texans. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and it's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. I feel like I've buried the lead on that. We got tickets to give away. Do you rock with Shabuzi?
Hey.
Because if you are calling number 8 right now, 713-572-4610.
I rock with the song.
Wow, you had to make that clarification. You're like, I'm not here for all the music. Just the song.
No, I like the song. Yeah, I'll be lying if I say I know so much about Shabuzi, but I do like this song.
Well, you can't win, but caller number 8 can. 713.
Hell if I can.
572-46. All right, go ahead and do that. We will not see you come Monday.
Let me call right now.
We won't see you on Monday. I'll tell you that for sure. If you're caller number 8, you'll win 4 tickets to see Shabuzi at Rodeo Houston, March 9th, I think actually is the date. At NRG Stadium. The date, we'll figure that out. The big thing is that you'll get 4 tickets to see Shabuzi if you're calling number 8, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's get into What's Poppin', where I will give you, or I'll respond to more of your answers for the best sounds in sports. But then also, Toro District, they unveiled the logo. They unveiled the rendering yesterday. Do you like the logo? And did the rendering do anything for you? We'll talk about that and more next.
Yeah, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. Rodeo season is right around the corner. Cook-off actually starts tonight, and you don't want to stress yourself out sitting in all that awful traffic trying to get there. Just make your life stress-free and just take the Metro. It's so much easier with the new Ride Metro fare system. All you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card, or you can scan the mobile app before boarding. It works across buses, Metro Rail, and park and ride routes. By the way, shout out to all my cashless people out there. You can use Apple Pay, Google Pay, debit, credit. It all works with it. All you got to do is just download the free app and learn more at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, ride Metro.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors about the Texans trading C.J. Stroud this offseason. stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I begin with the Toro District. The unveiling of, the rendering and the logo for the Toro District happened yesterday. If you did not see that on social media, you can check out the Texans, all their social media accounts and all their outlets. I bet it's probably on the website. I realized that I have not checked the website for it. But if you wanted to check it out there, you could. Did you like the logo? If in order to describe it, I feel like that's what I should do in a medium like this. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a classic, sans serif block Texans logo of Toro District, real strong and prominent in like black. Or is it? It's
kind
black,
of
right?
shadowed.
Yeah, and it has a little bit of a kind of deep gray to kind of give it a little bit of depth to it. And then there's 3 bulls, not stylized, like pretty evident bulls.
Yeah.
On top of that lettering, and that serves as the logo. Did you like it?
I did.
Because I know you didn't like the name, but the logo itself.
I just thought the name.
I wonder what made them come up with Toro's District.
It's not Toro's District. It's just Toro District.
I'm wondering what they came up.
I'm sure they did a lot of research, a lot of meetings, a lot of back and forth, and they came up with Toro District. And I'm not going to, come on, okay, that's it, whatever. I'm not going to stomp my feet over it.
I'm fine with it. I'm just curious.
It just didn't hit me right.
Because I thought they would have been a little more generic with it, like Texans land or something.
Toro
something
Town.
Like that.
Well, I think they wanted to exist as a thing that builds around. If you saw, and this is where the rendering comes in. If you look at the rendering, you could see a big field house type indoor facility that I think I was actually surprised to hear how many seats it's going to have.
16,000.
16. I was thinking something like 7,000-8,000. They went big, 16,000. This is going to be an event space.
Of course.
You're going to have all sorts of events. He went even talking to Mike Tillman, the president of the Texans, started talking about community events, and when he said community, he was talking about big money type of events there. I could easily see high school football games.
Of course.
I could see them trying to have all sorts of events like that. They're going to have 3 full-size NFL practice fields. I was actually surprised at 3. I thought they might do 4 since they have 3 currently, but they have that same number of 3. Plus, they'll have some flag football fields on the site, but then also
volleyball, right?
Yeah, they'll have room for volleyball and ability to accommodate that. I think also within the 16,000 seat indoor field house of sorts. Then there's clearly places. I think that it looks like there's obviously restaurants, office buildings. Looks like there's a possibility for apartments here. This feels like this is going to be that fullness of a district. I think that's what they wanted to go for. It's not just one little thing. This is a large district that they're trying to build that's going to be a destination.
A city within a city, and self-sustained. A lot of people who I've seen compared to the Battery in Atlanta, those type things where it's a destination point. I loved it. I love the rendering. I love the just the look of and feel of the place from what we could see in those pictures. But I also feel like this is going to be such good PR for the Texans. Every single event that we don't know where they're going to have the draft every year. Well, we do now.
Yeah.
We don't know where some of these big events, the Texans kickoff. Well, we do now. It's going to be like their
training camp.
Training camp for sure.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fire.
We have 16,000 people there.
Yeah,
and the thing about training camp is
the one over here wasn't built for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, they were cutting people off.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that'll be very interesting to see. Someone a shout out to Nathan Huffman on the text line said the 3 bull logo is solid. I feel like I need a badass steak fajita restaurant called Tres Toros. That's the type of thing I absolutely expect.
There's going to be Toro everything in that place.
I'm not gonna lie though. Is it Merrill Lynch?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the bull?
Yeah, the bull immediately made me think that, but I was like, nah. Over time, one of the things I will say is that with the way that they built it, they're trying to give elegance. That is 100% the feel that they're trying to give. They're trying to give, this is an elegant district.
Well, they throw around the term world class a lot when you have these types of unveilings, and they did yesterday, but it's truly what they're looking for. The world class facility, everything you need if you're a Texans fan is going to be there. And I think it's going to be great.
And honestly, a player too.
Yeah.
Good for the players because that's who they really care about too. They was trying to improve it over there.
Someone said that Jerrod didn't want to drive to The Toro District. That's why he didn't want to drive to Bridgeland.
That's too far. I'm out.
That's funny. That's funny. But you mentioned the Battery. This actually ties in kind of nicely with the report that came out just yesterday, funny enough. Like, the timing couldn't have been better. The Battery, which is the kind of district, it's not nearly the same as this Toro District, but it's kind of the entertainment area that they have directly next to, what is it, Truist Park now, in Cobb County in the general Atlanta area for the Braves. The Braves have not been a good baseball team recently.
Yeah.
They are actually not making money as a larger team, and that's mostly because of TV contracts. The revenue on the Battery is up. It's up 11% overall year to year. This is the reason why teams want to do this. And the reason why I use the Battery specifically is Atlanta's a publicly traded team.
Yeah.
So this is one of the few teams where you actually get to see their books. And you get to understand this. This is why teams want the nature of the Battery and have the entertainment district around the stadium and the real estate development of that. Because this makes money even when you're not a good team.
Yes, this is absolutely the reason. The control of being able to work for your team and your team being able to work. Like right now with the rodeo starting, they can't even get in and out of there hardly.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
It's a hassle.
They can't even get in and out.
And you might be having some live Texas All Access up here.
Yes,
because they can't move around like they want to.
I think Cal might have said yesterday that they're actually going to have to vacate some of the premises in that building for World Cup.
Right.
Because World Cup coming through will take up some of those spaces.
That don't surprise me at all.
And that's June, baby. That's OTAs and stuff.
That's going everything
volunteer
off.
Workouts, all those things.
Yep.
So it's not just control of the team and the team being able to do things. It's also the revenue, as you talked about. Like, they have absolute revenue. And the third thing that is so crucial here, and maybe we'll dig into it in a separate segment or tomorrow or something, the leverage and control that they now have with the county, because this is a county partnership.
Yes.
So it's kind of a hint of, we will work with you on the NRG deal. Because right now the Texans don't have any of that control. And they're talking about, Leslie Briones was talking about, we've got extra bold and creative ideas on what's going to happen at NRG Park. Well, extra bold and creative is that's a pretty high bar. That's a pretty high bar. Well, we'll get into that, but I think that says a lot about what they might be doing over there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, some of the things that are coming out there. That's the thing I think a lot of fans care about. The Toro District, I think it'll serve that area mostly. And then obviously, as you mentioned, special events that the Texans have or that are hosted there in that area, obviously people will descend upon. But what does this mean if it comes back around to, the stadium? And
it will.
It
will come back around.
I think so. And remember, early on, that's part of what I was saying is I think that this could be good for that. We'll see. Ultimately, it remains to be seen at any given point. Some other things that are popping. Rockets got a big victory last night at home versus the Sacramento Kings. A bad tanking Sacramento Kings team. I want to make that clear, that this is not a team that is to be contended with. But it was of interest because Amen Thompson out with tendonitis in a quadricep, his left quadricep. The reason why I remember that is I have tendonitis in my right quadricep, so easy to recall for me personally. The thing I found to be interesting is that Ime Udoka had even talked about how he's been dealing with this not all year, but longer, and this popped up. And I think that the word that was used is that they hope it is a one-game thing, which...
We'll find out tonight.
Remember yesterday when I was talking about tendonitis just kind of lingers and you just have to kind of manage it? Yeah. This pops up for me. Now, what can be a positive there is you miss a dude who has played the most minutes for your team and is wildly useful in Amen Thompson is, boy, did it look like they didn't miss him all too much. Again, against a bad team, but Alperen Sengun was getting busy.
Yeah.
26 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists. What do they call that in the business?
That would be a triple-double.
That's right. They got, and all right, I was about to step out. I was about to step too far out. I was going to say he kind of looked like Jokic. That's too much. Yeah. But he was doing kind of some of those baby Jokic things that we were hoping to see. He was the hub that they were utilizing a lot, and that hub ended up with the ball sending to Reed Sheppard a whole bunch to knock down shots.
Well, he was the hub because Reed Sheppard could help him become the hub. I think his shot just opened everything up. Sheppard 7 threes out of 16, which is pretty dang impressive in that game. But also being able to move without the ball after he got it, into whether it's Sengun or whomever. No, he benefited from that spacing, that ability, and that threat of shooting the ball.
Is there anything in this game outside of obviously the Reed Sheppard and the Alperen Sengun of it all that you wanted to mention?
Is Ime Udoka? Is it going to take? Does it resonate? Because it's very clear, tanking or not tanking. We've seen Shepard have this effect on the offense, here and there.
And the ball movement. I thought it was a really great text that was made earlier, and I apologize for not reading it when it came in. There's a clear difference when the Rockets are moving the ball early and letting the ball hop around versus when the ball is stagnant. And this is another one of those games that evidence that. Obviously, having the additional shooter on the court and one who was on fire helped, raise that ceiling even higher. But this feels like, hey, man, pass the damn ball around, man.
Yeah.
Like, move the ball around. And I know that can get tough because Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, you want it to stick there because those are your best dudes. But the ball will find its way back to you guys with good opportunity. It's happened with Kevin Durant a lot. When those balls are moving, when the ball's moving around, and then he finds it back at the top of the key and the defense is now off of him, you know he's knocking that down compared to when he's hitting a jumper in somebody's face. So that's the thing that I really hope sticks. And the sick part about this is a home game. This is a relatively late game. What is that, 7 something? They'll be playing again tonight on the road in Orlando, so they lose an hour going over to the East Coast. It'll be on Prime Video at 6:30.
Yeah.
So they are playing on the road against a team. At least that team does not score a lot of points. But you're playing on the road with the team that is solid, and you're playing on a back-to-back. That's kind of sucky.
It is, but life in the NBA and all that stuff. My bigger takeaway from last night is just, is it going to be able to stick with Ime? Is this offense going to be able to thrive? What do you do with the minutes of Amen Thompson? Because obviously you can't. You got to cut him back a little bit, but you can't, cut him back a lot. That kind of thing. I do have a question for you from our previous discussion on the Toro District.
Yes.
I'm drawing a blank. When is it going to be completed? 2029?
I think it's 3 years is the number that I had in my mind, so I believe 29 would be correct.
So the 2030 NFL Draft will be in Houston.
You think that the Toro District will impact that? Because something that I guess this was probably before.
I think so.
I don't know that they would have the draft at a district like that. I think that now, if you do something with the stadium where that ends up being,
well, that's 2032 is when the contract runs out. I think the Toro District, it's 83 acres. It's huge.
Yeah, this is something that's not normal right now.
Right.
So I can see that.
Mark it down, Figgy. 2030 NFL Draft. Well, Houston, Texas.
The reason
16,000 people in that stadium.
The reason why I don't necessarily feel like that is because I keep coming back to this is basically the Star in Frisco, and they ain't hosting no draft up there.
It's bigger.
It is big. It will be bigger. That is a fair point.
Yeah.
It feels like
you have seating
modern.
You have seating for 16,000 people. That's perfect for the draft. Right. And then all the stuff outside with all the TV, studio or whatever they call those things, the little sets, and then all the restaurants and all the other stuff. I could just see when you see that rendering, that one rendering that was kind of the lengthwise look, had the stadium on the end, and then you could see the street.
It almost looks like a mall, like the National Mall.
And then you could see the street down the middle. That's when I had the idea, like, okay, I could see just tons of people down that street, all the restaurants and hotels popping, and then the draft itself inside. It reminded me of the Green Bay picture when they had the draft in Green Bay.
Outside of Lambeau?
Yeah, but the streets were just filled. 2030 NFL Draft.
All right, so I'll hit up Callahan and tell them that you need to be a part of the pitch committee because you're in.
Yeah, they definitely going to have the draft parties there. You could kiss George R. Brown or how they used to have it downtown. You probably kiss that goodbye.
Yeah.
Quite possibly. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I didn't get to the best sounds in sports, but we'll circle back around to that because we still have some great answers coming in on the Base Power text line. But coming up next, let's talk to Jonathan Alexander, who's the Texans beat reporter for the Houston Chronicle, about the news of the day, Jerrod Johnson parting ways with the Texans. But also there's a lot of other things happening in Texans land or to the Toro District. We'll talk about that and more next.
What are the things that Texans chief? Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Hope it is going well for you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, rock with you. The base power text line, 713-572-4610, is how you text. And there's been a lot of responses to the news of the day. The Houston Texans and quarterback coach Jerrod Johnson are parting ways. And so I figured who better to talk to about that and all of the other things that are happening with the Houston Texans than the Houston Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, Jonathan M. Alexander. The M stands for magnificent. Jonathan, what's happening, man?
I like that, man. Everything's well. How about y'all?
Man, it's going pretty damn well around here. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of it at all, I did want to ask you a question that we've just kind of been talking all day, which is, what is the best sound in sports to you? I was talking about how I love during basketball when you hear a player trying to draw a foul and he gives you the "hey" or just the "and one" going up, or even just the sound of a boxing glove cutting through the air. Is there a sound that comes to mind for you that really just evokes good feelings when it comes to sports?
Randomly I'll be in the gym and kind of looking in the mirror and hitting on the heavy bag and making that sound. Oof, 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 oof. Like I'm a real boxer, so I think that's my favorite right there.
In that moment, you are a real boxer.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
exactly. 100.
All right, so we got to talk to you about this big news of the day. Obviously, you've talked about it a little bit. I'm interested. Do you have any insight into kind of what the timeline was, what the reasoning was? Do we have any insight into this parting of ways between the Texans and quarterback coach Jerrod Johnson?
Yeah, through my reporting, it was a mutual parting ways. I think Jerrod Johnson wanted to move on, as well as the Texans. The sense I got, and I haven't heard this from anybody in particular, but the sense I got was that, given that Jerrod Johnson came the same time Bobby Slowick came, and then you get Nick Caley a couple years later, there's probably a little bit of a difference in philosophies. And Nick Caley brought in his right-hand man guy who he's leaned on a lot, Jerry Skolitsky, and I just think, there were a little bit too many voices in the quarterback room, or that's how they felt, not how I felt. Jerrod Johnson probably felt that, and it's what led to both sides making that decision.
I've been saying, and maybe you would disagree, but I want to get your thoughts on this, that this really, when it comes down to it, is a C.J. Stroud story. Because you go back to Slowick, and then that didn't work out after the first year. And then, obviously Strasser and the types of offensive line blocking that he taught, and that didn't work, with that system. So they bring in Cole Popovich, and now you have Jerrod Johnson. It all kind of points back to getting the fit right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that plays a major part. They're trying to do everything they can to maximize C.J. Stroud's capability. He's going into the final year of his contract, and they want to have as singular as a voice as possible so C.J. Stroud can, have an improved season. I thought he looked better in 2025. I thought that playoff run was probably definitely the lowest point of the year. But, you've seen it with Nick Caley, in firing Jake Moreland and then adding James Ferenz to the tight end room. That goes more in line because he didn't bring anybody in other than Jerry, when he became the OC. So bringing in more guys that he's familiar with or having more guys that he's familiar with lead these rooms and have one singular voice is to help C.J. Stroud is the main focus.
We're talking to Jonathan Alexander here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And speaking of helping C.J. Stroud, obviously they make this move, but you were just at the Combine where Nick Caserio was, D'Amico Ryans, who did not speak to the media, but he was there as well. I think that there's probably another way. There's other ways to help him just in the way that they add. I found it interesting that Nick Caserio was talking, and he said, additions aren't about any one player or any position, but does it feel like they are outside of what they say, kind of actually thinking about making some player acquisitions to actually help specifically CJ be better?
Yeah, 100%. And just recently posted a story on some of the things that I'm hearing. But I definitely think that they're going to go after one of the top running backs in this free agent market. I think Walker from the Seahawks, Kenneth Walker III could play a big factor. I think they'll improve the offensive line. Center, are some of the things that I've heard. I think guard also. And you can even see them probably draft a tackle. So they're going to do everything they can to improve this offense, whether that's protection, increasing the running game. I think that's top and foremost. They think a better running game will help take some of the load off C.J. Stroud, and it's what Nick Haley has wanted to do. He's wanted to base his offense off the running game, and I think all of those different things are expected to help, or what they hope will help boost this offense.
So coaching decisions with C.J. Stroud in mind, which obviously makes sense. Personnel decisions in the draft and otherwise with C.J. Stroud in mind. What are your thoughts with C.J. Stroud in terms of coming back? I don't want to say a new man, but certainly being able to buy into everything that they're wanting him to do.
Yeah, I think he knows that I think last year there was a lot of ups and downs with the offense. He likes Nick Haley. I think he knows they have to buy fully in, but I think there was the thinking that they did need a little bit more support around C.J. Stroud. One of the points I've brought up, some people have asked me what's wrong with C.J. Stroud. I think one of the more underrated things about his rookie season was that he did have a lot of support. He had a lot of weapons who played well. His offensive line held up, and that led to him having a great year. And then you saw his second season, his weapons got hurt. His offensive line was horrendous. His play dropped. And then you go to year 3, the weapons weren't as great. You had a lot of young players. And, C.J. Stroud improved some. And I think that comes with the maturation, being a third-year quarterback. And I expect if they improve the pieces around him in year 4, and you have that fourth-year experience, I think he'll improve even more in year 4.
We're talking to Jonathan Alexander here in the Loop. When you talk about acquisition in the various different places, and I mean, obviously we have been talking about some of the similar places where we talk about running back, center, guard, maybe even tackle. What would you guess is their appetite when it comes to it? Because when you talk about center, it feels like there's only a very small handful. When we talk about running back, there's definitely a clear highest class of prospect or really free agent that's out there. What would you guess is their appetite for some of these acquisitions on the offensive side?
Yeah, I think those are their priorities. Like running back and center are going to be the positions that you likely see them grab in free agency, and I think they're going to be aggressive. They missed out on Saquon Barkley 2 years ago by a few $1 million to the Eagles. It worked out in the Eagles' favor. I don't think they're going to make that mistake this year. So I think center and running backs are going to be super high. I think tackle is probably something they'll look at, but, it's a little bit harder to sign a good tackle in free agency. And there will be a lot of tackles in the draft. So I think that's the approach they might go. I think there are quite a bit of guards, not a ton, but a good amount of guards who are going to be free agents, and solid guards at that too. And I think that they'll, target all of those positions. The Texans are going to be in a position soon when they restructure some of these deals and possibly extend a couple of these players, that they'll have a lot of money to work with in free agency. And I think that's going to be an emphasis because they feel like they have the ability with their core to get to a Super Bowl if they just increase the level of play on their roster.
Yeah, and he's played in the margins a lot when it comes to free agency, but I'm guessing you're expecting maybe to write the bigger checks, huh?
Yeah, I absolutely expect them to write bigger checks than they did last year. I would think it would be similar to that 2024 offseason. Now, you probably won't see a lot of long-term deals. That's not Nick Caserio's style. But I do think you'll see some talented free agents come into the building this offseason.
We're talking to Jonathan Alexander here. Was there anything else that you found to be interesting out there in Indianapolis in, obviously what is the NFL's biggest convention? Was there any kind of scuttlebutt, anything that you heard that you found to be very interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I think more and more people feel like, and I wrote about this a couple of days ago as well. I think more and more people are kind of starting to catch on, and it's becoming inevitable. All signs are pointing to a breakup between the Texans and Joe Mixon, and he injured his foot, and it's unclear if he'll even be healthy next year. And the Texans have a decision to make in the next couple weeks before the new league year begins.
Yeah.
Cutting him saves them $8.5 million. That's a lot of money. And if you are unsure about whether he can play, then that is the likely scenario. You're going to likely cut him. And I think a lot of people around the league have been talking about that more than what they had been previously.
And on the draft itself, at the Combine, maybe you hear and see some of these things. We all know, we've been talking about it right here, offensive lineman, running back, et cetera. Is there a position group where you wouldn't be surprised the Texans, put some emphasis on in the draft?
I definitely think they're going to put an emphasis on offensive line. We all know that. I think defensive tackle is another position that they could target. They've long to get younger at the position. And there are going to be some top-heavy defensive tackles, like defensive tackles who come off in those first two rounds that I think Houston could target. So let's just say one of their favorite offensive tackles isn't there at 28, and they feel like they could get that guy at 38. I could see them taking a defensive tackle with number 28 if one of the top guys falls down to 28. So,
and then later in the draft, maybe linebacker, because there's some gaps that are going to be there.
Yeah, you got E.J. Speed, who's a free agent, and Christian Harris as well, and Christian Harris is definitely not coming back. They could take a linebacker. I do see Aziz and Henry To'oTo'o being the future, but they're going to need a third and a fourth guy.
I found that to be really interesting. All right, is there anything that we're kind of missing when it comes down to it? Because sometimes we can get really locked in here, but especially when you get out to the Combine and there's all sorts of different people talking, and you're not just talking about the Houston spaces, but you're getting a lot of other folks. Was there anything else interesting that came out of the Combine in general for you?
Anything interesting? I think, we talked a little bit about the running back situation and the fact that the Texans could spend big there. One of the more interesting things, and I had said this earlier, that I thought that the Texans were going to go after Breece Hall, but the Jets were really resolute on the fact that they're going to keep him and transition tag him. So that takes them out of the equation. And even though the Texans want Kenneth Walker, or will likely target Kenneth Walker, I should say, it's no guarantee that they'll get him, because there will be so many teams vying for his services, as well as Seattle Seahawks. So, it might end up being a situation where the Texans still get a running back in free agency. It might not be the guy they want, but they also have the option to try to draft one in the draft as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to let you go without asking about this, because obviously Nick Caserio shot down the C.J. Stroud rumors, the Ryan Fitzpatrick stuff emphatically, at least for this year. I mean, he didn't say much about moving forward, and we talked about that, but, moronic and all that. But my thing, and one of the things we talked about here, Jonathan, is those rumors, they don't come out of thin air, and maybe the Texans are hell-bent on keeping C.J. Stroud for now. But that doesn't mean that other teams don't see, potential issues or whatever you want to call them here and are making the calls, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The fact that a team wouldn't make the call, that's totally in the question. Like, the national discourse has been C.J. Stroud's struggles. And a lot of people have asked me about C.J. Stroud, and they've said, how is C.J. Stroud regressing? I don't agree with that. I think he took a step down in year 2 as teams adjusted. I thought he got better in year 3. I thought the playoffs was really bad, obviously. But naturally, people who don't watch every game are going to ask the question, will he be available, as they try to see if he's a long-term fit and possibly do an extension. So it makes total sense if teams were to call. But Nick Caserio was telling the truth when he said that they aren't trading C.J. Stroud. So, I think all of those things can be true.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something here real quick, Jonathan? Because one of the things that Nick Caserio talked about, and he was asked about there in Indianapolis, was Jalen Noel. And I know that you're frequently in those locker rooms and you're around those guys. Do you get any insight or any feeling as to the reasons why Jalen Noel might not have been as utilized this year? Because that's one of the things that we keep pondering on and we keep going back and forth on. It feels like there was more talent than was utilized. Is it really just as simple as there was an investment in Christian Kirk, and so that ended up being a priority?
I don't know, because they started using Christian Kirk a lot less late in the year as well. But I think one of the things with Jalen Noel, and he mentioned this, he needed to get better at run blocking, and obviously running the football was a major part in this offense. So the Texans felt like they were limited in how they could use Jalen Noel, because if he was going to be on the field, then it was most likely a passing down. I do think that there was an opportunity to use him a lot more as an explosive playmaker, but it didn't work out that way. But I do see him having an increased role as he tries to improve this offseason. I see him having an increased role next season.
Jonathan M. Alexander, he's the Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, and we greatly appreciate your time, my man. Have a good one, bro.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Right. There he is, Jonathan Alexander. He said his favorite sound is that sound of that when you're striking the heavy bag. I thought that was really
That's
good.
a good one.
Some other ones that had come in where they were talking about the best sounds in sports. Nolan Ryan grunting on every pitch, like just that feeling like he is giving.
That's terrifying.
He is putting everything into that baseball.
Terrifying if you're a
That was Zach Greinke too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greinke did do that.
Yeah.
That's a great point. I love this one that came in, the jingling of car keys when a team is losing at the end of the game, just that warm up the bus. And then them keys jingle. And then I loved this one, the chance of Bleep Altuve before he went yard. Just, he's about to go yard immediately after.
Yeah.
Immediately. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We will do that on Sports Radio 610.
How good can New Starter
610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh, boy. A little play-by-play here before we get into confessions. Nick Caserio on the McAfee Show. Finally got it. Finally, he's doing the charity.
He didn't warm up the arm.
Finally, it was only two. It was 2 throws, right?
And he missed the first one.
Yeah.
And we were like, come on, Nick. You were a quarterback, Division III, but still.
You had to do that.
That brother be on the field every single day throwing the football.
And he missed the first
more than
one.
any other GM probably.
How far, by the way?
That's not even 10 yards.
If you just hear us talking, you're like, what are they saying? So Nick Caserio's on the Pat McAfee Show live from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis where the Combine is. And McAfee has one of them, like
charity challenge.
Yeah, the charity challenge throw,
like the Dr. Pepper thing at halftime.
Exactly. How far do you think was the distance?
Not
for
even
him?
10 yards.
Yeah, not 10 yards,
Yeah.
but they were elevated on a stage, kind of throwing down at it, which was a little weird. But the first one, Nick Caserio, he didn't miss it by a lot. He missed it just a little bit low it was just low and outside.
Yeah.
But then the second one, he was able to hit it right on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
huge. That was huge for him. You know, in his mind, he was like,
Nick, got respect for you. I was doubting you. I'm going to be honest. I was doubting you. And when you missed the first one, I was like, see, I was right. And then he made the second one.
Nah, I knew he was on to something when he licked his hand first. He just licked his hand first before he got the ball. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's big time.
That's that old quarterback thing.
Yeah. All right, so confessions now. I'm feeling a little disrespected.
By?
A little insulted, to be honest.
Figgy, is he going to try and turn it on us about how he canceled on us
I didn't
on
even
Saturday?
think about that.
I feel like that's what he's doing
Little
Mm.
right
disrespected.
now. We'll see what it is. Let's check back in.
Little insulted.
Why?
So pretty much all afternoon yesterday and into this morning, I was trying to make right. You got to make right.
See, Figgy, I knew I was right.
You got to make right. I got 4 world class, and I know these guys, world class pitmasters. Doug Scheiding has won the rodeo cook-off.
Oh, okay. Salute to that man.
He's won first place. I forget which category. Doug Scheiding, good friend of mine. I got that's the Wild Game. I'm going to give them shout outs because they were very generous. The Wild Game crew. Abel Nuncio. Abel Nuncio. Big Bertha Cookers. It's a Tejano tent. Great dude. Tyler Gurney, Cowboy Yacht Club. He's a tremendous pit master. Caleb Warden from Kickin' Cajun. I got all 4 of those dudes. I said, listen, can't be there, but I want you to see if you can take care of my guys, Figgy and Reggie. And they all said, yeah, I might even have 1 or 2 more for you guys for Saturday to be able to go and enjoy the atmosphere, little barbecue perhaps, probably. Better be, right? And I texted this to you guys yesterday, not 1 response from either of you guys.
So how you gonna be out here trying to get respect?
Hold on. I sent you an email. I sat down and wrote an email.
I got the email.
And I even gave you their contacts, their numbers, the where they cook, their tents. I even gave you questions to ask them for social media.
I got that.
Crickets.
What you want me to say?
And
crickets.
Hey, I can't speak for Reggie on this one because I don't know what he's thinking.
Yeah.
But I was actually saving this as a confession.
Okay.
Because I got no seriously because look, we brought it up on air the whole time, even last year back in January when I was talking about the
way back.
Yeah,
honestly, he said it at cook-off last year too.
yeah. So I just wanted that was gonna be my confession. I was gonna let you know how much I appreciate you for going out there, man. I ain't want to be all loud over the air and quiet behind the. Or
what's your excuse?
You are making good on the promise that you said. I'm not giving you praise for something you were supposed to do.
Supposed to do?
Yeah.
I didn't have to do this.
Yeah.
You know how many people I had to text and call and say, hey, take care of my guys. Sure.
You know how it would have worked if you didn't text a call? You wouldn't have had to do all that if you was out there.
Well, I understand
That's all
that.
I'm saying.
But it's called about, making it right. Doing right. Crickets.
Also, I was saving this for 12:20, man.
Also, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I be getting crickets when I send texts.
Yeah, that's not my position right there. I was actually saving it for this segment because we only had one confession that whole segment last week or yesterday.
Literally yesterday.
It felt like last week.
No, I'm joking to some degree. I am appreciative that you're helping hook us up because I am excited to get out there and really see that part of it. But part of the experience was supposed to be all of us together getting the feel of it.
I know.
But I do appreciate you making good on it.
I am a little sad about that. I understand with the grandbaby and all that stuff. But I enjoy the show outings we do.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was kind of looking forward
and
walking around with the OG and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to make it right.
Yeah, I do appreciate that a lot, man. I could tell you went through a lot. I wasn't even expecting no questions. I didn't know you was going to give us some questions and all that stuff. I probably use a couple of them for sure.
Yeah. So Reggie and Figgy will be out at Cook-Off definitely on Saturday. I think Friday, too, we might be out.
Yeah, I might pop up Friday.
So we'll definitely be out there Saturday.
Friday's the party. Saturday's the afternoon. Just kind of taking it all in.
For sure. So if you're out there, hey, make sure to let us know. And if you see us, stop us to say what's up. We love that.
These are my confessions.
So I have been alerted to something that is an absolute must need. You know how you see something, you're like, I just need this.
Take my money kind of thing?
Not even, take my money, whatever. I need this. I need to be associated with this. You're familiar with the Atlanta Hawks, correct?
Correct.
They have a game on March 16th. They have other games as well, but this game particularly on March 16th will be versus the Orlando Magic. And you go, all right, what's the significance of that? Nothing really for our sakes, other than they have a particular giveaway, which is a Magic City Atlanta Hawks hoodie.
The Magic City?
I need it. I need it. And if you're like, what is Magic City?
Google it.
Well, yes. Especially if you're on your work computer.
Yeah.
Go ahead and Google that. No, Magic City in Atlanta is one of the preeminent places to get wings in the city.
Is it?
Also,
it's a wing first place.
It's also one of the preeminent.
And then they got other activities going on.
Is it?
You might also see people in states of disrobe. I guess is the way that I should say that. States of undress.
What's the other one? The gold. What is the gold something? The other one, big one in Atlanta.
In Atlanta, I don't know. Magic City is the one that I think of, and then I started thinking about Onyx back home. But that is something that I need. And the worst part about it is I know March 16th is the day that they have it. March 17th, you will see a Magic City Atlanta Hawks hoodie on eBay for like $1,300. I'm guaranteeing it. I am guaranteeing it, but I need it.
I wish I knew somebody personally in Atlanta that could grab me one.
Yeah.
Because I would definitely pay for one. That's legendary. And that same night, they need to have a Lou Williams bobblehead night.
Yes.
Too, man. Because he was the one started all this. And on this very show, I was fighting for my life, trying to explain to everybody it ain't nothing wrong and it's totally normal getting food at a strip club. And nobody here believed me.
Still don't. Still don't.
No, they sincerely do.
I know.
It's a weird cultural thing.
Hey, that's another field trip we got to do if Lopez don't back out of his fishing with his granddaughter.
When Atlanta is 2 years from now, Super Bowl?
Yes, because next year is LA and then Atlanta.
I just thought of all the NFL people that are going to be
oh my
gosh.
Atlanta.
How many people are ending up in Magic City?
Yeah.
It'll be sick.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of being sick, I was sick yesterday, man. Little backstory. Well, not really backstory, but I was in Cleveland the last couple weeks, so I didn't really check my mail as much. And I'm not a really big mail checker. I usually wait for like maybe a couple weeks. And I said, let me go on and get the mail and just because there ain't no checking there. So what the hell am I looking for? It's just bills.
Bills and flyers.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. Except for the couple things I came across yesterday, which is I seen an envelope that said jury duty. I'm like, man, I got jury duty.
Yeah.
I felt like I just realized it was a couple years ago when I had it for the first time ever.
I remember it.
Yeah, I had to take off of work for that.
Yeah,
and didn't even get in the room to get chose. It was just like, we got too many people, y'all can go.
Yeah.
So it felt like it was just like last year, but it wasn't. So I'm like, oh man, I gotta go again, man.
Yeah.
And then my wife was looking through the mail too. She gave me a card. She was like, wait, is this the same one? So I'm looking at both of them. I'm like, this is another jury? Is this totally different? I thought it was the same, maybe the same notice, but 2 different ways. No, I got a jury duty for the city of Houston and
the county.
And the county.
Well, you said did you say how close apart they were in dates?
Yeah. So one is on a Thursday, and the very next week is on Friday.
Oh.
What? Man, like, what are y'all doing, man?
You got double jury duty.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Is it possible to be on 2 juries at the same time?
City and county, absolutly.
Man, that 100%. Is crazy.
You're going to get picked for both of them juries.
That'd be awesome.
My dumb ass was sitting there like, man, I didn't know it was 2 different ones.
He's going to be on jury duty for like 5 days.
Dude, man.
And then get home and 2 days later go on another jury.
This is insanity, man. I can't believe y'all couldn't spread this out.
They don't talk to each other.
I'm not trying to be mean, but this is mean, and I recognize it. I kind of want you to get on a jury that you have to be sequestered. Yeah. I just want you to be on a
I ain't gonna be able to, no cell phones. You gotta stay in this hotel for the next 5 months or whatever. Man, this is awful, man. It's one thing to have one. Mm-hmm. I got 2.
Yeah. I don't think you're gonna get on those juries. I feel like as soon as you're like, hey, I work in radio and I talk on the radio.
I'm gonna say that loud and clear. I might wear my Sports Radio 610 shirt.
Yeah, just say you're in the media.
Yep.
No, don't even say I work on the radio. Say I'm in the media.
I'm in the media. I'm gonna come with a microphone with a flag on it. I might have to hit somebody up from KPRC2 or something. Just
get
come
a
with
flag.
get a mic flag.
Get what's that hood news? That
Grizzy hood news. Yeah, I might come in there like, hey, I'm here for jury duty. Here's fig with jury duty.
Yeah.
A lot of people coming in with a note that honestly I knew, but I never actually think about, which is, you do have the option to go online and reschedule if you need to. So maybe you need to spread these out if you so choose.
I might do that, man, because that's insane, man. Thursday and then the very next week on a Friday.
Yeah.
Man, nah, man, I'd rather work. Some people use that to get out of work and all that stuff. No, I'd rather work.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, nah, man, that's insanity.
By the way, there are people on the text line that are very disappointed in you, John, for not appreciating the very high standard and quality of food that are at the Booty Club.
Oh, I just don't think it's. I was going to say it's right. It is right, and people eat it. It's not for me, man. I'm like, eh.
But see, I mean, I know you.
Where have those wings been?
Look, I know you ain't gonna go in there, so you ain't gonna find out. But when you go in there, you'll see like, oh, okay, this is totally separate from what they got going on there. And it's honestly, it's a good marketing tool because it's getting people there for the food.
That's not what gets them there. That's not what gets them there.
Man.
Well, some of these kitchens, actually, it is.
It's a bunch of ladies that
y'all
be in
keep
line
telling
for the
yourselves
food.
that.
No, sincerely.
Y'all keep telling yourselves that.
They're
more expensive. And
no, not always. Actually, a lot of these buffets are actually pretty cheap.
Hey, it's people that will go to the hood for some good food.
Yeah.
So I will go to a strip club for some good food.
Now, I will say,
y'all keep telling yourselves
John,
that.
I think it is fair to say that it is not the majority of places where the food is bringing you in first. There are some select places where the food is the headliner, and then I guess the opener is a little bit of headlights. You know what I mean?
This is a modern day Playboy. Oh, the articles are great.
713. I've had some of the best Cajun food at the Chi Chi Bar. Never heard it called the Chi Chi Bar. I'm not even sure if I should say that on air. However, did not realize that they had Cajun food. Point me to the Cajun food one.
Did you see Frank DeFord's article in Playboy? Man, it was good. Man, that was good. Come on, man.
I'm telling you, man.
Come on. This is me you're talking to.
Hey, if they got some really good tacos or something,
well, they do have that.
Food.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. That is insane.
We got
what a terrible shot.
We got to get Lopez to a strip
That
club.
is crazy. That is
you said it.
Coming up next here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Oh my goodness. Let's do a little buyer. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Nick Caserio, shut. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm just going to leave that in the last segment. All right, let's get to some buy or sell.
Anybody
here.
hungry?
Yes, actually. Very much so. And that's
some
why
dream wings.
That's why I'm excited for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, world famous barbecue cook-off. That's what I'm looking forward
Yes, sir.
to. That's right. That starts today, doesn't it?
Starts today.
Ooh, boy, I
Yeah.
love Houston, man. I really do. All right, but let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610.
Little local flavor, as always, to start you guys off with. Nick Caserio talked about Joe Mixon. We know that. We played a lot of that. He did say this: "I'm not trying to be evasive."
Sell.
That's a direct quote.
Sell. Like, and I understand what he means. There's sometimes where you're like, hey, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. That's actually why I say that specifically.
He used evasive.
But he's not. Yeah, you are trying to be evasive. That's quite literally what you're doing is because you do not. And you're trying to be evasive, I think, for good reasons. But you are trying to be evasive, right? You're trying to protect your players. You want to protect their privacy. I get that. I do get it. You are trying to be evasive here.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes, I'm selling that.
Sell to my Lou, my darling. Yeah, you got to sell that.
What does Ray Alston have to do with it?
That's right. Absolutely. How about another one with how about another two with a little local angle here?
Love it.
C.J. Stroud. Now, maybe you played it when I wasn't here, but I think it was after I'd come back. C.J. Stroud at that gala, at that charity event.
Yes.
One of the things he
Humanitarian Awards, I believe.
Humanitarian Award gala. He said, "I'm so grateful to be in Houston. This city has welcomed me with open arms."
I mean, that's a buy. The city has welcomed him with open arms. I'm guessing the grateful to be here. I think that he does believe that he very much, especially if you track his faith, like that is the way that he operates. He tries to operate with a level of gratitude. So I'm sure that he believes that, and any starting quarterback would appreciate the way that a city latched onto him, especially the rookie year that he had. I'm sure, though, that the way that this thing is going on the back
to
end
me, it was
of this,
the timing of it.
The timing is rough, but I think also that is part of the way that, especially if you are of the Christian faith in the same way that he is, there's some level of, hey, what is your gratitude even in the midst of a storm? And I think that is very much, if you listen to some of the, especially the longer portion of what his speech was when he got up there and spoke to them people and such, I think that is the undercurrent of all of that is like having a level of gratitude in the midst of a storm, appreciating the opportunity to go through struggle and seeing the ways that it grows you. So I do believe that from him. I know that people that are not as good as him, probably including myself, will get to a place where like, man, book them people.
That's what I'm saying.
I do think that is
but
a
that's
way
why
that
it's a buy or sell. Do you think he really believes that?
I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'm buying it, but I feel like this is very generic. This is like a PR generic answer. I feel like every other quarterback would probably say the same thing. Maybe not Baker Mayfield, I don't know, but I feel like this is a very generic answer for him. And throughout the couple years, I could tell he was a little bit frustrated with how, people like just the stuff that I say we as in Houstonians bickering about with the hats and all this.
That's exactly
stuff.
where I was going, Figgy.
Yeah, so I think outside of football, I do think he appreciate the city, of course.
Yeah,
but I do think just him being so LA and Cali type of dude, and the stuff people was bickering about here as far as the fans.
Yeah,
I do think he was a little bit frustrated.
I think I'm buying it with upward inflection on my voice, just because of some of the things that Reggie said. Yeah, but at the same time, I could easily be talked into a cell here.
Okay.
I could, because like in his heart of hearts, he's despondent. I mean, he is disappointed, angry. We always talk about the fit. That's part of wanting to be in Houston. You know, is it the right fit for me?
I think it was really good his first year.
Yeah.
But I just think some of the I call it petty, the stuff we were kind of petty about.
Yeah.
Him rocking the Mariners hat and all of this other, just the small little stuff that got way more attention.
And he's always and the Mariners hat and I'm a Cali guy and all this.
Yeah.
I gotta buy it just because of what you said. I think there's a lot to that. But at the same time, I might be a sell at some point.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit frustrated over the couple years over some petty stuff.
Yeah.
Y'all have fair points there.
All right, buy or sell this. This is my favorite one in weeks.
Oh, gosh. What a sell on
my favorite one in weeks. So the Kevin Durant stuff, you know, about
the burners.
What happened? The burners and all that stuff.
Is it get off my Dickerson? was that the purported account? Get higher 77 or something like that?
Whatever it was. He was asked about it. I guess it was at a Rockets game.
It was practice.
Practice, yeah. I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense.
Oh yeah, that was a sell. Yeah, I very much. Shout out to Varun Shankar, who is the Rockets beat writer for the Chronicle, who asked the question. Yes, you are. You're here for it all the time. You were actually, if I had to name any player in the NBA currently, or really in the history of the NBA, who would be into getting into Twitter stuff, it is him. Like, maybe there's some dudes who weren't on Twitter, like Vernon Maxwell, very much into getting into Twitter stuff, especially if it has to do with the state of Utah, right? Yeah. There's some guy, but you are that guy. Not only have you made that a part of your personality, like, I get it. It's part of your brand, man. You get out there.
Embrace it.
You go back and forth with it.
Yeah.
There are ways for you to try and wipe away this thing. That is not it.
When I heard it, Figgy, I read that quote, I'm not here for any Twitter. I said, what?
That's one of those where you go, do you know who you are?
Yeah. Right. Now, I'm selling it, too.
You realize I can see you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm selling it, but I also understand it a little bit, because that's the one thing I hate whenever, back in the day when I used to tweet, like, consistently. I used to hate when people go up to me in person, try to ask what was that tweet about or what was that post. Like, man, don't ask me that in my face, man. Like, I just be posting random stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, don't ask me that in my face. I don't want to get into all that right now.
Yeah. I'm selling too, just because I think that was just his way of saying I don't want to talk about it.
Right. And honestly, and not that he gives a damn about personally what I respect or not. I probably would have respected more. Like, I just don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I probably would have.
All right. Are you buying or selling this Angels owner Artie Moreno?
Sell. I don't like that dude. Just flat out.
The number one thing fans want is affordability. They want safety, and they want a good experience when they come to the ballpark. Believe it or not, winning is not in their top 5.
That's a sell.
You said that with a straight face.
He sure did.
Not in the top 5.
He sure
I think that's a sell. I think there is more to what he's saying. I'm not going to go to the extreme opposite where winning is the ultimate thing.
Yeah.
It's not. I do think that there is something to be said for strongly affordability. Safety is absolutely a concern that you need. If they're playing good football or whatever, and all those things are to be considered. Winning is absolutely top 5, though. You can't get – this is ultimately what you're selling sports on. The experience is there as well, but sports exists at this really interesting intersection that I talk about a lot, where it's competition and entertainment, and you can't have one without the other.
Yeah.
And so he did this. Mark Cuban was also talking about this in regards to the tanking argument.
There's one coming next.
What people actually want is the entertainment. I'm like, no, man. You need to show that you're trying to win. That is still a large part of what we're doing.
Winning
here.
is entertainment, too.
You're darn right.
That's part of the entertainment experience.
All right, that's convenient for Artie Moreno, a dude who is willing to spend, and still winning evades him as if he is the plague. So no, man, I understand why you might say that, but absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. To me, this sounds like and I know he's not cheap or anything.
Yeah.
But it sounds like a cheap billionaire.
Yes.
It's like, winning is anything. I'm just, as long as we fill the stadiums up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, all right, man.
The audacity
top five. I understand
to say that.
Yeah, I understand if you ain't say number one or anything from a business point.
Yeah.
But top five?
Yeah, it's a guy that's disconnected.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's disconnected.
Yes, you know what the vibes this gave me? Because the audacity for you to say this. You remember in 2008, in the height of the recession, when Jay-Z and Kanye West put out Watch the Throne, like the most braggingest rap album I'm like, do you realize that we're all poor right now? How dare you? That's how I felt with Artie Moreno. Like, they don't actually care about winning. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Are you listening? Do you know what we're doing?
All right, here's another one. You just alluded to this. Suns owner Matt Ishbia has been on this anti-tanking kick. He's been kind of making the rounds all over the media. But he did say this. He said that tanking was, quote, much worse than any prop bet scandal, and it's throwing games strategically. Much worse than any prop bet scandal?
Ooh, I am selling that, and one of the reasons I am, do you know who is a owner for whom does not own his own draft for a number of years?
Yeah.
It is the Phoenix Suns. Like, there's a little bit of context to this. Yeah, tanking is terrible because those people are trying to get higher drafts. Don't look at me, who does not have any drafts, and obviously the tanking would not help me at all. Yeah, no, I think that you're coming from a place that's a little bit problematic, especially when you talk about the quality of the game. Although I will say, in his defense, we have had conversations where I go, I thought that this would all fall over when people had questions about the integrity of the game. There are integrity of the game questions, and this thing keeps rolling. I was like, maybe this does not matter as much as I had previously thought.
No.
But yeah, man, I don't know if I honestly have questions on how much people actually care about tanking or if it's just a conversation piece.
Yeah, I'm selling it for the same reason.
All right, I got two more quick ones here for you. Gianni Infantino.
Yes.
He's the FIFA president, which oversees the World Cup.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I love Gianni Infantino because he's
crooked.
Well, no, not because of that, but because he got a name that sounds like it came out of a Wu-Tang Clan generator.
Johnny with a G, by the way.
Gianni Infantino.
Gianni Infantino. Regarding all the craziness that's been going on in Mexico, we have complete confidence in Mexico, in its president and the authorities. We are convinced that everything will go as smoothly as possible in the World Cup.
Yeah, I buy that.
Really?
Because as smoothly as possible is relative.
Well, as possible, yeah.
Like, man,
what if it's not possible to be real smooth?
Like, hey, man, we can't control these cartels out here.
We gonna do the best we can.
That's right. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to buy it too. He's like, the way wording is everything. Words matter.
He's like, but the operative word here is go. Like, ain't no stopping on this. We got a lot of money tied up in this, right?
Yeah. I think the other word, as possible.
Yes, as possible. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, whether it's as smooth or whatever, the operative word is go, because there ain't no stop here. We are getting these games in. There's too much money tied in all of it.
Yeah, I'm buying it for that same reason. You kind of sold me on that one a little bit.
Yeah, me too. I'm buying it. And then there's one more here, buy or sell, which is particularly relevant because of news that came down probably about an hour ago. Chris Ballard, I still believe in Anthony Richardson. He said that day before yesterday.
I love it because the sell, it's clearly a sell. This isn't even a thought process here, but it's clearly a sell because
it's been sold.
The Colts
it's a sell because they sold it.
Yes, the Colts have told Anthony Richardson that he is free to seek a trade if he would like. And thank you 832. Watch the Throne was 2011. Same point. The rest of us was not doing laps in Rolls Royces or anything. We weren't dealing with that. But yes, Anthony Richardson apparently is on the trade block. So yeah, that's
day before yesterday. I still believe in Anthony Richardson.
Do you?
He could probably buy it a little bit, but just believe in him somewhere else.
I believe that he could be a good quarterback somewhere the bleep else.
I believe he needs to go. Is what I believe.
Just not here.
That's the buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Rockets and the NBA in general with NBA analyst from The Athletic, Law Murray. We'll talk to him. Oh, by the way, also in the 1 o'clock hour, giveaway for Shabuzi tickets. All of that coming up next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well. It's been going well pretty here with John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Also keep that number on hand because we are in the 1 o'clock hour where we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to go see Shabuzi at the Rodeo Houston. Was it March 9th? I still didn't double check. It's one of them days.
Yeah, 9th, 11th, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. But obviously, we'll give you an opportunity to win those tickets at some point in this hour. The news of the day, the big news of the day, the Texans and Jerrod Johnson, the quarterback coach, have parted way mutually. We had that verified as well with Jonathan Alexander, who joined us at 12 is what time it was. And this has just been really interesting because this is one of those things where you move on from a position coach, but it feels like there's knock-on effects.
Yeah.
That could happen as well. So we'll definitely be watching that space. The likely candidate to be the next quarterback coach, especially with the timing, is that Jerry Shaplinski, who was the offensive assistant, the only person that came over with Nick Caley when he came over from the Rams last offseason, he will probably step into that role. And the question that continues to be there is, are you going to be able to get the buy-in from CJ that it seemingly you didn't always get last year with Jerrod Johnson as quarterback coach?
Well, I think clearly not just because of the timeline, but because you've got the guys that you want in the building, that fit your style of play. If you're Nick Caserio and you're all about the Patriots, this is almost like now or never.
Yeah.
Because if it didn't work otherwise, and if it doesn't work here, then what do you do?
For sure. A little bit of a seeming like now or never also is existing for the Rockets. At least that's how we felt coming into the season after a second-place finish in the West. And there's been some up and downs. Last night was absolutely enough with Reed Sheppard with a career-high three-pointers and Alper Sengun with the triple-double. So to talk about that and more in the National Basketball Association, we welcome in a friend, Law Murray, an NBA analyst for The Athletic. Law, what's popping, man?
Hey, good to have you guys. Good to talk about hoop, man. Let's get it.
I always love talking about hoop. I'm going to ask you a simple question because it's one that's been bouncing around here in Houston. When it comes to the Rockets, are the Rockets in your mind a bona fide championship contender right now after what we've seen, especially over the last couple of months?
Man, they should be based off of how they beat certain teams, but overall, it's hard to consistently get there with them. And it really just comes down to, if we're talking about are they a good team, obviously they can overwhelm you on either end of the floor with their talent. But when it comes to certain specific things that are going to be highlighted and under the microscope in the playoffs in the spring, there are concerns. There's concerns about the ball handling. There's concerns about being able to consistently execute offensively, and it's the concern about being able to control games. If they will blow you out, but if they can't blow you out and the game is tight, these dudes play tight, and that is a concern that I have. It's something that they've got a month to work out, but, I mean, look, they're 1-5 in overtime games. We've seen them have bad offensive games in fourth quarters against quality opponents. And there's more that leaves you concerned than leaves you optimistic about the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, what you just laid out is exactly where I was going to go regarding offensive, coaching. If we're being honest, they've blown 37 fourth-quarter leads over the years under Ime Udoka, and that includes the Celtics time. 11 blown fourth-quarter leads this year. Is he a good offensive coach, or are there good offensive strategies with this team?
I feel like in the grand scheme of things, Ime knows what he wants to do for his teams to win. But even going back to Boston, what has always been a thing that people talk about is, what are you getting from the point guard position? And in his one season with the Celtics, he had Marcus Smart, but things got better when he added Derek White to the equation. Like, that was huge for that Celtics team to bolster what they already had in Jason Tatum and in Jaylen Brown. I mean, that's a team where you want to be optimistic about the Celtics, because like that was a group that they were they were hovering around 500 from the first half of that season, and then they really took off, right? And so, you know, even in that year, 2022, with the Celtics, they had to win 2 Game 7s against the defending champion Milwaukee Bucks, who were shorthanded, and against the Miami Heat to even make it to the finals. So the greatest thing that I felt like Houston did in the first couple of years under Ime is they went from the worst offensive team in basketball under Steven Silas to one that was pretty much league average just on the basis of taking care of the basketball, prioritizing who they were playing through and simplifying certain things. Fred VanVleet not being on the Houston Rockets is a major issue for this team. It's a major issue for Ime. Ime Udoka is a coach who he emphasized certain things specifically, but the thing is his baby is that defense, right? Mm-hmm. So he doesn't have those players to play through. Kevin Durant, as great as Kevin Durant is, Kevin Durant has always had a point guard next to him, either soaking up the touches or making the plays or just being reliable. He doesn't have that for the first time in his career. What he does have is a center who is dynamic offensively and out for Şengün, but there's a difference with that. That's why when people talk about positionless is a scam, because you have great playmakers at the wing position in Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün, but asking those guys to be full-time point guards and facilitators leaves you wanting more from this Houston team. And people want more from Reed Shepherd. And the reality is Reed Shepherd is a good player, but he's being treated like his draft status more than the player who can impact the game in the way that he has to this point. It's just a lot of diminishing returns, and you wouldn't trip if, you know, this was 2 years ago in Houston, but they raised expectations because they were the 2 seed last year and they got Kevin Durant. Ooh. And that's where we are right now with Houston.
That's really interesting. We're talking to Law Murray, who's an NBA analyst for The Athletic, right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And you got to one of the pet cats here in Houston. We love talking about Reed Shepherd. Everybody loves a fan favorite, especially a dude who's supposed to knock down shots. And I hear what you're saying on what he's been able to produce thus far. How much of Reed Shepherd and what we've seen thus far is a product of who he is as a player, and how much of it is a product of him not getting as much opportunity to get out here, especially because of the defense and Ime Udoka's proclivities to warning his guys to play more defense?
Yeah, I feel like Reed is a young player in the NBA, and you just have to acknowledge that. Again, drafted highly, but he was a one and done at Kentucky. He was the first guard selected. If this team had Stephon Castle, then who knows where they would be. Like, obviously they didn't draft Stephon Castle because of Steph's primary weakness that is still apparent in San Antonio, and that's because of his shooting. Like, the Rockets needed a guy who could shoot. That's why Reed was drafted. But if you wanted the better player, the guy who probably would have fit Houston even better, then they would have drafted Castle, you know? Like, if Castle was with Houston, then you'd be complaining about the fact that he can't break 30% from three. And Reed Shepherd can do that. But Reed Shepherd has certain things about him that are only going to get better on a respectable timeline of development. Even at Kentucky, he was coming off the bench and playing with another small guard who has had it even worse in the NBA as a lottery pick in Rob Dillingham. And so, like, you knew that Reed was going to come in and be a shooter, a bucket getter, and a playmaker, a guy who could complement talent, but not necessarily be a guy who could come in right away and just grab the offense and be that guy consistently early in his career. He can get there, but this is the timeline issue that you had. If you were a bad team You give Reed Shepherd all the minutes he could handle, make all the mistakes he could make, and you live with it because you're developing. The Rockets are a win-now team, and they locked themselves into a win-now team after the 2025 postseason. And that's the dilemma that you have. How do you balance development with the fact that you have not only a win-now mentality from an expectation standpoint, but your best player is a guy who started his career with the Seattle Supersonics. Like, that's what it is, and that's tough for Reed, but Reed's just going to have to deal with it, and so are the Houston fan base.
Yeah, you hit exactly what I was going to ask you next with Kevin Durant. I think just having a terrific year, but eating up a lot of minutes, and the Rockets are still trying to find themselves, so to speak. How would you evaluate that trade right now for the Rockets?
It's the necessary trade that Houston made based off of what they didn't do last year. The Rockets were comfortable bringing that core that got the second seed into the playoffs and seeing what happened. Well, you saw what happened. They were down 3-1 to a Warriors team that, yeah, they forced Game 7, but then they showed at home in Game 7 what their deficiencies were. And so they got Kevin Durant. They got a guy who they're like, look, what were we missing? A guy who we could reliably get a bucket from, specifically outside of the paint. Kevin Durant's done that. But you didn't count on not having Fred VanVleet to go along with Kevin Durant. If Fred was on this team, then the Houston Rockets are absolutely higher in terms of where they are, not just in the standings, but how they're processing, how they're playing basketball. That trade was, I mean, again, like, you'd rather have Kevin Durant than Jalen Green or Dillon Brooks. Dillon's been great for Phoenix. Jalen's been hurt. I mean, Dillon's hurt now. And the biggest thing is Kevin has been remarkably healthy compared to where he has been for most of the previous 5 years. Like, again, if Houston, you know, you got Kevin Durant only missing 3 games, and we're at the end of February. But if KD was missing the games that Jalen Green was missing this year, Dillon Brooks is missing this year, even the games that Durant missed last year, most of the previous 5 years, Houston would be in even more dire straits. So I credit the Rockets for getting the guy that they needed to get. They got a talent upgrade. They cashed some chips in. I think you want to try and win in this league. And, you know, you never know what will happen in the playoffs. And I don't think that's part of Houston's problem. I think the problem is something Houston couldn't control, and that is their point guard situation.
Now, Law, I kind of want to talk about the NBA at large because you started talking about missing games, and that's been an interesting context when we talk about the way the NBA has moved the awards, how you have to play 65 games in order to be an award winner. And at MVP, I'm seeing a lot of dudes who are either already missing too many games or guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Jokic who might get close to that threshold. Who would you say that you feel the strongest about winning MVP at this point?
Right now, I'd say Shai. And, yeah, it's getting a little tough with the games. But here's my thing. We asked NBA players, NBA All-Stars, the representatives of this association, before the rule was even put in place, about how many games guys should play to be considered for awards. And their numbers were higher. We were talking about the 70s. I think DeMar DeRozan specifically told me he thought his number should be 78. And if you go look at the games DeMar DeRozan plays, you can understand that. That dude straps up and he plays consistently in the 70s. Like, the Kings are the worst team in basketball. And here DeMar DeRozan is in the, I don't even want to say the twilight of his career, certainly the twilight of his contract, but, I mean, shoot, DeMar DeRozan is literally turning 37 years old this summer, and he hasn't missed a single game. So you get it from certain guys' aspects. I think guys want to play as many games as they can, and then the teams are saying, we have bigger goals in mind. We're going to hold you out, or we're going to take our time bringing you back, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what happens is a lot of these fans and a lot of the media, they don't want to, you know, look at what's happening with the league as far as who they might have to vote for and vouch for. You know, they like it when it's easy. They can just look and say, oh, yeah, this is the guy we've been promoting all year. They don't want to be like, oh, shoot, Kate Cunningham? We didn't expect him to be the best player on the best team in basketball at the end of February. And I think that's where you get it from. It's like people only want to celebrate 20 guys anyway. They only want to watch a little bit of basketball. They don't want to watch all these games. They don't want to say, oh, this guy's a certain player. We saw it already. We saw it in All-Star. We saw that Dwight Howard was dominating the voting in the Eastern Conference at center, and they were like, make it positionless. All NBA. It's like we don't want guys like DeAndre Jordan getting celebrated. Make it so that it's regardless of position. So, I'm never going to trip about this because I actually care about watching everybody, and I'm going to just say, hey, if this guy deserves to be in consideration for an individual award or to be on an all-NBA team, all-defensive team, then cool. I respect guys who are going to be able to play the games. And if guys miss 25% of the season or more, I'm not going to go out of my way and cape for them to be on an all-NBA team or be in the MVP conversation just because I'm not comfortable about the fact that maybe a tier 2 player who plays more might be a little bit more valuable because they contribute a little bit more than a guy who missed 20 more games than that other player.
Look, we all see the NBA power rankings and all that. That's easy with one simple click. But just from your perspective, watching all these games, who do you like in the East and the West in terms of kind of keep an eye on this team as we get closer to the postseason?
Man, I already kind of put my flag on OKC repeating, even though repeating as a champion isn't something that happens in the 2020s. So the Thunder already had that going against them. That's my thing in the West. Like, I love the Spurs. I think the Spurs have really the most statement wins out of anybody probably. But the Spurs have a bunch of dudes who either have never played in the playoffs or they've never won a playoff series or it's been a decade since they've won a playoff series. I think the notable exception to that is Luke Cornett. He was on the championship Celtics team. And again, we're talking about a second unit player there. So it's going to be very unique to see what happens in the West just among those two teams. Detroit, they're the only team you should really be considering in the East. Every other team has a deeper level of flaws. Like, everyone acts like New York is the team to beat in the East, but we've seen them be beat by a team in the East every single year. Last year should have been a very glaring example of that. People give the Cavaliers all kinds of grief for what they don't do in the playoffs, but the New York Knicks have never come through. That's why people were excited when they got past Boston. Y'all didn't expect that. And then when you underestimated the Indiana Pacers, you had Tyrese Halliburton's hands around his own neck. So, the East is always going to be funny. I can't wait. I love the fact that you can't trust the best teams fully and that all the other teams have a real case to really shake things up in the postseason field. And I feel like people need to be ready for that.
Yeah, that's a great point. It really is. When people ask for parity, we've got a real good opportunity of that here in the NBA. And we always appreciate you jumping on to talk with us about it. That's Law Murray, NBA analyst for The Athletic. Appreciate you giving us some time, man.
Hey, thank you so much.
There he goes, Law Murray. I wanted to ask him, and maybe I'll just ask him and bring it to the show at a later point, how Ime Udoka's staff is viewed around the league. Because that's one of those things where I can ask these questions, but the people who would know the best are the people around the league who do it. And he talks to very many of those people in his travels and covering the league. So I appreciate him giving us some of his time. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the word that I need to say. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame list of nominees for 2026.
Oh, wow.
We're going to go through them. We're gonna talk and see who deserves to be there, who shouldn't be on this list, and all that good stuff.
Clearly, we know who should be in all the Hall of Fame, so let's decide who should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame next.
How good can new starter Tuts? East Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Before, I usually don't be doing a lot of sports during this segment because y'all get sports all the damn time. So try to do something else.
He said there's sports at home.
Yeah, you got sports at home. But I was just looking at the ticker on ESPN. I'm not sure if I saw it because it went by quick, but the Jets made a trade with the Titans.
Yes, that was also something that I
don't know if I seen Sweat name under there too.
T'Vondre Sweat goes to the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
no, you are right. I should have made mention of that. That is a miss on my part because that's actually kind of a good thing for the Texans a little bit.
That's why I brought it up because I'm like, woof.
Yeah.
They do end up getting a Jermaine Johnson, a defensive end. But I am less concerned about their edge rushers versus big T'Vondre Sweat in the middle, just blowing things up as he is.
We're familiar with his work.
Yes, very much so.
Very. But, yeah, man, salute to the Titans for making the move for us. Because they don't need that unless we got to get that middle taken care of. But it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announces 2026 list of nominees. So I'm going to go through this list, and I kind of want to get y'all thoughts on who should get in, who shouldn't even be on this list, because I think I got one that, to me, I'm so irritated that this person is on this list. So I'm going to go through the list real quick. Luther Vandross. Sade. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Just go through them.
Luther Vandross, Sade, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, Wu-Tang Clan, Phil Collins, Shakira, The Black Crowes, Jeff Buckley, Melissa Etheridge. Okay, I'm not familiar with the work. Billy Idol. Is it NX?
NXS.
NXS. Okay.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden, Joy Davis, Joy Division, my bad. New Order, Oasis, and Pink. So that's the list for 2026.
There's some ones that feel like, just like with any Hall of Fame, there's some ones that go, okay, this is a no-doubter, right?
Yes.
Luther Vandross, Phil Collins, those feel like no-doubters. New Edition is one of these things where, are they black famous or are they just famous? Because there is the concept of black famous where just in a black context, everybody knows them, and then you get out to, I guess, a wider context, and people go, who? And you're like, oh, okay, did not realize.
Yeah.
Like, Figgy, who would you throw up in the context of black famous? There's some people that, like Morris Chestnut is not black famous. He's just famous, right? But Morris Chestnut might be black famous.
He might be.
Where it's like every black person you know, you go Morris Chestnut, and they go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, or Lisa Ray.
Right? But then you might ask someone else and you go, Lisa Ray, and they go,
Another one, I think actually another one we was having a big debate about this was Nia Long.
Well, she's coming to the sports world now.
But see, a lot of people, but see, Nia Long, I know her as the actress.
Right.
And to me, I think she's a legend to me. And, you know, when it comes to that, and a lot of people are like, legend, how? Like, no, and they start throwing in all the Oscars and all this other stuff.
I'm trying to sit here. I'm sitting here trying to think who, kind of sticks in your craw, so to speak.
The one that kind of irritated me was Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill.
Because she's doing this off of one album.
It's
that one album. It's a good album. Don't get me wrong. I listened back to it a few years ago because I really wanted to be a jerk and just bang on it. It's a great album.
It's a classic.
But you only got one of these.
One album, man. And no, it's no way she could get in the Hall of Fame. And then I was looking at people like Phil Collins. I'm like, damn, I kind of figured he was already in it.
And these, to be fair, to be clear, these are the nominees.
Yeah, they nominees. Yeah, so I hope she don't get in.
Yeah.
But yeah, just her being.
I hope she don't get in.
No, that's one album.
No, I get
it. That's one album. It's irritating me that people got her on the top hip hop list of all time type deal. But I was kind of shocked. Billy Idol. I kind of assumed Billy Idol would have been in there already.
Iron Maiden, I thought was.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden feels like
I'm not sure if I'm just the lone Billy Idol guy.
Mm-hmm. No, he had a long run.
Do you feel like he deserved to be in there?
Yes.
Okay.
If I had to pick.
Yeah, the absolute obvious ones. Like I was saying.
Let's say 5.
You want to put 5?
Luther Vandross.
I'm with you.
I would put Sade in.
Sade. I love Sade. I have to think a little bit deeper on it, but I love Sade.
Phil Collins.
Easy.
Billy Idol.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And probably Iron Maiden.
This is tough because I feel like
I was going to say Wu-Tang.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan has such a Wu-Tang Clan and New Edition have such wide fan bases. And I know we're talking about a lot of people who have pretty wide fan bases. I feel like Wu-Tang I'd put in. New Edition would be a little interesting for me. That might be a y'all gotta wait till next year. If I only had 5.
Is it a little wild that they got Pink on here?
I was just gonna ask you guys.
Pink got her stuff, but I don't know.
I was just.
Are we gonna get to a point where we gonna have Katy Perry?
Is it too early?
Yes, we will at some point.
Is it too early though for Pink?
Well, early is weird because she's had a pretty long career.
Yeah, I thought so because I think she was the only relevant one that's on here right now.
That's the one That's what I was going to ask. It seems a little early. It's like, you get a football player that's 5 years in, Hall of Famer. Well, give it a little time.
Well, and also there's some football players which 5 years in, it's like, all right, let's do this, but they have to be at the very top. I would not classify Pink as that type of artist with all due respect to her.
Yeah, was she at the very top among her peers during her peak?
Right. Was she all pro?
Yes.
Yeah, but I thought that was kind of interesting. To me, look, I like Lauryn Hill's
And Mariah
album.
Carey needs to be in. I don't care what you say. She needs to be in.
Yeah,
I'm not against that.
Yeah.
Somebody said New Order, guys, great band. I'll be honest, that's one of my blind spots. I'll take your word for it, and I'm guessing that
I might have to check them out.
In order to get on here, in order to get on here, you have to be a really good musician, point blank, period, right? This is one of those things where you have to acknowledge on the front end, all of these folks are really good. It's like when we're talking about any of these athletes and we're like, oh yeah, he's bad. He's bad for the top 1% of all the people who do this in the world.
Yes.
Right? I think that we need to do that.
And see, that's where I go back to Lauryn Hill, man. I just don't understand. Do we have somebody in the Hall of Fame right now that's currently living and all that stuff, but only had one album?
That's a great question. Yeah, I have no idea.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough.
But to me, it's hard. I just don't understand. And she probably won't get in.
Agreed.
But it just kind of make my skin crawl just seeing that name right there. It's just like, man, come on, man. Do we gotta really have this conversation?
We don't have to. We could just be like, no. Thank you for showing up.
I just hate that we had to explain to people like, man, it's only one album.
Okay.
One great album.
Y'all may well mock me and call me an idiot. But the one that came to mind when you asked that question to me was Outkast.
Outkast has, I would probably say, if we're talking about,
but they're in it based on one album.
No, they got 3. 3 that I'd put up to that level.
I wouldn't say one album. They actually have a body of work, which kind of make it a little confusing when people have the conversations about Andre 3000.
Yeah,
because a lot of people, when it comes to hip hop lists, they put Andre 3000 maybe top 3, or top 5, and he only got. But I guess it ain't even technically. I don't even think he have a solo album that's just based under his name.
Well, the best way that you get to a solo album for Andre 3000, if you consider the Love Below,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But that's Outkast though. That's not Andre 3000.
Yeah, I think if I go to Outkast and if we're talking about what are the bona fide hits of albums that they have out, clearly Speaker Box Love Below had a lot of commercial success. I think you absolutely go with Quinn Minaj. You absolutely go ATLNs. Some could quibble on Southern Playlist of Cadillac Music. Some could quibble on Stankonia, and of course, this is all like on a curve. And then Idlewild is one of those that you got to be a friend, you got to be a little bit of a sicko in that.
But they were one of the most important hip hop duos groups in hip hop history. So I get that. But just when it comes to Lauryn Hill, man, the Fugees not in there. The group that she was in.
Yeah.
So you nominated or like
maybe that's part of the nomination.
We're just. Yeah, we need to put the Fugees right there then.
Yeah,
then maybe I will understand
that either.
Yeah.
Sex Pistols and the Ronettes, somebody says, are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with one album.
Okay. It's a mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I ran across this poll in a question, so I kind of want to get y'all quick thoughts on this. So a poll asks, if you could get $10 million now, but your lifespan will decrease by 10 years, do you take that offer? Well, I wonder why you say that. No, all that money be going to Lil Natalie and her new fishing boat.
That's right.
That's rough. Because
63% of the people said yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can increase your quality of life by a whole bunch.
That's not a big number, though.
What? How much?
63.
Oh, 63%.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that, but the idea that it's more than not would do this. Yeah, I get that because you said $10 million, right?
Yeah, $10 million, but your lifespan decreased by 10 years.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's a lot of people for whom, and I say this not being outside of this group, $10 million will never touch my hands, right? So, yeah, let's do that. And, hey, maybe also
live a hell of a life.
Depending on what the rules are, can I expand my health outcomes by just having the money to do that? Because that's something that happens in our country.
See, I would probably say no. I cherish life a little too much and not really focus on just money. But I feel like $10 million ain't that much to decrease 10 years.
I've said this for years.
You have a good time with it.
I've said this for years to my kids. The best thing you can give to people is time.
Yep.
The best thing you can give to people is time.
And I agree with that. The only thing I would say is some people have to use that time toiling in order to live, right? And that changes. That changes when you get that windfall of. Is that fun?
Part of the ride.
I was about to say, like, I don't know if I would use that word particularly.
Yeah, a few people actually weighed in on this. One person said it's a win-win.
Oh wow!
I don't know how that's a win.
Wow. That's a sad person.
Unless you like 10 years old or something.
Yeah.
Somebody else said make it a decrease of 30 years, and now think about it.
Geeks.
I'm like, man, what you just trying to ball out for a year or something?
That's right.
Yeah, so
I spent $30 million in a year.
Yeah,
so don't worry, I'll do all the living really quickly.
I'm gonna just go stupid with it, and then I'm out. Yeah. I'm finished.
Yeah.
Also, a great point that gets made is this feels like a monkey paw situation because what happens if I'm supposed to go 10 years from now and I didn't know that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, here's $10 million and you're out of here.
You're gone.
Yeah. It's a mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to play the big back intro on this one, but Johnsonville Sausages is doing something. They decided to collab with Dr. Pepper on a new Dr. Pepper sausage that is flavored with the Dr. Pepper
Ooh, I don't know
soda.
about that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you in on it?
I don't know about that.
I'm not a Dr. Pepper guy, so I'm totally out on this one. But I know we got a lot of Dr. Pepper people in the city of Houston, probably in Texas. But
all over, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, would you eat a Dr. Pepper flavored?
It's not against Dr. Pepper, and it's certainly not against Johnson sausage. It's just the combined.
I actually think that would work because I've seen people use Dr. Pepper as the base for things that I did not anticipate them working for because I do not have imagination, apparently. And so I think this would actually work.
There's a pretty famous recipe out there, Dr. Pepper chicken, when you're smoking a chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this would actually work. And also, I see you texters. Apparently, when we start talking music, it riles the people up. And a great point is New Edition was the very first boy band, and it does deserve some respect off of that. So
I thought about that. Yeah, I actually thought about that too. So, yeah, no, I get it. And I will get y'all out of here on this as we continue the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And this kind of leads to one of my famous sayings in this segment. Before I get to that, a man was accused of assault with a deadly weapon against a woman in Montgomery County. ABC 13 had the story, and they actually caught up with the mother of the guy. And I had to question the mom after you. I have a question for the mom after you hear this report from ABC 13.
Suspect in this case, we've learned, is 25-year-old John Demeter, who you just mentioned is currently in custody here in jail in Montgomery County and facing a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And we've learned that the deadly weapon in this particular case is the drug mifepristone, which is actually used to induce an abortion. And that drug is also illegal here in the state of Texas. Now, on Saturday, deputies, they were called to a hospital over in the Woodlands for what officials officials described as a miscarriage under suspicious circumstances. So the woman reported that the father of her baby secretly drugged her in order to end the pregnancy. That baby, named Presley, was stillborn. According to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, the alleged victim told investigators that she wanted to keep that baby, but Demeter wanted her to have an abortion and allegedly offered to pay for her to travel out of state. On Monday, Demeter was officially charged, and now the case is with the Montgomery County DA's office. Our Jessica Willie spoke with Demeter's mother, who claims more details will come to light in this case.
Did he give her a drug? Did he give her this drug, the abortion drug? You can find out in the court there, whatever, that we're not saying nothing. You don't know the other side of the story. Well, what's the other side of the story? We're not telling you the other side of the story. No, but God knows it, and that's the important part.
So I don't need to weigh in on the guy. The guy's a slime ball and all that stuff. He should do some time for that. But my question for the mother is, what are you doing? Talk about you need to hear the other side of the story.
Yeah.
Nah, man, what are you doing?
Golly.
Some stuff you don't need to hear the other side of the story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's going to be one brought up regardless.
Your son ain't the first person to get somebody pregnant and didn't want to keep the baby.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I don't want to hear the other side of the story. What are you doing?
Yeah, no, that is the nastiest of nasty business.
Man. What is the other side? What could possibly be?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nah, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We don't want to wait to hear the other side of the story, man.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Somebody say, yeah, Buddy is cooked. They're going to make an example out of him. And going to be completely honest, feels like that would be the thing that is necessary here.
He should be cooked.
In this instance. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. How about some tickets to see Shabuzi? Would you like that? 4 tickets are on offer here, and all you got to do is be caller number 6. Be quick with it, 713-572-4610. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. It'll continue on with the drive, but right now, a 4-pack of tickets to see Shabuzi are here if you are caller number 6, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the drive here on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to everybody that's been involved with the program today. Thanks to Jonathan Alexander for joining us in the 12 o'clock hour. Thanks to Law Murray for joining us at 1. Obviously, appreciation to you, fine gentlemen, for being a part of it, and you, dear listener. Wherever you've been listening, however you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive so they can continue a Rodeo ticket Thursday. I don't know who they have to give away, but we might ask them when we have an opportunity to crosstalk with them. Some really interesting day. So just to recap, we find out today, and it's reported that Jerrod Johnson and the Texans have parted ways. I know a lot of people very quickly were like, we'll bring back Case Keenum. And obviously, I think it is pretty clear that they're probably going to have Jerry Shaplinsky to step into that role. If they didn't, would you be interested in that? Like a dude who's technically not been coaching, although he's kind of been in that role. And we've specifically seen the last time it felt like CJ was fully empowered in the way that he wanted to. Case Keenum was in that quarterback room.
It seems like the obvious answer would be yes, doesn't it? I guess part of the reason I'm hesitating, it's just not plausible. I mean, when they're building everything to point in one direction and one style, and then you bring in Case Keenum, it's a different style. Now maybe as a mentor, sounding board, whatever. But that's what you had with Jerrod too.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Is that at least that's what it should have been, right? That's the way that it was set up. So if you're wanting to change, wouldn't you want to change for something else? Now, of course, there's nothing to say definitively that Jerrod and Case would exist in the same exact way. But I get what you're saying there. You're trying to change. If you're trying to change your pitch here,
we want to be this, but let's bring in that.
Right. That'd be like, I don't want to throw the four seam, so I'm gonna throw the sinker. Like I get the idea, right? It is a different pitch, but is it in the same speed in that instance? Yeah, I think that's a fair question.
And I don't know if it's going to work if everybody is around CJ is on Patriots type time, if that makes sense. And just bringing in one person.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they had.
Yeah, that's
what they had.
Yeah, so I don't know how much that's going to work.
That's a fair question. Also, some of the other news that's happened, we talked about this briefly. The Titans made a trade where they sent big Trevondre Sweat to the Jets for an edge rusher that, I'm going to be honest, I am excited to see Trevondre Sweat go, especially for the Texans and their particular weakness. I think you feel good about your tackles. Is it possible that you're going to get younger at tackle and maybe possibly better at tackle? Yes, that's possible. But I feel good if it's Ariante Urshry and Titus Howard at tackles, whoever you got out there at edge, I feel good about you being okay. The interior, there's some things to be done, and maybe there's an Elijah Vera Tucker or an Isaac Seumalo or something that you add, and some draft picks or whatever. But I'm still not certain that the center or the interior of your offensive line is going to look right, and it makes me feel a lot better about not having to face a Titans team where they got a big boy blowing all that up.
What do you think Robert Saleh is thinking on this?
That's an interesting. They've had a lot of selling off because they also they released straight up their center Lloyd Cushenberry and a safety Xavier Woods. They've been just doing a lot of selling off a lot of their pieces here.
I mean, he's just getting his guys, kind of like D'Amico got his guys in here because I mean, you would suspect that big boy in the middle there that would be good for that's something that he would want.
Yeah, and he's the type of player where I feel good about him going forward, right? He is a good player
still
that
very young.
I would want on a good team, still pretty damn young. Maybe they're just like, hey, let's get everybody on a more reasonable timeline of this build. Or maybe that was just, hey, can we use this to get other talent? I don't know. But I did find that odd. And, ultimately, whatever is odd over there in Nashville works out a bit.
That's good for us.
For me.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, I guess, in division is that the Colts, they're seemingly leaning into this is Daniel Jones' team because they have given Anthony Richardson the right to seek out trades. And to be fair, I don't think that Anthony Richardson was actually going to be the challenge that you might have even tried to convince yourself that he would be. The thing that I find interesting now is who going to take him? Who is going to believe that they can fix Anthony Richardson?
Well, according to Cameron Wolf, there is
Cameron Wolf from NFL Media, huh?
NFL Media says that there is significant interest by the Minnesota Vikings.
That if there was a place where Anthony Richardson could be quote unquote fixed, is it not with the modern quarterback whisperer, Kevin O'Connell?
Yep. I'm not in that division, and I'm not a Vikings fan. But if I were, and I was, I'd kind of like that, because he's not going to be, starting or anything, but he can come around.
Well, he might be.
He might be, but he can come along.
J.J. McCarthy is the current real competition there.
Yeah.
He might be starting, assuming that he's healthy, which is also a part of this. It'd be funny if that is the way that this goes, because it is not actually a trade, but the de facto trade that happens there. Because you remember the Vikings went and got Daniel Jones when he got released, and they thought maybe he would stick around. Then he goes to Indianapolis, takes the job, and now you get Anthony Richardson for your troubles.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
That sounds good for them, I guess.
Yeah. Somebody asked the question on the text line earlier, do you think that Sean McVay would want Anthony Richardson? And I think the answer is no. Even though Sean McVay is one of those guys that I would believe capable of helping a quarterback, hell, it felt like he was puppeteering Jerrod Goff when he was there. But I also come back to he moved on from Jerrod Goff.
Yeah.
Right? He decided, I need something more. Now, it is worth noting that was before they won a championship, and they were just gung-ho for winning a championship. But I don't think he's there to just not win no more championships.
What pick was Anthony Richardson? What pick was he? I don't remember.
But I don't know why.
I'd say it was fourth.
That sounds right, but let me double. Let me make sure that I get that right, because for some reason it is eluding me in this moment.
CJ went 2, Will Anderson went 3.
Yeah, you're right, fourth in that.
Man,
how quickly? But this also isn't like just any other a highly taken quarterback.
Yeah,
we knew at that point that was a dude who was underdeveloped, who hadn't played as much football, and you were just going off of traits, hoping that you could put them together.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder if this is something of a trend or a meta or whatever in the NFL, where we have to stop doing the project, especially at quarterback, and you better hope that they're more fully formed.
Yeah.
Because I know that Tom Brady has talked about it, and people just generally have talked about it's more difficult to develop quarterbacks at the NFL level now.
Well, sure, but there's always coaches that think they can, and some do. But that's a big ask. But they're just scrambling right now in Minnesota. That's for sure.
So if you were in Minnesota, because there's a couple of names, right? I brought up yesterday one of the names is Kyler Murray that has been attached to that. Would you rather, if you're in Minnesota, have Anthony Richardson at quarterback or Kyler Murray?
Oh, I'm not the biggest Kyler Murray fan, but I would say Kyler Murray.
I think I'm there as well.
Yeah.
Like the upside on Kyler Murray is still there. Now he is a short quarterback, so that's a limitation there. But we've seen him look like a good quarterback for periods.
Yeah.
There's obviously issues with him, and now you have concussions as well to consider.
Right.
But yeah, man, that's different than the Anthony Richardson thing, where we haven't seen that put together. It's just been mess,
and it's been bad.
And he's been with a coordinator who's made the most out of Gardner Minshew and Daniel Jones as well, right? So it makes you wonder: not to say that if Shane Steichen couldn't fix him, nobody could, but is there a fixable portion of this if Shane Steichen felt like he couldn't get a lot out of him?
Again, O'Connell is a guy that I've often said I think the world of him as a developer and a play caller. But that's still a huge ask. That's a huge ask for him.
And a fair point to be made here on the YouTube page. The Murray is expensive while Richardson is relatively cheap. And that is obviously,
just in a generic sense,
a consideration that had to be made. But appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas. Ron, same question to you. I think you heard it. If you are the Minnesota Vikings looking for your challenge to J.J. McCarthy to either push him or maybe be a starter for a relatively short period of time, would you go with the Anthony Richardson route or would you go Kyler Murray?
To push J.J. McCarthy.
Well, I mean, just at least in theory. I think that's the way that they have to talk about it right now.
That thought. I would probably go Kyler because I think you're 6 games away from your all everything wide receiver wanting to get up out of there because nobody can throw him the football. But
he did get sick.
But if I were Anthony Richardson, like that would be a move that I would want. And if I were the Vikings, like to me that would be something. But you're obviously not going to have those 3 guys there because I think there's a route, right? You can look at him and you can see there's the Trey Lance route. And I guess Trey Lance is still the story is still rolling, but I don't think
that's done.
I don't think that's done.
Ain't nobody giving him the time.
Or
to play.
You can look at him, and we talked about this yesterday. Like that, you can see Malik Willis kind of route.
Yeah,
where you go to one of those places that are
even the Sam Darnold
that
route
can save.
Yeah,
but even with him, Sam made multiple trips. But I get what you're saying. But like even with him, like Malik went to one of those systems, and I think Minnesota is one of those places where you just sit. Like Anthony Richardson's next spot should not. I don't even know. I would even look at it as to compete.
Right.
I think his next spot is to sit and kind of just chill and learn the system from another angle.
Yeah. Oh, if that's the case, shouldn't you be trying to see if once Malik Willis finds somewhere else to be, go and be the next Malik Willis with Matt LaFleur?
That would be that would something like that. But I'm telling you, I don't think people are going to give up on that talent.
No.
If he shows any signs, if you just go and do like if I'm Matt LaFleur or somebody else like that, or if I'm like that, the nut and Sean McVay sitting there. Let me see.
See what I can do.
Let me sit back here for a little bit, and let me see if we can do this because he is naturally. We talked about this before, Clint. I think natural, just God-given ability of everything at the position, size, speed, arm, everything. I mean, he may be as talented as anybody in the league just from that natural talent standpoint.
That's what got him drafted because it sure wasn't the football that he played necessarily at Florida at that point.
He's a freak, man. Physically, he is an absolute freak. Hadn't played enough football ultimately to be a guy that can overcome some of the deficiencies of what the NFL will do to you between the ears kind of deal, and needed to play from either jump and just let him play or sit and don't play until you're ready kind of deal.
Yeah. That feels like one of the worst things you could have in a quarterback in the NFL right now is a dude who hasn't played enough football.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, man, it's that's the time we're living in though, man, is that these coaches, they're not getting the leash, a long enough leash to go, hey, man, I know we drafted a guy 3rd or 4th overall or whatever it was, but with the plan, it's just got to sit for 2 or 3 years.
That ain't going to happen.
I mean, it just very rarely does it happen. But guys, this has got Minnesota written all over it.
They've showed me interest already.
I mean, I don't know if you guys had the audio. I heard it on social media the other day. I remember when it happened, but Kevin O'Connell, after the game, grabbing him and I mean, he stroked him so hard that he felt the need to make sure he mentioned his coach. Hey, Steichen thinks you're that good too, man. Just keep working. You know what I mean? It's one of those like I'm in this thing. I'm mic'd up. I better compliment their coach too. This could be tampering. But it's got like they are a team that's good enough to win.
Mm-hmm.
They're a team that's got a young quarterback that they need to sit the bench.
Yeah,
and.
But do you think he need to sit it?
Well, yeah, no. Well, I mean, yeah, no. I think I agree with you. I think his best bet would be to go to somewhere and sit behind and just sit for a year or two, learn that system, mature, develop. Let everybody forget about you quit on your team. You tapped out. You're the only quarterback that's ever tapped out in a game. Let people forget about that. I agree. That's the best route. But Minnesota needs somebody.
Yeah,
their coach clearly loves that somebody that's available. Their quarterback that they drafted early, I don't know if he's going to work out, but he needs to sit. He's not ready.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's got Minnesota written all over, man. I agree with Ron's point. I think some of you
I
guys
think that would
earlier.
be a good spot for him to sit.
I just don't think he's going to go sit behind 9. Is that his name?
Yeah, no.
I don't think he's going to go sit behind old buddy.
Is that his name?
That boy name is Jay.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
You put a big arm like that in there with Justin Jefferson. You're going.
Yeah.
If he'll conform to your system a little bit, I just think it's got Minnesota written all over it.
I think.
I didn't know he was a Jonathan James.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a Jonathan James McCarthy.
I think Justin would ask for a trade.
JJ.
When?
You think McCarthy would?
No, I'm talking about
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
If it was Anthony Richardson?
Hey, man.
Oh, he'll give it a week. He'll give it a month. He'll give it 4 days.
Give it a month.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, and you could go 0-4, but if you hit him with a couple go routes, a couple posts, and he's up there
that's
the top
the
of
thing.
the league.
That is the fun. Anthony Richardson could put it up there where he's like, "Oh, go get it." And that might be fun.
You can argue that Anthony Richardson had a lot to do with what Alec Pierce is fixing to sign.
Sure.
I mean, he was going to throw that old jump ball come hell or high water. That you can argue the Texans had a little something to do with that too. Pierce had a couple big games.
I think today, and maybe a training camp with Kevin O'Connell, but I think today, if Anthony dropped back and threw it 27 times, I think 12 to 14 are getting completed, and I just is that enough? Is that enough to go around for?
No, that's a great point. Because I still vividly remember the feeling of seeing Justin Jefferson start talking about their quarterback situation. Yeah, if we had had Sam last year, from last year, I was like, damn.
Hey man, just think about that.
Gone.
Just think about that, man. He is salivating for Sam.
Yeah,
Yes,
Sam Darnold.
exactly.
Like
Yeah.
Sam's good, but
Like,
like
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like he is like that's what his what did he have before Sam? We had Kirk Cousins on his last legs.
Yeah.
Like that's what he thinks great. Like he ain't
The expectation ain't even in that high.
I mean, what do you think he pulls? What do you think Anthony Richardson pulls? I mean,
In what?
Value. Like, what do you?
Oh,
think
okay. My brain went somewhere else. So I was like, I feel like he gets some good ladies.
No,
in there.
no, I don't doubt he's ever had a problem pulling that leg, boy.
Third.
Well, where I was going with it was, you look at these. We were talking about it yesterday. You look at these teams that would, like, I would argue that like, Miami or Arizona or one of these teams is kind of starting over, and you just bring in a guy that might work, but if he doesn't, you're going to draft your guy. But I mean, are those teams in a position to really give up draft capital for a guy? Or do you just take what you can get?
They kind of. I feel like it's weird because it's somewhere in the middle. Because there's also we got teams that are calling the Panthers for Andy Dalton right now.
Yeah.
We got Ryan Poles out here talking about we might have to give up Tyson Bagent. Tyson Bagent. They talking about like he's about to be a guy that somebody gets out here and runs out there as their quarterback.
Yeah.
It's relatively slim pickings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, with so much turnover from the head coach position, what was there, 10 head coaches changes this year?
Yep, 10 and then 10 offense coordinator differences too.
Was there? Okay,
something like
what
that.
I heard was 20 coordinators in, but it was 10 plus offensive coordinators. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of turnover, man.
Yeah. Man,
that's a lot of turnover. We'll see, man. It's interesting because he is. I mean, you if you stack that dude up, size, speed, arm, the ability to throw. I mean, he's as good as he's as gifted as anybody in the game.
Yeah, but the game's about more than just being talented, ain't it?
That's it, man. That is.
But I mean,
but
if they can do what they did to Malik Willis,
right.
But that's the thing that gets people fired. I always say it, man. It's the if I can get it out of him, and that's not not all that money's good money, man.
That's gonna get that will get you fired.
100%.
I'm with Clint. I think O'Connell's going to be the guy that can throw it to this spot.
Yeah.
Throw it to this spot. It doesn't have to be pinpoint accuracy. We'll work around you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't. And I said this. I don't know. We talked about it multiple times when it happened. I just can't for the life of me understand. I'm a big Shane Steichen fan.
Mm-hmm.
I can't for the life of me believe that I sat out there on multiple occasions and watched Anthony Richardson not have one design run in a game.
Yeah, that too.
Like, I mean, how? I mean, this is not the difficult, guys. The quarterback position is so difficult to play that if you have the opportunity to dumb it down, and I don't mean dumb it down negatively, I just mean to make the game simpler.
Sure.
I mean, if you've got a quarterback, especially that caliber, that you can run design quarterback runs, you literally cut. If you do it effectively, you literally cut the defenses that your quarterback sees in half.
Mm-hmm.
He goes from seeing cover 1 through 9 or 0 through 9 to, I mean, look, you're 0 through 3 at this point. You ain't gonna see too much split safety.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you make the game so much easier for that guy.
Yeah.
To not do it for any reason is silly to me. But when you got a guy that, I mean, he started about 12 games before he got to the league and not do it is just, it's criminal.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we saw Jalen Hurts go win a Super Bowl because of it.
Yeah.
And it's not a knock to Jalen. It's just when you have
They used it the right way.
Oh my God! When you have the ability to do that, John, you don't have to be Pat Mahomes or you don't have to be pinpoint accurate. You don't have to be this elite process. You don't have to be Joe Burrow, right? You don't have to be able to anticipate perfectly all the time and do all this and all. Man, it just makes everything so simple.
Yeah.
And I cannot believe that I watched Shane Steichen, who I think is one of the best offensive minds in the game, roll a game plan out there multiple times with the Texans, and he didn't do it one time. I don't think there was one design run.
Appreciate him for it, though.
Yeah.
Appreciation also to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on YouTube and Twitch. You can see all of us here. There you go. As Tyler is waving at you and being odd. Also,
flirty is the word I would use.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, flirty or odd. We could go with either one of them. But also you're on the base power text line 713-572-4610. Creepy is one as well.
I think creepy kind of goes in the middle of odd and flirty.
The smile thing was.
Snake tongue.
Yeah, it's kind of the smile was.
What about flashing the nipples?
Oh, you want some?
Flash the dimes. Look at them dimes, man. Look at them dimes right there. That's really, freshly shaven for Mexico.
Really good.
Damn it.
Gosh dang it, man. messed around and got one of the cartel leaders and messed up your vacay.
Should be drunk on a beach right now.
You should be drinking old fashions, just getting baked up right now.
Doubles.
All day.
Yeah, that's what he had last night, folks. All right, hang out with us here, and not just hang out with us for the fun because that's what you do every day, but hang out with us because we're hooking you up, and these are some real good ones now, Clint. When we start talking rodeo tickets and you start talking Chris Stapleton, them are the good ones. We got you today, not one but twice in the 3 and 5 o'clock hours. 4-pack of tickets to go see Chris Stapleton March 12th. He can fill out a Thursday, right?
He can fill out any day he wants to. You can put him in there back to back.
Oh yeah, he can run it out.
You can put, which I don't understand why the rodeo doesn't do
Just
that.
don't take Russell Dickerson's day.
Yeah, he can take Russ. I mean, look, I'm considering taking my little girl to Megan Maroney as well as Laney. We're definitely doing Laney Wilson, but she's a big Meg Maroney fan. I'm gonna be honest with you. Chris could take a day two. Chris could take Meg's spot in a day of the week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody involved make a little more money.
3 and 5 o'clock today. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton. He'll be at the rodeo March 12th. That's a Thursday evening. So make sure you're listening to that. 3 o'clock hour. It can happen at any moment. That's your first opportunity, anytime in the 3 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. Chris Stapleton tickets right here on The Drive coming up at 3 in the 3 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, the big news of the day, Jerrod Johnson. He is out as the quarterback coach, and the word is that they may be calling on Jerry Slapinski to be the guy that is working with C.J. Stroud. And we'll see if they hire somebody else from within, but that was Aaron Wilson was reporting that Jerry Slapinski will be the guy potentially working with C.J. Stroud, and that may be the plan there. Your thoughts overall? Jerrod Johnson's been here all 3 years that C.J. was here, was a part of things as a quarterback coach that year that C.J. started out as a rookie and had that breakthrough season and has been there the last 2 years as well. Your thoughts on this move from the Texans?
Well, I got a bunch of them. I got a bunch of them. I think
hear them.
Well, first things first. I mean, let's. They're out of reasons. They are now out of excuses for the regression of C.J. Stroud. I mean, you've moved on from Bobby Slowick, who was a big part of the Rookie of the Year season, the toughest year of the 3 that D'Amico's had. I think it's fair to say. Now you've moved on from Jerrod Johnson, who was a big part of all the success that C.J. Stroud has. And when you talk about C.J. Stroud having played great football, Jerrod Johnson was obviously a big part of that. So I think first and foremost, they're out of options of who they can point the finger at and blame the regression or blame any downfall on other than the quarterback at this point. And so that's number one. Bobby Slowick last year, Jerrod Johnson this year. How many more folks can you point the finger at before you get to 7? Maybe D'Amico for making those hires.
I think you could point at Nick Caleb. But anyway, go ahead.
And then you get to number 2, and I think for me, I said this when D'Amico Ryans was hired, is he's got to get the offensive play caller right, and everything's going to hinge on that. And when you look at it, D'Amico's been great as a head coach. The organization as a whole is healthy. They've won a bunch of games. But if we look at it specifically about the decisions that D'Amico Ryans has made on the offensive side of the football, it has been awful. You hire an offensive coordinator. For whatever reason, it wasn't because you couldn't win with him, but it wasn't because your quarterback didn't play well. It wasn't because he couldn't overcome injuries and things of that nature. But you fire him. You go in a route of another first-time play caller. Now the guy that was a no-brainer hire for C.J. Stroud, mentor, friend, coach for the last 10 years, apparently. He's known him, knows his family. He's known him longer than anybody. Will work great with him, appeared to work great with him for 1 year. Now that guy's gone. So what you've looked at, if you're D'Amico Ryans, you come in here from a San Francisco organization, you tried the San Francisco thing, you tried it your way, and now if anybody needs any proof, he has turned the reins over to Nick Caley. And that leads me to Nick Caserio. That leads me to my third point. They have turned this thing into New England 3.0, 2.0. I think Bill O'Brien was 2.0. They have turned this thing into Bill O'Brien 3.0. Everybody on this offensive coaching staff, including the guy that's rumored to get the quarterback coach gig, has ties either playing or coaching in New England. And make of it what you will. I'm not a fan.
Hell, damn near all of them have been to John Carroll.
Yeah, they the same. They're college buddies, maybe not buddies, but at least alumni of the same spot where Nick Caserio came from. So it is very interesting to see where this offense has landed after what we've watched C.J. Stroud do and after hiring DeMeco Ryans. I thought for sure that when DeMeco Ryans was hired that you were going to get some level of the offense that we've watched take over the NFL. And not that he didn't try, because he damn sure tried with Bobby Slowick. And I would say he tried with Jerrod Johnson too, because Jerrod Johnson was with Kevin O'Connell, I believe, in Minnesota a bit. Not that he didn't try, but boy, they punted on that system real quick, and if somehow landed back in Nick Caserio's New England Patriot way of doing things, and we'll see if it works. We'll see how much of a fit C.J. Stroud is, and we'll see if they can win with it.
Yeah, first for me, Clint, I thought there was some interesting thoughts there with all right, CJ, it's now definitely on you, which I think from the outside you mostly look at that. I still think that's a little that's interesting to kind of look at it from that standpoint. They've made a bunch of moves. The quarterback's the last one they haven't made, and hopefully we see what is around him. But I do think that whatever has happened with C.J. Stroud and the quarterback, I think there had to be something significant that was different working with the quarterback this year. Like, you could not have come off the last two seasons, in particular last year. Last year really felt like there was a dip at times where C.J. didn't look like at all the guy we saw when he was first here, especially at the end. To me, it feels like if you're not going to replace the quarterback, if you're not going to replace the game, the play caller or the coordinator, somewhere something has to be different. We couldn't I don't think, just run it back with everything that was attached to the quarterback. And so I at least am glad that they said, all right, we got to do something different, and they're at least changing the quarterback coach. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, Jerry Slapinski, or whatever, however you say it. Sorry, Jerry, that ain't going to be enough. To me, that ain't it. To just let go of Jerrod Johnson and have somebody who was just in the building last year. If he did, again, maybe he had all the answers in his back pocket like Cole Popovich did, and just didn't give them. But I mean, it feels like they need to have something fresh from outside to be working with C.J. Stroud. So I hope that it isn't just Jerry Slapinski that is the one that is going to be tasked to work with him that was in the building. But they needed to have something different connected with the quarterback to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, the interesting thing is when they're making all these moves, they're essentially, with the exception of Nick Caley, obviously, they're hiring from within, whether it's within this system or from within the New England Bill Belichick days. I mean, so it's all from within. The interesting thing about guys that are literally in the building, the Cole Popovich, now the Jerry Shaplinski potential, is this is such a collaborative effort on the offensive side of the football that I would think that those individuals would have a lot of say-so from jump, unless they're just blowing smoke with the thought of how you know. How everybody has a voice and everybody's putting it together, and it's a team effort. Like, boy, to go up, we don't like the guy that's actually the O-line coach. Get him the hell up out of here. We like the assistant better. The assistant just sat around and watched all the same crap we did. Like, how does that work out?
This feels like there needs to be something fresh, something else.
Yeah, I mean, Shaplinski was talking to C.J. Stroud on the sidelines damn near every time the camera panned over there anyway. Like, what exactly was the problem? We'll see. I think I'm not saying that this ain't a great move. I don't know. But I think the obvious is they are rallying the New England troops and getting everybody else that San Francisco, that DeMeco Ryans initial approach to offense, they're getting that the hell up out of here.
Yeah, coming up, listen, 713-572-4610. You can text you. Hell, you can call. We can open up lines. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. what they're doing right now to kind of help the quarterback, that's got to be the number one thing that you want to see done. They've let go of Jerrod Johnson. They've kept Nick Caley. Do you think they're on the right track right now into getting an improved C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that. And Nick Caserio, he was on with Pat McAfee, and he is making it plain even more with his comments about C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear that next.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to open every day through March 8th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the news of the day, Jerrod Johnson, Clint, is out. He has been the quarterback coach since D'Amico took over since. C.J. Stroud has been here. He is out. He is moving on. And it looks like Jerry Slapinski is going to be the guy that potentially is taking over that role. And I just said to the people, you can text in or call in. I see we got some callers here we can go to on, do you feel like they're doing enough to kind of help the quarterback? They're keeping Nick Caley. The major move connected with the quarterback thus far is they are changing quarterbacks coach. Do you feel like they're on the right track? Do you feel like they are moving in the right direction? Some people text in, no, we won't know what they're doing until we see what they bring in. Fair. They should start Mills and make CJ beat him out or take it. The job. Okay, well, I don't think that's happening based off what Nick Caserio and company have said, so probably not. But no, do you feel like they're moving in the right direction? Junior, I'll let you jump this thing off. What are your thoughts now? We're seeing moves with Jerrod Johnson being let go.
Yeah, I think that really just in general with the Jerrod Johnson being let go, I think that they were moving in a direction, like you guys said, to get, Caserio's guys all in there. If they keep Jerry, I'm not sure that it really changes anything. And on top of that, I feel like they haven't really, if we're being honest, we won't know until we see what they do with this O-line. Because I feel like Nick Caley last year, he had some good play calls in him, but a lot of the stuff that they did, they had to mask the issues with the O-line. Yeah, at the end of the season, we had something that looked okay. It looked decent, but again, until we see what they do with this O-line, we won't really know what if they've actually helped CJ in the end. And really, I think that we have a better run game than Woody, than just Woody Marks out there and Jerrod Jordan. I mean, that's just my take on it.
All right, I appreciate the call, Jordan. Yeah, the Jerry part to me, and you kind of brought that up in the last segment, Clint. And as Junior said there, I don't. It does make me wonder how different things are. I do think there needed to be a different voice, but if Jerry is the guy, then I kind of take back a little bit of my thought of like they needed to change something. They needed to not just run it back, because if it's Jerry, like you said, we saw him on the sideline with CJ last year throughout the season anyway.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of ways you can look at this, right? I mean, I think the initial way is they feel like, eliminating Jerrod Johnson from the formula, they get better, right? I mean, that's one way to look. Unfortunately, they feel that way. They felt like they needed that whatever positives came with a guy that played the position at a high level. A guy that came up in a quarterback training fashion, a guy that spent some time in multiple schemes, a guy that's known C.J. Stroud for 10 years, a guy that was a part of C.J. Stroud's by far his best year. And when it comes to quarterback play, one of the best years I've ever seen from a quarterback, all of those positives, there's some level of negative. Now, is that negative? Was there a rift between C.J. Stroud and Jerrod Johnson? Is it simply remove Jerrod Johnson and put somebody in that place that has a ton of experience in Nick Caley's system, that's talking to the quarterback every day, that decides the the game plan with the quarterback every single day of how to communicate plays and what to watch on film and how to read certain concepts within this system, how to communicate. That's the other way to look at that. I mean, Jerrod Johnson, the advantages of Jerrod Johnson, which I think are ones that you can't coach, you can't create, you can't. It is extremely valuable, and we've seen it reap reward, right? Apparently, in Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's mind, Jerry Shaplinski, having been in this offense for a long period of time, was more valuable than everything that Jerrod Johnson brought to the table. Or there was some kind of riff, as we've been led to believe there was with Bobby Slowick. There was some kind of riff, which the only one that would matter is between the quarterback and the quarterback coach, quarterback and the play caller. Nobody gives a rip if Bobby Slowick was hard on the receivers coach. Who cares? Nobody gave a rip about that, right? It's about C.J. Stroud. And so there's either some kind of riff where C.J. and Jerrod just can't work together, or Shaplinski's experience in this offense is just valued higher.
He is the one guy that Nick Caley brought with him.
Yeah. I mean, it's just.
I guess Nick maybe had a part to do with it.
And my
John
point,
Carroll too.
But again, I know we can get off in the weeds on these kind of decisions with Nick Caserio, but if Shaplinski was the guy, then you should have got rid of Jerrod Johnson last year, and at the same time you got rid of Bobby Slowick and gone with it. I mean, don't bring the guy in, let him sit in the shadows of Jerrod Johnson and look over Jerrod Johnson's shoulder, and the minute that something goes wrong, hey, Jerrod, get the hell up out of here. We got a guy that's been sitting in the room with you and communicating with your quarterback all year long that we feel like is better. That's just a weird approach to this thing. And where they've landed, but we'll see. I mean,
the Jerrod and Slowick thing is kind of the same. Like years before, year before Bobby, love Bobby. Bobby did, and then got to get him on out. 2 years.
I mean, hell, they were stroking that tight ends coach before they cut his ass loose too. If you're over that building right there, and at least on the offensive side of the football, and there is somebody with New England ties that's creeping around that building, you better look out. You better look over your shoulder. What's that running back coach name? They like him a lot.
Going nowhere.
They like. Hey,
he's been through about 3 regimes.
Hey, they like him a lot now.
He's been through.
Let Danny Woodhead get into coaching.
He's been through.
Did he spend some time in New England?
He's been through O'Brien. He's been through.
Shoot.
He's been through Cully. He's been through Romeo.
Hey, when Caserio was out there coaching them wide receivers, whoever was coaching them running backs, let that guy come decide he wants to coach again.
Nowhere. Big Mac, where you at, man, on this thing, man? Do you feel like they're moving in the right direction with these moves to help the quarterback?
No, I feel like it's separation of powers. I'm going to try to say this real fast. I'm going to take you back. You look at Bill O'Brien. He went from coach to GM. You look at Easterby, started at the bottom. I think he was a VP when he left. You look at Nick Caserio, was a general manager. Now he a VP. It's like he's bumping D'Amico down to say, you take care of the defense, I'll take care of the offense. Any resemblance of any of the coaches that D'Amico had when he came there with Bobby Slowick, they all gone. All the New England alumni is coming to show up. And I wanted to ask Clint, he said something about the offense on New England side, because I know that in the Super Bowl, Drake May looked just as bad against the Seahawks as we did, and he was talking about what's the upside of this offense, because I didn't see anybody win with the offense and be successful but Tom Brady. And the last thing I got to say is when Andrews played when he was the center and we played New England and we played Pittsburgh, it seemed like he had trouble. And I was going to ask you, Clint, did you think it was because a nose tackle lined up directly over him and he had to block somebody as soon as he came off the ball instead of having to help a guard?
All right, appreciate the call, Big Bag.
There's a lot there to unpack, but there's no doubt. I mean, look, when you talk, to start with the last question with Andrews, when you face a 3-4 and you've got somebody that's touching you from an alignment perspective every single snap, it is different. You got to get that right hand for him as right hand. You got to get that right hand back up there and get ready. So I don't recall him, struggling with that in particular in a sense of allowed pressures or not getting getting guys cut off in a run game or whatever, getting moved in a run game. But that definitely is something that will change, what you need from your center, no doubt about it.
He did make a point there. Shout out to Big Mac on that call. Like it does, like the defense feels like the Niners, like the 49ers and D'Amico, and then now this offense does definitely have a feel of Caserio, New England. It does, like in how they operate all over. And it feels like D'Amico wants the offense to come over and be that. But
and this was the and I remember having these conversations, not the details of it, but I remember having the conversations of when Nick Caserio, you could tell was on his last leg. If this D'Amico Ryans thing didn't work out, Cal and Hannah McNair hired D'Amico Ryans. He needs to get along with D'Amico Ryans. They need to see eye to eye. And at that point in time, I remember saying, like, time's going to pass. And the worry is, boy, Nick gets back into a power position where he's real good and comfortable, and all of a sudden he starts making decisions.
You go 12-5.
Yeah. And all of a sudden he starts making football decisions again, and I'll be damned if that ain't where we are. It is. Anybody out there that wants to believe the thought that was coming out of that building over there that Nick Caserio's not hiring and firing coaches offensively, boy, your ass you selling that right there just got a lot more difficult. Yeah. I mean, there's roots all the way back to John Carroll. I didn't realize the John Carroll roots. What, you got about 5 John Carroll graduates over here?
Tyler said, I think 9.
No.
At minimum, it might be double digits. I'm not sure. Yeah, they really pull out of that school.
Hey man, that's
a gold mine right there, man.
You know,
something about that area of Ohio, man. It's
hey man,
hell with Canton.
It's it is absolutely interesting. Now I'll say this:
is that where Ted Ginn's dad coached? Is that where he's pulling those
firing Aggies and bringing in more John Carroll, baby?
Bringing those guys in. All right, speaking of John Carroll, Nick Caserio, man, he wants to make this clear. I thought maybe he would maybe smooth it over a little bit more the way he is saying it. No, I like it, boy. You know exactly where he stands on the C.J. Stroud thing. Here, once again, him with Pat McAfee. We'll let you hear what he had to say next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros?
up on Houston. 1 week it's calm, and then the next you lose power. Houston area homes experience power interruptions up to 20 times the national average. Base Power includes a whole home battery backup with your electricity plan, so when the grid goes down, your home stays on, and installations are happening in weeks, not months. When you switch with the 610 offer, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/610. That's basepowercompany.com/610.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros got a split squad, couple games today, and Imai pitched today, 10 pitches. He did get hit. Got hit
1 inning.
Yeah, we'll have to let you give you an update on that here in just a second. But Nick Caserio is obviously in Indy at the Combine doing his thing and making the rounds. And he was on with Pat McAfee. And the big thing that we know, like, it's becoming clear, Clint, they not only came to go look at the different prospects and see everything about these young kids coming into the NFL to get ready for the draft, but in many cases, teams come in and they almost create speaking points of what the hell that they want to get accomplished verbally at the Combine. And it is clear to me what they've accomplished and what they're wanting to get across. And they want to get across about how they feel about C.J. Stroud. And at every turn, and I'm not saying he's doing it without being asked about it, because it's one of the top things people are coming at Nick Caserio about, but he has the same kind of talking points and the same clear statement about C.J. Stroud. And Clint, he did it again. He did it again with Pat McAfee at the Combine when talking about C.J. Stroud and his future.
I mean, honestly, you try not to pay too much attention to it, but if you feel like you have to address something, and felt like that was the appropriate thing to do. I mean, he's our quarterback. He's played a lot of good football for us, to your point. He's had some good games. He's had some games where, look, all of us, I mean, there's some ups and downs, things you have to deal with. So glad he's our quarterback, and, glad he's going to be here for next season, and we want him here. And I think all players learn. I don't want to speak for you guys, but, after each season, go back. What are some of the things that did well? What are some of the areas you can improve on? I think sometimes when you just accentuate the negative and you're just taking up my microcosm of one particular game. Look, we didn't play our best game. The Patriots played better than we did, and that's the way it goes. So, I mean, all of us in the offseason are trying to improve, trying to find ways and things that we can do better, and that's where the focus is going to be.
All right. They've made it very clear C.J. Stroud is our guy this year.
Next season.
They have that is like at first I thought it was they wanted to get across that C.J. Stroud is our quarterback. But they want to get across that C.J. Stroud's our quarterback this season and not beyond, because they've said it. He's said it that way every time, whether it be with the media as a whole, whether it be with Aaron Wilson, whether it be with Landry, the local groups, Pat McAfee, Vandy. It don't matter. They have made that very, very clear.
Yeah. Look, I commend Nick Caserio. I said it yesterday. I love the fact that he's being a little bit more transparent. I mean, he came right out and said Nick Caley was going to be here next year. He on that Pat McAfee sit down right there. I mean, he literally said that, basically, I'm paraphrasing, that some things are need to be addressed, and that led me to believe what he was talking about needing to be addressed was the C.J. Stroud situation. And, again, I appreciate him feeling the need to address it, because I think most of the time Nick Caserio would come in and just and kind of soft shoe it and beat around the bush and move on. But it is. I think it's pretty clear that they wanted to get out in front of this thing and let everybody know C.J. Stroud's not getting traded. And in a roundabout way, let everybody know that they're happy to have C.J. Stroud for at least one more year. That's the interesting point. When you Pat McAfee introduced him. We love C.J. Stroud. I know y'all love C.J. Stroud. You're excited about the future of C.J. Stroud. And it's kind of like the and rightfully so, by the way. But the options for the messaging of the quarterback at this point in time after 3 years could be, no, this is our quarterback long term. This is our guy. We're going to get a contract worked out. We're in the middle of negotiating things.
They could have kept just saying, "This is our guy."
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there could be not that there should be, but there's an option there of CJ's our guy. We're going to work. We're working on a contract extension. We're going to get that thing. None of this stuff doesn't always happen real quick. It may take some time, but we're going to get this deal done. CJ's our guy. He's the face of our program. He's who we're going to ride or die with. And instead, the message you're getting is C.J. Stroud is our quarterback. We're looking forward to and excited about it for one more year. That is it's an interesting reality. Right? I mean, Nick's it makes sense. It's exactly where I want my organization to be with C.J. Stroud.
But they're making it clear. He could literally say C.J.'s our guy. That doesn't mean. That could mean a lot. He's our guy. He's our guy but he's not only saying he's our guy, he is making it clear every time the time frame in which he is our guy.
He's not. I mean, he's a smart dude. I mean, I think there's a level of communicating through the media, right? I mean, I don't think that there's any coincidence that he's going to the combine and he is in depth addressing the C.J. Stroud situation. Like, hey, I mean, I think he's a calculated guy. He's not saying what he's saying for Pat McAfee. He's not saying what he's saying for you and me. I mean, there is hey, CJ, we love you, man. We like you, but we ain't committing no more than one more year to you. I mean, that's the message loud and clear from the organization, I believe. And now that's holding your position in a negotiation. Even if there's a negotiation going on right now for a contract extension, you still got to hold strong to your side of it and let the opponent, let the person sitting across the desk know how you feel and where you stand. And I think I just don't believe that Nick Caserio is just by chance happens to keep saying one more year.
No.
Or alluding to one more year or next year or this. That's so we'll see.
He could say CJ's our guy. That's our guy. That doesn't mean our guy forever.
I'm entertained, man. I can't wait. And that's one. Obviously, you got the draft. Obviously, you got free agency. Obviously, you won 12 games, and you're on the doorstep of an AFC championship and hopefully a Super Bowl. You're right there. So it's obviously an exciting time to be covering the Texans in the offseason. But when you sprinkle in, does Will Anderson get a new deal and CJ not?
Yes.
If CJ doesn't get one, does he hold out? Does it get ugly? What does David Mulugeta do? We'll see, man. It won't be David Mulugeta's first or CJ or Nick Caserio's first QB dealing, if you will, here in Houston.
Yeah, I wanted to move off this text line. Y'all are adding words in to create this narrative. Carolina Panthers said the exact same thing with Young. Both need to play better, and they play better. They're going to be here long term. No, I'm not. We're not adding any words.
But you just said what we do. What are we adding? You just said what we said.
You the one. You added words.
Needs to play better, and if they do play better, they'll be. I agree. I agree.
But we are not adding words. We are saying the words that Nick is adding. I said he could have just said, "Yeah, man, CJ's our guy." That could have meant our guy for right now. That could mean our guy. Like that could just mean he's our guy and not really. He is the one who has added to the not only is CJ our guy and not being traded, he is the one who is saying he is our guy, he's not being traded, and it is for this year, for next season.
Yeah.
He said anything beyond that. Isn't that what he said?
No, yesterday, not in what you just played.
I mean,
not in the auto.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He has done it. He's done it 7 times. All right. Sometimes he's added a little bit of extra stuff in it, but he has said within one of the 7 times over the last 2 days, anything beyond this year. Like we're not adding stuff. He said it.
Oh no! Look, I think it's fair and that to listen to what he's saying and realizing, acknowledging, make of it what you want, but realizing and acknowledging that Nick Caserio has specifically said for some reason instead of just he's our guy. We're excited to have him for one more year. We're excited to have him for next year. Like there's The wide range of ways that the general manager could answer that question and be justified about C.J. Stroud, and he's choosing to do it the way he's doing. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's purposefully done. And so, he could very easily, like you said, just go with the whole, hey man, he's our guy. He's our guy. We're committed to C.J. Stroud right now. You could go into the whole, hey man, we all thought that at this point in time in CJ's career, we'd be hearing him talk about, hey, man, we're trying to hammer out the best deal we can for CJ Stroud, keep him here long term.
Mm-hmm. Someone texted, why is it a big deal what Dick said? You guys or all of fans feel the same. Show us one more year, then we'll see about a big contract. Damn. No, I think the one piece of it is we got complete clarity from Nick Caserio on how they are feeling about it. Which one is a big deal. They're not going to give him a new contract. And then now it is, how does this shake out on the other side? Look, I think it's
here's the deal. Anything Texans quarterback related is a big ass deal around these parts. It's the whole reason you pick the phone up and text in, right? I mean, it's a big deal. And when the general manager comes out and says, hey, we're not trading C.J. Stroud, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Even if you're of the thought that CJ was never getting traded, it's still a big deal when it comes out of the mouth of the general manager. When the general manager then follows it up with, we're not trading CJ Stroud, we're excited about him being here for one more year. And he specifically says one more year, not one time, but on a couple of different occasions. It's a talking point. It's a big deal. It's the Texans quarterback. It's a guy that they could potentially pay $50 to $60 million to. Hell yeah, it's a big deal. I don't know that anything. I don't know if there's one thing in this. There's not one thing in the city that moves the needle the way C.J. Stroud does right now.
And the response of what C.J. Stroud and his camp is going to
now that's going to be get you popcorn.
That's the other part of it.
That's going to be get you popcorn.
Hey man, you could have said it once. You had to say it 7 times.
Hey, that's going to be.
You didn't have to keep saying it.
Hey, get your damn popcorn, man. I'm ready to see what happens this year.
All right, coming up, Reed Shepherd. Hey, that was 7 times last night. 7 times last night made Clinton Tyler some money. But now, as we said, he was going to do this to the Kings. Now, Udoka, come on, man. How long are you going to do this? How long are you going to do this? We're going to have a conversation about Reed Shepherd and should his minutes increase. And the answer is yes. That's coming up next.
Let's go, Rocket.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors. Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive as we are here on a Thursday. Good back and forth here with the text line, YouTube and Twitch. Also, the base power text line, 713-572-4610. Phone lines are good as well. Love the back and forth. Love we can interact with you. This show is as much yours as it is ours, so we appreciate going back and forth. Agree to disagree. That's what it's about. Damn it. It's about. We hash it out, and then we have good times, and then Clint will buy a round of drinks, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, man. Let's do it.
Tyler's got the queso, and I've got the encouragement.
Oh, yeah. I'm always good to buy the hot cheese.
He get the queso for you?
Maybe show you some nipples.
Is that what he got last night?
No.
Not a steak night.
I never saw Tyler eat last night.
I had a steak.
I never saw Tyler eat last night.
Got them asparagus peas just like you.
I mean, did you stick around long enough to see him eat, or what happened?
Did you eat and I just missed it?
No, I was waiting to order away after y'all because I brought Bijani and Creighton some steak up here, so I ordered theirs when I ordered mine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you brought him some steak back up here?
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Damn good guy, man. Would you Uber back up here?
No, I didn't go hard last night. Just had a couple sippers with the boys.
Oh, okay.
Stayed responsible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we all stayed responsible. That's what we did. It's a good time out. But
except for Reggie. Oof. Just kidding.
I had a real misfire with Reggie. I may have been feeling real good. You ever grab a text or something and just read fast to it?
I forgot about it.
Just read fast to that bad boy. Somebody send you something and just really read all the words. You just kind of see them.
Skim it.
Reggie, I was holding down the tables. Tyler went to the bathroom or something, and then shout out to Chris Santiago who was out with us. Reggie and Chris went to go order steaks, and Reggie said, "Here, I'll order yours if you just hold down the table. Little drinks on there. Bet. Do that.
Easy."
My man texted me back. Said, "I don't know what I read." I read in my mind what kind of steak. He clearly texts, "How do you want your steak?" And I text back, "Ribeye."
It's the only cut they serve on steak night, folks. They ain't got no New York strips up in there.
Ain't like I'm in a strip. Maybe give me a filet. I said, "Ribeye." He said, "No, fool. With the temperature." I said, What the hell? Like he's asking me the cut.
You got any tomahawk cuts back there for me?
Yeah, let me grab a tomahawk.
My man thought he was at a steakhouse.
I did, man.
You at an ice house, fool.
Got any Wagyu?
He said, yeah, no deal. Yeah, like they out here, like they choosing cuts. That's my dumb ass. Shout out to Reggie. Reggie said, "I almost cussed you out when he came into the seat." I can feel. You ever feel the tone in the text? Fool.
Oh yeah.
What temperature?
Hey, idiot. You want it rare or what?
Yeah, that was good. All right. Last night we were at Kirby Ice House watching the Rockets and the Kings do business. And what did we say last night? I said, Reed Shepherd, you're gonna go in against this sorry ass Kings team. That maybe if you watch the game, Russell Westbrook might have been, maybe DeMar DeRozan, maybe you had him. You didn't have many Kings out there. And Russell's wearing old quarterback numbers in 18, and I don't know why he's wearing that.
You pointed that out. That is such a horrible number.
It's Peyton Manning's number.
Omaha.
The greatest athlete on the floor, 18. But Reed Shepherd, we said he's going to go off. He's going to get the minutes. Amin Thompson's hurt. And he's going to put up a performance where people are going to be like, yo, man, this dude's got to play. And Clint, he did that. 32 minutes and baby, he got them up. 28 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 9 of 21 from the field, 7 of 16 from 3, shot 43% from the three-point line, made 7 of them jokers, led the team in scoring as they put him away. Hell, he got froggy. He tried to dunk on people. I mean, Reed was out there feeling himself. And Clint, again, I think we have reached the point here, and maybe you think I'm out over my skis, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Maybe you think I'm aggressive. This is almost becoming like sit-down fireable. If Udoka continues to just push him back to his little 20 minutes and allow – like we can roll down, man. How many guys on this team do you get out there and you think to yourself, they should most definitely play more minutes than Reed Sheppard? How many guys when you start to look at – because this is –
I got 2.
This is – I got 3, but this is ridiculous. Like he can't go back to his 20 because now you're just wondering what is this? What's going on? Because his stretching of the court helped everybody. Şengün went out there and lost his mind for a triple-double easy, and the space he had and a couple of those assists he got was to Reed Sheppard. This cannot go on any further. He is not a 20-minute-a-game player for you.
Well,
he should not be.
I mean, this isn't going to surprise anybody that's been listening to this show. I am. It is hard for me to watch isolation basketball at any level. It was hard for me to watch when James Harden was doing it at an unbelievable level, just sitting there chewing up the damn shot clock and then yakking one up. Like he was as good as anybody in the game at the time, and it was still hard for me to watch. I just don't have an eye for it. And when Reed Sheppard's on the floor, every time I can see the entire group attempting to run some kind of team game. And last night, it just the control, as you said, the spacing you can see when you got a guy that can knock down shots the way that he's knocking down shots, or that he knocked down shots last night, the way that he can knock down shots, it changes the entire dynamic of the game, of everybody on the floor, and it is ridiculously valuable. That what we watched last night, and I understand the opponent. I understand it's not. But that should be what your stride. Like we should, like right now, Ime Udoka should. He could very easily say what you just said of like, hey man, you can lead with, hey man, it was the Jazz, or you can go, or the Kings, who the hell it was, or you can go, hey man, this is ultimately what we've got to be shooting for. Like, we've got to be shooting for somebody to get to demand and command the defense to stretch the floor. That's going to give Kevin opportunities. That's going to get Şengün opportunities. That's going to give Bari opportunities. It's going to create opportunities for people around them versus just the one-man game, regardless, whether it's Kevin or Amin or Şengün. Those guys bringing the ball across the court and trying to play a one-on-one game, that isolation game is just – It doesn't fit with my eye and what we watched last night. And this is coming from a guy that, hell, I tried to bench Reed Sheppard after one preseason game. So don't give me the whole, well, you
That's
just –
probably aggressive.
I mean, look, I just – to me, that is what you should be shooting for. If I'm Ime Udoka, I got to see a better team shut that down. Like, I got to see a better defense. Not saying that it won't happen, but I got to see a better defense create major fits for everybody involved with what we saw last night before I decide I'm going to venture back to the other
I'm
stuff.
just saying, he has some defensive flaws. He
Sure.
does. But there are some people who have some offensive flaws on this team that are getting minutes that equal his defensive flaws. So, like, what are we
I agree.
what are we going to do?
I mean, you look at all the young guys, Ron, they've all got – I mean, if it's not an offensive flaw, it's a defensive flaw, right? I mean, maybe not Bari. But the young guys, I mean, you can say the same thing about Şengün. There's right now, I mean, for a small sample size, but right now there's some flaws that stick out, man. So I don't know. I watched that game last night, and I just appreciate that I can watch the game and I can see, man, there's an effort to execute something. Like we're trying to execute something here, and last night it worked at a high clip for several guys.
And and that's the other part. He wants it. His confidence is through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, he got off 16 threes last night. I mean, he's stepping
he is not deterred by what Ime Udoka and company are doing with him from a playing time perspective. But it is unacceptable from Udoka. I don't give a damn. I know it was the Kings, all right, but I know it was. But damn it, as you said, man, I want to see him out there against the Spurs, and let's see what the hell happens late. Like I got to, man. That just his ability to space the floor for everybody, and there's a little wiggle that he's able to get. His ability to space it and shoot it off the dribble, catch and shoot, and how that helps space everything for your other two main guys. I mean, when you got him and Smith on the court together, that creates so much more space. Yeah. Well, then, and I'm not saying Thompson has to come off, but I'm saying, when you got those two guys on the, you got to think twice about how you're going to allocate your double teams to Kevin Durant. I think you could use pick and rolls with him with those guys to force it. Like it's just
that's where I was going to go with it, Ron. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not trying to say he's Chris Paul, but I mean, there's some craftiness to him, and when you start getting in those pick and roll games and the 2-man games, there's just
he's getting more confident with his handle
but
people got to close out so hard to him anyway that it's like that, like he even has an advantage even when he gets past people.
Yeah,
and he's a good athlete too.
Well, the exact reason that I wanted to quit on him after one preseason game, I just felt like he looked like he was overwhelmed. I mean, that completely has disappeared from his game. Now he still has turnovers and still makes mistakes, and I get it. But like the Jake Myers at the plate look disappeared really, really quick. It's no longer there for him. So I'm in. I'm a fan. His like they can't go back to whenever, and I know Amen Thompson is dealing with something that was a big part of why he got the minutes he got. But you can't I don't know. He knows his team in basketball better than I do. I don't know how you go into games and say Tari Eason needs to play 15 more minutes than him. I don't know how you go into games and you're like the difference in how much time he's getting on the floor between him, Jabari, and Eason is that big of a gap. He should hell, if you ain't gonna start him, he should at least be getting starter type minutes. Yeah. It is well. I do want to acknowledge bounce back performance guys for Şengün, who I think has been struggling. 32 minutes, 26 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists last night, 2 steals, 3 blocks. This is the best we've seen of him in a while. Great performance. I've been hard on him about what he's looked like. He looks like he's becoming a role player with his 16 points. But with the expectations that I have for Şengün, my thoughts of that performance is a slow clap.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, he plays the bully well.
Nice. Okay. Good job. I mean, I know some of you may think I'm an ass for that, but hey, all right. I don't know who some of those people were you were going up against.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
There was a Maynard guy. I think he was from Stanford. I remembered him. I don't know who. Maynard. Max Renard.
Maynard from Stanford. You think that was a white guy?
Max Renard, number 42, who he was giving him the work to.
That's what the whites used to do.
You couldn't do anything with Karl Anthony Towns. And I just say that to you because the expectations are that you're
an all-star.
You're a back-to-back all-star that I thought had a chance to be an all-NBA level player.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And for this to work, you need to be doing that against Jokic. You need to be doing that when they play the Spurs. You need to be doing that when they're not let Karl Anthony Towns, the person that everyone wakes up to go punk you in the game. So good performance. That's a beautiful triple-double. I love the stat line. Whoop-de-damn-do. It's the Kings, and it's 42. What is his name? What's 42's name? I got to look it up.
I ain't got it, man.
It was a kid from Stanford. This guy stinks! It's Max Maxim Renard or something like that.
Yes, Maxim.
I mean, he hit a couple
What
of
is
those.
it? You got it?
He hit a couple of spin moves where he didn't even have to jump, and he finger rolled it in, just right over him.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I was here for it. Last night.
Oh, Max Reynard.
Maxime.
Oh, it is Maxime Reynard. It is Maxime.
It's a hell of a name, and he's got some eyebrows. Holy hell.
That means he's European, huh?
God damn.
I mean, ain't nobody around these parts.
Somebody named Powden. He was giving that work to.
Yeah.
Patrick Baldwin. Who are these people? Text line Ron is an ass. I can be sometimes. But I'm sorry. I like this is the expectations for Sengun is higher than this. And you're gonna give me 16 and 13 points against these teams.
Who they got tonight?
We need your ass the Magic. We need your ass to play. And here you go. Now Max Reynard comes to town, and now you licking your chops.
Maxime the King.
Come on,
or like Maxine the Queen.
Ben Caro tonight. Wendell Carter, Angel Reese's man. Let's go. I want to see something. Let's see something tonight.
Show them something.
They're still in great players. This is a game against the Magic. It's a good team out of the East, at least with a good record, that you should work over. He is really getting under my skin. I don't know. These 16-point alleys. It pissed me off when I saw his line yesterday.
Don't let him get to you, bro.
It did. It pissed me off. When I saw his line yesterday, I said, this is what you're going to do. Kevin over there looking at him like, yeah, that 13 you grabbed over against the Knicks when we could have really done something. We could have really needed something. Good Lord have mercy. Coming up, Nick Caserio has been at the Combine this week, and he made some comments about the offensive line. And I want you to hear him because I want to work a thought off of that. Do you think last year's offensive line play is good enough for this team to get where they want to get to? I'll let you hear what Nick Caserio had to say, and we'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, if you've been dealing with the Texas weather, like I know you have, longer than I have, if you've been dealing with
It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's been a fun day. Free read. Is that what we need to do? Just to get some free read T-shirts?
Yeah, you work in a sheep or something, some kind of sheep image on it. Him draining a three from way downtown.
Free read. That's got legs.
I'm telling you, man. They had some shirts like that.
Especially as bullheaded as Ime Udoka seems to be about it. It could last a year. You can sell a lot of T-shirts in a year now.
See, and then I feel like we'd be working against him.
Against who?
Because I feel like that would
against Reed.
Yeah, I feel like this is a clear situation. Udoka, it seems like to me, he's just digging his heels in. I feel like he's digging his heels in. If we continue to go back to this when everybody gets healthy, I just feel like he is digging them in. But
well, here's the interesting thing about Reed Sheppard, Ron, and this is more of a question. I think I'm accurate, but I just don't know what the answer is. One problem with Reed Sheppard is if you commit to Reed Sheppard the way that I think most of us that cover the team and most fans most basketball folks would say you need to. The ripple effect is multiple guys. You know what I mean? Like that. That's as a coach. That's the part. This isn't just, hey, plugging in a guy that's a shooter and the best point guard we've got at this point because Fred VanVleet went down and you were used to doing things a Fred VanVleet way, and now you're just plugging in a younger player that's a lesser player that this is if he plays more, especially to the tune of 30-plus minutes. What's that going to do to the minutes of?
To me, it's Tari Eason. Yeah, right. To me, I'd be comfortable if those two. I wouldn't say either just completely flipped minutes, but at least Reed.
Well, it shouldn't even matter.
Yeah.
I like Tari, and Tari's a really good player, but it shouldn't even matter. But you're right. The point is it's going to impact Tari Eason's minutes. Which, how's that going to go over? Not that you walk around on eggshells, not that Ime Udoka's worried about it. I'm just saying
he's not good enough.
I'm just saying it impacts that player. And then when it gets to on the court, it's definitely going to impact Amen Thompson's role on the offensive end of the floor. So what do you do with Amen? And what role does he play, and how does it impact his role on the team on the offensive end of the floor? So
it's going to be a change.
I talk about it. I know I talk about it, which is it's the easy part of just, hey, man, the kid needs to be on the floor, and last night is a reason why. I think that works against even better opponents. I think that's a better option than what we've been watching with the Rockets. But the reality of it is it's a much more complicated move because it impacts two or three other guys on the floor in their what they're asked to do on a daily basis as well as their minutes.
Yeah, I think it, but I don't think it's like I think it puts him in to where he was last year. I think it puts him into the role that he was in last year more.
Yeah.
When he was playing as a wing, which I think is where he excels right now the most.
Okay, so that's a plus.
Yeah, and then I think, obviously Tari is a pretty good defensive player and has shot the ball pretty well from three. But I still think they're a better team, better offense, and I think overall better team if Reed Sheppard is playing more. But we'll see. Old free Reed, I don't know. Somebody's got that. Let's get that T-shirt.
They got that hashtag.
Got to, man.
Hashtag free Reed. I think he's got a little ring to it.
I think Parker's getting it done right now.
Free Reed.
Yep. Free Reed. Freed.
Yeah, you can go FREED. Freed. In just one word, you know what I mean. If you freed. If you know, you know.
Is that what you putting on the back of the shirt? If you know, you know.
I think it should be freed, and then hashtag.
If you know.
What is that?
IYKY.
There you go. If you know, no, there's more than that.
And then another K.
There you go. There you go. And we ain't talking about jelly, y'all.
All right, Nick Caserio, and I want you to think about this. Do you think last year's offensive line play was good enough for this team to get where they're trying to get? That's bust through that glass ceiling of the second round and get to an AFC championship game. Do you think last year's offensive line play, wherever it was, the best wherever, was good enough for that to happen? Here's Nick Caserio talking about the offensive line play from last year.
Yeah, we're typically taking the best players. I would say as it pertains to the offensive line, I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, I mean, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film, but, we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us and, try to put together a good team.
Talk to him, Nick. Talk to him, Nick.
Watching the right film, Tyler.
The hell, what film y'all watching? Talk to him, Nick.
But no, listen, I think it's a fair space of where you want to be to. Like, Victor, if you're one who thought it was good, the line play was good enough and is good enough for them to get to where they want to get to, I think it's a fair thought to get there, especially once they settled on where they were. I will say this, Pro Football Network ranked the offensive lines last year, and they had the Texans 24th, the 24th best offensive line in the NFL. Their best ranked O-lineman was Trent Brown, 18th overall, 9th in his position, and then their worst ranked offensive lineman was Juice Scruggs,
who split time for 8 games and then
216th ranked.
Was inactive
overall.
More than I was when I was playing. Look, I think this is a great question. Is the offensive line good enough to make a run?
Because it was good enough for them to get to 12 wins and do what they did last year, obviously.
Well, I don't know how you can't answer that question without more context. I mean, here's the deal: is the offense, just generally speaking, no context needed? Is the offensive line good enough for a team around this offensive line to make a run to a Super Bowl? The answer is yes.
You think so?
Yes, the answer is yes. Now, if you're a team that is going to run the ball, try to establish the run every game, and ask your quarterback to minimize mistakes and be one of the less explosive, less creative teams, then I think the answer is no. But if you're going to go out there and you're the way that we know that they want to run the football, the defensive-minded head coach and knowing Nick Caley, are they good enough to run the football to a Super Bowl? Absolutely not. 100% not. We know they ain't good enough the running back position to do that. They're not good enough the offensive line position to do that. Are they good enough to get to the second round of the playoffs and then say, hey, man, we got an offensive coordinator that's going to scheme up some throws in the ocean. We got a quarterback that's going to make you right. We got a running back that is going to – you don't have to be perfect up front in order for us to get 1,000 yards a season and have a Pro Bowl running back. He can do some things on his own. Are they good enough if that's the case? Absolutely 100%.
I was going to say, if they have last year's play caller, running back, and quarterback play,
no,
they're not good enough.
Not even close.
They would need to be better.
100%.
If some of that shifted, and the only two, now all of them could shift, right? Nick Caley could grow as a play caller.
Yep.
CJ could bounce back from what he's been, and they can improve their running back situation. Then maybe they could have with the Trent Brown, Ed Ingram, Andrews, Titus and Ursery situation. But obviously, I don't know that you go in and bank on that.
Got to have a lot of things happen. A lot of good things happen.
But I do think if those things are going to stay similar to where they were, and I think there's a fair thing that you can say, well, the quarterback situation. I believe the running back situation will be different.
I think the running back situation will be better. I think you will have a better second or other back with Woody Marks than it was last year. So I feel pretty good that they will find a way to improve that part of it. But the quarterback and the play caller is a wild card.
Yep.
You don't know exactly if you. I know. I believe of the two, the quarterback is the most capable of it because I've seen him.
Yep.
I've not seen the coordinator prior to last year. But yeah, they would need if they're going to get the same thing from those other three spots, then they need to greatly improve that to get to that mark.
Well, I think that's the context that's necessary, and quite frankly, it's all that matters is because this is a system you're in, and if you think you're going to go out there again as a defensive-minded head coach and with the approach of protect the football and run the football and chew up the clock and dominate the time of possession. You do not have the horses up front to do it. Nick Caserio, there's a promo out there right now. I think he's talking about fast, physical, and what else? There's 2 or 3 tough, fast, and physical or something, right? You're not that group yet, right? You're not that group. You can run Xavier Hutchinson back there in that backfield and have him lead up in that A gap or that B gap all you want. You can have Dalton Schultz and whatever 4-string tight ends you got out there trying to combo their way up to the second level. You can have Blake Fisher in there as a 6th offensive lineman all you want. You are not good enough up front in this system right now with the personnel you have on the offensive line to make a run to a Super Bowl. If you're going to approach offensive football the way that we think you're going to approach it, you better get better up front. And you better get better in the backfield too. But you better improve up front, no question about it.
Yeah, but like you said, if Kenneth Walker became the running back, then maybe they don't have to be as good up front.
You don't have to be, but you still if you want to.
But I'm just saying that then that takes some of the pressure off of them. You got Jeremiah Love. I made that mistake today, by the way, fellas. I made the mistake of watching the 22-minute highlight film of Jeremiah Love, and they don't.
You see some Gibbs?
They don't just show the highlight. They show they're showing every run and catch he had in all the games.
You see any Gibbs in there?
I saw Saquon.
Oh boy, I saw Saquon. That's even better.
I did. I really did. I know some of it was Boston College, but I said, my God.
Hold on, show.
That's woo. Coming up, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton at the Rodeo March 12th. Your chance coming up in the next segment. We'll do that right here live on the
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it right now. It is 3:45, and let's get a winner, a 4-pack of tickets. Caller number 10. Caller number 10. Give you a little time. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. Caller number 10, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to Chris Stapleton. Tyler will open up the phone lines, 713-572-4610. March 12th, Thursday night, 4 tickets. You can take you and your family, you and your lady, and maybe a double date situation. You can do a whole lot with 4 tickets. You got a chance to win right now and in the 5 o'clock hour, but your chance comes right now. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. I do want to see him live. I've still not done it. I didn't get out there the last time he came. I just like Buddy can go. Buddy can sing. So he's certainly going to put on the show. So you got a chance right now. Well,
you got one. This is a good one now. This is a good one. I say it every year. There are a handful of artists right now that can overcome the difficulties, the lack of great acoustics in NRG Stadium with the rodeo, and this is one of them. My man right here can sing in any building, anywhere, anyhow, and it is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, he is. He was really. Has he put out any new albums lately? Because he was really hot there for a while, and it feels like maybe he just hasn't made any new stuff yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. He's not on my lookout for new music. I mean, he's still the one that his old stuff, his original stuff works for me.
I heard him. How I ran into him, and I was probably late. Or Timberlake put out one of his albums a while back, and they had a song together on there. And I was like, "Who the hell is this dude?" I was like, "Who is this dude?"
Yeah.
And then I found some of that. I heard that Tennessee Whiskey number. Like, man, that boy can go.
Yep.
That boy can sing. Thought Tyler would play that for me, but
it's powerful now.
Went a different direction.
Were you wanted Tennessee Whiskey?
That's right. I thought he was going to go with that one of these points, but that's all right. We still got the 5 o'clock hour. We got a winner?
We do. John T.
John T. John T. Congratulations. Shout out to John T. You won 4 tickets. That's what it pays. Hey, it pays to listen to Sports Radio 610, and it definitely pays to listen to The Drive.
Best bets, too. John said he gave me a big thank you for best bets recently, winning him some money.
Is it John T. or Jonty?
John and last initial is T.
Gotcha.
I don't think it was. You thought it might have been a John T?
I didn't know.
John T.
I didn't know. Tyler rolled through it. I didn't know which one it was.
Wise Citizen from YouTube says Chris Stapleton is him.
Yeah, I would say that.
Special.
I would say that.
Special. All right. So remember, you could do. You have a chance in the 5 o'clock hour. At some point in the 5 o'clock hour, you got to stay tuned and listen to The Drive, and you can win another 4-pack of tickets. John T. or John T. I don't believe you're eligible, so don't try to be selfish and get 8 tickets. Pot kettle, because I sure as hell would. I'd try to get 8. And again, Aaron, I'm gonna need 5.
The showman.
Or Frank.
5?
Don't make me.
Kiddos, huh?
Let me say, hey, listen. And Aaron, don't make me have to go to your mama again.
Oh, Mama Kapner?
I had to go through her mama the last time.
Oh, damn.
I bet Aaron cannot stand my ass.
I think Forrest Frank sold out, didn't he?
Okay.
No, I'm dead serious.
Well, he might have.
I think Lauren.
Not in that suite.
Lauren told me that. Well, I mean, our tickets were purchased a long time ago.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, assuming that you
from Aaron,
you got your name on the couple.
I did hear from Aaron a little bit. So we'll see.
Oh, you did?
I did.
So you got them?
I mean, I hadn't got them, but we're in the process of.
Oh, okay.
Like we have every year.
Well, she's a lady of her word, no doubt.
Oh, is she?
If she tells you something,
Oh, yeah, Erin
If
is.
she
Oh,
tells
yeah,
you
Erin.
something, take it to the bank, Chief.
I believe I'm gonna get a text from her.
Now, if you don't hear from her,
I'm gonna get a text.
take that to the bank too.
Oh, yeah, she's done that to me. She's done that. She's done that to me. I got that hint that time, like Aaron. Maybe it was. What did she say to me one time? Ron, I cannot get you that many tickets.
I imagine that's the first time. With your habits, I'm sure that ain't the first time you heard it.
Hey, man. Hey, got to keep going. All right. Texter, we were talking about the offensive line. I thought they brought up a really good point, Clint. I do have a counter to that, but the texter said one thing we're not talking about with the offensive line is could they be better is we're not looking at the potential growth from guys on the offensive line to get better. And I think it's a fair thing, but I feel like how many guys do you put in that category that you're like, this player can make a jump, right? Like, I think another reason why I say Woody Marks gets another runner, I think Woody Marks is probably going to be better than he was last year. I can see a jump from Woody Marks. How many of those guys, right? I don't know that Titus is going to be better. I feel like we know what Titus is, and he's a good lineman. I think Ursery fits that, right? I think Ursery, you can see a start-to-finish season where he gets better. Hell, he got better throughout the season. But, I mean, does Jake Andrews fall into that category? I feel like we know what we have and what we're doing with Jake. Even Trent Brown, if he bring him back, I think you know what you're getting from Trent Brown. I think that's a really good point by the texter. I just don't know how many guys fit into that. Do Scruggs fit into that? I feel like they've given up on that. Patterson, I just feel like they got one guy that maybe fits into that. Maybe Blake? I don't.
Yeah, I don't. Now, I think the guys around the offensive line, your quarterback, and as you mentioned, your running back, and Jalen Noel and Higgins, and those guys can get. I think year two can get better within the system, and I think they'll make everybody around them better. But I don't look at this offensive line and say, yeah, man, year two with that first year under the belt, yeah, this guy's going to get significantly better. Look, I mean, be honest with you, I mean, we don't talk about how good Ursery was. I don't think he's going to make some major jump and all of a sudden become Laramie Tunsil. But I think he's a good. Yeah, but I mean, But I don't think it's noticeable in terms of the offensive product. Titus Howard is Titus Howard. I think Ed Ingram was. I mean, you can't ask him to make a bigger jump than he did. So I don't know what's there. I mean, Trent Brown, had his best year. I think I heard Nick Caserio say maybe of his career the other day. I think it was at the Combine when he said that. But so I don't know. I don't look at that. But I'm also not. I'm not. I also don't look. I'm not of the group of people out there that believe that. I'm not starting with the offensive line. When I look at where this team needs to get better offensively, I don't start at the offensive line. Now I acknowledge, like especially with certain guys that are free agents, you got to get to work. But I don't look at what the product last year and go, boy, this offensive line is just trash. You got to get better. I think there's other places you can start. So depending on what you subscribe to,
that's what I say. I think Ursery and Blake Fisher are the only two real guys that I look at and you're like, all right, they can improve just because of time from last year. Those are because Ursery, when you think about his start to finish, I think his start to finish next year will be a lot better if you take everything into account, because it took him a little bit to really get going, as it does for rookies.
Yeah, I think if you break down his film, I think it's probably going to be better. I look at it like this. I think he was a non-factor this year in a good way. Like, you didn't watch a game and go, boy, that left tackle is struggling.
Only one was Jacksonville, really.
Well, I mean, there was football times, yeah. But the point is like you didn't ever look up and go, boy, left tackle's a problem for the Texans. And that's all you want. I don't think we're going to look up, like I said, and he's going to be a top 5 pass protector. I don't think we're going to look up and he's going to be Trent Williams' physicality. I think he's going to be a guy that plays left tackle, plays a solid left tackle, and is good enough to where we ain't got to talk about the left tackle being a problem. Yeah, which I think is a really good thing.
All right, what you got coming up?
The Texans, they made a move, cut loose of one of the coaches, a critical coach on this staff. And there's a rumor out there of who they're replacing him with. I don't know if it's official yet or not. We'll check in the break here, but we'll have that news for you. We'll do it all next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, if you are looking to sell your home, if you're even thinking about it, you need to make sure that you contact Orchard. You need to make sure that you lock arms.
testimonials sponsored by Age of Learning.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Well, hey, boys.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boners and boots, y'all. It's rodeo season, baby. It is rodeo season. I may have to break out my pythons. I may have to, and I'm talking about, well, hey, you know what, Ron? I mean, do you know what I'm referring to? Huh? Hey, Tyler.
Your boots or your
boners and boots. I may have to break out my python.
Would have thought barbecue or maybe beer, but yeah.
No, baby, this Dirty's Daily. We talking about that other thing.
Sweet.
But I'm talking about my boots, you dirty-minded rascals, you dirty-minded rascals. It's rodeo season. Everybody out there, you listening, hey, stay plugged in now. We just gave away a 4-pack of tickets to Chris Stapleton. And we'll do it again in the 5 o'clock hour. Is that right,
That's
Ron?
right.
Is that
5
right?
o'clock, baby.
It is
John T.
It's
was the winner.
Yeah, John T. Where's he from? Did we get a hometown?
I just assume
John.
I just assume Humble.
You like Humble? Okay. I like probably Rosenberg.
Okay.
I like Rosenberg. Our Victoria, Southwest side, I believe.
Looked at
South,
3
Southwest.
houses out there when
Did you really?
moved out here, yeah.
Really? Boy, we was trying to make the commute I was trying to make, or what? I mean,
Yes.
Good Lord. Rodeo season, baby. We're giving away tickets, giving it back to the people. Make sure you stay plugged in. Today is a Chris Stapleton Day, so you may want to call you folks and tell them to plug on in. Next 2 hours, baby, we'll be giving away them tickets. It is Dirty's Daily, 4 o'clock every day, and today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Baylor Medicine. Here's why. I don't know if they want to be attached to me or not, but here's the deal. I had scheduled an appointment, boys. And I'm going to tell you, Baylor Medicine is giving Chick-fil-A a run for their money. You know how when you go through a Chick-fil-A and how efficient they are, all of a sudden you start looking around and wondering, like, how come all these other sonbucks ain't figured this out yet? Right? Like, I did that forever in Baytown at Chick-fil-A, and that old Whataburger next to him, boy, could never figure it out, man. I'd sit there. The Chick-fil-A had run 40 cars through that line before Whataburger had run 4. And then all of a sudden I drove by there one day. Guess what Whataburger had? They had them old folks out there in the morning.
They had them out there.
Now look, they
walking them down.
They didn't have them Mr. fans and them tents like Chick-fil-A got. They was out there in that heat now. Direct
2 lanes.
But Whataburger said, hell, if they can do it, I can do it. Let me get out there. So they added the extra lane, and they put some folks outside. But you know how Chick-fil-A puts real pressure on folks. Maybe not even those, just those in the fast food industry. But Baylor Medicine's doing it big, man. I don't know if y'all scheduled any doctor's appointments lately?
No. Doctor, no.
Well, I scheduled up a doctor's appointment here, and it's a little over a month out. And I like to schedule things and get them done. You know, unfortunately, doctors, especially the good ones, they typically are scheduled out a couple months. But they said, well, would you like us to put you on the waiting list? I said, well, yeah, go ahead and put me on. You know, I scheduled my appointment for early April, and they said, we'll put you on a waiting list. If anybody cancels, we'll hit you up and get you in. I said, well, you know, I do radio. I don't know if you know, but I do radio for a living, and I can't do afternoons. It's got to be morning, you know.
Let them know.
And she said, oh, yeah, that's fine. Well, here's what they do, man. Within literally 24 hours, I've already had one text. They text you, would you like to take this appointment in time instead of the one you have now?
Oh.
I could have got in a month earlier. Now, it was a 2:30 appointment. Couldn't do no good with the drive starting at 2 o'clock. I couldn't get in there. But I thought, I mean, how efficient is this? It's not a person blowing me up. It's a text message. And it's simple. Hit 1 if you want to change your appointment to March the 6th at 2:30. Hit 2 if you want to get out of this system. Hit 3 if you want to keep your original appointment. Boom, I hit 3, keep my original appointment, keep it moving. Baylor, that's how you do it, Baylor Medicine. That's how you do it. I mean,
Houston Methodist is pretty good with that too.
I got to believe the medical world, most of the I guess the ones that have been around long enough, the big outfits probably do that. But I don't. I mean, that is really, really good. I mean, from my dentist and a couple of them, I'll get one of those. Hey, here's your reminder. Thursday this week, you got an appointment at 9:30. But this joker's hitting me.
They ready.
I mean, they're giving me opportunity after opportunity to get in quicker, to be more efficient, to live my life, a little bit quicker without a lot of just. I don't need anybody to help me procrastinate, Ron.
Because you can do it all good on your own.
I can put some stuff off now. I can put some stuff off. I don't need nobody to help me procrastinate. I don't need any help. So I appreciate Baylor Medicine.
Shout out to Baylor.
I tell you, somebody else that ain't procrastinating is that damn D'Amico Ryans. Well, he's going through that offensive staff left and right, ain't he?
He's not playing.
I don't know if anybody's heard.
Going through it?
Yeah. Oh, ain't no doubt about it. He's either coaching it or allowing it, one of the two. There ain't no doubt about it. I don't know if you've heard, but the news coming out of NRG Stadium with the Houston Texans today. Yesterday was the Toro District. Great job. Today it is Jerrod Johnson, quarterback coach, is out in Houston. And the word on the street is Jerry Shaplinski,
Big J,
is probably going to assume the quarterback title moving forward. And I got thoughts on this with Jerrod Johnson being out, and I think it's in no particular order, but I do think it's worth noting because I'm going to strain my lat trying to pat myself on the back. I told y'all, when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, he's got to get the offensive play caller right. Ooh. He's got to get if I'd have took it a step further, I'd have said he's got to get the damn quarterback coach right. All right? When you look at the fact that the quarterback is regressed, the offense is regressed, you're on play caller number 2, you're on quarterback coach number 2. You have somehow taken a rookie of the year quarterback that put a season together like I've never seen from anybody, much less a rookie quarterback, and allowed that to regress. And along the way, the folks that were most responsible for it, not named C.J. Stroud, the folks that were most responsible for the best offense that you put on the field are no longer here. D'Amico's done a lot of really good things, obviously. I mean, my man's won 32 games in 3 years. Been in the second round of the playoffs twice. Done some really good things, obviously. Absolutely. But, boy, has he missed on this offensive side of the ball. Boy, I mean, look, and let's be honest, the jury's still out on that quarterback that we were so surefire on a couple of years back. The jury's still out on that.
Has he missed, or is it just gradually becoming?
No, he missed. Look, when hell, I mean, I'd argue that he's missed. He's missed during and somehow won, in spite of it. He's somehow missed to the point where he can win 10 games, and it's still not the right guy. Right? So, I mean, look, D'Amico, again, if this team's going to have a chance, this defense is tremendous. They're better than I thought they were ever going to be completely honest with you. This defense is absolutely ridiculously good, Super Bowl caliber good. He's missed so bad on the offensive side of the football with I'll argue the most important figures in the organization from a football perspective, other than the head coach, he's missed on. And we're not real sure about C.J. Stroud at this point in time. So D'Amico has really struggled filling the two most important spots with the Houston Texans beyond the head coach. And I think this team's paying for it. Now, the move itself, all right, Bobby's out last year. Jerrod Johnson's out this year. There ain't too many more folks that we can blame for the regression of the quarterback. At some point in time, the fingers all got to point back at number 7. I think they've cleared the cupboard.
I definitely think that's where people are going to place the blame.
There's no doubt about it. The regression happened, and the two positions most responsible for the quarterback have been relieved of their duties in back-to-back years. At some point in time, if there's some kind of rift, if there's some kind of we don't talk, we don't communicate, there's a communication problem, well, you've been through 2 of them so far. You've been through an offense coordinator. You've been through a quarterback coach. At some point in time, it's got to be about 7. And so I'm not saying it is 7. I'm saying that we're at a point right now with the other 2 personalities being replaced that I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep firing and replacing guys before we got to look at 7. All right? The next thing here, Ron, and I think this is fascinating. This is fascinating because this kind of came to my mind when we were having this conversation a little earlier in the show. There was a time, in fact, when D'Amico Ryans was hired, where I think Nick Caserio was probably at his weakest, if you will, maybe from a staying power perspective.
He had definitely lost
favor,
like some power.
Yeah, the owners go out and hire D'Amico Ryans, and you think, okay, the ownership's out here making these decisions that the general manager typically would make, and now, okay, the head coach comes in, and it's clearly the head coach's show. And I think at that point in time, I remember having a discussion about, here's what you got to look out for. Is right now, this is a D'Amico show. He hires Bobby Slowick, hires Jerrod Johnson. He does his thing out of the Shanahan tree and out of the, even Jerrod had spent some time in the Kevin O'Connell tree in Minnesota, that kind of deal. And over time, he and Nick become tighter and tighter and more attached at the hip. And what has happened in Houston? I believe it's a direct reflection of that relationship growing stronger. D'Amico Ryans essentially turning over the reins. Nick Caserio gaining back some of the power that he originally had when he was hired. And Nick Caserio putting a New England offensive staff together in a way that, I don't even know that Bill O'Brien was able to do.
Not even Easterby could pull off.
I mean, they couldn't even pull it off. And so anybody out there that thought that Nick Caserio's not hiring this offensive staff, man, you better think again. These are John Carroll guys. These are New England guys. It looks like Jerry Shaplinski's going to be named the quarterback coach, and he's got ties to New England. The new tight ends coach they just hired played at New England, and I believe was an assistant at New England. I mean, this is New England of the South. This is the Patriots 3.0 in Houston on the offensive side of the football. And this is, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it's going to work or not. I'm just not a big fan of the system. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I'm just not a big fan, a big believer in this group, in this approach, making it work. And so we'll see how it all unfolds. But I think Nick Caserio's got his ultimate wish, which I think when he took the job, when things got right, he wanted to fill this up with New England partners, and they've done it on the offensive side of the ball. When you look at replacing Jerrod Johnson with Shaplinski, I think both guys bring value to the table. I don't think this is just a Nick Caserio, John Carroll, New England Patriot, Nick Caley tie that I'm going to put at the quarterback position. I believe that the value in Shaplinski is he's been in this system, knows this system like the back of his hand, is wholeheartedly committed to the system, is wholeheartedly committed to the offensive play caller. He's his guy. He brought him over with the Rams. So I would think there's going to be some level of continuity there that didn't exist with guys that were just put together last year by Nick Caserio. I got to believe that Jerry Shaplinski coming over with Nick Caley, probably this was always the plan, and Jerrod Johnson just got stuck in the middle. But
why would they make the move then? Why would they just make the move?
It's that crossover. It's just D'Amico's guy that D'Amico hired that you feel like you got to give the shot to, and you didn't want to kick him out the door with Bobby Slowick. So now I think it's come to fruition. You've got your guy at the quarterback position, at the quarterback coach position. It looks like now the value there. I'm not going to undermine this. I think it's big. The guy that's coaching your quarterback on a daily basis is very well versed in this offense and very tight with the offensive play caller. I believe there's value in that. Now, is that more obviously to them it is. Is that more valuable than what Jerrod Johnson brought to the table of, hey, man, I've known CJ and coached CJ for 10 years. Hey, I played the position at an extremely high level. I bring a different perspective to the game. I spent some time around some really good coaches, Shane Steichen and not Shane Steichen, it was Eagles when he was at the Colts. Nick Sirianni and Kevin O'Connell and all these guys. You know, is that being more well versed in multiple offenses more valuable than Shaplinski in this offense? And so there's I think there's a little give and take there. I don't at all want to present this like it's, oh boy, this guy's just a New England guy. No, there's some value in, if this is a system they're going to run, bringing a guy in that's well versed in that system is definitely valuable. Now the big question here, Ron, is it going to be enough? Is this the move that really turns you on in Houston to get C.J. Stroud rolling.
Yeah, and my thoughts is I felt like there needed to be a significant change connected with the quarterback.
Okay.
Whether
You've been saying that since day one.
Whether that would be a quarterback change, not something that I agreed with. Whether that would be a play caller, a new offense, which I think that would have been the number one thing to me, a new offense that, or a coach that probably had a better shot at getting the best out of CJ, because I don't know that Nick Haley can do that. And then if not that, at least the quarterback coach change. I just felt like running it back again with just everybody like that when we're seeing like whatever voice is in there, there's some sort of disconnect where 7 doesn't feel comfortable in the offense or believe it, or the way that it's being communicated. Something didn't mesh the last couple of years, but even this year. And something had to change. I just don't like running it back. But now when you see Jerry is the answer, if that's the answer, then Jerry. I don't like there's nothing unless he's just a far better communicator than Jerrod, and that can get him to be more comfortable. Like if I'm CJ and it's Jerry Slapinski, what is it? Jerry Shaplinsky, whatever, Tyler. Whatever it is, Shaplinsky, Shaplinsky. If it's Jerry,
appreciate the effort.
Jerry S. No, Jerry. If it's Jerry, like if I'm CJ, like how different is this going to be? Like or how is I mean we're digging deeper into the.
It's a real run it back situation, and so I mean we'll see. Now I tell you this, I will say this. I know Jerrod. And I tell you, I want to wish him the best. I said this 2-3 months ago. If I was Jerrod Johnson, I'd get the hell up out of there.
Well, he is.
I mean, I would rather him have done it on his own accord. I would rather him have done it going to get an offensive coordinator job somewhere. But I mean, this is just one of them deals where I mean, you can see how they're operating on the offensive side of the football, and I mean, and you can see you're the odd man out. I mean, you're tied to C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud's going to regress. Not even play bad like he did in the playoffs. He's going to regress. It's going to be tied to you. And clearly there's some kind of rift there with offensive coaches as they keep rolling through the ones that are closest to the quarterback. And truth be told, Jerrod Johnson, I mean, his system is Kevin O'Connell. I mean, his system is he's got experience. And I think he's got stroke in the most popular system in the NFL. I mean, go get in one of those systems where you can get underneath an offensive play caller and do some things and make some progress, man. So I wish Jerrod the best. I think this is a great change for him. Now it sucks because he's got a baby girl and a wife, and I think they're all from this area. And so I mean it's tough that you're gonna have to end up moving away from family. But I think career wise he's gonna be in a better position.
All right, update with the Astros and their newest pitching addition. Took a shot. We'll hear from Joe Espada about that. And this is one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do on this show. I cannot believe I'm going to have to say this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, one of the most difficult things that you'll have to do on a daily basis.
cars. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Welcome home.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Imai made his spring training debut today.
Imai-I-O?
Yeah. I've heard it been pronounced that way. So
I have too. I'm not even hating. I've heard it pronounced about 8 different ways. I still don't know, so I just call him Matsuyama.
I'm safe in there. I want to know what Joe Espada, how he says. He threw 10 pitches today. Got hit in the shin bone.
Ouch.
Imai threw 10 pitches. They said that was the plan. Here is.
I think it's Imai, by the way.
What do you think it is? Imai. All right, I've heard that too.
The promo, it says it twice. I don't think Parker would put it in there.
Now we also have a promo that says Bridgeland. So.
Well, good point. Fair point.
Just saying.
Imai.
It's Imai, man.
Yeah.
Or Imai.
Take it from me.
One of them. Imai. But Imai gets hit, or Imai, whichever one you feel.
I like Imai.
Or Imai. Got hit in the leg today. Here is his manager. Got this one. Joe Espada. He spoke and gave an update on where he is. Let's see what he calls him.
That's not what we wanted to see, right? Yeah. That was not what we wanted to see. But he came back and got out of that inning. 10 pitches, up to 95. He looked really good out there.
We need to keep an eye on that. I mean, did he go for any tests or anything like that?
No, we got our trainers here checked him, and nothing. He's going to be sore tomorrow. That's for sure.
No, but I think he needs to go for a test. I think he needs to go for a test.
Nobody worry,
guys. I just think he needs to go for. Why not take the test? Why not do it?
I'm judging.
Why did he say it twice? Why did?
Because he's dramatic. Because he's dramatic. That's what he is.
I don't remember Joe Espada being dramatic. Has he always been dramatic like that?
I mean, everything.
Hold on, Tyler. Play the start of that again, man. He's got me thinking we've got a Kyle Tucker situation the way he started.
That's not what we wanted to see, right? Yeah. That was not what we wanted to see.
Tyler, I don't know if you know this rule of mine, Tyler and Clint. Whenever someone says it twice, at one time, they really mean it. Man, I love you guys.
I think that's fair.
I love you guys. Whenever someone says it twice like that, he went in there and said, "Not what we wanted to see."
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Not what we wanted to see. Why say it twice?
I'm trying with you, Joe.
Why not just, let's just, precaution. Caution. Let's just go take a look at it.
What? Tahini on pickles. That look good.
Ruin a good pickle.
Yeah, I don't, I'm
pickles
just,
suck.
I mean, can we toughen up a bit?
Oh, see, we're in an opposite space of this. You want to just, that's fine. I just think, why don't we just go and just take a look at it?
I'm not saying that you change anything that you do behind the scenes, but from a messaging perspective, we're obviously going to be professional and check the guy's leg. Hey, man, it's part of baseball.
Well, hold on. They did not. They just
whatever they did. I mean, I'm talking about the messaging. I'm talking about can we just get hey, man, it happens in baseball. Unfortunately, we get checked out. He'd be all right. He's a tough kid. We'll get
one of those.
Let's. I mean, instead of just, oh my God, man, he's going to be sore tomorrow. Yeah, he's going to be sore. He's an athlete. It happens. Whoever slides into second base, that whatever ass cheek they slide on is going to be sore tomorrow because they ain't done it in 3 months. Okay.
But my thing is, if you're going to be, as you said, dramatic and say, "No, we wanted to see. No, he's going to be sore tomorrow," but then, hey, did you guys get any? Did he go in and take a look at it, imaging? Oh.
What I mean, what I mean, yeah, I don't. I mean, whatever they.
The combination.
I mean that would fit along. That would fit along with the comment that I made. It was like, no, ain't no need to get no imaging, man. If something pops and it's still sore in a week, then yeah. But right now we're good, man. We're playing baseball. We're athletes. We're trained for this. We're built for this. Let's go get it. I'm trying with. I've come a long way with Joe. I've come a long way.
You think he's a real manager now?
I come a long way with Joe. I just cannot in spring training from jump handle the getting guys off their feet, man. And maybe that's the old guy, the old school guy in me, I guess now. But gosh, dang, man, I just feel like you got a huge advantage if you got the right mindset.
You don't love the mind.
I don't. I mean, baseball mindset's soft anyway. But then when you get into this load management, get everybody off their feet before the whole team even reported to spring training, we're talking about getting guys off their feet.
You know what? I see people on the text line. Let's give these guys a chance here, Tyler. It's new training staff. There's a great song by Music Soul Child called "Previous Cats." He said, "I'm not to blame for the pain that was caused by previous cats."
Well,
that's the chorus there.
The pain is Joe Espada's the one that's got the pain that's caused by previous cats. He's the one showing.
But I mean, just hey, that training staff checked him out. Didn't feel like they needed to go see some imaging. Astros hit shin. Let's go check it out. Why not?
Oh, well,
that's in my mind. But as someone just said, "Oh, yep, it's a fracture."
Great point. Great point.
Don't do that to the training staff.
What would the last group have done? Directly to imaging, and the head coach and the general manager would both plan to talk to the media the following day, and they would never talk to each other before. So you'd get conflicting reports.
And then
let's see how this group handles it.
And then who knows what they would get out of seeing the image.
Correct.
I mean, this training staff can't be any worse, right?
Well, we got to try to clear the slate for them.
They're off to a great start. They're off to a great start. We don't need no damn imaging.
Previous cats, they are.
Can they properly read an X-ray? That's all we need. That would be a step up from last season.
They can properly read an X-ray that never happens. That's a start.
What about an MRI?
Either if we don't do it, you can't read the damn thing.
Soft tissue's harder to read, from what I hear.
I want to. This conversation, this is hard for me.
What is?
I got to. That's wow. I'm going to admit this.
I need to know what this is. You're building this up.
I think it's time for LeBron to shut it down. I think it's
holy hell.
I think it's time for him.
This is huge for you. Oh my God.
I think it's time. I think we've reached it.
With his hair, or are you just about basketball?
No, his hair. He's actually done a good job with that. He's gone straight down, damn near to the ball, real low. Got an Ivy League, just lining it up. But he's clearly understanding.
You got a what?
Ivy League, just cut real low and then just line up. That's what the name of the haircut's called.
A Princeton. Huh?
Never heard that.
Harvard.
There ain't much I ain't heard. That's good. That's new.
But
it's a big step for you, dude.
Yeah. It is. It's becoming tough. He's a good NBA player, but this is LeBron James, right? Like there are moments. There are moments, guys. He comes out, he gets the ball. Maybe it's an isolation, something, and it's like you know how I feel about him. I'm like, hey, dog, what was that?
This guy stinks.
There are times I think Bronny has climbed into his body, and that's. But then he has his other moments where like he's still a really good passer, and obviously he knows the game and he can. And I'll be honest, I've watched him. I don't know how he is averaging what he is averaging some of these games, but like it is, it's like I think because he's almost at 22 a game right now. And his line is good. He's averaging for the season, just under 22 points a game, 7 assists, and just under 6 rebounds, which is really, really good at 50% shooting. But Clint, it is a clear. We've said like, yeah, LeBron's not in his prime, but he's still really, really good. He's looking like he's got a real, and I don't mean this as a. Like he's got like a real Jabari Smith Jr. feel right now. Like that's the type of.
Well, Barry's coming along.
I know, but I don't mean. But I'm just saying, like this is LeBron. That's his game has come down to that level.
Here's the deal: has his game come down to that level, or is he playing second fiddle to one of the best in the game right now? And he doesn't want
his game's come down to that level. Luka's not on the floor sometimes.
Well, that's just a lifestyle. That's a lifestyle change, I think.
I'm just saying, when you look at it, Luka's not on the floor sometimes. It is.
Dude, I'm so proud of you right now.
Like it's
in the
like he can bring it sometimes, and then sometimes it's like, oh, bro, he's not even elevating. It's just Like I think we are a season away from seeing these numbers get to like 17, 4 and 4, like 17. Maybe the assists stay where they are because he can still pass, but like this is.
It's not good.
I sat there and watched him against the Orlando Magic, and I had to watch it on my phone.
You watch too much sports on your phone.
Well, I had to, well,
your sleep I'm worried about, and you're watching on your phone is worried about.
Well, I think
you'd be a much better version.
They
of yourself.
They weren't on. It wasn't a national TV game, and I've got that little package I can get on my phone. So
sometimes you got to throw the tally in, man.
I didn't. There was another game on. There was a college basketball game on the big TV and a split screen with two of them, and then I had the Lakers right there on the
deluxe nut package.
Man, we watch KD. KD, like I'm looking at KD. KD's got a couple good years in him. I still watch now. Steph hasn't played in a while. I still watch Steph come off screens. He can go. Like he can go. Like this is like I'm gonna tell you the feel it has. It's maybe not this bad. You remember when you just woke up and you look at me like, oh God, Peyton can't throw an out route.
Oh yeah.
That's what it feels like for me. Almost not that bad because Peyton just turned into Chad Pennington, but it was a clear like, yo, like,
it's time.
It is time.
And you're there with Bron.
So
how's he gonna have his farewell season? He's not gonna do it?
Oh, he will next year.
No question.
I think he will, and he'll do exactly what the league needs from him because he's selfless and he gives to that league as he's done for 25 years.
Whatever the human penis needs.
But if he came out and said, guys, this is it. This is my like right now. Kobe did this late like this. Rest in peace. He did it late like this in the season. If he did it like, and I'm just looking at him. I
feel like you just included Kobe just to make it okay.
No, because Kobe did it. Kobe's the one that did it late. He did it like really late in the season. But I'm looking at him like, and I'm like, it took him everything to get his body for this, and this is what he's bringing.
Are you going to enjoy the farewell season if it's like this?
I'm going to try, man.
Is it in Cleveland? You think he does it in Cleveland?
I don't know. Wherever it is, I will adopt.
I don't think Cleveland wants him.
I think they do, but I'll
Pelicans probably
coming off the bench.
I don't know. I don't care where he's coming off for them. Do you know how much money he's going to bring to the city of Cleveland if he gets on that team next year?
Oh, they don't need that, man. Cleveland's
not many wins, but money for sure.
Just go check how much money he that dropped off when he left Cleveland that first time after leaving there. No, man, it's a tough one, man. He's my favorite all-time athlete. I love LeBron.
It's time. That's a big step for you, man. I was sweating though. I thought I did something wrong.
I was damn near in tears against that game against the Magic.
Well, I hope he plays better the rest of the way.
I'm sitting here. He's on the court. I said, God, I've never in my life said, Austin, come get the ball. Austin, come get the ball.
Come on, pasty face.
Oh my God, damn it!
Real growth, brother.
23 years. He'll probably try to play 2 more. Coming up. So what's your feeling about how Reed Sheppard's being handled? He went off last night. What's your feeling about how Reed Sheppard is being handled? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I tell you,
today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, it's already a difficult situation for me. You don't have to be an asshat.
Hold on, so.
If he quit flopping all the time, he'd be a much better player.
He hadn't lost that part of his game. That's good, though.
Fair point.
Fair point, my ass.
He should be ashamed.
Shut up.
Is that my boy?
Hey,
Ron?
man. Spade, call a spade a spade now.
Spade a spade. Also, the spade is sports today. Everyone flops. Sales calls. This texter in. LeBron is still better than 75% of the league at 41. You still want him to average 28, 8, and 8. Who can they put on the floor on the team that can produce better? Listen, it's not about that he. I'm not saying Jarred Vanderbilt's better than him. I'm just saying for who he is and who he has been, who is arguably the best player in the game. It's the best player I've ever seen play. And there are many people who put him as the best player they've seen or right up there at the top. For him to, like, he is starting to get towards completely off of the level that he has put forth. Like 22, 7, and 6 is good for him, but the way that it's looking and he's having to try to get him, hell, he's already kicked off the season for missing about 20 games with an old man's disease, the sciatic nerve, whatever that seems to be people in their 40s. Well, he is. That rolls to. So I just think, man, he can still play. Like he's better than a lot of guys in the league, but no, man, it's about that time.
Hey, look, don't argue with the man. It took Ron a lot to get here, and this is one you're just going to trust him on. If he's at a point where it's time, he believes and he's willing to verbalize that it's time for LeBron to let it go.
Yeah,
odds are he's right. I'm not arguing with that one.
I know you are. One something that I don't think needs to be an argument anymore. And I'll start with the people on this one. Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What we saw last night, Reed Sheppard, 32 minutes, 28 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 of 16 from 3, 43% from the three-point line. Had himself a big game, led the team in scoring. We'll see what he does on a back-to-back tonight against the Orlando Magic. They're playing on the road there. Do you think, Clint, what we watched last night, and I know it was against the Sacramento Kings, do you think, and you're out there as well listening, do you think this is a performance that changes the way that Udoka will operate in using Reed Sheppard?
God, I hope so. I don't know.
No, the way that you just
I don't know how you deny it. I mean, Reed Sheppard did exactly what he needed to do, and I'm not talking about just a young player that gets an opportunity and goes out there and plays well. I mean, Reed Sheppard, clearly it's not good, like just small spurts of being a guy off the bench in some critical moments and playing well in those small spurts clearly isn't enough to convince Ime Udoka that whatever risk comes with him being on the floor is a better option than him being off the floor, right? So he did exactly what we needed him to do. Anybody that believes he needs to be playing more, he did exactly what we needed him to do. I mean, he needed to go out there and not just play well, but I think he needed to shoot it lights out, which he did. I think he needed to be confident throughout, which he was. I think most importantly, the guys around him needed to excel and get easy looks and display like really good chemistry with him on the floor. And he did all those things. Like I don't know how, if you're Ime Udoka, that you just blindly go back to what you were doing before. I just don't know. I don't know how you do it. I mean, the more that we get what we saw last night from him, I believe it becomes more and more difficult not to put him on the floor more often. And I don't know. I would argue everybody that I've listened to talk about it and talk about Reed Sheppard before and after last night, to be honest with you, is, hey, man, the kid just needs to play. The kid just needs to play, needs to develop, needs reps. Okay, get it to him. You ain't winning nothing other way. The way you're operating when he's on the bench, you're not winning anything. I mean, so get it to him. See if it's for real and it's all coming to fruition, or he's a year away or whatever it may be. But let's find out. I just don't know how you take that off the floor. I got to see a better I got to see a better team. I got to see the approach that we saw last night with the Rockets versus a better team, and that better team shut it down and cause major problems for me to understand why Ime Udoka would go back to what he was doing.
Listen, Clint, to me it is starting to get silly. And I think it started to get silly in that one moment when they were down by 3 points with 2 seconds left, and Reed Sheppard didn't make the floor.
Right.
And Şengün and Amin Thompson were out there when you got to have a three to hit. Like, it became silly there because, Clint, there's no explanation there. That just makes zero sense. He had hit 5 threes, the most threes of anybody in that game. That makes zero sense why he would not be in there at that moment. And now when you start to look at this and you can see, like, yeah, he has deficiencies, but everybody has deficiencies. It seems like for Ime Udoka, like, deficiencies aren't equal. If you got problems defensively, then that is different than if you got problems offensively. And I can understand that could be an issue either way around. But like, Amin Thompson hurts this team offensively just merely for his inability to shoot the ball. Like, it shrinks the floor big
for everybody,
time. Yeah. But he is an amazing defender. That deficiency is never going to lessen his minute. And I'm not saying it should, but it's never his deficiency on offense that causes problems in space for everybody is never going to get him off the floor with Udoka. But the deficiency of Reed Sheppard, despite what he does on the other end, because I could argue what he does on the other end is important, like Amin Thompson, what he does on the other end. And so this is getting silly to where, like, who's going to sit down and have the conversation with Udoka? Tyler, I swear to God, I think he's over there at times saying, "Damn it, rim out." Like when he like
I don't wanna,
because I'm about to have to hear this all day long. Damn it, rim out a little bit. I'm joking a little bit, but I mean, it's just
Ron. Correct me if I'm wrong, but man, we're at a point where the number one priority has to be offensively getting the most out of Durant and Şengün. No, those are two players that if you're going to win anything, they've got to be a major part of it. So how do you get the best and the most out of those two guys? I don't know how anybody in their right mind. Forget the defensive end of the floor. Forget that. I mean, that's obviously important, but you can play the best defense in the world with certain guys, and Durant and Şengün, if they don't go in the right direction on the offensive side of the football, basketball, you're not winning. You're not winning anything. So to me, it's one of those where I don't know how anybody looks at the Rockets in the organization and says, getting the best out of those two guys and the most out of those two guys and getting Şengün back to operating the way that we know he can operate at an all-star level isn't priority number one. How can you do that? How can you make that decision?
I don't have any faith that it is going to change it, Clint, because we've watched it multiple times this year.
Right.
We've watched Reed Sheppard have these moments, and I don't think so. Now, tonight, Amin Thompson is likely potentially to be out again. I think will be out again. Hey, come on, man. We'll see it tonight. But, no, man, it's crazy, boy.
We'll hit that over again, Chief.
The 20.
You want to get on this board?
Nah, I'm good.
Money. What if it's 15 again?
I can't do it.
Now's the time to tell. I'm getting hot, boys.
I can't. I got to trust you, Udoka. I can't do it.
Come on, man. One time.
I can't. I've done it one time.
It's easy money.
No, it's not easy money.
Don't be scared.
It's not easy. Never know. Udoka. All right, coming up, it is potentially your chance to win a little action. Maybe you can be our next winner in the 5 o'clock hour. Your final chance today to get a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton March 12th. It's a Thursday night. That's coming up at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening. When you hear that cue to call, bam, you'll have your chance. So that's coming up. Also, Jerrod Johnson, they have parted ways. He's parted ways with the Texans. We'll discuss that and where the future could hold at that quarterback coach position. Also, we heard from Espada on today's game. Imai, blew it again, didn't I? He took a ball on the shin. We'll let you hear the latest on where they are there. And in the division, maybe a guy from the same draft class as C.J. Stroud could be on the move, drafted right behind him. We'll discuss all of that coming up next, a little 5 o'clock fire right here live on the Drive.
All right, I'll tell you who is on the move. That's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Anytime you or one of your loved ones injured in an accident,
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill have the latest, a.k.a. Psycho T. By the way, I thought you were going to buzz in with you imitating me yesterday.
I forgot about it. Damn it. I'll have it for
that's all right.
sometime soon.
It doesn't work now, I think.
Damn it. It's really funny.
Yep.
Sorry I let you down.
That's all right. That's all right.
Be better, Tyler.
We'll see, man. All right, you'll get better. Still in the top 10. All right.
Praise be.
Clint, the big story of the day here in Houston, and if you're just jumping into your cars, by the way, remember, it is the 5 o'clock hour, and this is the final opportunity of the day for you to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton. We'll do that at some point in this 5 o'clock hour. You got to be listening, so stay tuned for that. But, Clint, the big story of the day, the Texans and longtime quarterbacks coach Jerrod Johnson has parted ways per league source. And Johnson has interviewed for multiple OC positions in recent years, including the Eagles. Jerry Shaplinski, senior offensive assistant, will be leaned upon to help coach C.J. Stroud. So it looks like Jerry, who they brought over with the Rams, maybe the only person that it seemed like Nick Caley had a previous relationship outside of Nick Caserio, bringing him over with the Rams. He has taken over. It looks like, according to Aaron Wilson, that he could be the guy called upon stepping in there. But Jerrod Johnson, are you surprised, Clint, that it went this direction? He was interview with the Eagles, interview with the Raiders for their OC jobs. But are you ultimately surprised, didn't get a job, and that the Texans decided to move on?
No, I'm not surprised with any of it. Look, I think here's the deal: is I knew there was going to be a real chance once that Nick Caserio took over offensively and started hiring all these New England guys that Jerrod Johnson was his tenure here was going to be short lived. Number one, and that's exactly what's happening here. The Shlepinski kid, you got me messed up. Jerry Shlepinski, is that right? He.
Blame it on me.
You know, he is a disciple of the Bill Belichick in New England. He's one of them cats, and so I always thought there was a good chance that if C.J. Stroud didn't continue to play at a Pro Bowl level, that Jerrod, everybody would be ran up out of here that didn't have those New England ties once they hired Nick Caley last year, and so no, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Now I'll say this. I've not been in the room with Jerrod Johnson from a coaching perspective. But I got to believe, having played the game at an extremely high level, having been a mechanics detail of the game, Elite 11, like this is back when Elite 11 was actually training guys. Now it's just to get everybody together and see who the best guy is. I think. You know, this was Jerrod was training quarterbacks and focusing on mechanics and had a long-term relationship with C.J. Stroud, and all of those things, in my opinion, are far more valuable than having a guy that knows that's been in this system, in this New England system for 20 years. But again, I wasn't in the building. I believe that there's obviously some kind of disconnect between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. That's why Bobby got ran up out of here. And I wouldn't be shocked if it didn't surface that there was some kind of disconnect, some kind of rift between C.J. Stroud and Jerrod Johnson to some degree. It doesn't seem on the outside looking in that there's a whole lot of reason to move on really from either of those guys unless that rift existed. And so I'd be willing to bet you that this is another effort to make 7 comfortable.
That's the part that comes in my thoughts. I don't know this. I don't know if we know. I don't think C.J. Stroud is in the space anymore where he is probably a part of
decisions like this. Maybe he is. I don't think so. At least not to where maybe he was. I do wonder, Clint, is this a thing that makes C.J. Stroud more comfortable? Or is this a thing that lessens the comfort for C.J.? Like the potential of change with Jerry? Or is this something where Jerrod Johnson was one of the guys that he felt most comfortable with, and he's exited the building? Like that's
no way.
The other
I mean, that's the thing is that there is absolutely zero chance that C.J. Stroud is, hey man, Jerrod Johnson is my guy. Period. Point blank. He ain't going nowhere. He's got that kind of with the quarterback coach.
You think so? You think he does?
Even right now, absolutely.
Really?
If C.J. Stroud went to D'Amico Ryans and said, "Hey man, we're in lockstep. This is my guy. We're going to grind this off season. We're he is the communicator that I need, the coach that I need, the help that I need," and they let him go anyway. Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that maybe they were. Whatever the stories about Bobby Slowick is in a sense of them not communicating for an extended period, I don't think that was the case. But if Jerrod Johnson doesn't have the ability to communicate whatever needs to be communicated to C.J. Stroud, that may be a C.J. Stroud problem, but clearly they're going to move mountains around C.J. Stroud and cut ties with everybody around C.J. Stroud before they make it a C.J. Stroud problem. And so we'll see. I think – I said this earlier. I mean, last year. I think it's the best move career-wise for Jerrod Johnson to get up out of here anyway.
I think so too.
And I think he knows that. I don't. For the record, I don't talk to Jerrod. I don't know, but I think Jerrod knows that. Hey, man. I mean, button heads and being placed as one. Just kind of how this whole staff was pieced together. Nobody's loyal to anybody, at least not in Jerrod's area. They may be now with the New England ties, but I think Jerrod's better off moving on anyway.
Yeah, I wonder where CJ lands in this. I wonder, is this hell yeah, I love this, or I wonder. But because I don't know, boy, I don't know if CJ is in the. No, man, I want to keep somebody. I don't know if he's got that kind of sway.
I don't think. And again,
Caserio,
people gonna think I'm hating because the people just don't have the ability to. Like, I don't believe that. I watched that guy jog off the damn field on 4th down with one timeout, down 3 scores or whatever it was with 4 minutes in the game. Like, and not say a word. I don't believe that CJ. I don't think it's in CJ Stroud's makeup to go. The hell y'all doing? It was Nick Caley last year. Now you're getting rid of my quarterback coach. Now what the hell y'all doing?
Yeah, I don't think he's saying that.
Right.
But I think he would feel a certain way. Right, maybe. I'm just saying, I wonder, I think last year a big thing with the quarterback was the quarterback did not seem to be comfortable in the offense or what was going on around him.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, does Jerrod Johnson leaving, is that a thing that says, all right, this is something for CJ that makes him more comfortable, or is this like wanting something new, or is CJ sitting there thinking, damn, they took one of the dudes that I trusted. They took one of the that's what I meant. Like, is this move how is this making him more comfortable, or is this making him more like pull away or feel more distant away from him?
I don't know. I
could see it going the other way. I could see him being like, maybe it's time for me to go somewhere new.
Who, Jerrod, you talking about?
I'm talking about CJ. I could see CJ being like, maybe it's time to get a new quarterback coach in, or I could see like, oh, Jerrod's been my guy since I've been here.
Yeah, I think CJ's going to do his job.
Oh, I know he's going to do his job.
And whatever Nick says is next, I think CJ's going to just keep. He's going to.
I know he's going to do his job, but I think we've seen CJ when CJ isn't comfortable. Like when like last year when CJ wasn't comfortable, he did his job, but he wasn't like he wasn't. Or even the year before that with Bobby Slowick. I think we saw what CJ looked like when he wasn't comfortable, and then they rolled.
Give me a hell yeah. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, the debut of the new pitcher, Imai, got some work in.
Well done.
10 pitches today, but people wondered if the 10 pitches had something to do with him getting hit in the shin bone. He got hit in the leg on a comebacker earlier today. Here was his manager, Joe Espada, giving his thoughts on on what's happening.
That's not what we wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
That was not what we wanted to see. But we came back and got out of that inning. 10 pitches, up to 95. He looked really good out there.
We need to keep an eye on that. I mean, did he go for any like tests or anything like that?
No, we got our trainers here checked him, and nothing. He's going to be sore tomorrow. That's for sure.
All right, he's going to be sore tomorrow. When you hear that, do you think, all right, cool, nothing to it, just right? I think that's what it is. Nothing to it, just a little shot. He's going to be a little sore.
Yeah, I don't even worry about Imai. I think there's some audio out there of him just saying, "No, look, it's I'll be fine."
Yeah.
That one inning was the plan all along. So yeah, I don't. I think more about how soft Joe Espada actually is than Imai, to be completely honest with you. But it was good. I mean, 10 pitches, 95, got up out of it.
Yeah, 90 average.
Took a little adversity, taking one off the shin.
Yeah.
He's clearly tough as nails. He's a grinder.
Tell you, man,
be fine.
You listen to that promo, boy. PC loves him.
PC's got him chalked up as a number 2 starter, which I hope
Rookie
he's
of
dead.
the year.
I hope he's dead right. Oh, and Rookie of the Year too.
Yeah, in there. I think he's got a chance to win Rookie of the Year.
You get Rookie of the Year as a number 2 starter behind Hunter Brown. Astros are making noise, boys.
No, really. Like if he's anything, especially for what they pay for him, he's anything to what maybe a lot of people feel his stuff could be. Whew. Yeah, they got something special. But like Joe said, not what they wanted to see today. And he said it twice. Not what we wanted to see today. Going to be sore, Clint.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully
I worked out yesterday. I'm a little sore too, Joe.
Hopefully,
it's life. If you're active, it's life.
Hopefully, it doesn't miss his next start.
I liked your voice.
5 o'clock fire.
Missed
All right.
starts.
Colts.
Altuve would sit out for 2 days.
Oh no, he wouldn't.
Not by choice. Just you got to take care of him. Man. Got to get him off his feet.
You're done with Colts grant.
No question.
Quarterback Anthony Richardson an okay to seek trade. His agent says the Colts have given quarterback Richardson permission to seek a trade. Is the latest twist in the young player's complicated career. Richardson lost a preseason battle with veteran Daniel Jones before last season, relegating him to the number 2 spot. Now, with the Colts committed to trying to re-sign Jones as their starter for the foreseeable future, Richardson faces an uncertain path forward in Indy. We talked about Anthony Richardson, I think, earlier this week, but it looks like he is seeking a trade. How sure are you, or how much do you believe these teams, there are going to be teams that are going to be really interested in maybe bringing in an Anthony Richardson? What do you think the market is for Anthony Richardson right now as a trade piece?
I think it's going to be low.
Yeah, I would.
And that's not a knock on him or his ability. I think he's a player that's a developmental player. He's done some things in Indianapolis. When a quarterback taps out and needs a break because he's tired in the middle of a drive, that's going to follow you for a while. The fact that the team that you're with has a starter that wasn't even really one of the more solidified starters in the league when he got hurt, but he just blew his Achilles out, and Riley Leonard is there, and this ought to be one of those opportunities where, boy, Anthony Richardson must be living right, because now he's going to get at least half the reps with a guy that he's significantly more talented, and he's been in the system longer. This should be a time for Anthony Richardson to go, man, let me see if I can't get a couple of starts before Daniel Jones gets back and plays well and up my stock. But instead, the team's saying, nah, man, go get the hell up out of here. Right? I mean, so they're literally choosing Riley Leonard over you at this point in time. And so I don't think the value is going to be there. I don't think the market's going to be there. Now I think he lands on his feet. I think he's such a gifted player that, there's going to be multiple teams that are going to be willing to give a lower draft pick for him and bury him on the depth chart and develop him and learn more about him and find out who he is and potentially he's an option down the road. But I don't think anybody's going to move mountains for him.
Yeah, I do. I don't think anyone's going to move mountains for him, Clint, because I don't think anybody's going to have to move mountains. But I think there are going to be a lot of people intrigued to the talent, and like you see Sam, you see Malik Willis, you see. I think Mac Jones is probably the next one on that. You see some of these guys, Baker, you see some of these guys that were high draft picks that have a lot of talent like he does and that are young that they'll look at and be like, all right, can I stash him?
Yeah. Well, I think the one to watch for me in a sense of you could see maybe an opportunity come sooner rather than later is Minnesota.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to ignore the audio and video that's out there of Kevin O'Connell grabbing him after the Vikings played the Colts and telling him how much he loved him and how great of a player he is. And he's going to play a long time in this league. For Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell to have quarterback issues like he has, and a player like that come available, and you're not going to pay a premium price, and your organization's healthy enough to where it's not going to kill you if you give up a third or fourth round draft pick to get him. I don't know how Kevin O'Connell would pass on that. So that's the one I think to watch if it is like a real opportunity to get with a decent team, a playoff caliber team, and maybe play early.
I'm hoping he gets somewhere where because that's just as a fan, I want to see that talent. Like I want to see anywhere close.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'd like to see two teams that have quarterbacks that I would like to see them forget about the injury deal and just commit to the quarterback run being part of their deal. It's Baltimore and Philly. And I think you take a guy like that and you plug him in behind one of those two franchise quarterbacks. And I like it more. I like it more because you know this. We've talked about it. Like I can't for the life of me understand why teams have a quarterback and you build an offense around a quarterback with a specific skill set and then your backup is nothing even similar to him.
Yeah.
Like that blows my mind. And so you saw what Baltimore did. They ended up going back to Tyler Huntley, right? Yeah. Who has a similar skill set to Lamar Jackson. So like I think that's the good fit where I would just stash him on one of them teams. Somebody gets hurt, you go run heavy, and you hope he doesn't get hurt. But that's the fit to me. But Kevin O'Connell's out there. That could be sexy.
Kevin
to see what he
is
can
good.
Do with it.
Yeah, man. I'd like to see Sean get his hands on him and just stash him somewhere and just see what Sean McVay could do with him. I just want him to go somewhere in a good spot. All right, coming up, T-Mill's Best Bets. And remember, at some point in the 5 o'clock hour, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton, T-Mill's Best Bets, and Caserio at it again with Pat McAfee. We'll let you know what he had to say coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, if you live
It's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through March 8th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a few moments. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a few minutes.
I like how you said that.
I felt like you combined minutes and moments.
Minutes!
Pretty good.
Sorry. Canadian right there.
Oh, you went north of the border. I got
I
you.
did.
Suck
First
it,
time
Canada.
the World Series banner will fly north of the border. Sorry. You walked me into a call right there.
Bunch of tears rolling up there in Canada right now.
Yeah. They got back to it. They're all right. All right, as we said, T-Mill's Best Bets coming up. He's had a pretty good night, 5 for 8. He is in the green this week. Nick Caserio did it again. He is. I'll just say this. Let's play this audio he was on with Pat McAfee at the Combine, Clint, and he was talking about C.J. Stroud yet again. And this, we've probably heard him 4 or 5 times give a very emphatic statement on C.J. Stroud, but it has all been the same verbiage, which makes me lead to believe, just like in a political situation, this is talking points that they wanted to get across. Here is him again with Pat McAfee talking about C.J. Stroud.
I mean, honestly, try not to pay too much attention to it, but if you feel like you have to address something, and felt like that was the appropriate thing to do. I mean, he's our quarterback. He's played a lot of good football for us, to your point. He's had some good games. He's had some games where, look, all of us, I mean, there's some ups and downs, things you have to deal with. So glad he's our quarterback, and, you know, glad he's going to be here for next season, and we want him here. And I think all players learn. I don't want to speak for you guys, but, you know, after each season, go back. What are some of the things that did well? What are some of the areas you can improve on? I think sometimes when you just accentuate the negative and you're just taking up my microcosm of one particular game. Look, we didn't play our best game. The Patriots played better than we did, and that's the way it goes. So, I mean, all of us in the offseason are trying to improve, trying to find ways and things that we can do better, and that's where the focus is going to be.
All right, that was Nick Caserio again, Clint, with the he's our guy, and he's going to be here and going to be our quarterback next season. Are you surprised by this approach, that they seem to be really emphasizing 2 things? He's our guy, giving belief in him being their guy, but being specific to say there is a time frame as of right now. He's our guy next year. Right? Are you surprised they are going about it in this route?
No, I'm not surprised at all, Ron. I'm a little surprised with how transparent
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Nick Caserio has been overall. Like the Caley situation when he kind of announced he'd be back, and then the like he clearly. Like he said there, like he felt like this is a situation where he needed to address all the conversations about C.J. Stroud and a potential trade. He's done it multiple times. He's asked about it a lot. And so I admire and respect the transparency and the willingness to answer the question. And no, I'm not surprised one bit that he seems to be clarifying that, you know, they want C.J. Stroud here and they're glad that he's going to be here for next season, right? It'd be very easy to say, CJ's our guy. We love CJ. We stand behind CJ. Next question. It would be very easy to say, we're trying to work out a contract right now to get him extended because we want CJ Stroud to be a face of our organization. Like I don't think any one of them would have hesitated to do a year or 2 ago. It'd be very easy to say those things, just like it's very easy to say, look, we're glad that CJ's our guy. He's our quarterback for next season. Like I don't think it's just by chance that he somehow just kind of finds his way to one season or next year. I think that's purposefully done. And so it's exactly where I would hope they would be. I'm on record. Look, I don't believe C.J. Stroud's taking his team to an AFC Championship or a Super Bowl. That, in my opinion, has not changed. I personally would have entertained trading C.J. Stroud. I did not expect them to entertain trading C.J. Stroud, which is what they're announcing that they're not going to do. And so you land at a point where, okay, what did you expect the team to do? And this is it. I don't expect them to commit long-term to C.J. Stroud after what we've watched the last couple of seasons. And, you know, I expect them. I expect their messaging to change a bit, given what we've seen, which it has. And this is exactly where I want my organization to stand right now. If I'm talking about the C.J. Stroud situation, stand firm. You want to see another year, and we'll see what happens beyond that.
I like it from their end. I'm a bit surprised that they are. I don't think it's an accident that Nick Caserio has used the word, the terminology, and the word choices of he's our guy for this year, for next season, repeatedly. I don't think it's. I'm not surprised. I'm saying I don't think it's an accident that he's decided to use those choice of words every time he's addressed this. And I am surprised because you know that he is a sharp, smart guy. And I think he probably could understand how that could cause a reaction on the other side, that you continue to say, like you're basically through the media making it clear like there is no need for negotiation for another contract. That ain't happening, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm surprised through the media it is like they are going that route of it. That is a bit surprising. All right, T-Mill's best bets. Again, last night, 3 for 4. That under on the Kings and Rockets, the only thing that hurt him when, boy, I know you wanted Reed to go off, but once he start going off, floodgates open, baby.
Yes, sir.
But he had a good night. 3 for 4 last night, and you can go and listen to his he's going to give you his explanation right now. But if you're unable to see this or remember this, or you want to go back and check this, go ahead to @T-Mill Real Deal, T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have those posted. You can go back and check those out. But what you got tonight?
Yes, sir. I got 4 more NBA picks for tonight on a Thursday night around the league. And by the way, you gentlemen, Clint, Ron, best bets is going to be all y'all tomorrow. This is my last best bets of the week.
Oh, darn.
Because I will be out.
You got what was it that you were doing, Clint? Dirties
Daily?
Oh, you were doing something else when you were doing it for Tyler. Dirties had something.
Dirty Wagers?
Dirties Wagers, Dirties. Oh, I can't remember.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you all the heads up on that. But here's your last slate of best bets from me this week. 4 more NBA picks. First, I'm on the Chicago Bulls plus the points, which I got at 5. Bulls plus 5 hosting the Trailblazers. Chicago is underdogs at home this season. They are 9-7 against the spread, so they're winning against the spread more often than not. I like that one a lot. Next, I have the 76ers money line as they host the Miami Heat in Philadelphia. Okay, I love it when you like it. A lot better than you hating it. Third pick tonight, Pelicans at the Jazz. I'm on the under in this one, and it is a big total. 244 is what I got.
It's a big total because the Jazz defense, they don't give a damn. They're just, we watched them. They're just rolling.
They're just running.
I mean, what did the Rockets do to them? Yeah, they got them for $1.25, and they shut it down early, and that's a huge number for the Rockets now lately.
Yeah, it is a very big number, but I do like the under. So under 244 for the Pelicans and Jazz, and then your fourth and final pick for Thursday night action around the NBA is within the Rockets game. The Rockets do have a back-to-back tonight. They'll be in Orlando taking on the Magic. And I got Old Faithful, old Alpi Shangoon, this time over on rebounds, which is set at 8.5. Over 8.5 Alperen Shangoon rebounds for Alpi and the Rockets, and those are your 4 best.
So you jumping back on these Alpi rebounds, huh? Jumping back in there with him, huh?
He made me money.
Think you're thinking last night he's back? He's ready to get back? Because he's
that's right.
Bounce back 16 like you said. 6, baby.
Yeah.
I want to see. I expect to see something from him. I expect to see a little something from him tonight. All right, coming up, next segment, this is your opportunity. This is your chance. Your chance to win tickets to see Chris Stapleton. 4-pack of tickets. We'll do that in this next segment. Make sure you're listening. Listen for that cue to call, and then become our next winner. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
You're gonna get hard.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? PC's got high.
Boyle live and interactive Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on
today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We doing it, Tyler? We doing it? Well, let's do it then. Hell with it. All right, there it is. I hear Chris Stapleton. We might as well do it. Let's do it. Caller number. Clint's high school number. What was your high school number, Clint?
7, baby.
Caller number 7. Caller number 7.
Oh, walking stick.
Clint's high school number. Oh, walking stick. There it is. Then when Clint got to Arkansas, thought he'd be 7, and
damn Eric Branch, he had it. I said, Eric, that ain't a mountain I want to climb. I believe I'll take 14. Let's just double it.
Double it up, huh?
Yep.
Caller number 7. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. You will be our next and final winner of the week. As we do this on Tuesdays and Thursdays, caller number 7. You'll win a 4-pack of tickets to see Chris Stapleton. The phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you. That is happening March 12th, Thursday, Houston Rodeo. Come on and win those tickets. You can join John T., who won tickets. I feel like this is a hard ticket to get, so this might be the way you're able to get those tickets. Caller number 7. Clint, the top 3 songs that will get people out of their seats, that will get people going, that people are waiting on to hear from Chris Stapleton.
Oh, top 3?
His performance.
I mean, Tennessee Whiskey is obviously.
He's got to save that. That's got to be maybe that's at the end. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I mean well, I don't know. I mean, he may
just pull it in the middle. Yeah,
he's got enough great ones. I would say
Tennessee Whiskey's a definite. That was only one I really had.
What traveling man, what is it? Traveler? That'll be
Traveler.
one. Broken Halos is one. Boy, top 3, that's tough.
I'm just the ones that people are really like, I can't, they're going to sing their asses off.
I'm trying to think of the most popular ones. Tennessee Whiskey, Broken Halos, Traveler, Fire Away. I think probably those.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Yeah. Probably those. I'm not familiar with it. With a song to sing is new one. Is this it? What is this, Tyler?
Tyler's laughing it up with somebody on the our winner. It looks like he's probably laughing it up with. No, this is cool. This is yeah. I'm certainly that's going to be one where a lot of people are singing and rolling along with what he's bringing to the table. By the way, we'll get our next one. You got our winner, Tyler. Who's our winner?
Big Brett and Katie.
Brent and Katie.
Brett.
Brett.
Right, two
Brett.
T's.
Brett.
2 T's, no win.
Like Butler. Gotcha. Brett. Saberhagen. Brett.
Like George.
George. There you go. 2 Royals you just got there back to back. He's our winner. Congratulations, Brett and Katie. He is going to get a chance to be singing along with Chris Stapleton. Clint said, Tyler, I said, what are the top 3 ones that people are coming into the building wanting, can't wait to sing when Chris Stapleton is there? He said Tennessee Whiskey, Broken Halos. What was the other one you said?
Traveler.
3 solid ones.
Yeah. He did. Tyler clearly disagrees with at least one of them. Someone said, hell yeah, Fire Away.
Fire Away is a great one.
That's a jam.
That is a good one. I think people. I'm not a huge fan, but the You Should Probably Leave. It's a good song. I think if you're there, with the ladies and kind of thing, I think that'll probably. I mean, it's a song about basically you should probably leave or something dirty's fixing to happen. Probably won't be great for our relationship. We don't, it probably wouldn't be good for our future.
Dirty, but not nasty.
Yeah, well, we finna get down, and probably gonna have some feelings involved tomorrow, and we ain't together. So I think that's the gist of the song.
Enjoy each other's bodies.
Yeah, text line Brett the Hitman Hart. Okay, yep. White Horse. Someone texted.
White Horse is a good one.
Yeah. All right. So congratulations, John T. And who's our guy from Katy? Brett from Katy. Yeah, are our winners today. Every Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're going to hook folks up with rodeo tickets throughout the day on Sports Radio 610 and right here on the drive. James Palmer, Ian Rappaport, as Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will have Texans All Access. They are live at the Combine. They will talk to those two, James Palmer, Ian Rappaport, tonight, right after we get done here. So stay tuned for that. 7 to 11. As always, Clint, Area 45. I just saw Sean Bijani walk past. Patrick Creighton. They will have it for you coming up 7 to 11. So Area 45 follows James Palmer, Ian Rappaport, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris on Texans All Access.
Those guys right there. A little noisemaker.
It is. A little noisemaker. I hear you. By the way, someone texted in, do you think I'm being too hard on Alfred Şengün?
No. No, he has not played well this season.
I just wasn't. He had a really great, like we talked about it earlier when I said empty calories. That ticked me off yesterday. That felt like that's what you would do against the Kings.
What would you want him to do? He did what he needed to do.
I'm just saying, against the Kings, like that's a game where, oh shoot, look at it, boy, 26, 12, and 13.
Oh, I don't disagree with your level of smartass about that.
Now we'll see. Now against the Magic, a little better team. We'll see what does he do there. What does he do against? I just had the expectations that this, like, he was going to take off and they were going to be a true 1-2 punch, right? Min Thompson in there as well, but they'd be a true 1-2 punch, and he has become a role player over the last month plus. So,
yeah. No, I don't think you're too hard on him. I think it's very real.
Yeah. Expectations, yeah. Just like we were last year with Jalen Green. Hey, it's about that time, boss. A little hard on him. So hopefully he has a good one tonight. Hopefully he can get 9 rebounds or more for Tyler, who's got a little cash there looking to win. All right. Here is Nick Caserio. He was at the Combine and has been at the Combine this week, giving his thought on last year's offensive line.
Yeah, we're typically taking the best players, I would say, as it pertains to the offensive line. I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, I mean, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film, but, we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us and, try to put together a good team.
Talk to him, Nick. I hear you, bro.
You must have been watching a different film.
I'm with Nick on that. I'm on the record. I'm not as hard on the offensive line as a lot of folks are.
Okay, if you're not as hard on the offensive line, I thought they were. By the time it got settled in, I thought they were more like an average offensive line. I did see Pro Football Network had them ranked 24th. Overall. Jacksonville, a playoff team, ranked behind them. The Chargers, a playoff team, ranked behind them also. But they had them ranked 24th overall. When you watch them, though, we know what the goal is for the Texans, right? The goal is to stop banging their head over this glass ceiling of the divisional round. Do you think last year's offensive line play is good enough for them to get through that? Like, if they're bringing most of that to the table this year, and you thought it was good, he seems to think it was good. He started talking up his offensive line. Do you think what you saw last year is good enough for them to get where they want to get to?
I think context matters, and the context that matters for me is with this group, a defensive-minded head coach that wants to run the football, that wants to be super physical, that wants to win the time of possession. I think with that context involved in the conversation, I do not believe that this offensive line is talented enough. Even if you just look at the guys that aren't free agents right now, the guys that were playing last year for the Texans, I don't believe they're talented enough. They're not big enough. They're not physical enough to win at an AFC championship or a Super Bowl level the way that that this group wants to win. I think they're talented enough and scrappy enough to go out there. And if this is literally just we're going to go out there and play offensive football, we're going to be creative from the play caller perspective. We're going to get protection from our quarterback. We're also going to have a good enough running back in the backfield that's going to make us right and not magnify every error that we make. I think they could win an AFC championship Super Bowl level. Going out there every game and trying to be more physical than everybody in the league and trying to establish the run and dominate the clock, no, this group is not championship caliber. with that approach. And that's the approach of the Texans. So no, I don't think they are.
Text line coming in. Yeah, sure, the offensive line is fine as long as they're playing 6 offensive linemen.
It's a trend in the league. Everybody's doing it. Now, the Texans did it more than most folks, but everybody's doing it. It's not like the Texans felt the need to do it because their five guys weren't good enough.
Yeah, I think if their offensive line, like if Nick really likes what he did, I think he'll try to make some improvements.
Yeah.
But if he likes what he got from his offensive line and thought it was good enough, I would just say if that's what you're going to bring to the table, and I think you're getting to it is, well, then the other stuff around it has to be better because they're going to need a running game and a running back and running backs that can help an offensive line that ain't just moving people the way like the Bears or the Eagles or the Lions do. Or they'll need, a quarterback to play closer to the way the quarterback position played 2 years ago, where it kind of made up for maybe some of their shortcomings. So, I don't know. I thought they